As long as someone flaunts their wealth on social media, you can gain 100-fold. What kind of experience is this? You often see people flaunting their wealth on social media. Someone posted a picture of a Mercedes steering wheel emblem. Someone posted a picture of a well-decorated house. Someone posted a picture of 1 million in savings. You envy and feel bitter, having worked for years without earning much money, facing great life pressure. It's hard for you to see all the flaunting on social media. Just as you decide to stop looking at these people on social media, a notification sounds in your mind. When others flaunt their wealth on social media, you can gain 100-fold. The golden gift pack is activated. You can randomly draw 3 times on social media, and once a week thereafter. Do you want to draw? You are excited in your heart, unexpectedly possessing the Midas touch. Draw immediately. Start random drawing, receiving 3 pieces of social media content. Someone flaunted buying a house for 2 million. Congratulations, host, you have gained 100-fold, a mansion worth 200 million. Someone flaunted buying a Mercedes E300 for 500,000. Congratulations, host, you have gained 100-fold, a luxury car worth 50 million. The Aston Martin 177 is already parked nearby. Someone flaunted and posted a picture of 1 million in savings. Congratulations, host, you have gained 100-fold, 100 million in savings. You look at the supercar key that suddenly appeared in your hand, along with the property deed. You quickly open your phone again, glance at the balance of 150 million in your account. My goodness, all of this is real. My Midas touch is too powerful. You are extremely happy, ha ha ha, letting you all flaunt on social media all day. Now I can get 100-fold. You should flaunt more, and I need to meet some with better conditions. Can the system randomly select again next week? Yes, very good. You arrive at the parking lot and see your Aston Martin. The elegant curves and domineering appearance make your eyes light up. Take out the key, open the door, sit in, start the engine. The roar echoes in the underground parking lot. Experience the legendary strong thrust. Swiftly drive out of the parking lot. You are going to the Peninsula, the best residential area in this city. Your 200 million luxury mansion is there. At this moment, your phone rings. It's a message from your ex-girlfriend Lee Chanchan. What message did she send me? After opening it, there is a picture of a newly renovated house. There is text below. This is the message left by my boyfriend, who bought me a house in the rich garden. It will be our love nest. Today, I plan to invite old classmates for a gathering. Will you come? Lee Chanchan looks proud. In the past, you would have been furious, but now you just find it laughable. From the picture, the other party's love nest is just an ordinary 3-bedroom, while your 200 million luxury mansion is at the Peninsula, averaging 200,000 per square meter. You quickly arrive at the Peninsula. Guided by the staff, you reach your luxury mansion, very luxurious, with a total of 3 floors and a total area of 1,000 square meters. Hello, in this villa, we fully consider various needs of the homeowner, with a karaoke room, gym, game room, and cinema. There is a swimming pool in the backyard. After walking through the entire villa, your feet are slightly sore. You lie down on the genuine leather sofa in the living room and sink right in, extremely comfortable. I am also your exclusive butler. Feel free to let me know if you need anything in the future. I am available at your beck and call at any time. At this moment, a voice invitation comes in, once again from Lee Chanchan. Do you choose to answer? A mocking voice from Lee Chanchan comes through, asking why you haven't come over to sit with her. Are you afraid of being hurt? Definitely, after all, she is not doing well. Is it because your ex-boyfriend invited her, making her feel like a celebrity? Laughter from a group of people can be heard from the mobile phone. Sorry, I just moved into a new house today and don't have time to come. You also moved. Which place did you move to? Is it public housing or something else, like urban villages? It's really strange how you didn't tell anyone before moving. I moved to the Palace one. Is it the same the Palace one that I know of? The legendary best and most expensive area in Donghai, costing 200,000 per square meter. Indeed, the sound of wind in the phone is even louder. A luxury residence like the Palace one has absolutely no connection to someone like you. Lee Chanchan laughs the loudest, feeling that cheating was the best decision she ever made. A loser who pretends to be rich, it's long overdue to cut ties with her. You pick up your phone, swipe to the video option, and start wandering around the villa. Where are you? How come you're in such a large and luxurious living room? Didn't I say, this is my living room? This is my private cinema, with the best screen and sound system, full immersion. This is my gym, only 100 square meters, bigger than your 3-bedroom apartment. This is the backyard swimming pool, a large pool of over 200 square meters in everyone's eyes. Lee Chanchan was stunned. She couldn't believe that poor guy she dumped, actually living in such a luxury mansion. Lu Yuan doesn't believe it. Although it is indeed Tang Chenipin, don't trust him, baby. How can you prove you are the owner of the villa, not a delivery guy? Lu Yuan is sure it's Tang Chenipin because his boss also lives there. He once invited a group of employees to play. He doesn't think you are the homeowner. You didn't sneak in and pretend to be here. I warn you, it's illegal to do that. Wang Wei looked at them. I can prove I'm the homeowner, just kneel on the ground and bark twice like a dog to make me happy. Alright, if you can't prove it, you bark like a dog. You were about to get the property deed, but as you walked into the living room, the villa doorbell rang. The villa owner is back. You better run before getting caught and sent to the police station. I'm still waiting for you to bark like a dog, huh? Go over there. Open the door, sir. Congratulations on moving to Tang Chenipin. This is a 30-year-old Romani we are giving you, representing our future service. It will be as perfect as this bottle of wine. Please accept it. After you accepted it, the butler smiled, bowed, and left. You even hired actors for the sake of acting. The waiter quickly tugged at Li Qianqian's clothes. Others may not know, but he does. Serving expensive red wine is a privilege enjoyed by every pillar of Tang Chenipin. When he went to the boss's house last time, he even saw a photo of the boss and this steward. This kid is really the owner of the villa. A classy female classmate exclaimed, it really is Romani Conti. This wine costs 300,000 per bottle, and the stock is extremely limited. The people in the room were extremely shocked. Xiaoya, you didn't see it wrong, did you? You didn't see it wrong. I am in the red wine business. How could you be wrong about this world-renowned wine? I'm afraid this house is indeed real. That kid from earlier, the steward, is also real. I've seen him before. Li Qianqian's head was buzzing. How could this be? He's just a poor guy who can only afford instant noodles even when ordering takeout. How did he suddenly become the master of Tang Chenipin, the owner of a large villa? Seeing Li Qianqian's unpleasant expression, he felt pleased. You went to the wine room, took a glass and a corkscrew, poured yourself a glass. The dark red wine swirled in the goblet, shimmering with a luxurious luster. Everyone in the wealthy garden really wants to take a sip and taste what a wine worth tens of thousands tastes like. I say, Qianqian, shouldn't you fulfill your promise? If you still don't believe it, should I show you the property deed? Li Qianqian hurriedly hung up the video. If you can't handle it, then don't play. Leave after you've laughed. We'll deal with her later. In the new house at the Wealth Garden, the atmosphere is awkward. Li Qianqian is disoriented and distraught. The house she originally liked now seems no better than a doghouse compared to the Tangchen villa just now. Seeing the sympathetic looks from classmates around her, she wishes she could disappear. At this moment, you think of your online dating partner, who is a wealthy and beautiful woman. Your company is facing difficulties, so you pretended to be a rich man and engaged in an online relationship with her. You originally thought you wouldn't meet in person, fearing you'd be exposed, but now you don't need to worry. In a luxurious residence in the Magic City, this guy is a fraud. He's no rich man. Don't engage in online dating with him. He can't help us get through this crisis. No way, he doesn't seem like it. If you don't believe me, I'll invite him out tonight. We'll find out with a test. With my charm, I'm not afraid this scumbag won't take the bait. Sushi is a bit flustered. Is he really pretending? It's crucial for me now. Alright, you go test him. Sutong took out his phone and added you on WeChat. You saw the friend request pop up on WeChat. Without much thought, you clicked agree. Before you could ask who it was, a photo was sent over, very attractive, not inferior to your online dating partner. Sushi, let's go out for dinner tonight. This guy will definitely be moved. I've seen too many scumbags like him. Sorry, I have something to do during this time, so I won't go. Su Tong was stunned, rejected unexpectedly. Since he didn't even make plans with you, he must have important matters to attend to, maybe related to investing in our group. It's impossible for me to go to the company. You continue to socialize, wait for your good news. Su Tong opened the chat group of the elegant lady's house. The sisters found a tycoon. This is his business card. Hurry and find him. You went to sleep, and upon waking up, a reminder sounded in your mind. Gained popularity points. Popularity points reaching 1,000 can be withdrawn. You are surprised to find that the popularity points keep rising, soon reaching 1,000. What's going on? I haven't done anything. Could it be that those classmates are starting to spread things, thus gaining popularity points? Do you think this is possible? Anyway, let's withdraw first. It is said that someone opened a restaurant flaunting wealth on social media. Congratulations to the host for obtaining ownership of the Gutian restaurant 100-fold. You are extremely excited. This restaurant is a well-known grand restaurant in Manhwa. Countless dignitaries have dined and negotiated here. Opening your phone, you were bewildered by the friend requests from Jojia. After sleeping, How come so many people added you as friends, with various avatars, all seeming like beautiful girls? You chose to accept all. After all, you hope to have more people so that you can flaunt wealth more on social media. The mysterious plot is still inviting you. Quickly reply to me, free tonight. Let's go eat at Gutian restaurant together. Sure, I'm so happy. I'll make a reservation first. I'll tell you the specific room later. Sis, that scumbag has changed his mind again. He said he wants to take me out to dinner, at the Gutian restaurant. Isn't that restaurant hard to book even with money? If he wants to treat you there, doesn't it mean he's wealthy? Not necessarily. Sis, you should come tonight too. Let's see if he's genuine or not. You arrive at the Gutian restaurant boss's office, receiving a secretary's work report. Hello boss, in the future, I'll be your exclusive secretary. My name is Tang He. You can instruct me on anything in the restaurant. Xiao Tang, please arrange a room for me now. I'm going to treat a friend to dinner tonight. Alright, you remembered. Enhancing the restaurant's appeal, can posting on social media increase popularity? You took photos at the restaurant, posted on social media, saying it's your first time dining at Gutian, great service, very friendly staff. Li Qianxian from the Fugue Garden sees off her classmates. You and your ex are no longer in the same world. From now on, live well with Lu Yuan. Listen, is this speaking human language? Li Qianxian's face immediately darkened as she closed the door. In her mind, all she could see was Chu Chen's grand villa and that damn bottle of red wine. Damn it! Did this kid go rob a bank? Or was he acting the whole time? Li Qianxian was in a state of confusion, scenes from novels flashing before her eyes. After some thought, she decided to confront Chu Chen. However, as soon as she opened WeChat, Li Qianxian saw Chu Chen's moments, with photos and location tagged. She gasped. Gutian restaurant? This place was almost a landmark in the city, and she had heard of it too. Chu Chen was having dinner there tonight. With that thought, Li Qianxian couldn't sit still. She grabbed her purse and told Lu Yuan, who was still cleaning in the living room, Yuan Gu, I have a company dinner, I need to leave for something. Without waiting for Lu Yuan's response, Li Qianxian hurried out of the house. 7 p.m. A pink Volkswagen Beetle parked in the Gutian restaurant's parking lot. Two stunning beauties stepped out of the car, causing other men around to stare. One of the beauties, slightly shorter, was clearly there for the banquet, dressed in a dazzling evening gown that revealed her slender, fair shoulders. The other beauty wore a hoodie and seemed a bit shy. These two were Su Shi and Su Tong, who came to investigate Chu Chen's background. Sis, are you really not coming with me? Su Tong asked. You go ahead, I'll wait for you here. Su Shi hesitated, although she also wanted to see the man who took her first time. She felt a bit reluctant at the critical moment. This action seemed like she was doubting the other person. Alright, with you not around, I'll be more daring. Su Tong's face exuded confidence as she clenched her small fist. Watch how I expose that scumbag tonight. Be careful not to be taken advantage of, Su Shi reminded. But Su Tong was already walking towards the restaurant. When she entered room No. 1, Chu Chen was already inside, staring at a pot of spider plant. Seeing Su Tong, Chu Chen's eyes lit up. The young girl was wearing a long red dress, looking youthful and charming, even more beautiful than in photos. Seeing Chu Chen, Su Tong frowned. She had grown up in luxury, familiar with all kinds of luxury brands. Although the man in front of her looked decent, she could tell at a glance that he was wearing all fake luxury items, including the Patek Philippe on his wrist. All fake. This was indeed a disguised scumbag. Su Tong's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement, her small fist clenched tightly. How dare he deceive my sister's body? Scumbag, I'll make you pay later. Make you spit blood today. Chu Chen was unaware of her thoughts and awkwardly extended his hand, inviting, please, what's your name? I'm Su Tong, brother Buffet, I've admired you for a long time, Su Tong giggled, sitting down in front of Chen Buffet without hesitation. He. Even though Chen Buffet knew it was flattery, he couldn't help but feel excited. Seeing Chen Buffet's bewildered look, Su Tong inwardly chuckled, took the menu, and played her card. Brother Buffet, I forgot my wallet at home today. Could you treat me to this meal? She blinked her big eyes, looking pleading. Chu Chen had this plan all along, so he waved his hand generously. Just order whatever you like, I'll treat you tonight. Su Tong obediently nodded and then turned to the nearby waiter without hesitation. 3 kilograms of Australian lobster, bring one. And also 6 braised abalones. Wait a moment. Chu Chen suddenly interrupted. What's wrong, Fei Guo? Su Tong's voice stopped, innocently looking at Chu Chen. In her heart, she understood though. The Australian lobster and 6 abalones she just ordered were already very expensive ingredients, coupled with the high pricing at the Gutian restaurant, just these 2 dishes would cost over 10,000. Most guys wouldn't be able to afford such ingredients. Without a doubt, this guy would come up with an excuse like being allergic to seafood or not being able to eat this kind of food. She wouldn't let him off the hook then. Chu Chen cleared his throat and looked at the waiter beside him. For the lobster, I just checked over by the tank. There should be one about half a meter long, right? Yes. The waiter, recognizing the new boss in front of him, respectfully replied, shall I arrange that one for you? Chu Chen nodded. Lobsters should taste better the bigger they are, and today was his first decent meal from the system, so he couldn't be careless. As for the abalones, what's the largest size we have in the restaurant? Chu Chen asked the waiter next to him. Although he hadn't eaten abalones much before, he understood their grading. The size of abalones was indicated by the number of heads per pound. Like the 6-head abalones Su Tong ordered earlier, it meant 6 abalones per pound of that size. Calculating, one was just over an ounce, not enough to eat. Well, to ensure the texture, the abalones in our restaurant are all wild. Currently, the largest abalones we have are 3-head abalones. The waiter hesitated. Large abalones were scarce, even in a place like Gudian, it was a matter of luck to get them. Then 3-head abalones it is. Su Tong quickly added from the side. In her view, this must be a tactic of a scumbag, like deliberately saying that 3-head abalones were too small and not worth eating, then not ordering them. She wanted to block the scumbag's path in advance. Alright. To Chu Tong's surprise, Chu Chen readily agreed and handed the menu back to Su Tong with a bright smile. Go ahead and order more, don't be shy. Su Tong was momentarily speechless, took the menu slowly, then lowered her head, not letting Chu Chen see her expression. Why was it different from what she had imagined? Could it be that this guy wanted a free meal? But Su Tong quickly dismissed that thought. Ridiculous. Gudian Restaurant had been in business for so many years. With a complex background, it was a dominant presence in the city. Who would dare to dine and dash here? However, Chu Chen's boldness did impress Su Tong, so she ordered a few more small dishes and stopped. Since Chu Chen seemed indifferent, ordering more than they could finish would make her look uncultured. For the final meal, Su Tong silently calculated. 70,000 yuan. Just that unlucky lobster alone cost 30,000. Chu Chen nodded. That's all. Would you like to order some wine? The waiter asked with a smile. Drink? Chu Chen hesitated for a moment. He actually didn't feel like drinking, having had a bit too much alcohol these past few days. His body still felt uncomfortable, and at noon, he had drunk quite a bit because that bottle of red wine was too good. Seeing Chu Chen's hesitant expression, Su Tong's eyes lit up. Right. There's still wine. In such a high-class setting, even if the dishes were expensive, it ultimately boiled down to just money, but wine was different. If paired with the wine suitable for such a high-end banquet, at the very least, it would cost a 5-figure sum. And Chu Chen hesitated. He was feeling guilty. Have a little, Su Tong suggested. Chu Chen looked at Su Tong and couldn't refuse. However, she seemed afraid he might not agree, so she flirtatiously threw him a wink. Chu Chen suddenly remembered what happened last night. Could it be that this girl is lusting after him? Wanting to take advantage of his drunken state and drag him to a hotel. But on second thought, that doesn't sound too bad. Chu Chen turned to the waiter. Bring me a large bottle. Do you have any good wine recommendations here? The waiter's professionalism was top-notch and without hesitation, he said, we have a variety of wines here, with excellent taste. We have a 40-year-old Romani Conti red wine, as well as vintages from Petrus and Lafite. We also have Mao Tai from our own Huaxia. This is from the earliest batch, previously used specifically to entertain foreign guests. And the prices? Su Tong hurriedly asked. That was all she cared about now. The waiter looked at Su Tong strangely. Wasn't she dining with the boss? Why was she so concerned about prices? Could she be one of those rumored gold diggers? Was the boss only with her for her looks? However, he didn't show any other expression on his face and answered very professionally. The wines from the 3 major chateaux, apart from Romani, are around 60,000, the other 2 are around 40,000. As for Mao Tai, its market value exceeds $1 million. Usually we don't sell it to the public, but today. The waiter hesitated and glanced at Chu Chen. It was no problem for the boss to drink their own wine. Let's go with Mao Tai. When Chu Chen heard the description earlier, his desire was piqued. Mao Tai from the early days of the nation. This was going to be amazing. Su Tong nodded absent-mindedly. $1 million worth bottle of wine. Although she had a wealthy sister, her daily expenses were not high, and her sister's group was currently in crisis. This bottle of wine even made this usually extravagant spender cautious. Su Tong completely forgot. She had never drunk white wine because of its unpleasant smell. The dishes were ordered, but Su Tong felt that Chu Chen in front of her was now more mysterious than before, especially his smile, which seemed so inscrutable. I'll go to the restroom. Su Tong subconsciously wanted to escape, to share her current feelings with her sister. In front of the Gutian restaurant, a taxi sped over and stopped in front of the restaurant. Li Chanxian argued with the driver over the fare for a while before throwing down 2 banknotes and hastily getting out of the car. Arriving at the Gutian restaurant, just the old, exquisite luxury facade alone was enough to astonish Li Chanxian. Was this really just a place to eat? She mustered up the courage to walk in, searching for the man who had brought her so much shock today. However, soon enough, a polite, handsome doorman in a suit stopped her. "Miss, do you have a reservation?" I. Li Chanxian hesitated for a moment, not knowing how to respond. The atmosphere became awkward. Seeing her hesitating and her attire being too plain, the doorman smiled politely again. "Miss, we do require reservations here, and those without one need an invitation." This was already a clear hint. This was not a place for ordinary people. Without a reservation or invitation, it was time to leave. Don't linger and offend the eyes. Li Chanxian understood the doorman's implication, but she didn't want to leave just like that. After years of dating what she thought was a poor guy, now that she had proposed a breakup, he suddenly transformed. In any case, Li Chanxian felt deceived. She was filled with raging anger but didn't know whether to direct it at Chu Chun or at herself. I have seen people pretend to be rich, but pretending to be poor so convincingly. I have never seen that before. Making others believe. At this moment, Li Chanxian, who was unaware of the truth, felt extremely wronged. Seeing her standing there in silence, the security guard finally grew impatient and his tone turned cold. "Miss, if you have nothing to do, please leave. We have distinguished guests to attend to." These words directly brought Li Chanxian's chaotic thoughts back. Her mind raced. What should I do? Should I just leave like this? Will we become strangers from now on? Will I not even have a chance to see him one last time? No. After all, I am his first love. Even if I hurt him, we can't just cut off all contact like this, right? What should I do? How can I see him again? People who are driven by selfish desires and obsessions without principles always end up like this. They only start to cherish things after losing them. And those who have been hurt tend to become particularly ruthless because they can't get over the shadows of their past relationships. And now, Li Chanxian, who thought she was learning to cherish, once again did something without principles driven by selfish desires. Under the indifferent gaze of the security guard, she chose to throw a tantrum, chose to cry and make a scene. Woo-woo. I don't care. I just want to see Chuchin. I am his first love. He can't be so heartless to me. This crying and tantrum really startled the security guard. This afternoon, news came that the owner of the Gutian restaurant was changing, and the new owner was called Chuchin. This seemingly ordinary girl was actually the owner's first love, and now she's causing a scene here? But after a second thought, he understood, most wealthy and powerful people are heartless, so what's the point of meeting a first love? He immediately frowned. Young lady, don't be so ignorant. But Li Chanxian completely ignored him. She kept rolling on the ground crying, woo-woo. I don't care. I just want to see that bastard Chu Chen. Woo-woo. He won't see me. Woo-woo-woo. I'll die here to show him. Woo. Hoo-hoo-hoo. Seeing the woman cry so genuinely, the security guard also panicked and had to shake his head with a wry smile as he made a call. Hello, Secretary Tang. There's a woman causing trouble at the gate, claiming to be the boss's first love. On the other end of the phone, Tang he was wiping tables for Chu Chen. Upon hearing the call, he furrowed his brows, thinking that rich people are indeed bastards. This new young boss seemed honest, but who would have thought he had a lot of hidden intentions, and now his so-called first love girlfriend was showing up. And when he thought that the boss was currently having dinner with a pretty lady, Tang he realized this was not good. A secretary should always be proactive in addressing the boss's concerns. That's what a good secretary does. Tang he quickly arrived at the room, found Chu Chen eagerly waiting to eat, apologized to Su Tong with a smile, and then whispered something in Chu Chen's ear. After hearing it, Chu Chen was left speechless, unsure of what to do. Only Li Chanxian would dare to claim to be his first love and cry uncontrollably. But, why is she looking for me? What do I owe her? To meet or not to meet? That is the question. Meanwhile, Su Tong watched Chu Chen suddenly frown and fall silent, his expression changing constantly, showing a bit of a bossy demeanor, which made her believe even more in his rich second-generation identity. Brother Fei, what's wrong? This sweet call instantly brought Chu Chen back to reality. He looked at the cute and lovely Su Tong in front of him and for a moment, he had no intention of hiding anything. Sorry, my ex-girlfriend who I just broke up with wants to see me, and now she's causing a scene outside. Hearing this, Su Tong couldn't help but be stunned. What? Even my first love girlfriend is coming to assist this young lady? Great! Miss Su Tong immediately revealed a brilliant smile. Let's meet then. Maybe she really can't bear to part with you? Su Tong's smile was beautiful, with 2 shallow dimples and a few sharp little tiger teeth, which brightened Chu Chen's originally confused heart. After silently praising her, Chu Chen managed to compose his messy thoughts and said, "Since our sister Tong wants to meet, let's bring her up." Tang Yi happily went downstairs, leaving Chu Chen and Su Tong staring at each other, creating a slightly awkward atmosphere. After a while, they both spoke at the same time. Su Tong narrowed her eyes. "I'll go first." Chu Chen could only scratch his head obediently and accept Miss Su Tong's questioning. "Is she really your first love?" "Yes." "Why did you break up?" "She thought I was poor." "What? Are you trying to act rich or poor?" "I'm not acting. I'm really poor now." Chu Chen felt like he was going crazy. Su Tong was indeed beautiful, and her smile was charming. "But, can we not do this? We haven't even started eating, and you're already interrogating me? How does that make sense?" Just then, Tang He brought Li Chen upstairs. Upon hearing her boss's last words, Li Chen smiled brightly. "Hee. Boss, go ahead and pretend. If you're poor, what does that make us employees? Below the poverty line?" This statement stunned both Su Tong and Li Chen. "What? He's the boss here? Something seems off." At this moment, Chu Chen found it somewhat amusing and exasperating. "Tang He, don't speak without knowing the truth in the future." Seeing that the boss seemed displeased, Tang He was suddenly a little frightened. Could it be that the boss is really facing financial difficulties, so he's pretending to be poor? Is the boss just testing whether this young lady is a gold digger? But this young lady is clearly from a wealthy family. After pondering for a few seconds, she finally stood in front of the boss with his first love. Tang Yi was panicking inside, fearing she might get fired because of this, and quickly bowed deeply. "I'm sorry for speaking out of turn, boss." Chu Chen chuckled. "Haha, it's okay, I just like to tell the truth. I am indeed very poor now, still owing billions to others." This left Tang Yi puzzled. "But that's not right, boss. The finance department told me yesterday that we still had several billion in surplus last month." She said it so seriously that even Chu Chen was taken aback, then his face darkened. "Come, sit down and let's talk." After Tang He and Li Chen sat down nervously, Chu Chen spoke again with a serious tone. "Tang He, what did I tell you earlier? You said not to speak without knowing the truth? Are you speaking without knowing the truth now?" "No, boss, I'm sorry." Tang He knows she was wrong. Tang He won't do it again. Their conversation left Su Tong somewhat stunned. The way he alternated between smiling and being serious. Such a commanding presence, truly fitting for a big boss. For a moment, Su Tong's belief in Chu Chen's identity as a second-generation rich kid grew stronger once again. Meanwhile, Chu Chen watched Tang He looking on the verge of tears and finally smiled and let her off the hook. "Go. Focus on your work." Tang He, the beauty, quickly walked away with small steps, her mind filled with doubts. The boss is pretending to be poor. Could it be to deceive the young lady in front of him, playing the role of a domineering CEO? While speculating, Tang He cautiously closed the door behind her boss. What a joke! The rice bowl is crucial. The boss can deceive whoever he wants, as long as it's not me. I won't rush to expose him. At the same time, Chu Chen kept scratching his head and silly smiling, trying to cover up his embarrassment. Don't listen to Tang He's nonsense. That new secretary just started, a bit gossipy, last month's surplus. Actually not enough. That's all he could say. In reality, when he learned about the surplus from last month at the restaurant, he was secretly ecstatic. A small target worth a few billion picked up for free. How could he not be happy? But as soon as he thought about Su Shi needing 20 billion, he suddenly got a headache. He had to help Su Shi with this favor. Now he considered himself a wealthy man, and what he says must hold true. Of course, this was also because of that crazy night, because of that glimpse in the morning, because it was Su Shi's first time. Thinking of this, Chu Chen's gaze suddenly fell on Su Tong. He felt that Su Tong in front of him resembled Su Shi a bit, and they even shared the surname Su. Unfortunately, he didn't remember Su Shi's face at all, so he was just a bit suspicious now, but it didn't bother him. After all, he had drunk too much that night, and his mind was still a bit foggy the next day. His impression of Su Shi in his mind was just that she was very beautiful, and everything else was blurry. He didn't dwell too much on Su Tong's identity, just smiling as he introduced the two beautiful ladies to each other. Since Li Chen had rushed over and even showed a sight he had never seen before, Chu Chen couldn't bring himself to be angry. Soon, the food and drinks were brought out by the waiters. When Li Chen saw the huge lobster, she was stunned. She had never seen such a large lobster before. Su Tong seemed to sense her embarrassment and teasingly said, "Chen, just the dishes on this table cost Brother Fei over 70,000, not to mention the pair of Maotai old wines worth 1 million. This statement shocked Li Chen to the core. So expensive, poverty really limits my imagination. How could she not be shocked? Just a dinner, costing over $1 million? Li Chanxian felt a bit dizzy for a moment. Li Chanxian, who was always proud in front of Chu Chen, finally showed a bit of restraint in front of him for the first time, feeling a bit at a loss. I have never eaten such an expensive meal. And seeing her like this secretly pleased Chu Chen. They say money changes people, but that wasn't quite fitting for Chu Chen. In fact, he didn't intend to see Li Chanxian in such a state, it was her own doing. At this moment, Chu Chen even felt a bit sorry for Li Chanxian. What was she here for, after all? On the other hand, Su Tong, the rich girl, didn't care about all this. Seeing Li Chanxian acting like a country bumpkin in the city, she said with a smile, Chanxian, don't be so restrained, these things are not a big deal. Su Tong then began to explain the so-called rituals in a refined manner. For example, this abalone. Such a large abalone needs to be cut into small pieces with a dining knife, lifted gently with a fork, don't open your mouth too wide, and don't make any noise. Honestly, Su Tong's refined appearance truly pleased Chu Chen. He thought this girl with big eyes must often hang out with the second-generation rich to have learned this. But, looking at Li Chanxian on the other side, she seemed a bit awkward. This woman couldn't even handle a dining knife properly. She almost spilled the plate while cutting the abalone. This sight was so awkward that Chu Chen couldn't bear to watch. Although the waiter remained silent, his professionalism was top-notch, and he understood Chu Chen's intention. He opened a bottle of Mao Tai, poured it into 3 thumb-sized glasses. Chu Chen took the lead in picking up a glass, then gestured for the waiter to bring the remaining 2 glasses to the 2 beautiful women. Come, taste this legendary treasure of the store. He drank it all in one gulp, the rich taste lingering on his lips and teeth. Good wine! Chu Chen immediately exclaimed loudly. Although the bottle of red wine he had in the morning already felt good, it lacked a lot of flavor compared to this aged fine wine. On the wine table, the other 2 beauties looked over. A thought arose in their minds simultaneously. Is it really that good? Although the 2 women were not used to drinking white wine, in this situation, they both raised their glasses and took a sip. Their expressions suddenly changed. Su Tong's eyes curved comfortably. Without any sharp sensation, the aged aroma was truly enticing. Even those unfamiliar with wine could immediately sense its charm. Truly extraordinary. The waiter refilled their glasses. After drinking the wine, a blush appeared on Su Tong's face, looking extremely lovely. Li Chanxian's expression was a bit strange. After praising the taste at first, she began to feel distressed. Goodness! Just a sip costs tens of thousands. Chu Chen was the one who could appreciate this wine the most, but after drinking quite a bit, he also started feeling a bit dizzy. Whether poor or rich, it's actually quite good to be the most authentic self. His seemingly candid random remarks unexpectedly stunned the 2 beautiful women. Su Tong suddenly felt a bit confused, thinking, is he really a rich second generation for being so honest? Was he pretending to be poor before? At this moment, Li Chanxian was even more puzzled than Su Tong. She couldn't help but glare at Chu Chen with resentment. You pretended to be poor with me before, and now you're telling me to be your true self? That resentful look made Chu Chen a bit dazed, but considering that this woman was a thing of the past, he was unexpectedly calm. It's not entirely true, I'm still quite poor now. I need 20 billion in the short term, but I don't have that much at hand. Seeing this guy looking like he was pouring his heart out, Su Tong immediately believed him. She felt that the purpose of this meal had been achieved. So this guy wasn't pretending? He still remembered his promise to her sister? He had been very anxious all along? But, if you're in a hurry, why aren't you making money instead of fooling around with girls? It's simply unreasonable. Do you really care about my sister? Lost in her thoughts, Su Tong stood up abruptly. Excuse me, I need to go to the restroom. While Su Tong went to the restroom to report the results of the battle to her sister, Chu Chen and Li Chanxian were left staring at each other in bewilderment. You guys. After a while, the 2 suddenly took the initiative to find a topic, making the atmosphere even more awkward. You go first. Chu Chen drank another glass of wine to cover up his embarrassment. At this moment, Li Chanxian completely disregarded any awkwardness. Are you really just getting to know each other? To this, Chu Chen just smiled faintly. Of course. As long as a man has money, it seems like he's destined to get along with anyone. This statement made Li Chanxian's gaze more determined. But, I find that I still can't let go of you. Can we get back together? This question caught Chu Chen off guard for a moment, then he could only smile bitterly and shake his head. It's not possible, you're already living with someone. Maybe our fate has come to an end, we should both learn to let go. The 2 looked at each other, feeling a bit melancholic for no apparent reason. Chu Chen quickly had the waiter refill the glasses, picked up a small glass and gestured towards Li Chanxian. Let's have a toast to our past fate, shall we? At this moment, Li Chanxian's heart was filled with mixed emotions. She regretted her lack of insight, detested her materialism, and harbored some resentment towards Chu Chen's coldness. She hastily downed a glass, hoarsely growling at the waiter, "Fill it up. Tonight, no one will be spared if we don't drink ourselves into oblivion." Chu Chen, of course, was reluctant to drink more, but he knew Li Qianxian's temperament well. If he refused, this woman would throw a tantrum and cry on the spot. Helpless, Chu Chen accompanied her in drinking, pondering silently. Two people who were once so close, why were they constantly defeated by harsh reality? He didn't even know how to resent Li Qianxian's past cruelty. Vaguely, he recalled a classic Cantonese love song. There's no right or wrong in parting ways, explanations are unnecessary when leaving. Talking about forever is foolish in modern times. When love ends, one must let go. Why dwell on heartbreak? If rejected, don't waste any more time. Meanwhile, in the Fugui Garden community, Lu Yuan was bored, tidying up his room. Suddenly, his phone rang. After a brief conversation, his expression changed drastically. He made a few calls, saying, "Bro, Lousy has been betrayed. Get some guys and let's find that couple." Lu Yuan and his men arrived near the Gutian restaurant in two vans. They knew they couldn't just barge in, they had to wait and catch the cheaters red-handed. At the same time, Su Tong, who had just reported back to her sister, finally returned to the table. Seeing the ex-lovers drinking heavily, she grew anxious. Her sister had mentioned that this man seemed reliable, but further observation was needed. If he was indeed trustworthy, maybe they could have a real relationship. But now, these two were drinking excessively. Was this an attempt to rekindle their past love forcibly? This must not happen. Su Tong quickly came up with a plan. Perhaps due to her distracted mind, she coquettishly said, "Fei Gidge, I want to go home, will you take me?" After speaking, she even flirted with Chu Chen. Hearing Su Tong wanting to leave, Chu Chen suddenly perked up. "Look at the time, it's late. Let's stop drinking and head back now." Su Tong was delighted. "Yes, let's go back now and stop drinking." Saying this, she held onto both of them and led the drunken duo out of the room, heading to the parking lot. Inside the small pink Beetle, Su Tong fastened Li Qianxian's seatbelt, who was almost passing out from drinking. Li Qianxian weakly waved her hand and uttered words that startled Su Tong. "I have no home. Chu Chen's home is my home." Luckily, Chu Chen was slightly more sober and said calmly, "She lives in Fugui Garden, I live in Tangcheng Jinki. Drive carefully, it's uncomfortable to drink too much." Hearing this, Su Tong's smile brightened. "Great." As the Beetle slowly left Gutian restaurant, Su Tong was ecstatic. "Living in Tangcheng Jinki? Looks like my sister hit the jackpot. This guy isn't pretending to be a rich second generation, he might actually be a hidden wealthy man?" Just as Su Tong was happily thinking about her sister's fortune, her expression suddenly changed. The Beetle came to an abrupt stop in the middle of the road. In front of them, two old vans blocked their way. Subsequently, a dozen thugs with metal pipes descended, ready to smash her beloved car. In the back row of the Volkswagen Beetle, Chu Chen immediately recognized Lu Yuan carrying a half-meter-long steel pipe. He couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. He's Qianxian's current boyfriend. He probably thinks we bullied Qianxian. Upon hearing this, Su Tong quickly turned to look at Li Qianxian sitting in the passenger seat. Goodness! Li Qianxian was now sleeping with drool coming out of her mouth. Thinking back to Li Qianxian's drunken words when she first got into the car, Su Tong suddenly felt overwhelmed. What was this? Flowers may have intentions, but the flowing water is indifferent. Now, it's the current boyfriend of the flowers who thinks he's been cheated on. This situation seems quite hard to explain. Even so, Chu Chen still did what a man should do. He got out of the car directly, squinted at a dozen big guys in front of him. "Are you here to pick up Li Qianxian? She's drunk." The result. The dozen big guys, seeing that Chu Chen didn't seem intimidated at all, thought this kid was acting cocky because he had money and power, and now that he had the upper hand, he was being cheeky. They immediately started cursing without understanding the situation. "What? You made her drink directly? Did you drug her? Did you do something by the dinner table? I told Brother Lu that this woman is not reliable." He just wouldn't believe. Seeing his brothers all jumping to conclusions without considering his feelings, Lu Yuan was almost driven to spew blood out of anger. He glared fiercely at Chu Chen. It was this man. He made his girl, whom he had finally won over, suddenly stop being so obedient to him. Just a few days after getting out of being single, he was now facing a situation as tricky as the Huluan beer grassland. The more Lu Yuan thought about it, the angrier he became, while Chu Chen, who had already had a bit too much to drink, had a blackened face. What the hell? This was like stepping in mud with your pants down. It's a mess. Perhaps due to being quite drunk, Chu Chen spoke without much consideration. With a darkened face, he simply shrugged. "Stop talking nonsense. Li Chen wanted to get back together with me, but I knew our fate had come to an end, so I rejected her. She's the one who drank so much, not because of me. The moment these words were spoken, the dozen big guys looked at each other in confusion, while Lu Yuan, the aggrieved party, felt like the world was spinning around him. He only caught the part where Chu Chen mentioned Li Chen wanting to reconcile, and his head was buzzing. He didn't hear the rest of Chu Chen's words clearly, and now seeing Chu Chen looking dissatisfied, he raised the steel pipe and roared, "Kill him! Kill them all!" Enraged, Lu Yuan took the lead, leading a dozen big guys to charge fiercely towards Chu Chen, while Su Tong's Volkswagen Beetle suddenly roared. Screech! The sound of tires rubbing against the ground drowned out the shouts of Lu Yuan and his men. The tiny Volkswagen Beetle made a 180-degree turn in just a few meters. The cute little car boldly stood between Chu Chen and the dozen big guys, causing them to step back in fear. Due to the sudden turn of events, the dozen big guys were momentarily stunned. At this moment, Su Tong urged loudly, "What are you standing there for? These guys are crazy and won't listen to explanations. Do you want them to take turns rubbing you on the ground?" Although the words were harsh, Chu Chen knew that the situation couldn't be explained at the moment, so he swiftly got into the car and closed the door. The Volkswagen Beetle roared again, completing a half-turn in a second, reversed for about 10 meters, and took a side road. It was only then that Lu Yuan and his men finally reacted, still a bit confused. "Damn, that was impressive. How did they manage to turn around like that? Who's that girl driving? She looks familiar. Like that racer from the internet before? Chase her. Whether she's a racer or not, rub them all on the ground." No one noticed. The dozen big guys quickly got back into the van, turned around in a hurry to chase, while not far away, a taxi discreetly followed suit. In the front passenger seat of the taxi, Sushi looked anxious, gesturing for the driver to hurry while dialing a number. A robust voice came through the phone. "Sue, why do you have time to call me?" After Sushi explained the situation, the man on the other end paused. "Such an urgent matter, we will rush over immediately, but we might not make it in time due to the distance." Upon hearing this, Sushi's heart sank. Fortunately, the man continued, "However, I have a brother who is the most meddlesome person in the city. He has great connections and can help you in your time of need. I will contact him for you, just trust him." With that, he hung up. Sushi furrowed her brows, murmuring worriedly to herself, "Even Captain Chen thinks it's too late. Who could have such great connections?" Frustrated, Sushi urged the driver again, "Hurry up. This is an emergency." The driver, however, chuckled helplessly, "Miss, the road conditions are so bad, whether it's my Santana or the Beetle in front, we can't keep up with those two Wuling Hongwangs." This made Sushi even more anxious. "It's a matter of life and death. The Beetle in front is driven by my sister." The driver still smiled wryly. "You should call the police then." "We're not police officers." Sushi felt a wave of despair. She glared at the driver's ID. "If something happens to my sister, not only will you be fired, but you might also face accusations of negligence." She didn't finish her sentence, but the threat was clear. In a life-threatening situation, one would be frantic. Yet, "You're so slow. If something happens, I'll hold you accountable." As the road ahead worsened, Sushi noticed a sign indicating road construction. The two Wuling Hongwangs behind them were getting closer. This heightened Sushi's anxiety. Spotting a secluded park ahead, she made a sudden turn into it. Soon, she regretted her decision as the park was still under construction, with fences blocking many areas. She wanted to turn back but saw the two Wuling Hongwangs only a few meters away, playing a cat-and-mouse game. This infuriated Sushi. "If we were on a racetrack, I'd make them regret endangering lives." Seeing the defiant girl, Chu Chen, amazed by her driving skills, could only shake his head and smile bitterly. "It's over, it's over." Sushi was undeterred. Seeing a small slope with steps ahead, she adjusted the tire position and stepped on the gas pedal aggressively. However, her Beetle was too low. Even with half of the car on the stone steps, it crashed, spinning the car to the side of the road. The two Wuling Hongwangs behind finally braked urgently. A dozen burly men got out of the cars, brandishing steel pipes and baseball bats, taunting, "Run, little girl, thought you were good at driving? I remember now. This girl is called Sushi. I saw her street racing videos online. Ha ha, you may be strong, but in the end, it's our Wuling Hongwang. Wuling Hongwang, forever the best." Seeing the mockery in their eyes, Chu Chen felt somewhat relieved. At least they weren't as hysterical as before. Maybe there was room for negotiation? They approached the passenger seat and saw Li Chen. This woman was truly drunk. The car was damaged, yet she was sound asleep, while still snoring and sleeping. A dozen big guys glanced around and, seeing no one nearby, began to leer at Su Tong. Their intentions couldn't be clearer. This made Chu Chen's heart race, and he quickly pulled Su Tong behind him, saying, "Hey, if you have a problem, come at me." It's not her business. I really have nothing with Li Chanshan. She just drank too much because she was feeling down. We didn't even invite her tonight. Faced with Chu Chen's honest explanation, the dozen big guys just smirked to themselves. Explain for what? Is explaining just to cover up? Men, we all understand. You got with our buddy Yuan's girlfriend, so we got with your girlfriend, isn't that fair? Hearing this, Su Tong was immediately trembling with fear. Even Chu Chen was tense all over, and he quickly asked Su Tong in a low voice, "Who are you really? If you have any background, better show it now, or we're in real trouble." Su Tong at this moment was a bit at a loss, shouting loudly ahead, "I'm the younger sister of the president of the Su group. Dare to touch me and see what happens." Not saying this would have been better, but now that it was said, things got even worse. Lu Yuan and the others just paused for a moment, then started with vulgar language and sarcasm again. "Oh, didn't expect you to be from the upper class. Heard your Su group's financial chain broke? So you were just drinking with Chu Chen for that reason? Just tell us how much money you want. Although we're not as rich as Chu Chen, we can still afford it a few times." Seeing these guys getting more and more out of line, Chu Chen wished he had an AK-47 in his hand to shoot these guys 100 times on the spot. Was this even human language? But the situation was stronger than people. Now that they were outnumbered and not listening to explanations, what could he do? Just as Chu Chen and Su Tong were feeling hopeless, suddenly a sound of helicopter propellers came from above. Everyone looked up and saw a small single-person helicopter slowly descending. A handsome young man came down from the helicopter, looking about 27 or 28. This guy took a picture of Chu Chen with his phone, then excitedly shouted into the phone, "Brothers, I found Chu Chen who has been missing. He's at our newly built Emerald Lake Park, and he's surrounded by a group of big guys." On the phone, there was a burst of excited voices. "What? Who's so bold? Daring to mess with our Qingyun Club members? Sorry. We're playing real-life chicken near Emerald Lake at the Wufeng training camp. Isn't this a coincidence? We're at the boss's Emerald Lake Park. We're swimming in the outdoor pool." And then, there was no more. While Lu Yuan and the others were still in awe of the sudden appearance of that young man, the sound of speeding cars gradually approached. What shocked Lu Yuan and the others was about to happen. One sports car after another came speeding towards them. They stopped directly next to them. Then, dozens of young men and women in swimsuits, either carrying red wine bottles or construction shovels, surrounded Lu Yuan and the others. Dozens of casually dressed guys first looked at Chu Chen and Su Tong, but then turned their interest to Lu Yuan and the others. Where did these country bumpkins come from? How dare they surround our Qingyun Club members? Forget it. These are clearly just low-class sheep in society. Should we just let them go? Let's just let them go. Will they think our Qingyun Club is easy to bully? It wasn't until this moment that Chu Chen finally remembered something and was somewhat shocked. "You are all members of the Qingyun Club?" Seeing him like this, everyone laughed. Most of us are just regular members. We've been looking for you, the new VIP member. Choosing a day is not as good as seizing the day. How about we teach these dozen fools a lesson and then go swimming together? Forget it. Look at Brother Chu, reeking of alcohol and with Miss Su by his side, obviously not available. As the crowd discussed fervently, the taxi carrying Sushi finally stopped nearby. The beautiful Sushi squeezed into the crowd and tightly embraced Su Tong, saying, "It's okay. It's okay. How could my silly little sister be so reckless?" Hearing her sister's reproach, Su Tong felt a bit aggrieved. "I did it all for you. Now even my little plan has gone awry, and I'm still unappreciated." Humph. At this moment, Chu Chen was dumbfounded. "You two are indeed sisters." I knew Su Tong looked familiar. Seeing this guy's shocked expression, Sushi couldn't help but give him a glare. "You big pervert, haven't taken advantage of my sister, have you?" Watching Sushi pretend to be fierce, her cute and fierce appearance made Chu Chen drool. No, haven't had the chance yet." After speaking, Chu Chen immediately felt something was off. I haven't finished dealing with your matter. I can't focus on anything else." At the mention of your matter, Sushi blushed as red as a monkey's bottom. While everyone exchanged glances, Su Tong's big eyes rolled around. Hee. "Do you really like my sister?" This made Chu Chen roll his eyes. The sudden turn of events left him a bit overwhelmed. Seeing Sushi again, he couldn't help but be captivated. Of course. Who wouldn't like such a beauty? Su Tong smiled again. "All right then. If you can keep that promise, I'll give my sister a chance." Although the others weren't clear about the relationship between Sushi and Chu Chen, they couldn't help but tease. "Come on, Chu, agree to her. Win over this delicate flower of the city. Our new VIP is truly extraordinary. Impressive. No, can you guys put aside your personal affairs for now? How should we deal with these dozen lambs? Braised or stewed?" It wasn't until then that Chu Chen finally remembered Lu Yuan and the others. Having drunk too much tonight, coupled with this series of events, he felt dizzy all over. Forget it. It was just a misunderstanding, let them go. Lu Yuan and the others immediately expressed their gratitude and were about to leave when Chu Chen stopped them. Take your woman with you. I didn't mistreat her. Take care of your own business. This made Lu Yuan hesitate slightly, but he still called his brothers and cheerfully carried the sleeping Li Chen into the car and left. The rest of the people looked at each other in surprise, and Chu Chen felt the aftereffects of the Maotai liquor kicking in further. He quickly bid farewell to the Su sisters and the club's brothers before hastily leaving. Even as he got into the car, Chu Chen wasn't quite sure what the club was all about. In the taxi, the Su sisters made sure the driver took Chu Chen home first to confirm if he really lived in Tangqing Jingu. As Chu Chen was feeling drowsy, he thought it would be better to avoid any misunderstandings with the sisters and boldly said something that drove them crazy. Great. If you don't feel like going home, you can stay at my place tonight, it's quite spacious anyway. This remark. Do they know each other well? Who wants to stay at your place? Dirty rascal. Surely up to no good. After that, Chu Chen's mind began to blur. He only knew that the Su sisters helped him onto the sofa amidst their complaints, and then he fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Chu Chen was awakened by a call from Tang He. The sweet voice of Tang's secretary came through the phone. Boss, why haven't you arrived yet? Some things need your signature. Chu Chen shook his head, shaking off the drowsiness in his mind. I got it. After hanging up the phone, he quickly freshened up and then walked out confidently. However, he remembered that his car was still parked at Gudian parking lot, and now he didn't have much money left. He felt a headache coming on. He immediately made a phone call. Xiaohe, I left my car there, come pick me up. I'm having breakfast at the bun shop across from Tangqing Jinki. After hanging up, he actually walked into the bun shop, ordered a basket of steamed buns and a cup of soy milk, and happily started eating. When Tangha arrived with a stack of documents, he was surprised. I never expected the boss to live so simply. It's really surprising. Seeing Tangha's admiring look, Chu Chen couldn't help but laugh and cry. It's not that I live simply, it's just that I'm really almost too broke to afford breakfast. Tang, the secretary, didn't believe him at all and gave him a look. Look at what you're saying. If you don't have money for food, you can still eat at your own restaurant. Gudian does serve breakfast. Then, she handed him a document. It's a coincidence, the finance department just submitted an application to temporarily invest last month's surplus of 360 million into. Before she could finish, Chu Chen interrupted. No need to read further. Don't invest. Quickly transfer that money to my personal account, and I need to raise tens of billions within a week. Seeing his boss looking worried yet somewhat excited, Tangha couldn't help but be curious. Why does the CEO need so much money? I need to help a beautiful woman, a very captivating one. As the words slipped out, Chu Chen realized his slip and immediately composed himself. Xiaohe, some things shouldn't be asked, don't ask. Tangha, being submissive by nature, immediately lowered his head timidly. Okay, boss. Xiaohe knows he was wrong. This incident made Chu Chen feel a bit embarrassed. Don't be like this. I'm not really blaming you for anything. Lift your head. You represent me. Don't bow down easily, always be confident. Hearing that the boss wasn't angry, Tangha bravely raised his head, facing his boss directly, like this. Beautiful. Just like that. Chu Chen praised, smiling slightly, and, you are indeed very beautiful. This made Tangha ecstatic but also started to have some wild thoughts. The boss said I'm beautiful? Is he planning something against me? But that's not right. Didn't the boss just mention having someone in mind? Could it be that the boss is really lost in his thoughts? Tang, the secretary, handed over more documents. Thank you for the compliment, CEO. These are the documents you need to sign today. Chu Chen took a look and found them to be trivial matters that wouldn't affect the business of Gudian restaurant no matter how he signed, so he quickly signed them all. Then, he thought since he was done with work here, there was nothing to do at Gudian, so he asked Tangha, can I not go back now? Tangha couldn't help but give him a look. You're the boss, if you want to go or not, who can stop you? Chu Chen immediately laughed. Alright then, you go back first. Remember to keep in touch, I might need the car today. Tangha kindly settled the bill and then wiggled his round butt, happily got into the car, but then poked his head out and asked, Boss, are you going out to play? Do you need Xiaohe to drive you? At that moment, Chu Chen was looking at his phone, a message saying that 360 million had been deposited. Despite having some money now, he still had some concerns, so he said, if you're not busy, take me for a walk at the under-construction Suehu Park. The Santana driven by Chu Chen steadily moved along the road. The former boss, Gu Tian, seemed quite low-key. Even the car he assigned to his secretary was simple and unadorned. Of course, Chu Chen couldn't be bothered with such details now. He arrived at the scene of last night's incident to find that Su Tong's beetle had already been towed away. Standing there in a daze, he pondered how to quickly come up with 2 billion. In the end, he thought it would be more reliable to increase his popularity, so he immediately asked Tang He, "Do you know any ways to boost one's popularity?" Tang He had already contacted various department heads, considering today's basic work done. Now, upon hearing the boss's inquiry, he began to think, if a businessman wants a celebrity-like level of popularity, perhaps they need to engage in some charitable activities, right? Upon hearing this, Chu Chen's eyes lit up. Yes, packaging himself as a celebrity businessman would surely skyrocket his popularity, wouldn't it? Doing charity sounded much more reliable than just spending money on advertisements. After some thought, Chu Chen's eyes suddenly brightened, and he made a phone call. "Hello, headmaster. I'm Chu Chen, who graduated only 2 years ago. I am very grateful for the nurturing I received from my alma mater. I now have over 1 billion in spare money and would like to donate a portion to the school to help fund students from impoverished backgrounds." Before he could finish, a disdainful voice came from the other end. "Oh? I remember you, kid. What? Weren't you lazy in your studies, and now you're trying to scam even the teachers? Are you going to say next, your money was invested in some fund somewhere, and now you need to pay a penalty to withdraw it? Or just tell me, your account has been temporarily frozen due to too many transactions, and you need the school to transfer a couple million to unfreeze it?" After a barrage of insults, the homeroom teacher, Lu Jijun, hung up the phone. This made Chu Chen instantly feel sad. He remembered how during his university days, the homeroom teacher showed favoritism towards the wealthy and neglected students from poor backgrounds like him. In fact, Lu Jijun had once scolded him for an entire class period. Now, wanting to donate money, only to be mistaken for a scammer by Lu Jijun, Chu Chen was furious. He dialed the phone again, this time directly calling a well-known kind-hearted person at the school, Director Huang. "I graduated just 2 years ago. You probably don't remember me, right?" The response came with Director Huang's hearty laughter. "Haha, did you really think old Huang had become forgetful? I remember you, average grades but quite honest, just like me when I was young." Hearing Director Huang's nostalgic tone, Chu Chen finally smiled from the heart. "Haha, thank you for remembering. Are you still in good health?" "Of course. I studied medicine since elementary school. I can borrow a few more years from heaven anytime." Listening to Director Huang boast, Chu Chen finally relaxed. "As long as you're healthy, that's good. The thing is, I have some spare money now and would like to donate it to the school to help the underprivileged." After listening patiently to Chu Chen, Director Huang chuckled. "Good lad. You've really made it, huh? Donating so much at once, aren't you worried?" Chu Chen chuckled. "Didn't you teach us, sir? What comes from the people should be used for the people." Director Huang laughed again. "Hey, I once told you, the wool comes from the sheep. Come back quickly if you want to donate. Today happens to be the 30th anniversary of the school, and all the successful alumni are back." After hanging up, Chu Chen immediately instructed Tang He, "Go to the School of Business." And so, Tang He drove the Natsonu Santana, and they soon arrived at the School of Business. Along the way, Chu Chen's heart was filled with mixed emotions. The memories of his university days were still vivid in his mind. Although the decision to donate was impulsive, he had made up his mind to vent out the resentment he had bottled up for years. The School of Business today was indeed bustling with excitement. At the main entrance, a banner was hung, "Warmly welcome all former students to return to the alma mater to participate in the triennial celebration." However, as soon as they got off the car, Chu Chen noticed a familiar figure approaching. It was actually Zhang Mingjie. Zhang Mingjie, the academic genius of their year, came from a well-off family, and his homeroom teacher cherished him dearly. Rumor had it that he stayed on as a counselor after graduation, and now he seemed to be here to welcome guests. Chu Chen vaguely remembered that when he first started pursuing Li Chanxian, Zhang Mingjie mocked him for aiming too high. In the end, Li Chanxian was indeed moved by his sincerity, but unfortunately, reality got the best of her. Unable to dwell on the past, Chu Chen chose to keep a positive attitude. He greeted Zhang Mingjie with a smile, accompanied by Tang He. "So it's our academic genius Zhang. Long time no see. I've missed you." Chu Chen opened his arms, ready to embrace Zhang Mingjie and let bygones be bygones, but Zhang Mingjie showed no respect, taking 2 steps back with a disdainful look. "Chu Chen, you have the nerve to come back? Heard you're into fraud now? Even fooled our homeroom teacher?" Upon hearing this, Chu Chen's face darkened. "Nonsense. That rotten old man Lu Jijun is spreading lies about me. I reserve the right to hold him legally accountable." Fuming, Chu Chen introduced, "This is my secretary, Tang He." Tang He, not daring to be disrespectful, shook hands with the suddenly alert Zhang Mingjie and said with a smile, "Senior Zhang, please don't misunderstand. My boss is the owner of Gutian Restaurant, not involved in any fraud." Yet Zhang Mingjie remained skeptical. "Is that so, kid? Couldn't scam over the phone, so you brought an actress for a live show?" Seeing Chu Chen and Tang He puzzled, Zhang Mingjie became more convinced of his suspicions and became impolite. "But your friend here is quite voluptuous, with a pretty face. How much did you pay? 8,000 for a night enough?" Angered by his words, Tang He and Chu Chen confronted him, with Chu Chen warning sternly, "Zhang Mingjie, stop spreading rumors. My secretary represents the reputation of Gutian Restaurant. Show some respect, or I won't hesitate to take you to court." Seeing Chu Chen's seriousness, Zhang Mingjie began to doubt and made a call. "Teacher, Chu Chen is here. The student's identity is uncertain, can't drive him away. Why don't you come over?" Soon enough, the detestable figure of Lu Jijun appeared. The portly Lu Jijun, in his 50s with a shaved head and all white hair, upon seeing Chu Chen, threw a Red Bull on the ground in annoyance and started shooing people away. "Get lost. Take this $100 and buy cigarettes." The situation escalated. Even Tang He, who usually tolerated a lot, couldn't take it anymore. "You're insulting Gutian Restaurant. I'll contact a lawyer right away." True to her word, Tang He made a call. "Lawyer Chen, the boss and I are at the business school. Now the boss's teacher and classmates don't believe his identity, even humiliated him with $100. Lawyer Chen's playful voice came from the other end. "It depends on how the boss wants to play. If you want to go big, I'll send a legal letter immediately. If you want to keep it small, the business school's Huang Lao happens to be my grandfather. I'll talk to him." Enraged, Tang Yi put the call on speakerphone, making Lawyer Chen's words clear to everyone. At this moment, Chu Chen's eyes lit up. "So you're Huang Lao's grandson? Great! I contacted your grandfather before coming. Just let him know." This revelation left the troublemakers feeling embarrassed. They casually found a lawyer, and it turned out the lawyer's grandfather was a big shot in the school. They could play big or small as they pleased. Lu Jijun looked puzzled, but Zhang Mingjie, perhaps emboldened by the presence of his mentor, retorted without fear, "What a fresh trick. You use Huang Lao's reputation to deceive people, isn't that despicable?" Seeing this guy still indignant, Chu Chen couldn't help but shake his head. He leaned against the car door on purpose, standing nonchalantly, smiling ambiguously at his former mentor and classmates, not saying a word. Tang Heshan knew there was a good show to watch, so he imitated his boss and stood beside him, watching the old and the young in front of him like a fool, also remaining silent. This made Lu Jijun and Zhang Mingjie somewhat angry. What were their identities? Intellectuals. Successful people. What about Chu Chen? A former underachiever, and now suspected of fraud. A suspected fraudster and former underachiever looking at two intellectuals like fools would make anyone feel uneasy. Lu Jijun was fine, after all, he was cunning and sly. He made a phone call, but it was busy on the other end. Just then, Zhang Mingjie, who had always looked down on Chu Chen, saw Chu Chen's car clearly and became excited again. "Teacher, don't bother. Look at his flashy car, even a random dish at Gutian would be more expensive than his car." This caught Lu Jijun slightly off guard, thinking, that's true. What level is General Gutian at? How could he be so poor as to not even have a luxury car? This broken Santana, I'd be disgusted even if it were given to me for free. Muttering to himself, Lu Jijun actually took back his phone, squinting at Chu Chen. "Aren't you leaving?" Chu Chen just turned his head away, not bothering to look at him. This guy deliberately asked Tang He beside him with a smile, "Little he, what's the most important thing in dealing with people?" Tang He was also clever, understanding immediately, "Isn't it obvious? Self-awareness. Anything else? You've taught me before, right? If you don't know, don't speak nonsense. Anything else? Oh, such profound philosophical questions, only so-called intellectuals would know." The two of them chatted as if no one else was around, and Tang He even emphasized the words intellectuals, clearly mocking them. This made Lu Jijun and Zhang Mingjie feel their blood boiling, their eyes wide, about to call security to remove them, when suddenly an old voice behind them chuckled, "Huh, the little guy has really grown up." Looking over, they saw an elderly man in Tang suit with a few security guards approaching. Chu Chen's eyes lit up at once and he hurriedly greeted him. He shook the old man's outstretched hand with both hands, smiling slightly. "Huh, you still have your charm, I can rest assured as your student. Knowing that Gutian's lawyer happens to be your grandson, I'm even happier." The old and the young seemed familiar, and after a brief exchange, they even walked arm in arm, looking very close. "Let's go see what Lao he is up to." The two of them walked off with Tang He, followed by several security guards, not even sparing a glance at Lu Jijun and Zhang Mingjie. Lu Jijun and Zhang Mingjie's mouths could almost fit a duck egg in now, even a double yolk one. This man in tang suit, if not Huan Lao, then who? And since Huan Lao personally came to pick them up, it meant they had all guessed wrong. That guy Chu Chen was really General Gudian. For a moment, the two of them were more shocked than ever, their minds in chaos. What was General Gudian's identity? What would be the consequences of offending General Gudian? They didn't know, but they were trembling and regretful. General Gudian. My student is General Gudian. But it seems like I've offended him? My classmate is General Gudian, but why do I seem to mock him? In the end, they even started to resent Chu Chen. Why are you, General Gudian, so low-key? Just bring a luxurious convoy directly. Who would dare to doubt you? If you had held a celebration banquet beforehand, I might have misunderstood you. You are so successful now, why not follow the rules? In a small courtyard, a group of people were playing mahjong and chatting lightly, making the yard lively. Whenever the school held a major event, some outstanding students would come here to play mahjong with the old principal. Chu Chen had met these senior students one by one, exchanged business cards with them, and many of their names he had deeply remembered since his school days. When everyone learned that he was General Gudian, they were all shocked. Although the business school seemed prestigious, due to various reasons, there weren't actually many prominent figures emerging from it. Having General Gudian was already considered the most successful among them. What made Chu Chen somewhat speechless was that among the people who came here, he seemed to be the most promising and youngest. Some female students who came to play also gathered around him. Senior Chu, we admire you so much. Can you sign our faces? You are so vulgar. Just sign my arm. Senior Chu, add me on WeChat. Facing this group of enthusiastic and sweet girls, Chu Chen remained composed. These people were still in school, he couldn't stoop so low, and besides, the attractive students who needed to socialize in such places often had some unspoken intentions. Chu Chen disliked this situation. A university should be a place for academic pursuits, yet things that shouldn't happen always seem to occur. Of course, this doesn't mean that the business school is really bad. In fact, most students who graduate from here can find a relatively stable job, but that's about it. Due to school resources and student sources, it's difficult to produce real big shots here. Those who excel usually end up taking the postgraduate entrance exam and leaving. The old principal had been troubled by this for many years, taking measures to improve, but it still remained the same. However, Chu Chen's arrival seemed to break this curse. Amidst the noisy crowd, Chu Chen noticed a rather introverted girl. She was beautiful, with a slight frown on her eyebrows. After timidly greeting him, she returned to stand behind the old principal and watch the card game. She didn't talk much but occasionally glanced back at him, as if wanting to say something but always shyly lowering her head. This piqued Chu Chen's curiosity a bit. Her melancholic and timid demeanor made her stand out. How did such a shy person get in here? He was about to approach her when the old principal suddenly received a phone call and pushed the cards aside. Time's up. Let's go, this round doesn't count. The playful act made the accompanying senior students somewhat amused, but they followed the old principal and a few elderly people towards the venue with smiles on their faces. Chu Chen, however, was engrossed in chatting with Huang Lao. You're not drinking anymore, are you? Nonsense. What else can I do if I don't drink? Anyway, drinking won't kill me. No, not drinking might actually prevent death, right? As they chatted nonsense, Chu Chen noticed that the introverted school beauty deliberately lagged behind, seemingly eavesdropping on their conversation. Chu Chen didn't mind because at that moment, they were not far from the stage and the playground. Successful people like him were naturally invited to sit on the long stage. Looking at the energetic and youthful faces below, Chu Chen couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. Once upon a time, my brother was also this young, but because our family was poor, he felt a bit inferior and never really studied well, just wanting to get a diploma early and start working. Now, despite the fact that there is a lively and beautiful female secretary standing behind him, the consequences of not studying well have truly caught up with him. He guessed that he would eventually need to say a few words, so he impulsively thought about whether he should say something witty, to leave a legend in the school. Sure enough, after the old principal's empty speech, the old man smiled and waited for the applause to die down, then said a sentence that caused a sensation throughout the audience. Next, I would like to invite our outstanding alumni and a great supporter of this event, Mr. Chu Chen, to give a speech. It just went straight to this point, making Chu Chen quite uncomfortable. But facing the eager eyes of thousands below the stage, he could only smile bitterly as he took the microphone. Ahem. With a light cough, Chu Chen had to speak, starting with some pleasantries. I actually don't know what to say, but I am very grateful for the nurturing from my alma mater. At the same time, I advise all junior brothers and sisters, while you are still young, don't just think about love all day, read more books first. My grades were not that good when I was studying, and because of that, I lost my first love. because I couldn't provide her with a good life. As for my current status, it's really just a matter of luck, not something that can be replicated. After saying a few words, Chuchen saw that the junior brothers and sisters below seemed to not quite believe his words, so he couldn't help but think to himself, I know you junior brothers and sisters don't really believe what I'm saying, thinking that I'm unwilling to share my success story. This is actually easy to handle. Let's invite my homeroom teacher, Mr. Lu Jijun, to tell everyone how I didn't study well back then. With that said, the scene fell into silence. The outstanding senior seemed to be a bit unconventional, and sitting side by side, the old principal and Mr. Huang couldn't help but smirk. Looking at the eagerly anticipated Lu Jijun, the old man's face was now as dark as the bottom of a pot. He was sweating profusely, feeling a sense of despair. Did this brat really have the upper hand? Of course, I knew that you didn't study well back then. I even scolded you for a whole class. I even said, you are destined to be at the bottom of society. But now, what should I say? Should I just tell the truth? The students below will tear me apart alive. As for making up stories, the more experienced principals will tear me apart alive. I'm in deep trouble. At this moment, even the counselor Zhang Mingjie sitting behind Lu Jijun, he was trembling. Damn! Revenge is a dish best served cold, right? Big shots are supposed to be sophisticated and not bother with immediate revenge, right? But now, the mentor is being roasted on the fire. Lu Jijun, with one hand on the microphone and the other vigorously wiping sweat, said awkwardly, how should I put it? Shu Chen, from the moment I saw him, I knew he was destined to be extraordinary. His academic performance was indeed not that good, but I knew he had done his best. Ahem. Coughing awkwardly to himself a couple of times, Lu Jijun thought since he had already started making up stories, he might as well go all the way? So, this shameless old man continued to fabricate seriously. More importantly, Shu Chen has a good moral compass, is honest, and not arrogant or impetuous. Throughout this speech, Lu Jijun was both making up stories and sneakily checking his watch. It wasn't until he had rambled on for over 10 minutes with exaggerated praises that he wiped his embarrassed old face. In short, Shu Chen's virtues are endless. I hope everyone will take him as a role model, study hard, and that's all I have to say today. After hanging up the microphone, Lu Jijun was afraid that Shu Chen was still not satisfied, so he had to put on a thick skin and applaud this former student of his. Despite Shu Chen's pitiful plea for forgiveness, he just shook his head and picked up the microphone. Actually, that's how society is. If you succeed, no matter what you say or do, it's alright. So, I want to say, there's nothing nice to share with others, let's all strive for success. He didn't want to say anything. The face he should have lost, the golden years he should not have wasted, he had already lost to Lu Jijun and Li Chanshan. While the students below thundered with applause, some 3rd and 4th year students were so excited that they jumped up directly, learn from Senior Buffet. It was unclear who shouted this strange cry, but those students who stood up as if they had heard the call to battle, began chanting in rhythm, learn from Senior Buffet. Soon, more students learned about the situation between Shu Chen and Lu Jijun, and more students stood up, learn from Senior Buffet. Before long, even the freshmen and sophomores were informed of a certain story and joined in the cheering, learn from Senior Buffet. The situation became so chaotic that Lu Jijun and Zhang Mingjie felt embarrassed to remain seated. The students below shouted themselves hoarse, though not explicitly accusing. It felt like a slap in Lu Jijun's face. Lu Jijun promptly made an excuse to leave, while Zhang Mingjie had long disappeared. It seems quite satisfying in my heart, but one shouldn't engage in such disgraceful acts. Watching Lu Jijun leave, Shu Chen also felt some emotion. He hadn't anticipated that Lu Jijun would give such a speech, and what he said afterward was somewhat rash and heartfelt. Now that the old man had played his part so well, it indeed helped him release years of pent-up resentment. He directly instructed someone nearby to bring the donation sign that the etiquette lady handed over, then took a photo with the principal, and finally bowed to all directions before leaving temporarily with Tang He. His early donation completely disrupted the rhythm of the entire ceremony, prompting other graduates to generously contribute as well. Although not as much as he donated, when combined, it was enough to ensure that every batch of impoverished students could study in peace. It wasn't until evening that Zhang Mingjie finally came to where Shu Chen was resting, inviting him to the banquet. He displayed an unprecedented humility, but to Shu Chen, it didn't matter anymore. He was no longer the same person in mindset. While the other party was thinking about how to appease him, Shu Chen felt that after this meeting, they probably wouldn't have any further interactions. With this donation, he gained a lot of popularity, achieving his goal. Mr. Shu, I apologize for my previous offense. The banquet is about to begin, please honor us with your presence. Seeing Zhang Mingjie's cautious demeanor, Shu Chen hesitated for a moment, then nodded slightly in agreement. He wasn't one to hold grudges. Since the other party acknowledged their mistake, he wouldn't dwell on it. After all, continuing to argue would be pointless. The reason he didn't leave immediately was mainly to see things through and to save face for Huang Lao and the principal. The banquet scene was just as Chu Chen had expected, common. After everyone toasted the old principal and other senior figures, the rest of the time was all about toasting the wealthy. Surprisingly, Chu Chen, who was in need of money, was considered the wealthiest and was heavily toasted. Throughout the evening, Chu Chen's mood was somewhat low. On the way to dinner, he couldn't wait to draw a prize. What annoyed him was that after using the few thousand popularity points he had gained to draw a prize, all he got was ownership of a crosstalk theater. And that crosstalk theater, he had been there once with Li Chanshan before, and it was really poorly managed. It seemed like it could close down at any moment. So in the end, it was all for nothing. Feeling frustrated, he was about to leave when Zhang Mingjie pulled him back to sit down again. "Why so cold, Manager Chu? Are you not planning to forgive me?" As he spoke, Zhang Mingjie filled Chu Chen's glass with red wine and raised his glass again. "Cheers. Manager Chu, bottoms up." This shameless guy's persistence only made Chu Chen roll his eyes, so he casually made up an excuse. "There's no grudge between us, you don't have to worry, I just want to find someone." "Find someone?" Muttering to himself, Zhang Mingjie persistently asked, "Who is it?" "Someone from the school, I know them." Seeing this guy still winking, Chu Chen couldn't help but shake his head and randomly pointed to a familiar figure. "It's her." Zhang Mingjie followed his gaze and saw a shy and beautiful girl standing timidly in the background. It was the same gentle girl who looked like a rabbit during the day. She also heard Chu Chen's words and exclaimed, "Manager Chu, are you looking for me?" Chu Chen smiled slightly, stood up and pulled out a soft chair. "Please sit down. I am indeed looking for you." The introverted girl hesitated for a moment but eventually sat down, pouring a glass for Chu Chen. Finally, Zhang Mingjie, that guy, tactfully left. Manager Chu, I just remembered I have something to do, let's drink next time." "Next time for sure." As he bid farewell, winking, Chu Chen nodded slightly and couldn't help but curse silently. Where did this guy think he was going? After the girl filled the wine glass, she showed a somewhat unnatural but still beautiful smile. "My name is Yao Yun, I toast to Manager Chu." Facing a pretty girl always made Chu Chen happier than that guy Zhang Mingjie, so he chuckled and clinked glasses with her. After they finished their drinks, Chu Chen asked, "You've been peeking at me during the day, do you think I'm handsome and want to pursue me?" Yao Yun obviously didn't expect her little actions to be discovered, but she looked at Tang He standing brightly behind Chu Chen, her expression changing. This made Chu Chen couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Turning to Tang He, "Xiao He, go back first and see if there are any special circumstances, wait for my call at any time." At this moment, Tang He thought his boss was going to devour this introverted girl, so he bowed respectfully, sneering inwardly, "Heh, shameless man." Now only Chu Chen and Yao Yun were left, and the atmosphere seemed a bit ambiguous, with onlookers casting strange glances their way. Chu Chen took another sip of wine and said lightly, "All right, no one else here, you've been frowning all this time, there must be some difficulty, right?" "Ha, how did you know?" Yao Yun's big watery eyes suddenly welled up with tears. She gathered her courage, bit her lip, and finally said with her head down, "My mother has leukemia, the whole school has donated money, but it's still not enough." After saying this, Yao Yun seemed to collapse entirely. She felt she had finally become despicable. Even if it was to save her mother, she had ultimately sold herself for money. Little did she know, Chu Chen just raised an eyebrow. "How much more money do you need? I'll help you for free, or if you want to repay, you can come work for me after graduation." Chu Chen didn't really have any ulterior motives towards Yao Yun, but since his money was like a windfall, as long as the amount wasn't too large, he was actually quite willing to help others. And he suddenly remembered that if this matter were to spread, it might also be a good opportunity to increase his popularity. The straightforward remark made Yao Yun's expression even more desolate. Obviously, she didn't expect Chu Chen to agree so readily. While her heart was in turmoil, she still had a determined look on her face. "The doctor said that to fully recover, I need over 3 million. The school's fundraising only covers a fraction." As a result, Chu Chen just smiled faintly and took out his phone. "Here, I'll donate 3 million to you for free. I'm serious." They added each other as friends by scanning codes, and Chu Chen directly sent Tang He's contact information to Yao Yun. After exchanging a few messages with Tang He, the matter was considered resolved. Later, they had a few drinks together and chatted about light-hearted topics. However, Yao Yun, being introverted, made the atmosphere somewhat awkward. It was usually Chu Chen who teased her to make her laugh and lighten the mood. They chatted for a while, drank quite a bit of red wine, and accepted friend requests from some people who approached them. By 10 o'clock in the evening, Shu-chin felt restless and stood up, clinking glasses with the people around before bidding farewell. Yao Yunyun's beautiful face blushed as she naturally followed Shu-chin to clink glasses one last time before walking out of the college gate with him. Tang He had already driven Shu-chen's luxury car over. Seeing his boss bringing the school flower out, he left the keys and walked away feeling somewhat resentful. She didn't know why she was angry, but she was just not happy that her boss seemed to be taking the school flower to a hotel room. However, Shu-chin stopped her. Xiaohe, I've been drinking, do you really want me to drive myself? Helpless, Tang He had to return to the driver's seat and, with a huff, watched as his boss helped Yao Yunyun into the car before asking in a low voice, "Boss, are you planning to go to a romantic hotel? Do you want to go to a lover's hotel?" Hearing this, Shu-chen was dumbfounded. Could it be that the secretary wanted to take advantage of me while I'm drunk? What made him even more dumbfounded was that before he could say anything, Yao Yunyun seemed determined and interjected, "Let's go directly to Mr. Chu's house. I want to have a cup of tea to sober up." Shu-chen blinked a few times, feeling that something was off, but his head was dizzy, and he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Later on, the three of them arrived at Tang City Jinji Chu-chen's mansion. After having a cup of tea, Tang He made an excuse to leave but was stopped by Chu-chen. "Wait, you can't leave yet. You need to take this young lady back." This made Tang He furious. "What? You're so shameless, spending millions to seduce a college student and now you want me to be a third wheel?" Helpless, Tang He reluctantly returned to the car, turned the stereo up to the maximum volume, not caring if it disturbed anyone. In reality, the soundproofing system in luxury cars was quite effective, so it was unlikely to disturb others, but disturbing his own heart was the real issue. In the spacious living room, Yao Yunyun held a small teacup with both hands, feeling awkward. After drinking several cups of tea, she mustered up the courage to unbutton her school uniform and said, "How does Mr. Shu like to play? I haven't done this before." Seeing her ready to offer herself, Shu-chen covered his head, feeling exasperated, as if saying, "I knew it. Ahem. Don't be like this. Mr. Shu, do you find me ugly? How could that be? You're very beautiful. Mr. Shu, do you think my personality is bad, not sexy enough? How could that be? Your figure is very sexy, and this is. I'm also very. I'm not that kind of person. Helping you for free is just a bit selfish on my part. It has nothing to do with you." After much persuasion, Shu-chen finally managed to help Yao Yunyun put her clothes back on. This left Yao Yunyun somewhat questioning her life. She was completely baffled. "Mr. Shu, are you still looking down on me?" This. Shu-chen scratched his head in frustration. "What do you mean I don't like you?" But, after the incident with Sushi last time, Shu-chen has been somewhat resistant to this kind of thing. He firmly believes, with a certain emotional foundation, engaging in intimate activities will be foolproof. For example, him and Sushi, because they had absolutely no emotional foundation, even though he still can't forget her, they could only first make 2 billion, otherwise their meeting would be awkward. Seeing Yao Yunyun silent, Shu-chen pondered, and finally said with emphasis, "Let me put it this way. Selling yourself for money, don't you think that kind of person lacks principles and bottom line? Don't you find it despicable?" Then Shu-chen's tone changed. "I may not be a good person, but making a good girl live in a way she hates, that would hurt me deeply." Shu-chen felt like he was emitting a righteous aura. Yao Yunyun fell into deep thought. She pondered quietly for a while, then suddenly looked up, revealing a bright smile. "Chugu, can I call you Chugu? You're right. None of us should live in a way we hate." As she spoke, the girl boldly took a step forward, looked directly into Shu-chen's eyes, then suddenly reached out and hugged him tightly. Smack! Shu-chen was shocked, as the girl stole a kiss from him. Just as he was at a loss, the girl playfully stepped back several paces, saying, "How was that, Chugu? That was my first kiss." With just these words, Yao Yunyun, like a lively deer, bounced out of the living room towards Shu-chen's luxury car. The car door opened automatically, and Tang He looked at Yao Yunyun in shock. "You, so fast? What do you mean, so fast? Could it be that our boss has overindulged in alcohol and can't perform?" It was only then that Yao Yunyun realized Tang He had misunderstood her, and she couldn't help but laugh, her eyes squinting into crescents. "You misunderstood. Your boss is a really good person. I'm not that kind of girl without principles." Seeing Yao Yunyun sit back in the passenger seat, fastening her seatbelt, Tang He still couldn't react. "You really won't stay and accompany our boss?" Yao Yunyun rolled her eyes. "If I stay, would you dislike me? If you don't stay, I'll still dislike it." "Damn! Can't you follow the script? Shugu told me, never live in a way you hate." The two beauties gazed deeply at each other for several seconds, and seeing Yao Yunyun's openness, Tang He finally smiled from the heart. "Hee hee, that fool is right. Shall I take you home? Where do you live? Wuming District. By the time Tang He drove the car back, Chuchen was already asleep on the soft sofa. The huge TV was still on. Watching Chuchen's somewhat weary sleeping posture under the flickering lights, it felt so lonely. On a whim, Tang He walked over and gently tried to carry his boss to the bedroom. 1, 2, 3. Tang He's face turned red, feeling so embarrassed. The boss was too heavy. She couldn't lift him at all. Helplessly, she had to lay her boss flat on the sofa, then went to the bedroom to get a thicker blanket. Finally, she tilted her head and noticed a faint lipstick mark on her boss's cheek, and couldn't help but smile. Hee. What a strange boss. In the end. On a whim, Tang He also kissed the other cheek of her boss. This is a reward. Blushing, she turned off the TV and the main light as if feeling guilty, then securely closed the door behind Chuchen and disappeared into the night like a fugitive. Early the next morning, Chuchen was still awakened by Tang He's phone call. The sweet voice on the other end asked him, "Boss, why haven't you gotten up yet?" Damn. Chuchen instinctively rubbed his face and lazily replied, "I drank too much last night, still feeling a bit dizzy now." He. Then sleep a bit more, there's nothing urgent today, you don't have to come to work. Xiao He will inform you if there's anything important. Then I can relax. Chuchen felt a wave of relief. After a brief chat, Chuchen was about to go back to the bedroom to continue sleeping when Tang He on the phone said something that startled him awake. Last night, Yao Mimi said that before you get married, she will make pursuing you her goal. What? Chuchen was stunned for several seconds, then couldn't help but exclaim, "Damn it, looks like I won't be able to sleep." He hung up the phone, dashed to the bathroom, and found his clothes intact, finally calming his racing heart. Just as he was about to turn on the shower and enjoy a warm bath, he suddenly froze. He touched his face. What's going on? How come there are 2 lip prints? Wait a minute? It should have been just one? Wait a minute? The one on the right is more vivid, just like Xiao He's lip print? For a moment, Chuchen's mind was in chaos. He hastily took a shower, changed into clean casual clothes. Surprisingly, Tang He, this little secretary, was indeed very considerate. At some point, she had deliberately bought him some decent clothes and even left the receipt, clearly purchased with public funds. Chuchen didn't really care about his attire. He leisurely drove his luxury car, parked in front of the bun shop, and happily enjoyed a simple breakfast, causing a slight smile from the beautiful woman at the breakfast shop. Driving a luxury car to eat buns? Young man, you're quite something. It was only then that Chuchen felt a bit embarrassed. It's good to have a good start to the day. Besides, eating too well is also a waste. Leaving the bun shop, Chuchen casually drove his car to pick up the crosstalk theater he had won in a lucky draw the night before. The theater was not far from Tang City's Golden Foundation. The rent here was indeed not cheap, the location was good, but for some reason, it was just not doing well. It wasn't until Chuchen smoothly completed the handover and became the new owner of the theater that he requested all the operational information of the theater. After a rough look at the program records of the entire theater, he finally caught a glimpse of a clue. So you guys have been plagiarizing other people's crosstalk before? This made Mr. Yang, the theater's master, slightly embarrassed. There's no other way. Although the location here is good, unfortunately, it lacks fresh blood. Nowadays, young people all want to become internet celebrities and look down on traditional crosstalk. This old man couldn't write anymore, and some of the young people before, for various reasons such as money, gradually fell out. In the end, the once grand crosstalk theater was left with only 5 people. Chuchen, Mr. Yang and his old wife, Mr. Yang's somewhat silly son, and their second daughter who was only 7 years old. This silly young man was called Yang Dezhuang. Living up to his name, he was already 1.8 meters tall at the age of 17. But his thick lips, coupled with his oversized nose and small eyes, made it hard for people to describe him. The daughter of the Yang family is called Yang Pingping. The little girl has inherited all the good looks of her parents, quite pretty indeed. These days, she has been crying and making a fuss about going to school. Her innocent big eyes are swollen from crying, still sniffing from time to time. Chuchen didn't say much about it. After all, this place was where Master Yang had struggled for decades. Although he had to sell it to the system due to poor management, Chuchen felt it was fate that he won the lottery to acquire it. However, after a discussion with the Yang family, Chuchen realized that the traditional crosstalk theater seemed to have reached its end. Frowning in his office, he suddenly called a media senior he met at his alma mater yesterday. "Hello, Senior Lee. Hasn't your company been looking for a place to relocate its headquarters? I happen to have a piece of land at the intersection of Tangcheng Road and Sanli Road for sale at a cheap price. It's the old crosstalk theater, but I'm asking for 20 billion. No bargaining." Chuchen was not polite to the media senior because he had been leering at Tang He's chest last night. Shu Chen always despised such lecherous behavior. Of course, not including himself. But in business, even if he was a lecher, as long as he could bring in 20 billion, he would sell the crosstalk theater. The so-called no bargaining was just a slight reduction in price. If too much was deducted, there would be no deal. Surprisingly, the senior who had only glanced briefly last night was quite straightforward when it came to business. Hey, Shu buddy, you still remember your brother? I mentioned it yesterday, I'm interested. That piece of land seems good. I'll contact our CEO. Shu Chen was taken aback. Obviously, the other party was interested, so his offer should be relatively low. It seemed he didn't have a talent for business after all. At noon, Li Jun brought the people from Star Media to Gu Tian restaurant. Of course, Shu Chen paid for the meal. Although he looked down on Li Jun, he wouldn't be difficult with money. What surprised him was that another business manager from Star Media, a beautiful woman named Yun Xiaoyan, also came along. She was 28 years old, with a short bob haircut, lively and cheerful. This sister Yun was really versatile, always mediating between Shu Chen and their company's CEO, keeping the atmosphere at the table from becoming too awkward. When Shu Chen went to the restroom halfway through, she even added him on WeChat. Mr. Shu, even if the deal doesn't go through, I still admire you. Can we be friends? Seeing the beautiful woman sending signals, Shu Chen wasn't petty and added her as a friend directly. The negotiation during the lunch wasn't smooth. Star Media's CEO, Lu Fuwei, insisted on lowering the price, but Shu Chen kept saying, 20 billion is the lowest price. In the end, Star Media's team decided to visit the site again with Shu Chen for a closer look before the second round of negotiations. Shu Chen had no objections, as he needed the money urgently, and the theater wasn't priced high to begin with. When the luxurious convoy stopped outside the Zaya Haluo Crosstalk Theater, the Yang family of 4 were alarmed. Master Yang, upon hearing that Shu Chen intended to sell the land directly, looked puzzled. No, young master, are you really planning to sell it? Aren't you attached to it? Shu Chen could only smile bitterly and nod. Fortunately, he hadn't promised the Yang family anything this morning, just agreeing to a hefty severance package. Otherwise, he would be the one in an awkward position now. Master Yang has deep feelings for this place. He left his youthful years here, along with his dreams. Even though he has struggled and failed, this place no longer belongs to him. But as he watches it undergo changes, his heart still aches. Master Chu, I beg you, please don't sell it. Even though I may be useless, I can still manage to make ends meet and pay the rent to you. Seeing Master Yang so desperate with tears in his eyes, and even the young Dezhuang and little Snotty wiping their tears, Shu Chen felt a bit touched and embarrassed. He slowly explained the situation of the theater to the people from Giant Star Media next to him. In the end, he sighed deeply. If it weren't for the theater being unable to sustain itself, I wouldn't want to sell it either. The faces of Master Yang and his family turned gloomy. Master Yang even knelt down with a thud. Master, please reconsider. Shu Chen was momentarily speechless. On the side, Li Jun had long been impatiently listening. He blocked Master Yang in front of Shu Chen, directly separating them. Stay away from my junior. What qualifications do you, a stinky comedian, have to talk to my junior? This theater belongs to my junior. He can do as he pleases. You, a beggar with a family to feed, have no right to blabber in front of him. This is a multi-billion-dollar deal. Can you afford to delay our business negotiations? Shu Chen suddenly looked surprised, not expecting this side of his senior brother. Then, his expression turned cold. The words were extremely impolite, causing some frowns among the onlookers, while Master Yang couldn't help but wipe away his tears. 20 billion. Someone offered 30 billion for this land back then. Master Yang covered his face, turned around, and signaled his wife and children to prepare to move, leaving everyone at Giant Star Media dumbfounded. They incredulously looked at Shu Chen. 30 billion? Shu Chen just nodded passively. He wouldn't tell these people that it wasn't him who bought it, but the system bought it for him. After observing the site, the people from Giant Star Media also realized that it was indeed a good location. Their doubts vanished. Seeing this, the CEO of Giant Star gritted his teeth, laughed, and shook hands with Shu Chen. Shu, you're generous. Since you've said so, I feel embarrassed to discuss further. Shall we proceed with the transfer procedures? The money can be ready anytime. However, Shu Chen shook his head. No. Mr. Lu Fuwei, I'm not selling it anymore. Even if I lack money, I won't sell it to you. The sudden change of heart from Shu Chen left everyone at Giant Star bewildered. Even Li Jun looked displeased. What does my junior mean? Are we just a joke to you? At this moment, Shu Chen narrowed his eyes at his senior brother, showing no fear. It's not about joking with you. It's just that your words earlier were too disrespectful. I'm repulsed by your condescending attitude, and I don't want much to do with you. As he spoke, Chu Chen was truly impolite, taking Li Jun's business card from his cardholder and firmly returning it to him. This incident left CEO Lu Fuwei of Giant Star feeling a bit dizzy. No, Chu, I admire your integrity. I understand if you look down on my subordinates, but the transaction is between us. At this point, the CEO of Giant Star was truly interested in the place. But who would have thought that just as he was determined to acquire it, the seller would suddenly cause such a commotion? He was so angry that he even took off his sunglasses and smashed them on Li Jun's face. If you don't settle this today, you'll see. Caught between two sides, Li Jun's expression turned extremely ugly. He shook Chu Chen's hand vigorously, but Chu Chen had already made up his mind and had to refuse. Beside her, Yun Xiaoyan looked left and right, then suddenly took out her phone and secretly sent a message to Chu Chen. If Chu Zong doesn't want to sell, we still have room for cooperation. My boyfriend is a scriptwriter. Chu Chen glanced at his phone, then at Yun Xiaoyan winking at him, and was suddenly taken aback. What little Conk lacked was indeed a young scriptwriter with originality. The unexpected turn of events here also caught the attention of the young family who were packing up. The family of four, perhaps due to their background in comedic storytelling, seemed somewhat carefree. Surprisingly, even the gloomy mood of being forced to move was swept away, as they watched with relish the faint gunpowder between the two sides, looking as if they were enjoying a sweet melon. The people from Star Media finally left. However, Yun Xiaoyan, this beautiful lady, secretly stayed behind, smiling at Chu Chen. Little brother, let me make it clear to you first. My boyfriend also signed an exclusive contract with Star Media. You can put your name on the script he provides, and I will have him send it over along with the price. Chu Chen immediately added Yun Xiaoyan's boyfriend on WeChat. That guy was quite stylish, using the nickname Wild Lone Wolf. The Wolf brother had already been informed by his girlfriend and now was quite candid. Brother, what kind of script do you want? Your Wolf brother is versatile, almost omnipotent. In front of Yun Xiaoyan, Chu Chen sent a sly smile expression. I want something funny, something that will explode the audience. No problem. I'll send it to you tomorrow. The price is 3 million. Your Wolf brother is quite extravagant. Just transfer the money to my housekeeper's account, and the housekeeper will teach you how to clear the chat history. Reading the message sent by that guy, Yun Xiaoyan also revealed a proud smile. Later on, Yun Xiaoyan introduced Chu Chen to a hacker named White Glove Empty Wolf. This hacker promptly sent a message: professional whitewashing for 20 years, never been caught, but loves money. This piqued Chu Chen's curiosity, so he followed Yun Xiaoyan's guidance and sent a message: how much to erase sensitive transaction information, per time. The reply that came back left Chu Chen speechless. Actually, I'm just Wild Lone Wolf's alternate account. Both my girlfriend and I have contracts with Star Media, and the people at Star Media can't take on side jobs casually, so we have to do it sneakily. Then, another message arrived: in the future, I will completely erase our transaction records and related evidence in the first instance, making it impossible for anyone in the world to trace them. The price: 1 million per year. At this point, Chu Chen truly felt he had been tricked by Yun Xiaoyan, but he considered himself good at reading people. While Yun Xiaoyan and her boyfriend were indeed cunning, at least there was still room for cooperation, right? He immediately transferred 1 million to the account provided by Yun Xiaoyan. For the sake of 2 billion, he had no choice but to trust the other party. At that moment, Chu Chen's only thought was to get his hands on 2 billion and try to win the heart of his first love. A message from the Wolf brother came through: don't even think about my girlfriend. Wolf brother can see everything online. Then, Chu Chen's chat interface with him mysteriously disappeared. Chu Chen hurriedly checked his friend list and found that both of the Wolf brothers' accounts were now inactive. He looked at Yun Xiaoyan with admiration and said, "Sister, your boyfriend is invincible." Yun Xiaoyan just smiled faintly, confirmed that everything was fine, and then took her leave. Alone in his office, Chu Chen pondered for a while, then suddenly slapped his forehead. With his donation of 160 million yesterday afternoon and his voluntary assistance to Ya Yun in the evening, his popularity had actually been steadily increasing, and now it was just enough for a lottery draw. System. Check-in. With Chu Chen's muttering, the system immediately responded, "Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, on obtaining absolute controlling rights over the largest building materials supplier in the city." This time, Chu Chen was directly knocked out by the system. What does it mean to have absolute controlling rights over the largest building materials supplier in the city? It means that the biggest shareholder of that company has become him. Apart from excluding Tang City Jinki's mansion, he already has 3 industries that can be liquidated for 2 billion. One is the profitable Gudian restaurant, the second is the evergreen Zaya Haleuo Crosstalk Theater, and the third is the equity of Jiaxiangxia Building Materials Company. Chu Chen had heard of Jiaxiangxi, a building materials company, before, a company valued at billions. After multiple rounds of financing and going public, the largest shareholder was said to hold over 30% of the shares. Now all those shares belong to him, without the need to deal with the original shareholders. The rewards for popularity are too domineering. The most urgent issue to solve now is the revival of Xia Hailuo. He thought that if he could package himself as a crosstalk performer and scriptwriter, his popularity value would also be secured in the future. After much contemplation, he finally decided to contact Wolf Brother again. Wolf Brother, I need the phone numbers of the top 10 popular stand-up comedians and crosstalk performers in the country. You set the price. Wolf Brother replied instantly, this is simple, 10 for a total of 1 million. This made Chu Chen grit his teeth a bit. Fine. Send them over quickly. At this moment, Chu Chen really wanted to strangle Wolf Brother on the other end of the network. Charging 3 million for a script, 1 million for clearing sensitive transaction information annually, and 1 million for finding the phone numbers of 10 people. If not for his respect for hackers, he would have sent a message, are you blinded by money? Just change your name to Wolf Million. Otherwise, call yourself a vampire hacker. However, although this Wolf Million brother is a vampire, he is quite efficient. Chu Chen only waited for 5 minutes before receiving the relevant information. Phone numbers of the top 10 stand-up comedians and crosstalk performers like Yu Peng, Song Debao, Li Shuecheng were all sent over. Chu Chen quickly took a screenshot, transferred 1 million to Yun Xiaoyan's account, and then happily saved the relevant numbers. After that, Chu Chen hesitated for a long time before cautiously dialing the phone. Hello, Teacher Li. I have a job here, are you interested? Hello, Teacher Yu. I'm a nouveau riche, do you want to take on a big job? Hello, Teacher Song. I'm an unknown nouveau riche, I have a big job and would like to invite you. In the end, out of the 10 numbers, only 5 people accepted Chu Chen's invitation, while the other 5 thought he was a scammer and blocked him directly. When Master Yang's family heard about Chu Chen's latest decision, they were all a bit puzzled. Chu Chen just smiled faintly. With original scripts and those 5 minor influencers, we will definitely succeed. At the same time, back at Giant Star Media, Lu Wei was getting more and more furious. He felt insulted by Chu Chen. Upon learning that Chu Chen wanted to sell the Xia Hailuo crosstalk theater, he mobilized experts to investigate Chu Chen's background. He knew that Chu Chen was just a nouveau riche, so he was somewhat careless in the negotiations. As a result, although they did not lose in the negotiations, they directly lost the opportunity for the deal. This is being outsmarted by one's own cleverness. But he was not convinced. I, Lu Wei, have been in the media industry for many years, and have nurtured several top-tier celebrities. What kind of person are you? A small nouveau riche. What qualifications do you have to mock my subordinates? The more Lu Wei thought about it, the angrier he became, and he directly contacted a friend in the construction industry. Hello, General Hu. I'm being bullied by a small nouveau riche. On the other hand, Chu Chen and the Yang family also took action. They contacted the most efficient decoration company and completely repainted the entire Xia Hailuo crosstalk theater inside and out, and this process only took 1 day and 1 night. On this morning, Chu Chen went to Gutian as usual to check on things and sign some important documents before hurrying off to the Xia Hailuo crosstalk theater. By the time he arrived, there were already 5 internet celebrities in the theater's meeting room. They were considered the kings of online traffic nowadays, and seeing Chu Chen arrive late made them somewhat displeased. One of them, named Zhang Haifeng, was rumored to be a talented young man. It seemed like he had also looked into Chu Chen's background, and upon seeing Chu Chen in casual attire, looking nothing like a big boss, he stood up immediately. You must be Chu Chen, right? Being late on our first meeting, isn't that quite disrespectful? The others were equally unhappy, chiming in, that's right, Mr. Chu, if you're late, you should at least have a valid reason. Can't you show some respect? Our time is precious. Seeing the 5 esteemed guests criticizing the host, Lao Yang started to feel a bit flustered. No, please calm down, teachers. Our host is busy with many important matters. Let's try to understand each other. It wasn't until then that Chu Chen, who was casually seated at the head of the table, spoke seriously. I need to handle some necessary matters at my restaurant. I arrived late. Those who can understand, please stay. Those who can't, feel free to leave now. Seeing Chu Chen's indifferent demeanor, the 5 internet celebrities couldn't help but exchange glances. This kind of situation really tested a person's character and upbringing. For example, there was a young internet celebrity named Tian Zhua, who, upon seeing Chu Chen's attitude, immediately flared up. I won't collaborate with you, but I insist on staying to see how this meeting unfolds. What can you do about it? To this, Chu Chen just smiled faintly, nothing much. This operation has a budget of only 1 billion. I have a decent script, and as long as my popularity soars, the profits will be split among the remaining 4 teachers and Lao Yang, exactly 5 people, each getting 20%. With that statement, the entire meeting fell into silence. What was happening? Spending 1 billion to boost popularity without seeking a return on investment? What the heck? Is this guy even a businessman? They were all internet celebrities, that's true, but throwing around 1 billion without batting an eye just to promote themselves? Have they never seen anything like this before? This was simply outrageous, lacking any sense of humanity. Even Tianzua, at that moment, changed his mind temporarily. Ahem. Mr. Chu, I was just joking with you, you see? Before he could finish his sentence, Chu Chen interrupted him directly. I'm not joking. You've been kicked out. If you don't leave now, a lawyer's letter will soon be in your hands. Seeing Chu Chen's resolute expression, the remaining 4 internet celebrities also felt a bit uneasy. Despite their outward glamour, they knew their own situations very well. After all, they couldn't come up with 1 billion to promote themselves. They could provide the internet celebrity incubator they were signed with, but the company needed to seek a return on investment. Looking at the person in front of them? Smart and wealthy, if they didn't make a good profit with him, it would be a waste of opportunities. At that moment, the remaining 4 internet celebrities looked coldly at Tianzui. Teacher Tianzua, please leave, the upcoming meeting involves confidential business matters. If you don't leave now, we'll end our friendship. If you don't leave, I'll send you a lawyer's letter too. This time, Tianzua's handsome face finally showed embarrassment. Fine. You all don't want me here, right? Let's wait and see. Tianzua left somewhat disheartened, regretting his shallow scheming and resenting Chu Chun for not being more magnanimous. What did I do wrong? I just can't keep my mouth shut. I just spoke my mind, and in the end, I didn't even get a chance for forgiveness. In his luxury car, Tianzua pondered while starting to reflect on himself, his thick eyebrows furrowing. Meanwhile, in the meeting room, the 6 people were in high spirits, discussing the script sent over by Wolf Million. Original. Absolutely original. Director Chu, you are truly talented. I am fortunate to have the opportunity to collaborate with you. Director Chu is so generous. If we don't give it our all, we feel like we're letting Director Chu down. And so, several people gathered around the script provided by the vampire wolf by Wan, enthusiastically discussing various details. This seemingly insignificant role is actually the finishing touch. It requires someone who is absolutely innocent and pure to portray it. Is this role suitable for Xiao Yang's eldest daughter? What concerns me is this morally ambiguous boss. Isn't that obvious? Director Chu is candid and generous, with a hint of ruthlessness. Isn't that morally ambiguous? The meeting lasted for a whole morning, and at lunchtime, Chu Chen took everyone to the Gutian restaurant. Order whatever you like, the restaurant is on me. Naturally, everyone didn't hold back and enthusiastically ordered everything that caught their interest on the menu. The scene was so lively that, while Chu Chen didn't mind, Old Yang and his wife were a bit worried for him. Hey, we can't eat that much. Wasting food is shameful. You young people don't understand the value of things. Only Old Yang and his wife could say such things. They truly felt sorry for Chu Chen. It's not that they lacked taste or style, in fact, they had experienced prosperity in the past, but after going through so much, they scoffed at the so-called sophistication. It's like if you can eat 3 pounds of food in one meal, but you insist on ordering 3 tons just to show off. To Old Yang, that's superficial. Life is always better when you stay grounded. However, at this moment, a few young people lacked their mature mindset, even ordering several types of red wine. This not only made Old Yang shake his head with a bitter smile, he exchanged a deep glance with his wife. Everything was understood without words. He had always been a spendthrift, and his wife followed him until they had nothing left. Even the ancestral possessions were considered lost, only the remaining 2 billion in hand. Old Yang's 2 children were living comfortably, which made Old Yang and his wife feel a bit distressed. They had been performing comedy all their lives, and as a result, their 2 children didn't focus much on education. Now, entrusting the last of their family's wealth to his wife, he knew he had finally done something right. While the young people were enthusiastically drinking, Old Yang quietly served chicken legs to his second daughter, and Yang's wife wiped the oil stains off their son's face with her sleeve. In a moment of deep affection between the old couple, everything was understood without words. It was only at this moment that Chu Chen finally sensed the emotions of Old Yang and his wife. He raised his glass to Old Yang. Here. I'll drink to that. You're the host, feel free. This gesture surprised Old Yang, who quickly stood up. You are the host, I should be the one to drink to that, feel free. Old Yang's sudden enthusiasm also inspired the 4 young internet celebrities. Zhang Haifeng remembered that he was the first to challenge Chu Chen this morning, so he stood up with a laugh. Teacher Yang is right. Director Chu is the host. I'll drink to that too. Director Chu, feel free. Zhang Haifeng's sudden action also prompted the other two young men to stand up and clink glasses, leaving Chuchen somewhat dumbfounded. Only Li Shueqing, being a girl, wasn't good at drinking. Well, if you dare, let's compete in drinking milk instead. With that said, Chuchen seized the opportunity to slip away, laughing as he stood up and poured himself a glass of milk. Come on, let's all toast to the last glass. I feel like I need to rest, I can't drink anymore. Of course, everyone tried to persuade him to stay, but Chuchen knew his limits. This was 56 degrees of Erdwotu. If he drank more, he would really be in trouble. In fact, since that night when he got drunk and had a misunderstanding with Su Shi, Chuchen had decided to avoid getting drunk as much as possible. After drinking the last glass, Chuchen bid farewell to everyone with heartfelt words. After agreeing to start rehearsals tomorrow, she got into her car and called Tanghe. Xiaoa, come to Xiaoheluo Crosstalk Theater to take me home, I'm dying. Tanghe on the other end was slightly surprised but decisively put down her work and hurried to the entrance of Xiaoheluo Crosstalk Theater. She smelled the strong smell of alcohol and wrinkled her nose in disgust. However, when she saw Chuchen in the passenger seat already tipsy, she inexplicably softened. Enduring the discomfort brought by the strong alcohol smell, she quickly took Chuchen home. Later, this girl leaned on her boss and said, "Slow down. Hey, don't breathe alcohol on me. I'm allergic to alcohol." Halfway through her words, Tanghe froze. In the past, she had hidden the embarrassing fact of her alcohol allergy for the sake of her job, which led her to be appointed as the general manager's secretary. But now it was exposed. What if the boss thinks I can't drink and fires me? Fortunately, at that moment, Chuchen was feeling drowsy and didn't hear what Tanghe said clearly. He struggled to hold on. With Tanghe's assistance, he finally made it back to his bedroom and collapsed on the soft bed. The bouncing of the memory foam mattress made him nauseous, so he immediately instructed Tanghe, "Change the spring mattress to a palm mattress for me tomorrow. The bouncing is too uncomfortable." Tanghe obediently agreed and helped him take off his shoes and socks, then exerted great effort to adjust his position, frowning as she asked, "Are you feeling better now?" "Ah, I'm fine. You can go. I'll just sleep," Chuchen mumbled, hearing Tanghe's footsteps as she left. He struggled to take out his phone, opened the contacts, hesitated while looking at his mother's number, but eventually fell into a deep sleep. When he woke up again, it was dusk. Chuchen took a refreshing cold shower, washing away the last trace of alcohol on his body. Then, he put on the designer suit carefully selected by Tanghe, wore a genuine brand watch, and styled his hair. In short, he made himself look like a successful person, and leisurely drove his luxury car to Gutian for dinner. After ordering some of his favorite dishes, Chuchen felt eating alone was too boring, so he called Tanghe again, and his secretary came over eagerly. Seeing that his boss had regained consciousness, Tanghe sweetly smiled, "Boss, these are the documents that require your signature." Seeing Tanghe even remembered to bring work to dinner, Chuchen couldn't help but feel amused and exasperated. "If it's not urgent, you don't have to rush to have me sign them." "Oh," she obediently replied, propping her chin on her hand, quietly watching her boss sign the documents. Then she put them away and continued to watch. She found herself increasingly unable to understand this young boss. He seemed really a good person? Seeing this girl looking a bit idle, Chuchen simply had her contact some of the major shareholders of Jiaxiangxia, while he added some more dishes and good wine. Jiaxiangxia Building Materials was not far from Gutian, and the main shareholders arrived quickly. After some introductions, Chuchen finally understood the ownership structure of Jiaxiangxia. This made him feel more at ease, at least for now. No one could shake his position as the absolute controlling shareholder, because his shareholding accounted for a whopping 36%. Among the 8 people present, the largest shareholder was Lu Hong, with only 20%. Jiaxiangxia was originally founded by Lu Hong, and he had been managing it since it went public. Now Chuchen couldn't be bothered to interfere. Due to the strategic importance of decisions, they all had to be approved by the largest shareholder in order to take effect. In a way, these shareholders were actually working for him indirectly. The atmosphere at the dinner was pleasant, and the shareholders were quite satisfied with Chuchen, the young chairman of the board. What they feared most was Chuchen's youthful recklessness. If he were to fail miserably, who would they turn to for help? When Tanghe once again sent Chuchen back to Jinjitang City, it was already past 10 in the evening. He opened WeChat and found a message from Yao Yunyun. "Chugu, still awake?" Seeing this girl deliberately calling him Chugu, Chuchen couldn't help but smile faintly and replied, "Not just Chugu, Gu also has someone in mind." Yao Yunyun immediately sent back a crying emoji. "Who stole our Chu Ji's heart?" The two of them chatted casually like this, unknowingly drifting off to sleep. The next day, Chuchen woke up early. After a hasty breakfast, he sent a message to Tang He, "Remember, if it's not important, don't contact me." Tang He immediately replied, "Got it." After that, Chu Chen happily arrived at the Xiaoheiluo Crosstalk Theater. The Laoyang family had already been up and waiting for Chu Chen and the other young people to arrive. Because they were playing on a larger scale, the 4 internet celebrities didn't dare to be negligent and arrived almost at the same time as Chu Chen. They enthusiastically started memorizing lines and rehearsing. It wasn't until after dinner, as everyone bid farewell reluctantly, that Lao Yang grinned and shouted, "Let the journey on the expressway of life begin." Everyone burst into laughter. In their eyes, as long as there were no mistakes, they could indeed make a big profit while seizing the top search rankings. When Chu Chen returned to Jinji Tang City, he found Tang He standing at his door with a stack of folders in his arms, looking lively. This caught Chu Chen off guard. "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" Tang He seemed a bit hesitant. "No big problem, but there are so many things that need your signature, it's not practical to keep piling them up." "Ha ha." Chu Chen laughed and invited the girl into the living room. After carefully reviewing various documents, he signed each one. But when he finished signing and pushed the files back to Tang He, the girl still didn't leave, making Chu Chen feel a bit awkward. "Is there anything else?" Tang He hesitated for a moment, then blushed slightly and said, "And no. If the boss has nothing else, can I leave work now?" Watching Tang He leave, Chu Chen furrowed his brows slightly, wondering what was going on with the girl. Why did she look so troubled? Perplexed, he decided to put it out of his mind. Taking out his phone, he found an unexpected update in his moments. It was a glimpse of the rehearsal at Xiaoheiluo with the group, with a caption saying, "I quite like this artistic atmosphere." Below were numerous likes and comments from classmates and materialistic girls. With nothing else to do, Chu Chen decided to read through the comments one by one, patiently replying to the interesting ones. As he started to feel drowsy, he saw a comment from Sushi, "I hope you will remember." This shook Chu Chen to the core, and he immediately replied, "Of course I will remember." However, he waited for a long time, but the beautiful Sushi did not reply to him again. He fell asleep while waiting. The next day, he arrived early at the Xiaoheiluo Crosstalk Theater, only to find that others were there even earlier. Seeing everyone eager and ready, Chu Chen couldn't help but smile faintly. "Shall we begin?" There were a total of 8 actors in this play, with Mrs. Lao Yang handling the filming and not participating, even the experienced Lao Yang occasionally joining in while directing. To everyone's delight, when they released the first segment in the morning, it was already trending at lunchtime. Chu Chen and Xiao Pingping, 2 unfamiliar names, began to be well known to many netizens. When Chu Chen discovered that his popularity was rapidly increasing, the lunch suddenly became more delicious. Because of the strong market response, they were even too lazy to take a nap after eating. After a short rest, they had to continue. Outside the theater, a large number of people arrived. "Brother Chu, you're not inviting us to watch your crosstalk performance?" It turned out to be members of the Qing Yun Club. These guys are all absolutely wealthy. When they discovered Chu Chen performing crosstalk on the hot search, they all rushed over, buy tickets, book the whole place. Money is not a problem. So, Chu Chen and his group changed from recording crosstalk videos by themselves to performing live crosstalk for the rich while live streaming. Due to Mrs. Yang occasionally giving the rich a few shots, their show unexpectedly dominated the screen. The entire internet suddenly filled with various rumors about Chu Chen. New young tycoon performs crosstalk. A large group of rich people book the venue, digging into Chu Chen's personal life and rumors. At the same time, a few small internet celebrities also benefited from Chu Chen's popularity. Over a dozen members of the Qing Yun Club, all either rich or noble, stayed to have dinner together, and even paid extra money to request Chu Chen and his group to work overtime that night for a third performance. After finishing the third performance, it was already past 10 in the evening. The members clamored for Chu Chen to treat them and start the night's activities. Early the next morning, Chu Chen was awakened by a call from Old Yang. "Boss, did you rest well?" Chu Chen looked at the sky and realized it was still dark, which made him a bit annoyed. "Old Yang, why are you up so early for no reason?" Old Yang cheerfully replied, "I woke up happy. Our little conch is thriving." Listening to Old Yang's excited report for a long time, and then hearing him hang up the phone amidst profuse thanks, Chu Chen checked his accumulated popularity value and couldn't help but gasp. His popularity value was enough for 5 consecutive draws. Looking at the report Old Yang sent over, damn! Just from the 2 performances yesterday afternoon and evening, plus the live stream, the earnings on over a dozen mainstream platforms were already close to tens of millions. This made Chu Chen feel like he was in a dream. He couldn't help but sigh at the genius of the vampire wolf. That guy might be a bit shady, but besides being funny in crosstalk scripts, he managed to make each performance's theme coherent, just like those funny TV shows. Looking at the market feedback online, countless netizens had already started urging for more updates overnight. This made Chuchen so excited that he couldn't feel sleepy at all. He happily took a warm bath and, for the first time, had breakfast before dawn. When he arrived at the little Kant Crosstalk Theater, he found that everyone was already there. Mind you, it was only 7:30 in the morning. Before long, more members of the Qing Yun Club arrived early and urged them to continue immediately. The whole day, Chuchen and his group were in a dazed state. Because more people came to watch the crosstalk live today, even journalists sneaked in. Many small internet celebrities who smelled opportunity also came to ride the wave. And so, after Chuchen and his group dominated the crosstalk scene for 3 consecutive days, during dinner on that day, he received a call from Su Tong. He casually answered the call. "What's up, little Tong Tong?" Su Tong's angry voice came from the other end. "Who's your little Tong Tong?" This startled Chuchen. "What's going on? Who made you so angry?" "Humph, how dare you ask? Didn't you say you were preparing 20 billion for my sister? Where's the money?" "I think you're just a big liar, pulling up your pants and pretending not to know people." "Su Tong, what are you talking about? I've been busy raising money for your sister these days. Even if I had a printing press, it wouldn't magically produce 20 billion out of thin air, right?" Chuchen was both angry and helpless. They had agreed to prepare 2 billion in 10 days, but before those 10 days were up, they inexplicably received a scolding. "Humph. Let me tell you, that fat pig Hu Taijun just said he lent my sister 2 billion, and she's already gone to the Yongda Grand Hotel to meet him." "What? Meeting at the Yongda Grand Hotel? Could it be that Sushi still wants to?" Chuchen couldn't even eat when thinking about his first time with Sushi. He immediately called Tang He and then announced to everyone, "Sorry, everyone, I have some urgent matters to attend to. Tonight's performance is all up to you." With that, he hurriedly left. Old Yang and the others could only watch helplessly. Fortunately, they were all quick thinkers and made slight adjustments to the script without affecting the performance at all. Meanwhile, Chuchen rushed to the Yongda Grand Hotel. When he found Sushi, he was almost fuming with anger. Sushi didn't even know how much she had been drinking, feeling her mind getting heavier and the figures in front of her becoming blurrier. But Hu Taijun sitting beside her kept urging her to drink. "Give me some face, Miss Su. Not even drinking a bit of alcohol is disrespectful. I'm starting to doubt if you really need to borrow money." "Mr. Hu, I really can't drink anymore," Sushi pleaded, feeling distressed. But none of the men at the table spoke up for her. Instead, they watched her embarrassment with excitement. Especially the Mediterranean man with black-framed glasses sitting next to Sushi. He was a real wolf in sheep's clothing. He had his arm around Sushi's neck, pouring alcohol into her mouth while saying, "Miss Su, if you don't drink, you're disrespecting me." "About the 2 billion. 2 billion. Sushi's eyes welled up with tears as she whispered, "But I really can't drink anymore." Seeing Sushi on the verge of tears, the men at the table burst into laughter. Someone even whistled and teasingly said, "The woman who costs 2 billion per night is truly enchanting. I wonder what it's like to be in bed with her." This remark made everyone laugh even louder. Feeling humiliated and indignant, Sushi pushed Hu Taijun away and tried to leave. But he grabbed her arm tightly and pulled her into his arms, saying, "Don't leave, Miss Su. Can you bear to see the entire Su group fall apart?" Although Sushi was feeling dizzy from the alcohol, she could still sense his strong hand on her shoulder, moving towards her chest. She struggled to break free. "Mr. Hu, show some respect. I don't want to borrow money from you anymore." Once again, the men around them burst into laughter, with someone even shouting, "Give her a kiss." This shout was followed by others joining in, "Give her a kiss. Give her a kiss." Just as Hu Taijun was about to force a kiss on Sushi's face, Chuchen burst in through the door, walked up to him, and slapped his fat pig-like face twice. Then, he pulled Sushi into his arms. Chuchen. Sob. Finally escaping from Hu Taijun's clutches, Sushi leaned against Chuchen's broad and reassuring chest, unable to hold back her sobs. She never expected the evening to turn out like this, feeling like the biggest clown among these men who saw her as nothing more than a plaything. Meanwhile, Hu Taijun, in a state of confusion, fumbled to find his glasses. When he saw who had hit him, a young man in old-fashioned Zhongshan attire, he exploded in anger. "Kid, who the hell are you? How dare you ruin my good time?" Chuchen looked coldly at the fat pig in glasses before him, showing no fear whatsoever. Pointing directly at Hu Taijun's nose, he coldly asked, "Dare to flirt with my woman, do you? Know how to write the word death?" Faced with Chuchen's icy gaze, Hu Tainan was somewhat intimidated. The tailored Zhongshan suit made Chuchen look exceptionally upright and vigorous. The fierce look in his eyes seemed to indicate that he could go all out at any moment. Everyone present was wealthy, and Hu Tainan was among the wealthiest. However, The wealthier a person was, the more they tended to fear death. And at that moment, Louis Wei, who had been making noise at the table, stood up indignantly. Shu Chen, why are you being so aggressive? You, a guy who runs a broken comedy club, dare to lay a hand on our General Hu? Do you have the guts of a leopard? If you don't kneel down and apologize to General Hu today, tomorrow General Hu will flatten your broken club. After Louis Wei finished speaking, Hu Tainan regained his momentum instantly. Shu Chen, do you know who I, Hu Tainan, am? Hu Tainan raised his neck high and asked in a domineering manner. Shu Chen just curled his lips and said, I'm not interested in knowing. I just want you to kneel down now and apologize to my woman. What? Kneel to her? Hu Tainan couldn't believe his eyes as he looked at Su Shi, who was shrinking in Shu Chen's arms. Thinking back to the soft and fragrant neck he had held just now, and now seeing the soft and beautiful woman leaning in someone else's arms, the person who had just hit him. All these thoughts made Hu Tainan unable to bear his aggressive stance any longer. I am the monopolist in the city's building materials industry. Believe me, with just one phone call, I can turn your mansion in Jingdutang City into a dilapidated building on the street. Seeing him speak seriously, Shu Chen finally became somewhat curious. Then go ahead and make the call? Hu Tainan actually made a call. Hello. Urgently convene a press conference to announce that the materials used by Jiahe Building Materials in constructing Jingdutang City have safety hazards, without considering reputation and losses. After hanging up the phone, Hu Tainan, for some reason, even had the confidence to stand with his hands behind his back, chin up, facing Shu Chen. Just a nouveau riche, acting tough in front of me. I can just use money to crush you. This made Shu Chen roll his eyes. Admirable. Intentionally ruining your own reputation just to deal with others. Is there a difference between this and stabbing yourself to scare others? With these words, the scene fell into a dead silence. It seemed like it made sense, but Hu Tainan seemed to be truly bold. Ignorance is the greatest source of trouble. I am the monopolist. I don't have to worry about too many losses. I just want to turn your home into a dangerous building and have it sealed off. Seeing this guy acting like he was the best, Shu Chen couldn't help but shake his head. You're right, ignorance is truly the greatest source of trouble. With that said, Shu Chen took out his phone. Do you really think you're a monopolist? Let me tell you what a real monopolist is. Shu Chen made a call as well, deliberately putting it on speakerphone. Lu Hang. Immediately cancel all business dealings between Jiaxiangxia and Jiahe. Don't worry about any breach of contract issues. Hearing this, Lu Hang on the other end sounded a bit trembling. Mr. Chu, are you not joking? No jokes. This Hu Tainan dared to flirt with my woman and pretended to be the monopolist of the city's building materials industry. I want to see how he monopolizes without the raw materials we provide. Ah, so it's all for a woman's sake. I like it. I agree. I'll do it right away. After Shu Chen hung up the phone, no one spoke at the scene again. Everyone felt a bit suffocated. Damn, this kid is actually the one in charge of Jiaxiangxia? What the hell? Jiahe Building Materials may be the monopolist, but reportedly, more than half of Jiahe's raw materials are supplied by Jiaxiangxia. At this moment, Shu Chen couldn't help but sigh in admiration at Lu Hang's wisdom. The family's monopoly position was established in the building materials industry. Products like tiles, wall panels, steel, and even self-leveling technology were monopolized by the family's building materials division. However, family hegemony was different. Lu Hong, originally a steel refiner, had the ingenious idea to bring together the largest brick factory, the largest cement factory, the largest sand factory, and the largest timber merchant, integrating them into family hegemony, monopolizing all the raw materials needed by the family's building materials division without leaving a trace. And now, Shu Chen's sudden move was indeed making Hu Tainan feel like spitting blood. After a few phone calls, Hu Tainan was left sitting on the ground, completely powerless. It was over. After tonight's financing, the family's stock had already skyrocketed by 60%. But now, with over half of the raw materials cut off, he could foresee that family hegemony's market value would plummet drastically. Coupled with the damage to his reputation, he might never be able to turn things around in his lifetime. The regret he felt. Let's not even mention it. Hu Tainan trembled as he said, Shu, I was wrong. Shu, have mercy. Have mercy. Shu Chen simply glanced at the beauty in his arms and said, apologize to my woman. If she forgives you, I will too. Hu Tainan was on the verge of tears. Miss Su, have mercy. Miss Su, have mercy. I know I was wrong. It was all Lu Wei's idea. As soon as he mentioned himself, Lu Wei, who had just put his glasses back on, stood up in a hurry. Nonsense. Are we close? When did I give you any ideas? At this point, the dozen or so people who had been cheering before were now trembling. Shu, please don't misunderstand. We're not that close to Hu Tainan either. We really aren't that close. We just came because he said there was money to be made. This overwhelming show of solidarity made Hu Tainan feel like he was falling into the abyss of despair. Enduring endless shame, he let go of his last bit of dignity, knocking his head on the ground and pleading, "Miss Sue, have mercy. Miss Sue, have mercy. I really know I was wrong. Just treat me like a fart and let me go." After knocking his forehead until it bled, Hu Tainan looked up to see Sushi. The beautiful Sushi was now hugging Chu Chen, pressing her chest against his heart, her slender waist twisting unconsciously. Seeing Sushi's heavy breathing, Chu Chen knew exactly what was happening. "Hu Tien, you despicable scoundrel." With a deep roar, Chu Chen kicked Hu Tainan in the face. With a loud thud, Hu Tainan was kicked over but dared not show any dissatisfaction. Wiping his nosebleed, he pitifully begged, "Chu, I was wrong. Please take madam to the hotel first." This made Chu Chen so angry that his nose twitched. "What kind of drug did you use? Is there an antidote? On a night like this, there's no need for an antidote. You, just wait for me. I'll settle the score with you later." In a hurry, Chu Chen picked up Sushi and left. In a luxurious presidential suite, Chu Chen stood by the bed with a wicked gleam in his eyes, watching Sushi writhing and screaming uncontrollably, "Come on, brother Chu, I'm in so much pain." The woman carelessly removed her snow-white evening gown, and the man couldn't help but let out a beastly roar before pouncing on the soft bed. Early the next morning, Chu Chen was awakened by a high-pitched scream. Sushi tightly wrapped herself in the blanket, pointing at Chu Chen and crying loudly, "Wah! Chu Chen! You scoundrel! Wah!" Chu Chen was slightly stunned. Why such a big reaction? "It was Hu Tainan who drugged you. If I had left you alone, the drug might have taken effect too slowly, turning you into an idiot. I won't listen. I won't listen. I won't listen." Whoa! Sudani cried as she put on her clothes. Seeing Chu Chen still staring at her, she grabbed everything she could in the suite and threw it at Chu Chen. "Despicable! Rogue! Violator! I'll kill you!" Whoa! In the end, Sushi left in tears, leaving like that. Chu Chen, with bruises all over from being hit, was fuming with anger. He took out his phone, silently injected 2 billion into the Su family, then made a call. "Xiaoa, come to the Emperor Club to pick me up for breakfast." When Tangha saw Chu Chen with bruises, she was so worried that her voice trembled. "Boss, what happened to you? Who hurt you? I'll contact Lawyer Chun immediately." Chu Chen weakly stopped her. "No need, take me back to eat and drink." Sitting in the car alone, Chu Chen could only close his eyes to rest. Sushi was angry. Why wouldn't he be angry too? But who could he talk to about this? Back in Gutian, Chu Chen, for the first time, had the kitchen prepare all kinds of dishes for him, eating and drinking silently. After eating and drinking his fill, he drank until he passed out on the floor. Tangha, with a heart full of pity, called the security guards to carry him to the office to rest. Everyone in Gutian knew their boss was in a bad mood, but no one could give Chu Chen the opportunity to confide. Even when Tangha, in the end, resorted to seduction, Chu Chen cried and laughed again. Women! Chu Chen remained drunk until 11 o'clock at night. When he woke up, Tangha kindly handed him a cup of warm water. "Here, have some water first." After silently drinking the water, Chu Chen sat on the bed in the office, staring blankly. Hearing his stomach growling, Tangha quickly brought a bowl of warm white rice porridge. "Have some porridge." Chu Chen silently ate the porridge. He felt a splitting headache. "Boss, what happened after all? It might feel better if you talk about it." Seeing Tangha trying to coax him like a child, Chu Chen's face twitched slightly. "Is there anything that needs my signature?" "Yes, but nothing urgent or important." "Bring them here." After signing a stack of documents, Chu Chen got up, took a cold shower, trying to dispel some of the drunkenness. Tangha had already brought him a sharp suit. He went up to the rooftop of Gutian alone, silently watching the colorful world below, until his feet felt numb. Then he sat under the female wall on the rooftop, playing with his phone in silence. There were many messages. From the Zaya Haleo Crosstalk Theater, Li Shueching and others sent many live updates. "Boss Chu, everything is fine on the days you're absent, but it feels like the whole team is missing its soul without you. The real crosstalk masters in China have contacted us, saying they want to get a script from you. We didn't dare to act on our own, so we didn't give your business card to them for now. Boss Chu, what are you busy with? Did something happen?" Chu Chen simply replied to these messages one by one. "I'm fine, give my card to whoever wants it, but tell them I have a high price, and I'm busy these days." After that, Chu Chen hung up the phone. Just then, a message from Sushi popped up on WeChat. "Su suddenly received an anonymous injection of 2 billion. Was it you? Don't think I'll like you just because you have some money." Chu Chen couldn't be bothered to reply to her. Then he saw a message from Su Tong. "What's going on, Chu Chen? Did you bully my sister? Why was she crying all the time?" Sutong's messages were full of bad emotions. Are you dead? My sister cried so much, and you didn't even come to comfort her. Sue's crisis has passed, but what's going on between you two? Why is my sister cold and indifferent to everyone after crying? What did you do to my sister? To this, Shuchen couldn't be bothered to reply to her. He didn't know how to handle his relationship with Su Shi for the time being. He even saw the message from Tang He. This girl had a good heart. Knowing that he didn't want to be disturbed, she sent him a message. Boss, don't be too sad. Although shout he doesn't know what happened, seeing you drinking with a gloomy face is distressing. This finally softened Shu Chen's wooden expression a bit, and he replied to her message, it's okay, this won't happen again in the future. Finally, he started to check the messages sent by Yao Yunyun. This little girl seemed to have become good friends with Tang He, but the messages she sent, there were actually dozens of them. Shuge, are you okay? Xiaoti's sister said you're not in a good mood? Mom is having surgery today, I can't leave. Don't be like this, okay? You said, no matter what happens, you must firmly be the best version of yourself. Reading through each message sent by Yao Yunyun, a hint of a smile seemed to appear on Shu Chen's wooden face. He sent a message back, it's okay now, much better. Is the surgery going smoothly? If you don't have enough money or have other difficulties, you can tell me right away. After that, Shu Chen found the system's check-in page. He had been too preoccupied with sadness and hadn't checked in for the past 2 days, fearing he might miss a chance for a draw. Congratulations, host, check-in successful. According to the check-in records, the host is missing one check-in. Do you want to use points to exchange for a make-up check-in opportunity? You could actually make up for missed check-ins? Chu Chen hurriedly chose yes. Congratulations, host, make-up check-in successful, deducting 100,000 popularity points. Successfully activated a weekly check-in grand draw opportunity. May I ask the host if you want to draw? Spending 100,000 popularity points for a makeup check-in was quite a rip-off. Shu Chen, looking at his remaining popularity points of less than 200,000, speechlessly chose to draw. Congratulations, host, you have drawn the special title, Car God. What the heck? Car God? Shu Chen was already not in a good mood, and now being swindled 100,000 popularity points by the system and receiving a bizarre reward made him feel even more lost. At 5 in the morning, Shu Chen was awakened by a cold breeze. Achoo! 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 Oh no! He caught a cold. Remembering Tang He's advice from yesterday, he quickly got up from the rooftop and returned to the office. He found some fast-acting cold medicine and lay down on the sofa, feeling drowsy and fell asleep again. Feeling chilled all over and dizzy, he finally called Tang He. Xiao He, come to my office. I think I have a fever and need to go to the hospital. What? Boss Chu, you're sick? Tang He hurriedly rushed to the office, seeing Chu Chen's face burning red but still giving him the cold shoulder. She quickly called for emergency assistance. In the luxurious hospital room, Chu Chen was receiving in 4 drip while idly playing with his phone. Beside the hospital bed, Yao Yunyun cut a dragon fruit into small pieces and carefully brought it to his mouth. Here, Shugu, eat some dragon fruit to aid digestion. Chu Chen sniffed, swallowed the fruit in one bite, and then smiled at Yao Yunyun. Is the surgery going well? It's going fine. Thanks to you, the doctor said it was discovered early, so I'll recover soon. Come on, have some more. This heartwarming scene was observed by a charming and lovely girl outside the window. The girl was furious. She threw the fruit basket in her hand to the ground, kicked open the door of the ward without caring about her image, and shouted at Chu Chen, you scumbag. Su Tong at this moment was truly so angry that even her chubby face turned red. She pointed at Chu Chen and scolded loudly, I went through so much trouble to get my sister to speak up and find out the truth. I even went to find you, trying to apologize to you on behalf of my sister. I even heard from your fox-like secretary that you were sick and hospitalized, and I felt sorry for you. Su Tong was so angry that she squatted on the ground, almost crying out loud. And now? Did you finish off my sister and then hook up with this woman? How much does she charge you for a night? Is it more than what my sister asks for? Should I have my sister return the 2 billion to you, so you can find a few more? After a series of angry scolding from the little girl, she found the entire ward eerily quiet. This made her, who was already on the verge of tears, suddenly stunned. Suspiciously looking up, she saw Chu Chen and the beautiful young student squinting at her. What nonsense are you talking about? Yao Yunyun and I are just friends. Shuge donated money to my mother for treatment without asking for anything in return. Now that he's sick, while taking care of my mother, it's only right for me to take care of him too, isn't it? Realizing that these two seemed genuinely innocent, Su Tong immediately changed her tune. She patted her chubby face, hastily arranged the fruit basket outside the ward, and brought it in with a smile. Chu Chen, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I misunderstood you. Chu Chen's pale face showed no expression, just sniffed. Are you here to apologize for your sister? Yes, yes. Come on. Have this young lady's hand peeled crystal grape first. The little girl peeled a translucent large grape, skillfully pushed Yao Yunyun aside, and stuffed the grape into Chu Chen's mouth. Chu Chen didn't swallow the grape immediately but looked at her for several seconds before finally saying, "Go on. Actually, my sister is just a bit stubborn. It's all a misunderstanding." It wasn't until Su Tong talked nonstop for a while that Chu Chen swallowed the grape and sighed deeply. I don't know who owes whom. I was desperately raising money for her, but she went to a pervert for money without a word. I played the hero to save her, and she blamed me for not respecting her in the end. Seeing Chu Chen looking so sad, the mischievous Su Tong became anxious. No, Chu Chen, don't be like this. My sister is just a bit stubborn. This made Chu Chen look at her silently for several seconds. He knew she wasn't lying, but his sadness was real. Now, Su Tong, acting like a little matchmaker, made him very conflicted. Fortunately, Yao Yunyun was very clever and could guess the situation from a few words. Seeing that Chu Chen couldn't make up his mind, she gently reminded, "Shu Gu, can I say something?" "Oh, what's your suggestion? Didn't you tell me before? Don't become the person you hate." This brief exchange plunged Chu Chen into contemplation. Yes, there was never any love between him and Su Shi. It was just an accidental relationship due to a promise made while drunk. And because of that promise, he saved the drugged Su Shi. Perhaps influenced by the drugs or personal desires, they ended up together again in confusion. These repeated accidents and misunderstandings had already made their relationship messy enough. Plus Su Shi's reaction at the time. He really couldn't feel where her feelings for him were. Or rather, did she agree to exchange one night for 2 billion in reality? If that was the case, why bother pursuing her? Why chase after a woman who willingly falls into depravity? Even if she didn't willingly do so, she should at least have a clear attitude. I kept my promise and gave you 2 billion, but you couldn't keep your promise to be with me? What's that supposed to mean? Even a simple apology online would be better than the current situation. Now she's saying heartless things online and making her sister apologize for her? Chu Chen really couldn't understand Su Shi now. He didn't know if Su Shi was just stubborn, truly falling into depravity, or simply giving up after the accidental reunion. After who knows how long, Yao Yunyun shook Chu Chen awake. "Shu Gu, stop overthinking, I need to go check on my mom. You guys can continue chatting." Yao Yunyun left just like that. She actually wanted to stay a bit longer, but she couldn't. Between her mother and Chu Chen, she chose her mother, who was more important to her. She knew Chu Chen was a really good person and would surely understand her. In the hospital room, Su Tong and Chu Chen stared at each other for a long time, unable to hold back any longer. Su Tong finally asked, "Chu Chen, what exactly is your attitude?" This made Chu Chen look bitter. "In short, between me and your sister, we still know too little about each other. It can only be considered an accidental spark." "Friends?" To save Su Tong's face, he didn't dare to make things clear. But Su Tong wasn't stupid. She still sensed his underlying message and burst into tears. "Woo-woo. Chu Chen, please don't be like this. If you say that, won't my sister? Won't she be mistaken for a fallen woman?" "Woo-woo." Seeing the little girl crying so hard, Chu Chen felt a bit sorry. She would rather bear the stigma of being a fallen woman than communicate with me. She's sad, but I'm even sadder than her. Seeing Chu Chen's firm attitude, Su Tong cried even more sadly. "Woo-woo. I don't want you two to end up like this. Anyway, I don't care. Woo-woo, anyway, you are my Chu Chen." Chu Chen could only smile bitterly at this. "It's fine this way. You keep calling me Chu Chen," leaving her some dignity. "When she calms down completely and is willing to communicate with me, then we can officially start dating." This seemed to be the best outcome, and Su Tong, not really foolish, temporarily accepted this result. After sending a message to her sister, reporting the situation here, Su Tong thought since they needed to maintain some dignity, they had to play the part well. So, Su Tong stayed behind, taking care of Chu Chun while intentionally posting on her social circle, "Taking care of Chu Chun in the hospital at my sister's request." Some socialites even left comments below. "So your sister's fierceness is fake, falling in love at first sight is real? Is this about sweet melons or dog food? Su Shi and Chu Chen, please explain. Why do I smell a strong sense of cover-up? Does Chu Xiao still have 2 billion? Is he open to having multiple girlfriends? Give us a chance for fair competition." Surprisingly, the atmosphere in the comments section, although a bit awkward, managed to suppress many rumors. But Su Shi was still focused on working hard, simply unwilling to communicate with Chu Chen and not posting any updates. In the evening, Chu Chen felt much better and was discharged from the hospital. Outside the hospital, both of their moods were not very pleasant, especially Su Tong. who was holding onto Chu Chen's arm. Chu Chen, I'm not feeling good. I want to go racing. Alright, is your Beetle fixed? No, don't you have an Aston Martin? It turned out this girl had this in mind. Chu Chen had no choice but to let Tang He bring his car over. When Tang He saw the cute and lively Su Tong again, he couldn't help but smile. He didn't know who this girl was before, but now he did, yet he didn't say much and just left the car and went away. Chu Chen let Su Tong drive, taking him to a high-end racing club. Since he had just recovered from a cold, he didn't want to participate and let Su Tong drive his car, having fun on the track, while he just watched quietly, not even thinking about sushi anymore. Chu Chen finally witnessed Su Tong's skill. This young girl, so young, was exceptionally wild when it came to racing, drifting sharply, continuous tail flicks, aggressively squeezing into positions. She could effortlessly perform various amazing techniques, truly a master. It wasn't until Su Tong had driven several laps that she was finally forced to stop by a Lamborghini. A young man in a blue suit got out of the rose-red Lamborghini, wearing black-framed glasses, looking quite elegant. He smiled and looked at Su Tong, then curiously approached her and asked, "Hey, I heard that your Su family is in serious need of funds lately. How come you still have money to buy this car?" Su Tong just gave him a disdainful look and said, "None of your business. Move aside." However, the young man showed no intention of moving aside. "What? I heard your sister sold herself for 2 billion. Is that why you're acting all high and mighty? Is this car hers, the nouveau riche's?" Su Tong was instantly furious. "Li Junming, I warn you. Dare to slander my sister and me, we'll see you in court." But Li Junming didn't back down at all. What? Lost last time and still dare to be arrogant this time? This situation immediately attracted a crowd of onlookers. Chu Chen had no choice but to go over and see what was happening. He knew that although Su Tong looked cute and innocent, she also had a bit of a temper. He gently asked Su Tong, "What's going on?" Su Tong pouted when she saw him. "Chu Chen, he's insulting you and my sister." As Su Tong staggered over, the pale-faced young man, Li Junming, acted coquettishly, his eyes darkening. He sneered at Chu Chen. "Oh, no wonder you can sleep with Su, the beauty. You look like a dog." He provocatively looked Chu Chen up and down again. "But look at your pale face from excessive drinking and womanizing. You must have been through a lot with women, right? Brother, I won't bother you with how many women I've been with. But you, with your sharp tongue, probably can't even pick up girls." Chu Chen coldly retorted. He was speechless at the sight of this man a few years younger than him, mocking him openly, clearly driven by jealousy. As for what he was jealous of, Chu Chen glanced at Su Tong, who was glaring at the man with indignation. This subtle hint instantly pierced through Li Junming's facade. Initially arrogant and disdainful, he now blushed in embarrassment. This made Su Tong, who was staring at him, stunned. But then Su Tong burst into laughter, clutching her stomach. "I say, Li Junming, are you still a virgin?" Li Junming's face turned from red to black, and he retorted coldly, "Su Tong, have some shame. Do you think everyone is like you and your sister, sleeping with anyone?" This struck a nerve with Su Tong. "Li Junming, you jerk, watch your mouth. If you dare say one more thing about my sister, I'll twist your head off." Su Tong yelled angrily, but Li Junming just looked at her coldly and said, "Twist my head off? Su Tong, do you have the guts for that?" Li Junming sneered at Chu Chen, the pretty boy beside him, and said coldly, "You can't even beat me in a race, so spare me your useless words." "Who can't beat you?" Su Tong was even more furious upon hearing this. But before she could speak, Chu Chen reached out and stopped her. "Li Jun, if you want a race, let's race. Why bring women into this?" Chu Chen said coldly. He, you want to race with me?" Li Junming looked at Chu Chen in surprise, his disdain growing as he saw Chu Chen's sickly appearance. "Fine. As long as you're willing to bet your entire worth against mine, I, Li Junming, am willing to play with you today." "Bet worth?" Chu Chen's eyes flashed slightly as he smiled. "Alright, I'll bet my entire fortune against yours. What will you bet against me?" If he remembers correctly, this Li Junming seems to be the only son of Li Yicheng, the real estate tycoon in the Magic City. If he dares to compare his entire fortune with mine. Chu Chen smirked, already planning how he would show off at the Li family when Li Junming lost the bet. At the same time, Su Tong was getting anxious. She grabbed Chu Chen's arm tightly. "Chu Chen, don't gamble with him. I lost to him last time. He's truly on par with top international racers." But Chu Chen wasn't afraid at all. Just a few days ago, he had just been given a special title, Racing God. He had thought it was useless, but now it seemed to come in handy. And Li Junming wasn't just a casual fan of racing. Now that Su Tong spoke up, he was afraid Chu Chen wouldn't bet anymore, so he taunted, "Scared? Are you backing out? Backing out? Li Junming, I've never backed down from anyone." Li Junming retorted angrily, then added, "Let's bet. but I won't make it hard for you. I'll wager 1% of Lee Group's shares against you, not much, just 20 billion. Saying this, Lee Junming extended 2 fingers towards Chu Chen. 1% of the shares? That seemed too little. Chu Chen frowned slightly, showing reluctance on his face. Scared, huh? Lee Junming noticed Chu Chen's reluctance and sneered, don't be a coward. No matter how many women you play with, you still need to show some backbone. Lee Junming's words were harsh, but Chu Chen knew that 1% of Lee Group's shares were worth at least 50 billion. Fine. Let's bet. Chu Chen agreed. Looking at the onlookers, everyone was shocked. Betting 30 billion on 1% of Lee Group's shares, despite the 20 billion difference between them. But whoever won would gain a fortune that others might never earn in their lifetime. However, words alone were not enough. Although Chu Chen agreed, he pretended to look hesitant and said in a commanding tone, let's have it notarized, the stakes are high this time, I'm afraid you'll cheat if you lose. This made Lee Junming ecstatic immediately. He wasn't a fool. In fact, he had already won several rich second-generation heirs using this 3-to-1 method, and his father even praised him for being clever. I bet $3 against your $1, dare to gamble? This was Lee Junming's way of provocation. Seeing Chu Chen taking the bait, he quickly pointed to a well-dressed young man beside him. Brother Chen is from a well-known domestic notary institution. He will ensure that our bet is just for entertainment, not gambling. Are you satisfied now? The so-called Brother Chen winked at Chu Chen, making him instantly recall someone. Wasn't this the agent lawyer of Gu Tian, the grandson of Huan Lao from the School of Business? This guy was Chen Yuning, indeed a well-known figure in the domestic notary institution. To make sure he wasn't mistaken, Chu Chen even called Chen Yuning on his phone. After confirming it was indeed him, he hung up with a smile. Great. Lee, you're generous. I'll bet with you. Please have Brother Chen notarize it for us. And so, a high-stakes race gamble, where both sides thought the other was a fool, began. Su Tong's tearful pleas couldn't stop Chu Chen. It was clear the little girl had suffered a big loss last time and still had some shadow from Lee Junming. Tong, don't try to stop me. A man should stand his ground. Today, I will fight him to the end. Comforting Su Tong on one hand, Chu Chen opened the door of his Aston Martin. At that moment, Lee Junming, still unabashed, pointed at Chu Chen and laughed. Are you sure you want to race my Lamborghini with that? Ha ha. Chu, you're really a spendthrift. He laughed wildly. The onlookers couldn't help but gossip among themselves. Because Aston Martin and Lamborghini are both sports cars, but their design directions are completely different. Lamborghini tends to pursue speed, making it more suitable as a racing car. However, Aston Martin is different. This car leans more towards a luxurious driving experience. In simple terms, Lamborghini is a fighter jet in speed. Aston Martin is a fighter jet in showing off. Of course, these are just worldly evaluations. Chu Chen, who carries the legacy of the world's #1 racer, knows, although Lamborghini is powerful, it often wastes power due to some minor issues. Aston Martin, although slightly slower in speed, has excellent coordination. It can maximize performance and inertia. Therefore, there has always been a thought-provoking saying on the racetrack, a true racer can drive even a Wuling Hongguan like a god, because they can perfectly coordinate the performance and inertia of the entire car, achieving unity of man and machine, as if it were an extension of their own body. In this way, even if they have less power than you won't stand a chance. The race began amidst great anticipation. The two of them casually ignited their engines, looking at each other as if they were fools. The smell of gunpowder was unusually strong. At this moment, Su Tong was so anxious that she was on the verge of tears. She quickly called her sister. Sis, your man, for the sake of racing, wagered over 30% of his shares at home against Lee Junming's 10% stake in the Lee family's property. On the other end, Su Shi remained silent for several seconds, then coldly replied, it's better if Chang Jian dies. I don't want a man like him. Su Shi hung up the phone, leaving her sister Su Tong looking helpless. She was also a bit puzzled. Why couldn't her sister see the reality? Why would she rather bear the stigma of being a $2 billion fallen woman than get along well with Chu Chen? They had already been in bed twice. 3, 2, 1. With the host's command, the two distinctly positioned sports cars roared to life simultaneously. Lee Junming's Lamborghini was indeed remarkable, accelerating to 100 kilometers per hour in just 2.9 seconds. He took the lead and shot out. As for Chu Chen's Aston Martin, it was hard to describe, as this car's acceleration to 100 kilometers per hour, although one of the fastest in the world, still took 4 seconds, causing him to fall slightly behind from the start. But he didn't mind at all. He dared to bet against Lee Junming, betting on his own understanding of the vehicle's performance and inertia speed. Sure enough, on the straight road, the Lamborghini left Chu Chen's Aston Martin far behind in no time. However, in the first sharp turn, Li Junming had to slightly reduce his speed. Looking at Chu Chen, this guy fully displayed the skills of a true racer. He smoothly navigated through the first challenge, catching up to Li Junming. Next was a short straight road, where Li Junming pushed the accelerator to the max. Vroom vroom. The Lamborghini's powerful engine once again left the Aston Martin far behind. But Chu Chen remained calm and composed, knowing that it was just the beginning. He needed to gradually build momentum to completely crush his opponent's confidence in the middle and later stages of the race. He continued to maintain his pace, not falling too far behind. Before long, they reached the first 90-degree corner. At this point, Li Junming also showcased his driving skills, executing a remarkably stylish drift, maintaining the image of his rose-red Lamborghini as it smoothly passed the second challenge. Meanwhile, the brown Aston Martin remained steady as a rock, naturally catching up again. This made Li Junming a bit impatient, thinking, isn't Chu Chen just a nouveau riche? How can a nouveau riche have such impressive driving skills? It's unbelievable. Once again, he floored the accelerator, and the car roared down the straight road. Looking back at Chu Chen, that guy remained calm and composed, letting you pull ahead, but always keeping a certain distance. In fact, Chu Chen hasn't overtaken me yet, he can only continue to build up his own momentum. Soon, we reached the fourth checkpoint, a high-altitude half-circular sharp turn. With a drop of more than 10 meters between the slope up and the slope down, it's easy for those who can't control their vehicles properly to end up in a fatal crash. Both of us displayed our skills, almost passing through simultaneously. Then, a shorter straight stretch followed, and Li Junming once again surged ahead like lightning. Chu Chen remained steady as a rock, refusing to be shaken off. Before long, we arrived at the fifth checkpoint. This was an almost triangular circular perilous section. Li Junming had to slow down, using the fastest speed he could control to navigate this extremely dangerous stretch. But what about Chu Chen? Due to his excellent coordination of the car, he actually kept pace with him. After driving side by side for a while, Li Junming finally managed to pull ahead of Chu Chen once again with the Lamborghini's powerful acceleration. However, even so, it was enough to make him break out in a cold sweat. This is unbelievable. How could Martin catch up with the Lamborghini? What's going on with that idiot? No answers. Li Junming's unwavering belief in victory began to waver. Before long, we reached the sixth checkpoint. This was a track consisting of 5 S-curves. This meant that those who couldn't drift continuously would have to slow down obediently. But both of us were skilled drivers and managed to navigate without much deceleration. Chu Chen was seen alternately half-clutching, and sometimes pressing the clutch, accelerator, and brakes simultaneously. He allowed the car to maintain stability while fully utilizing the inertia of forward motion, and as a result, he overtook Li Junming by a car length. This made Li Junming furious. Damn it! Martin actually overtook the Lamborghini on the track by a car length? What kind of sorcery is this? At that moment, Li Junming angrily stepped on the gas pedal again. In just a few seconds, he caught up with Chu Chen, then slowly began to overtake him again. But, before he could feel happy about it, we reached the seventh checkpoint. This was a high-altitude half-circular double-incline section. What does that mean? It was already a very steep and sharp downhill turn, with the right lane lower than the left. This really tested the driver's skills, because one small mistake could lead to a tragic accident. However, both of us safely made it through. At this point, Li Junming was somewhat at a loss. He had successfully passed the seventh checkpoint, but Chu Chen had actually left him behind. This made him start to feel frustrated. Stepping on the gas pedal, he attempted to overtake forcefully. He succeeded. But right after that, the eighth checkpoint arrived. This was a spiral track with 8 loops, with a total drop of over 100 meters. And it was uphill. At this point, Li Junming was feeling uncomfortable because he had already floored the gas pedal on the straight road. And now, he found that Chu Chen ahead of him? That guy was still maintaining his speed without any reduction. He once again left Li Junming behind. It was at this moment that Li Junming's expression finally turned serious. Damn it! How did that kid do it? How did he manage to maintain his speed? Can you really maintain speed on this kind of track? Li Junming was full of doubts, desperately trying to catch up. But unfortunately, by the time he finally closed the gap, the 8th checkpoint had passed, and what followed was a downhill stretch of 100 meters. This made the frustrated Li Junming furious, and his courage rose in the face of adversity. Once again, he floored the gas pedal, attempting to overtake. And at this moment, the Aston Martin revealed its aggressive fangs completely. Chu Chen was ruthless. He knew it was time to crush his opponent's spirit completely. Whether you wanted to overtake from the left, he would block you on the left. The same for the right. The initiative was completely in Chu Chen's hands. At this point, Lee Junming, who had never felt so frustrated, was on the verge of spitting blood. I don't care anymore. I'll crash you to death. This guy secretly made up his mind, just about to really cause a rear-end accident, when the Aston Martin in front suddenly accelerated again. A hint of disbelief flashed in Lee Junming's eyes. He really wanted to crash into it regardless of everything. But unfortunately, he couldn't. Even though his Lamborghini had strong power, what about the Aston Martin in front? It had not slowed down from the beginning until now. The continuously accumulating inertia had already compensated for the slight disadvantage in Martin's engine power. As a result, even on a straight road, Lee Junming could only barely keep up with the front car even if he stepped on the gas pedal as much as possible. He never thought that his Lamborghini would also experience a moment of weakness. Next, the 9th level, which was the final level, finally arrived. This was a section of the road that was somewhat like a roller coaster track, a few hundred meters long in total, with 3 deadly traps. The first one was a sloping road with the left side higher and the right side lower, looking like it had a 60-degree slope. The second one was a sloping circular road with the right side higher and the left side lower, appearing to have a slope of 90 degrees. The third one was even more extreme. It was actually the most classic roller coaster track design. A 360-degree vertical non-closed loop. The moment that tested the driver's skills had come. Chu Chen concentrated all his energy, suddenly shifted his car into gear, then moved both feet a few times simultaneously. With the grip of the tires and the inertia, his car rushed into the 9th level. The entire racetrack fell into silence, because since the completion of the 9th level several years ago, no one had ever successfully challenged it, not even Lee Junming now, who could only obediently take a detour and dare not challenge the 9th level at all. It was truly a level comparable to a roller coaster track, only a true car god had the qualifications to challenge it. And now, a new generation of car god was born. The Aston Martin had already stopped at the finish line, and after a few seconds of stunned silence, the beautiful female internet celebrities at the scene finally summoned the strength they had accumulated since childhood and shouted loudly, "Wow! Amazing! Fantastic!" Those little girls surrounded the car that had created a miracle, taking pictures and cheering incessantly. The sound system at the racetrack also broadcasted an extremely excited voice, "Warm congratulations to Mr. Chu Chen for successfully challenging the roller coaster level and becoming the new generation car god. Sure, remember this moment." However, under the strange gazes of the crowd, Chu Chen got out of the car with a pale face, took a brisk walk to the trash can on the side of the road, and vomited heavily. Ugh, 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 damn, my cold isn't better, I really can't exercise vigorously. Cough, cough, cough. While he was vomiting and cursing, many heavily made-up women came over. Some took out handkerchiefs and eagerly helped him wipe off the stains from the corners of his mouth. At this moment, the little internet celebrities and journalists, driven crazy by the birth of the new car god, completely ignored Chu Chen's gestures of refusal. They all rushed to lift him up high, shouting his name, "Chu Chen! Chu Chen! Chu Chen!" The entire racetrack was filled with only one voice, and Su Tong ran while sending a video to her sister, "Sis, look quickly. Your man has become a car god." As a result, Sushi on the other end just coldly uttered 2 words and then hung up the video call, boring. This greatly infuriated Su Tong. She almost dropped her phone directly. For Su Tong, who loved racing, witnessing the birth of a car god was a very cool thing, especially when this car god was her approved brother Chu. However, now she suddenly felt that her sister really didn't understand the excitement. Even such a great achievement was dismissed as boring. She was a little confused, but watching Chu Chen being tossed around by a large group of vulgar fans, she didn't know how much oil he had been wiped off throughout the process, and she was suddenly angry. The little girl ran over in a flash and started shooing people away. "Get lost! Get lost! Stop wiping my Chu Ji's oil!" Unfortunately, the scene was too chaotic, and no one noticed her different voice at all. This made Su Tong even more furious, so she simply got into Chu Chen's Aston Martin and stepped on the gas pedal. The roar of the engine finally caught people's attention, and as they saw the car about to crash into the crowd, everyone scattered like birds and beasts, even forgetting to catch Chu Chen, who was falling. Chu Chen was in a dilemma, waving his hands and feet frantically, shouting, "Damn, are you trying to murder me?" As Chu Chen was about to hit the ground, a beautiful lady in ancient Hanfu suddenly rushed forward, trying to catch him. However, Chu Chen's body adjusted its direction in mid-air, helplessly welcoming a collision. Bang! The two of them met the ground, and there was an intimate contact between them. With Chu Chen falling heavily to the ground, a crisp sound rang out. "Crack! Chu Ji!" Su Tong exclaimed. "Ouch! It hurts!" The girl in Hanfu pinched her hand that was freed, obviously feeling uncomfortable as well. The two of them were in an unusually intimate position at the moment, with the girl lying on top of Chu Chen, holding onto him tightly. "Ah!" the girl exclaimed, quickly getting up. Feeling the friction of the girl's soft body, Chu Chen was momentarily stunned, but soon, the sharp pain from his ribs made him dismiss certain evil thoughts. Chu Chen felt like a bone in his chest had broken. What a mess! Chu Chen lamented inwardly. He had just come out of the hospital not long ago, and now it seemed like he had to go back again. "Well, you even took advantage of another girl." Su Tong, seeing what had just happened, felt sour and said unkindly, "Miss, it's not my fault, I'm the victim here." Chu Chen explained helplessly. "Alright, my dear Miss Su Tong, don't worry about it, just take me to the hospital quickly, I feel like my legs are going to be useless." Feeling the waves of pain from his body, Chu Chen said impatiently. The onlookers dared not approach now, after all, it was they who had caused the car god to end up in this state. "Are you okay?" The girl in Hanfu, with a red face, stood by for a long time, finally couldn't help but ask, "I'm sorry, I didn't catch you." It's okay. Chu Chen grinned. With the help of the two girls, he finally managed to stand up. "Let me take you to the hospital," the girl in Hanfu kindly suggested. "No need, after taking advantage of my Chu Ji, what else do you want to do?" Su Tong rolled her eyes. "Let's go, Chu Ji, we're going to the hospital." Chu Chen was about to suggest the three of them go together when he suddenly remembered that his Aston Martin could only accommodate two people. Sorry about this, my car can only fit two people, thank you for today." Chu Chen apologized sincerely. It's okay. The girl in Hanfu smiled in response. "Here's my business card, let's keep in touch." Chu Chen wanted to chat a bit more with the pretty girl, but Su Tong directly parked the Aston Martin in front of them, and the louder the engine roared, the more it seemed to match someone's anger. "Alright, I have to go, what's your name?" Ignoring the honking behind him, Chu Chen asked. "Qin Yu." The girl in Hanfu smiled sweetly. Watching the sports car roar away, everyone looked at each other in confusion. When they arrived at the hospital, Su Tong supported Chu Chen and ran inside. "Be gentle, young lady, I'm a seriously ill patient now." Chu Chen groaned a few times, feeling that even if he was fine, under Su Tong's fussing, it might be tough. "Oh dear, Chuj, hurry up, we can't delay on this." Su Tong couldn't move Chu Chen by herself, so she shouted to the people around, "Can someone help us?" The hospital receptionist was obviously sensible, and quickly called inside. Several nurses rushed out and carried Chu Chen in a flurry of activity. Soon, the test results were out. Fractured bone. Looking at the two big characters on the test results, Chu Chen was truly at a loss. What a mess this was. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have stepped forward. Just as he was showing off, he was carried to the hospital. Now he could only silently lie down on the hospital bed, drawing circles and cursing Su Tong in his heart. With Chu Chen in the hospital, naturally, many people came to visit. However, what surprised Chu Chen was that the first person to come was Yao Yunyun, who had seen the news in the patient group. "Chuj, are you okay?" Yao Yunyun's gentle voice floated in. She had just heard that Chu Chen was in the hospital again and hurried over to check on him. "Yamini, I'm fine, you don't need to worry, go on with your business," Chu Chen casually replied. But Yao Yunyun glanced at Su Tong, who was playing games beside him, hesitated for a moment, and decided to sit down, starting to peel an apple for Chu Chen to eat. The atmosphere in the ward suddenly became awkward. "I haven't even received that 10% of Li Juanming's shares yet?" Chu Chen thought for a moment. With so many people around in his injury, he had actually forgotten about the bet. "Xiaotong, do you have Li Juanming's contact information?" Su Tong was taken aback. "Chuj, are you really planning to ask Li Juanming for money?" "Of course, otherwise, wouldn't my injury be in vain?" Chu Chen smirked. "I'm injured now, feeling really bad, so I can only take it out on him." "Chuj, please don't act recklessly. Li Juanming's family is really powerful." Su Tong was genuinely afraid of this unpredictable brother-in-law. "Forget it, let's not talk about this for now." Chu Chen realized that he couldn't involve Su Tong in this matter and decided to drop it. "Also, what does your sister think now?" Chu Chen sighed and asked. "Ah, my sister, I really don't know what she's thinking." Su Tong shook her head, feeling quite helpless. "Since your sister is being so extreme, why are you still here with me?" Chu Chen rubbed his forehead. "But, Chuj, I'm very sure that my sister has a special feeling for you," Su Tong said firmly. "A special feeling? She hates me to the bone, of course she has a special feeling for me." Chu Chen shrugged. "Oh, it's not like that." Su Tong paused, then continued, "Anyway, it's not what you think. She's the kind who cares about you a lot but still acts like she's keeping her distance. Why does she do that?" Chu Chen chuckled. He didn't think he had time to play hide and seek with Su Shi now. "Oh, I don't know, she's just a kid after all." Su Tong said with a hint of coquetry, but Judge, I just don't want to see two very suitable people miss each other. Suitable, in terms of money, right? Chuchen said quietly to himself. Seeing Chuchen remain silent for a long time, Su Tong blinked her big watery eyes, looking at Chuchen as if she had something special to say. Alright, stop being coquettish with me. What else do you want to say? Chuchen glared at her helplessly. Actually, I think the problem is very simple. Su Tong smiled meaningfully, it's just that my sister may feel that you don't respect her. Hearing Su Tong's words, Chuchen's face suddenly turned angry. Damn, who doesn't respect her? I've worked hard to raise money, and I've saved her twice. What kind of evaluation did I get? Damn it, is it my fault that she has come to this point today? So who is disrespecting whom in the end? You tell me, who is disrespecting whom? Despite Chu Chen's good temper, being pushed like this made her a bit annoyed. Alright. You big man, stop comparing yourself to my sister. Su Tong stuck out her tongue, speaking with a hint of flattery. Chu Chen rolled her eyes. So what's your sister's attitude really like? Is she angry, sad, upset, or calm? You have to tell me. My sister, well, she has been cold-faced towards outsiders recently, never smiling or talking much. I don't know about her attitude, Su Tong said with a hint of distress. But she's your own sister, you're together every day, don't you know what she's thinking? Yeah, Su Tong replied confidently, from childhood to now, I can never figure out what my sister is thinking. She always thinks more and further than I do. Although in daily life, she's like a clueless child, but when it comes to her future, she plans far ahead. Hearing the girl say this, Chu Chen became interested. So, is this matter between her and me about daily life or the future? Su Tong's eyes twinkled mischievously as she said, I don't know, you have to ask her yourself. Is there any difference between you saying it or not? Chu Chen tapped her mischievous little head, saying impatiently, no difference, anyway, I can't help you with this matter. I can only say this, Shu Ge, I'm your solid backing in this matter. Good luck, I believe in you. Su Tong playfully blinked and slipped away. Watching Su Tong's fleeing figure, Chu Chen shook his head with a smile. He really didn't know what to do about Su Yao's matter. Their encounters from the beginning were full of awkwardness, and until now, they hadn't had a proper conversation. With one thing after another happening to him recently, he hadn't figured out what to do. Chu Chen pondered and pondered, only able to tap his head in frustration, looking helplessly at the ceiling. Beside him, a soft voice spoke up. Chu Good, do you really like the miss of the Su family group? Yao Yunyun asked shyly, slightly curious, handing Chu Chen a peeled apple. Well, I don't really know myself, but somehow, she always gives me a strange feeling. Can't quite put my finger on it, Chu Chen said, looking at Yao Yunyun, taking a bite of the apple with a bitter smile. Then that must be liking, Yao Yunyun said coquettishly. For some reason, she felt a hint of disappointment when she said these words. Chu Chen didn't notice the subtle change in the little girl's thoughts in front of him. Lying on the hospital bed, he could finally calm down and think about what had happened recently. The crisis of the Su family group had been temporarily averted, but this matter was probably not that simple. Recalling the series of encounters since meeting Su Shi, Chu Chen felt that everything was too coincidental, as if there was a force guiding it all. Yamini, can you ask the doctor for me, how they plan to treat my illness and how long it will take to recover? Sure, Chu Ge, wait a moment, Yao Yunyun obediently nodded. Chu Chen felt increasingly restless, unable to sit still. Damn it, if only the system could help me recover my health, he suddenly thought. Ding, the system has detected the host's request for physical recovery, shall we open the popularity store? Popularity store? Chu Chen was taken aback, there's such an option? Agree to open. Ding. Initiating system order, health recovery, checking the host's physical condition. Chu Chen felt as if he was being seen through by a pair of eyes, those eyes could see through every corner of his body. Examination complete, the host's physical condition is sub-healthy, accompanied by mild bone fractures. If you choose to restore your body to a healthy state, 1 million will be deducted. Damn, extortion? Just cure the bone fractures. Chu Chen grumbled. Remove bone fracture status. People's popularity value spent, 100,000. I'm speechless. Chu Chen stomped in anger. He had worked hard to accumulate his popularity value for so long, and this system casually deducted 100,000. Why don't you go rob someone? System prompt, performing biological modification on the host's body is an advanced function and will cost a huge amount of popularity value. Generally, it is not recommended to use. Why didn't you say so earlier? Chu Chen felt like he had been ruthlessly taken advantage of by this system. Immediately, he felt his body recovering again, feeling completely fine. It had to be said, as dark as the system was, the effect was really good. Chu Chen, now feeling no pain and full of strength, was ecstatic, thinking he would have to be bedridden for 100 days. Just then, Yao Yunyun stumbled into the ward. Chu Ji, the doctor said your injuries are quite serious, you can't be discharged yet. At least after the surgery, they can determine the length of your hospital stay, right? Before she could finish, she saw Chu Chen springing up from the bed as if propelled by a spring. One moment Chu Chen was sickly, the next he was bouncing around on the bed. Yao Yunyun looked at Chu Chen as if she was seeing a monster, her cherry lips wide open in surprise. Don't mind what the doctor says, just go help me with the discharge procedures, I want to leave now. Chu Chen waved his hand nonchalantly. Ah, Chu Ji, but your injuries. Yao Yunyun said worriedly, her big watery eyes fixed on Chu Chen. Just go. Chu Chen waved impatiently. Yao Yunyun hesitated for a moment but obediently ran out. Really, spending 100,000 of my popularity value, every second in this lousy hospital is a waste of that 100,000 popularity value. Chu Chen winced at the thought. Unable to sit still any longer, Chu Chen quickly changed his clothes, then called Tang He, his secretary. Xiao He, come pick me up. Soon, Tang He walked into the ward. Boss, you're already feeling better so soon? Tang He, as usual, dressed in a cheongsam, asked in surprise. She had obviously heard about the boss's injury. Just a minor injury. How's the hotel doing lately? Chu Chen asked energetically. Boss, you know, there are some documents that need your review again. Tang He, seeing Chu Chen in a good mood, breathed a sigh of relief. For some reason, she was also quite happy. Okay, bring them for me to sign later. Chu Chen didn't pay much attention to these matters. Ding ling ling ling. His phone rang cheerfully. Is this Mr. Chu? Hello, hello. Yes. Who is this? I am Jia Yi, a business representative from the 3721 Crosstalk Culture Company, Ltd. May I have a moment of your time? Sure, go ahead. What's the matter? Well, we are very interested in the 3 scripts you have on hand and would like to discuss the prices and such with you. When would it be convenient for you to meet in person? I will arrange a time with our CEO, the sweet voice on the phone said. In person? Haven't we already finalized the business process here? Chu Chen, who had been in a bad mood a few days ago, hadn't forgotten what Li Xingqing had told him. Well, our CEO highly appreciates your company's strength and hopes to establish a long-term cooperation channel, so he would like to have a face-to-face discussion with you about this. Alright, I understand this matter. Let me confirm my schedule with my assistant first. Once it's settled, I will get back to you. Chu Chen felt a headache coming on. He had just been discharged from the hospital, and now a bunch of things cropped up again. Beside him, Tang He smirked. The two walked out of the hospital together, with Tang He driving on the road. Xiao Yi, Chu Chen broke the silence in the car. What is it, boss? Tang He replied. If a woman is hurt, even if it was unintentional, do you think she would forgive the person who hurt her? Boss, I really don't know. Tang He hesitated, then chuckled. Being relatively new to the job and lacking much social experience, she didn't dare to speak recklessly, especially considering the significant impact this matter seemed to have on Chu Chen. I see, Chu Chen understood immediately. But, Chu, I think. Tang He hesitated, then said haltingly, in matters of the heart, women rely more on their feelings than on past events. So, if a man truly loves a woman persistently, even if she seems unyielding, she might still be moved. She murmured. Especially if a man of high status sets aside his pride for his love. Tang He added silently in her mind, feeling a pang for some reason. Chu Chen was momentarily stunned by her words. Well, let's go with the usual approach. He gritted his teeth, recalling how he used to flood Li Chanqian with messages whenever she got upset, and strangely, the arguments would cease. After much deliberation, he decided to send a text to Su Shi. I know you've been through a lot recently. I understand you may not know how to face me, and I'm unsure myself. But regardless, we are destined not to be strangers to each other. Since it's inevitable, why don't we meet? What do you want? To Chu Chen's surprise, Su Shi replied quickly. You've had my body, you fulfilled your promise. We owe each other nothing. Reading her resolute words on the screen, Chu Chen felt a bitter pang in his heart. I'm not the person you think I am. Then what kind of person are you? Chu Chen typed out 2 words on his phone, but his hands froze. What kind of person was he really? A loser from the past? A low-income earner struggling to survive? Or the successful millionaire he had become? What do you think I am? He typed out slowly. You are a rogue. From the moment we met, you have been a shameless rogue taking advantage of others' vulnerabilities. Chu Chen wanted to argue, but paused, sighed softly. No matter what he thought at the time, he had indeed done such things to Su Shi. You are a beast, pushing me step by step into a corner, watching me become a joke. And now you appear, wanting me to surrender. She continued relentlessly in her messages. I was just trying very hard to raise the money. 20 billion isn't something you can come up with easily, especially as it's liquid capital. Even with the most powerful system in the world, I can't make an exception. Shu Chen whispered in his heart. And it was true. In order to produce this sum in such a short time, he had planted significant risks in his newly acquired business. After a long wait, his phone received no further messages. Shu Chen let out a long sigh, gazing silently at the skyscrapers flashing by outside the window. His mood, which had just started to improve, took a turn for the worse. In the president's office of the Su Corporation, Sushi furrowed her brows as she stared blankly at the message on her exquisite phone. I know you won't believe anything I say, but I can assure you that I didn't want any of this to happen. In the future, if you encounter any difficulties, use this number in this account. I will help in any way I can. I don't need it. Sushi gritted her teeth, about to send the message out, but after hesitating for a long time, she deleted the line and replaced it with a different message. On the other side, Shu Chen waited impatiently for about 10 minutes. Ding! The phone emitted a crisp notification sound. Shu Chen opened the unread message, which read, "Tonight at 8 o'clock, Bali Lai Restaurant." Ha ha ha. Shu Chen finally couldn't contain his joy and laughed heartily. Tangy, turn around, let's go to Bali Lai Restaurant. Bali Lai Restaurant in the Magic City was renowned not only for its exquisite ingredients but also for its magical restaurant design filled with romantic elements. People came and went at the entrance, pausing to admire the place. However, few could actually step inside to enjoy the delicacies. Shu Chen, who had just alighted from the Aston Martin parked at the restaurant's entrance, was clearly not part of the usual crowd. Boss, I'll go park the car first. Tangy waved at his back and slowly drove away. Sure, go ahead. Shu Chen entered the restaurant, ignoring the curious glances around him. His eyes were drawn to a private room by the window with a view of the river. It wasn't the ordinary room that caught his attention but the figure sitting quietly inside, dressed in a crimson-purple gown, Sushi. Every encounter between them in the past had been chaotic and awkward. Now, as she sat there gazing at the river, Shu Chen noticed a serene and refined air about her. Just meeting oneself. And so much has happened. Shu Chen couldn't help but sigh at the memories of their past encounters. He strode over. You're here, Sushi didn't show any particular welcome, but surprisingly, there was no sign of disgust either. Yes, I'm here. The two fell into silence. For them, whose previous meetings had been full of surprises, this formal encounter felt like a first. I invited you here today to thank you for keeping your promise, Sushi broke the silence after a while. Shu Chen nodded gently. Sushi snapped her fingers, and a series of exquisite dishes were brought in by the waiters, along with a bottle of well-aged red wine. As the wine steward filled their glasses and everyone left, Sushi raised her glass lightly. Here's to you. Shu Chen raised his glass. Su Corporation, still holding up well? For now, it hasn't collapsed. Sushi seemed reluctant to dwell on the topic. I didn't realize it before, but now I see that the higher one stands, the more exhausting it is, Shu Chen remarked, observing the fatigue in Sushi's expression. Shu Chen, Sushi's eyes suddenly took on a playful glint. Yes? Do you know that in this day and age, a person's past is not that hard to uncover? Sushi's voice was calm, but it carried a chilling undertone. Shu Chen's heart skipped a beat, a sense of foreboding creeping in. Your sudden appearance has caught many off guard. Naturally, many will try to investigate you. Sushi's gaze held a peculiar meaning. After the crisis in the Su group was resolved, I truly had the opportunity to understand your past. You, Shu Chen, in the first 20 years of your life, if not intentionally hidden, were a complete loser, Sushi said firmly. Her words at this moment seemed particularly sharp. I don't know how you managed to raise 2 billion in just 7 days, but what I can be 100% sure of is. Sushi took out her delicate phone and showed a chat screenshot. You planned this. Shu Chen's pupils slightly contracted as he saw the screenshot, which was the origin of his friend's circle, the guy who helped him with the packaging. This screenshot was a record of his previous WeChat conversations with that guy. However, Sushi surprisingly didn't delve deeper into suspicion. It seems the system is indeed powerful. I did act in desperation, but to say that the accusations against me are baseless, I'm afraid that's a bit far-fetched, Sushi said calmly. Looking at the vulgar remarks in the chat screenshot, Shu Chen scratched his head awkwardly. Well, you don't need to explain, Sushi's eyes flashed with indifference. Although I am confident, I still have some basic self-awareness. I don't think sleeping with you twice is worth this 2 billion. I owe you that, I won't deny it, and I won't be ungrateful, Sushi gritted her teeth, as if she had made a decision. No, actually, I think we can. Shu Chen felt embarrassed by Sushi's words. Although raising the 2 billion wasn't easy, he also felt indebted. He felt he owed Sushi something. I promise to be your woman, Sushi interrupted Shu Chen. Ha? Shu Chen was dumbfounded, almost doubting if he heard correctly. I said, I'm willing to be your woman. Sushi closed her eyes and repeated her words clearly. What's going on? Shu Chen's mind was completely confused. He realized that Sushi's thoughts were truly unfathomable. Despite their back-and-forth conversation, he still couldn't understand what Sushi meant, and she suddenly said this. Alright, let's settle it this way. Shu Chen, always straightforward, decided that if Sushi was willing to be his woman, it was what he wanted too. Okay, Sushi seemed unable to contain herself anymore, blushing slightly as she nodded. Cheers! Shu Chen was slightly excited, raising his glass and clinking it lightly with hers. Smelling the fragrance coming from the beautiful woman in front of him, Shu Chen couldn't help but recall some moments they had shared together. A hint of reminiscence crossed his face. Seems like calling him a beast wasn't entirely wrong, so she thought to herself, looking at the man in front of her with a lewd and ambiguous expression, a hint of disdain barely noticeable. But then, as if thinking of something else, Sushi's eyes struggled with pain for a moment, before she smiled gently and sat next to Shu Chen. Have you eaten? Sushi tried to soften her voice as much as possible, gently patting Shu Chen's shoulder. Yes, let's go then. Sushi gestured to the waiter to bring the bill, then took out a black card from her bag. You're my woman now, how can I let you pay? Shu Chen raised an eyebrow, taking out a purple gold card from his pocket and handed it to the waiter. Suddenly, a voice from nearby, as if observing for a while, said, Oh, isn't this the CEO of the Su Group? Starting to show off now, huh? Oh, sorry, I forgot. After all, Mr. Su is not the same as before. He's the one who sold himself for 20 billion. With such wealth, it really makes someone like me seem insignificant. Hearing these harsh words, Sushi's charming face turned pale. Shu Chen squinted his eyes and looked behind him. Where did this uncultured dog come from? As it seemed like an argument was brewing here, people around turned their gaze towards this direction. A young man in a deep black suit looked at Sushi mockingly, completely ignoring Shu Chen beside him. Sushi, if you need money, just tell your brother. There's no need to cozy up to these unsavory nouveau riche. Who the hell are you, speaking to your father like that? Have some respect. Shu Chen looked disdainfully at the man in front of him. I wonder what the former president of Gudian was thinking, doing business with someone like you? It really lowers the standards of our circle. The man in the deep black suit suddenly revealed Shu Chen's identity. So dogs don't have names, huh? They only know how to bark? Did your owner forget to give you a name? Come on, acknowledge me as your master, I'll give you a name. Shu Chen smirked mischievously. The man in black clearly didn't expect Shu Chen to be so shameless in his insults, feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger, but he couldn't lose his temper in public. His expression grew darker and more ominous. Who is he? Shu Chen whispered to Su Shi. Su Huanshan, the executive director of the Su Group, Sushi said, her face pale. Shu, don't think that just because you have Gudian Hotel and a small theater, you can act arrogantly. The world is vast. Su Huanshan mocked, don't flaunt your nouveau riche style everywhere, or you'll end up crossing paths with the wrong people, like me. Executive director? Shu Chen was puzzled. An executive director exuding such confidence, going head-to-head with the two CEOs here. Su Huanshan is one of the most famous CEOs in the Magic City, young and talented. He's also one of the top 10 traders in the country. His stock sniper team is the best in the industry, Sushi whispered softly in Shu Chen's ear, her red lips brushing against his cheek, stirring something in his heart. He was behind the suspension of Su's stocks and the strain on their financial chain. It was his doing, Sushi said with a cold tone, even someone as composed as her couldn't hide her anger. Oh, so this is the mastermind behind it all, Shu Chen chuckled. Su Huanshan, huh? So dogs do have names after all. What's wrong? Ashamed of your name? Su Huanshan's face turned from red to purple, not expecting to be repeatedly insulted by Shu Chen. He never imagined that apart from a few families in the Magic City, there were still people who dared not to give him face. Uncouth, that nouveau riche air of yours is truly ingrained, Su Huanshan muttered. He was jealous seeing Sushi being so intimate with the rumored nouveau riche. After all, he had pursued Sushi for a whole year without success, only to be outdone by this seemingly worthless nouveau riche. Just wait, since you dare to offend me, in this Magic City, your business will no longer be necessary. Su Huanshan sneered inwardly. Seeing Su Huanshan blocking the way, Shu Chen felt even more repulsed, saying, a good dog doesn't block the way. Don't you know this principle? If you're going to be a dog, at least have the self-awareness to know your place. If you lack even that, what kind of dog are you? Su Huanshan was furious, not expecting to be scolded so harshly after hastily jumping into the situation, truly experiencing what it meant to be humiliated. You, me. Who do you think you are? Shu Chen was infuriated when he saw the man blocking his way. He stood up directly, took a few big steps forward, and delivered a right hook to Su Huanshan's face. Can't understand human language, huh? I told you to get lost. Su Huanshan, hands still in his pockets, completely unresponsive, was knocked out cold by Chu Chen's punch. Sir, Mr. Chu, you can't resort to violence. The manager of Polyland, seeing the situation escalating, couldn't sit still any longer and hurried out to intervene. It's not good to resort to violence. The manager wore a forced smile. Today, our restaurant's service was lacking. I apologize for that. Let me handle the rest, okay? Chu Chen looked at the manager, carefully choosing his words, and casually waved his hand. Fine, I'll leave it to you. He took out 100,000 yuan from his wallet, tossed it, and the money landed on Su Huanshan's fallen face, leaving him dizzy and unable to even stand up. Let's go, Xiaoxi, don't mind this toad. Chu Chen extended his hand to Su Shi, who was quietly standing behind him. This person. Su Shi felt a bit embarrassed. He's shameless regardless of the situation. His thick skin is truly exasperating. After hesitating for a moment, she reached out her hand and followed Chu Chen as they left. Su Xiao, are you okay? Seeing the two walking away, the manager quickly helped Su Huanshan up. Su Huanshan, still dizzy, pushed the manager's hand away, glaring in the direction the two had left, his face darkening to the extreme. Sushi, Chu Chen, this isn't over between me and you. Su Huanshan's murmured voice echoed. The Aston Martin sped down the road and finally stopped in front of a 5-star hotel named Maple Leaf Hotel. The car door opened, and to Chu Chen's surprise, Su Shi was the one driving. No way, could it be tonight? Chu Chen's heart was already on a roller coaster ride. Did I perform so well that I've completely conquered this proud female CEO? Su Shi glanced at Chu Chen, who was clearly eager, pretending not to notice his impatience. Let's go, upstairs. I've already booked the room. She tried to keep her voice as calm as possible, but if one paid attention, they could sense her unease. However, Chu Chen's thoughts were already miles away, not in this scenario. Chu Chen's eyes burned as he watched Su Shi walking ahead of him, feeling his whole body heating up. Su Shi led Chu Chen through the corridor and into the room without hesitation. Finally, alone in the room, just like the night they first met. I promise to be your woman, and I won't go back on my word. Whatever you want, I'll give it to you. The woman's cold voice rang out as she began unbuttoning her dress. Her icy tone matched her seductive movements, piercing through all of Chu Chen's defenses in an instant. In a moment of inadvertence, he caught a glimpse of pure white, losing all rationality and lunging forward. A hint of disappointment flashed in Su Shi's eyes, then she closed them as if resigned. The morning sun shone into the luxurious Maple Leaf Hotel. Chu Chen was startled awake by the sudden sunlight, and as he groggily opened his eyes, he saw Su Shi, who had tidied herself up, drawing back the curtains to let the bright sunlight in. Xiaoxi, you're up so early. Chu Chen struggled to check his phone and realized it was only 7 in the morning. Recalling the intoxicating feeling of the previous night, a suggestive smile appeared on Chu Chen's face. Xiaoxi, how was my performance last night? Su Shi, slightly speechless, looked at the man in front of her and silently shook her head, offering no response. Was my performance not good enough? Chu Chen was taken aback, feeling like she was the kind of person who wouldn't recognize anyone once she put on her pants. I'm going to the company. You have my phone number, so just contact me directly when you want to reach me. I'll try to answer the phone whenever possible. Su Shi completely ignored Chu Chen's words, casually threw out a sentence, then opened the door and left. Why does this woman seem to be getting colder instead? Chu Chen shook his head. Thinking back to Su Shi's various behaviors yesterday, Chu Chen understood that she didn't see him as her man at all, just a business partner. I should have endured it yesterday. Chu Chen realized something in his heart, shaking his head. My behavior yesterday was so beastly. So naturally, she defined this relationship as a transaction. After pondering for a while, Chu Chen sighed sadly. He didn't know why, but his resistance to Su Shi was unbelievably low. The situation last night was like he had been drugged. Oh well, at least they can meet steadily in the future. This is a stable start. Buzz. The phone vibrated. A message came in. Shuge, my sister didn't come home yesterday. Was she with you? You're amazing, Shuge, I admire you. It was a message from Su Tong, but Chu Chen completely ignored this crazy little girl. Boss, the hotel lost a batch of long-term customers' orders today. How should we handle it? Seeing another message from Tang He, Chu Chen frowned. Which long-term customers? He replied. Su Group and the affiliated company's orders. Tang He replied quickly. I got it. I'll handle it. After tidying up, Chu Chen sat on the sofa, his eyes slightly cold. He didn't expect Su Huanshan's actions to be so quick. It had only been half a day, and he had managed to mobilize the entire Su Group and the Gutian Hotel for a split. Looking at the financial information sent by Tang He, Shuchen was stunned. Su Group actually accounted for 30% of Gutian Hotel's annual revenue, an absolute core customer. No wonder Su Huanshan was so arrogant yesterday, thinking I wouldn't dare touch him. Shuchen now began to understand why Su Huanshan had acted like a fool yesterday and came out to be beaten. 30%, indeed a lot, but not that much anymore. Shuchen sneered. No need to rush, it's time to use the system's lottery. Shuchen thought to himself, now that he had decided how to deal with the Su Group, he was no longer in a hurry. These days, his popularity had unexpectedly increased significantly. Ding, the system lottery begins. What will come out this time? First draw, congratulations on winning the Vacheron Constantin Traditionnel series. Second draw, congratulations, you have won the limited edition Lamborghini Egoista. It is already parked in the Maple Leaf Hotel's underground parking lot. Third draw, congratulations on winning a crystal seat property. Damn, the system is really not that great this time. Shu Chen shook his head. Although these three rewards were valuable, they were not very useful to him, as he had already been lucky enough to draw many industries. It seems I still have to rely on myself, TSK. Looking at his exquisite watch, Shu Chen thought to himself, when suddenly a system prompt came. Ding, system prompt, you have drawn 10 times, obtained the title life winner, triggered a hidden lottery reward, increasing the liquid funds of all current industries by 10 billion. Damn, this is truly powerful. Shu Chen was dumbfounded. He had been played by the system so hard, feeling like he had been given a big surprise. He had thought he would have to wait 7 days to draw something good, but he didn't expect the system to give him such a big surprise. Shu Chen seemed to have already envisioned the astonished expression on Su Huanshan's face. Su Huanshan, Su Corporation. A cold glint flashed in Shu Chen's eyes. Since you dared to lay a hand on my little stream, don't blame me for not showing mercy. Suddenly, he remembered Li Junming, who had raced with him, seemed to really like cars. It seemed like he had just won a limited edition Lamborghini. Thinking about this, he suddenly realized that there were only 4 of this limited edition Lamborghini in the world. Ha, it seems like luck is on my side. Since that's the case, it looks like the plan to drag the Li family into this is on. Shu Chen thought wickedly. He immediately took action, picked up his phone, and messaged Su Tong, where are you? Come to a place, I'll show you a new car. Shu Ge, why are you so eager to race today? Didn't you just race a few days ago? Su Tong quickly replied, and soon she drove over in her Beetle. Shu Chen had just taken over the new car and was admiring the interior. He had to admit that the luxury level of this limited edition surpassed his previous Aston Martin by several notches. Oh, new car, a Lamborghini, no wonder you want a race. Su Tong walked over to Shu Chen, surprised. However, she soon noticed something was off. This design was not unfamiliar to her, a car enthusiast. My goodness, Shu Ge, where did you get this limited edition Lamborghini? Wow! I can't believe I get to see this real car in my lifetime. I'm so happy, Shu Ge, I love you. Before Shu Chen could react, Su Tong had already jumped up in excitement. Shu Chen shook his head inwardly. This girl didn't seem much younger than her sister, but their personalities were worlds apart. Su Tong, do you know where Li Junming usually hangs out? Is it still at that racing club? Shu Chen asked casually as Su Tong got into the car. Li Junming? He usually hangs out there. Su Tong replied nonchalantly. What's up, Shu Ge, do you need to find him for something? I see. Alright, let's go, we'll go have some fun with him. Shu Chen smirked slightly wickedly. Wow, Shu Ge, that smile of yours is so evil, what mischief are you up to now? Su Tong teased. Just friendly banter, where were you lost in thought? Hey, by the way, isn't my sister's figure amazing? Shu Ge, did you make my sister happy yesterday? Su Tong suddenly leaned in, her cheeks slightly flushed, gossiping. Damn, you're asking me that kind of question. Go away, you little brat. Shu Chen was almost thrown off by her question, his direction swaying. Su Tong also gasped and tightened her seatbelt. With the experience of the world's top race car driver, Li Junming, I wonder if he'll take the bait. Shu Chen accidentally revealed an evil smile. Shu Ge, can you please stop smiling like that in the future? It's really scary. Su Tong complained. Humph, I have to show you how capable I am. Shu Chen proudly raised his eyebrows. The Lamborghini's engine roared, leaving the cars that were originally beside them far behind. The road to the club was not crowded, and with this limited edition supercar, they arrived quickly. At the club's entrance, everyone was stunned looking at the imposing Lamborghini. Wow, is that the limited edition Lamborghini Egoista? Someone recognized it immediately. Wow, is this the car that only has 4 units worldwide? Whoa, who is this? So impressive, I don't think there's even one of these cars in the country. As they watched Shu Chen and Su Tong get out of the car, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. The Su Corporation had almost gone bankrupt recently, so this car couldn't possibly be hers. There was only one possibility, and everyone's gaze turned to the new legendary car god of the club. Shu Chen? Everyone was stunned by Li Juanming's appearance. Li Xiao, it's been a few days, and I've missed you so much, Shu Chen greeted with a malicious smile. We bet on when you'll give me that 10% stake in the Li Group. Li Junming rolled his eyes. Li, have never been one to default on debts. It's just that I don't actually have a 10% stake in the Li Group. What should I do? Nan? Shu Chen was also surprised. You, the prince of the Li Group, don't even have 10% of the shares? Li Junming was quite cunning. Shares in the group are not easy to come by. I only have 5%, and it's all thanks to my father's connections. Do you really think my father would entrust such an important thing to me, considering how idle I appear? The people around exchanged glances, surprised that Li Junming, who usually seems so proud, was willing to back down. True, Shu Chen thought, a 10% stake would probably be enough to sway the board of directors. But we can't just leave it at that, can we? Otherwise, this bet would be meaningless, Shu Chen sneered. Humph. What do you want then, how much money? Li Junming sneered, seeing through his opponent's attempt to deceive him. What, want to have a race, give you a chance to turn the tables? Shu Chen pointed to the Lamborghini Egoista behind him, signaling to Li Junming. I'm not racing you, trying to trick me once and then again. Li Junming hesitated, looking at the outrageously high-performance supercar. Last time they raced, he received a severe scolding at home. If they were to race again, his family would probably hang him up and beat him. The thought sent shivers down his spine. Not racing? That's unlike you, Shu Chen was surprised, as he thought Li Junming wouldn't pass up such an opportunity. Forget it, I never want to race you on the same track again in my life. Li Xiao, let's talk somewhere with fewer people, it's too crowded here, Shu Chen suggested calmly. Okay, Li Junming agreed readily. Sutton, you can have this car, Shu Chen tossed the keys to Sutton, who caught them eagerly. Wow, I love you so much, Shu Ge, you're amazing, Sutton exclaimed, blowing a kiss. Watching the girl's blown kiss, Shu Chen couldn't help but feel a flutter in his heart. Sutton and Sushi were equally stunning, one as cold as an iceberg that never melts, the other as fiery as a red-hot chili pepper. But thinking about his complicated relationship with Sushi, he dismissed the absurd thought. Heard you got her sister? Li Junming gossiped in a low voice. Why are you, a grown man, so gossipy? Shu Chen frowned. Gossip? Li Junming was surprised, then smirked mysteriously. It seems you have no idea about your own situation. What's going on? Shu Chen was confused by Li Junming's words. Do you know that in this vast city of magic, there are not just a few, but thousands of people chasing after the chairman of the Su Group? You've captured a beauty, and you've offended them all to death. Damn, is this girl that popular? Shu Chen found it hard to believe. If she was so popular, how could he, like a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse, have found her? Humph, let's talk about looks first. The Su sisters, in the entire national circle, you won't find anyone who can confidently say they're more beautiful than these two. And the Su family is not just the Su Group, there's a lot more going on there. Previously, the financial chain of the Su Group did not break easily. Sushi, a woman with some skills in the business world, was targeted by someone. I find you agreeable, so I'll give you a heads up. I can't say more, and I dare not say more. Be cautious. Li Junming patted Shu Chen's shoulder meaningfully. Shu Chen clearly did not expect Sushi to make even Li Junming cautious, lost in thought. Alright, let's not talk about this for now. Let's discuss something serious. Shu Chen thought for a moment. It was too early to talk about these matters now, so he had to take it step by step. Serious matters? Related to the actions of the Su Group towards you. Li Junming took Shu Chen to a private cafe and straightforwardly explained the situation. You are indeed well informed. Likewise, don't you also know that our Li Real Estate and the Su Group are competitors? Li Junming poured a glass of water for Shu Chen and sat down on the opposite sofa. Hee, young Master Li, you are quite surprising. When we first met, I really thought you were just a brainless second-generation rich kid. Shu Chen smiled lightly, took a sip of water. You are quite inscrutable. I don't know how you suddenly emerged, but when it comes to disguises, they are quite common in this club. Except for those wannabe internet celebrities, everyone has their own ulterior motives, usually just putting on a show. That's true, these social occasions are like that. What do you have in mind? Li Junming looked at Shu Chen seriously. Let's make it clear, I can't represent the Li Group's stance. I can only say that I owe you a favor, and within my capabilities, I will definitely help. I don't know much about the Su Group. Since you are old rivals, why not tell me about it? Shu Chen didn't follow Li Junming's lead but instead posed a question. Crafty and cunning. Lee Junming shook his head. There's nothing I can't say. The Su Group, like our Lee Group, started with real estate. These two behemoths have developed to this point and have competitive relationships in various industries. Finance, technology, real estate, entities, overseas. Whatever we do, they will surely do the same. Lee Junming's expression gradually became serious. For the Lee Group, the Su Group is the biggest domestic competitor, without a doubt. I know the Su Group is very strong, but I didn't expect them to be this powerful. Chu Chen wasn't too surprised, although he had inadvertently offended such a powerful company. It was just how things turned out in his view. The Su Group is not invincible, but yesterday, you offended Su Huanshan, who currently holds significant influence within the Su Group. Lee Junming seemed somewhat gleeful. Su Huanshan's investment capabilities in finance are indeed formidable, but he also has his limitations. Chu Chen said calmly, took a sip of water. From what I understand, his current position is not solely due to his personal abilities, fundamentally, it's because of his team. Chu Chen hit the nail on the head. His experiences in domestic and foreign investment banks in his early years allowed him to gather a very strong investment team. Many of Su Huanshan's correct decisions are based on accurate data and judgments provided by this team. You've done your homework quite well. Lee Junming was somewhat surprised. Still not as good as you guys. Chu Chen modestly shook his head. Let's not dwell on that. Do you have the ability to take over the project between the Gudian Hotel and the Su Group? That shouldn't be a problem. Lee Junming nodded. Originally, there had been many overt and covert conflicts between the Su Group and the Lee Group regarding the cooperation with the Gudian Hotel. It wouldn't make sense to let go of the opportunity now that it had presented itself. You're not planning to use some underhanded tactics to trap me, are you? Lee Junming looked at Chu Chen suspiciously, full of distrust. It's up to you now. If you can succeed, you will dominate this market. If you want substantial returns, you have to take risks. Chu Chen shrugged again. Alright, 3 days to sign the contract. I can still make decisions on this matter. Let's make it clear, after this, any bets or stock-related matters will be settled. The fish finally took the bait, and Chu Chen smiled subtly. No problem. Chu Chen raised an eyebrow. Alright, it's settled then. The two walked out of the cafe and arrived at the racetrack. As soon as they got there, they saw Su Tong driving the Lamborghini, leaving the other modified cars trailing behind. Although a few cars showed slightly better performance, they could only follow Su Tong closely but never overtake him. Every time they approached a series of bends, the distance between the cars narrowed significantly, but once on a straight road, Su Tong effortlessly left them behind. After all, the Lamborghini Egoista's speed on the straight was too fast for them to catch up. The outcome is clear, Lee Junming casually remarked. As the best driver in the entire club, he wasn't particularly interested in the competition among his subordinates. This car seems quite fierce. Chu Chen raised an eyebrow. Egoista on the racetrack is like Su Corporation in the market. When facing an opponent faster, quicker to start, more enduring, and more precise in cornering, it's difficult to beat them. Watching Su Tong pull further away from the other drivers, Lee Junming turned to Chu Chen and said lightly, "What do you think racing is about?" Chu Chen remained non-committal. Racing? It's about who can reach the finish line first. Lee Junming paused, then smiled. Do you think racing is more about the car or the person driving it? I see, Lee Junming seemed to understand. Su Corporation is the same. This behemoth seems capable of reaching an unattainable level, but under human control, who knows how far it can go. Lee Junming clicked his tongue slightly, about to say something, then stopped, looking at Chu Chen in front of him, slightly incredulous. The Lee Corporation and Su Corporation had been at odds for many years, with Lee Corporation always feeling at a disadvantage due to their formidable opponent. However, they had never considered whether they could become stronger themselves. After this, I should mention this person to father, Lee Junming thought to himself. On the racetrack, Su Tong unsurprisingly secured first place. The young girl was so excited after crossing the finish line that she almost jumped for joy. Chu Chen clapped and nodded towards the girl, then walked forward step by step. Chu Chen, Lee Junming looked at his retreating figure, then turned back with a hint of doubt in his eyes, saying, after I return home this time, I will do my best to facilitate comprehensive cooperation between Lee Corporation and your industry. Are you interested? Chu Chen smiled unexpectedly, turned back to continue walking, casually waved his hand, leaving behind these words, a month later, Lee Corporation will not regret today's decision. Lee Corporation was tempted by his offer, as planned by Chu Chen. However, Lee Junming turned out to be much smarter than Chu Chen had anticipated. Originally, according to Chu Chen's plan, for an effective agreement to be reached, it would have to go through Lee Corporation's board of directors. However, even so, it did not affect his plan. Su Tong, Let's go, Shu Chen waved, bidding farewell. Su Tong heard the voice from afar and happily said, Shugu, come for a race. Not now, Shu Chen shook his head, clearly not in the mood for it. Took out his phone, pondered for a moment, and sent a message to Su Shi, whom he had just met not long ago. Are you free now? Shu Chen's lips curled into a smile as he clicked the send button. I've only been at the company for half a day, so I'm not free right now. Su Shi's reply came promptly. I want to arrange a time to meet with you. So urgent? Isn't it a bit too much to find me during the day? Su Shi furrowed her brows, feeling a bit displeased. I want to discuss some matters in the market with you. Shu Chen was quite surprised by this woman's reaction. It seemed that in Su Shi's mind, he was nothing but a beast with only lewd thoughts. I'm with your sister, can she know about Su Group's affairs? You even have her in mind? I warn you, don't go too far with some things, stay away from my sister, don't harm her. Su Tong's expression showed little surprise, indicating that she had already informed Su Tong before leaving. Am I that despicable? Shu Chen smiled awkwardly. Glancing at Su Tong not far away, he almost lost control earlier. Actually, I brought her here today to make contact with Li Junming. You want to cooperate with Li Group? Su Shi's eyes showed surprise for the first time. Apparently, Shu Chen talking about these matters proactively exceeded her understanding of him. I've already established contact. I have a plan that requires your help to realize. Give me an hour, meet me at the coffee shop downstairs of Su Group. And don't bring Su Tong. Su Shi thought for a moment and sent this message. After sending it, her face, which had a hint of warmth, instantly disappeared, becoming cold and decisive. You have an hour left for your reports, speed up the progress. In the meeting room of Su Group, dozens of key members of various companies looked at their chairman playing with his phone and then reprimanding them. Surprisingly, not a single one showed any signs of dissatisfaction, burying their heads in the materials, waiting to make their reports. Shugu, why did you insist on sending me home first? Su Tong sat in the car, watching Shu Chen drive the Lamborghini skillfully, her eyes sparkling. I, Shugu, also have important matters to attend to. Shu Chen casually reached out a hand to pat her head. I'll drop you off first, then I have some serious business to attend to. Oh. Su Tong's face showed a hint of disappointment, but she didn't say anything. Hey, Shugu is becoming more and more like my sister. Su Tong thought to herself. Su Tong. Shu Chen looked at the suddenly dejected girl. What's wrong, Shugu? Take my Aston Martin and drive it around. Since he had no use for the car anyway, he might as well use it to cheer up Su Tong. Wow, really? Shugu, can I borrow it for a while? It's yours. Ah, Shugu, I love you so much. Su Tong excitedly hugged Shu Chen and planted a big kiss on him. Hey, I'm driving. Shu Chen's voice sounded flustered from inside the car. An hour later, at the coffee shop downstairs of Su Group, Su Shi, dressed in a black OL outfit, walked out of the Su Group's gate and saw the Lamborghini parked at the entrance. You just injected 20 billion into the group, the Gutian Hotel's order was cancelled again today, and yet you still have money to buy a new car, Su Shi said calmly. A man of the mountains has clever plans, little Shi. Shu Chen wasn't one to beat around the bush, he took 3 steps forward, opened his arms, and lifted Su Shi up. I really missed you. Su Shi's cheeks blushed slightly, but she allowed Shu Chen to embrace her. Witnessing this scene, both inside and outside the company, people stopped in their tracks, showing expressions of disbelief, all looking at the high-profile Shu Chen in front of the office building. Alright, put me down first, we're in the office, aren't we? Watching Shu Chen's excited appearance, Su Shi seemed somewhat happy yet resigned. She patted his shoulder, signaling him to calm down. Clearly, she noticed the changes around them. Back on the ground, so she coughed lightly twice, and the people around, as if shocked, immediately resumed their activities as if nothing had happened. You really have quite the authority in the company, Shu Chen remarked, impressed. Su Shi gave him a glance and ignored him. If she didn't have authority, how could she manage such a large company from top to bottom? Let's go, we'll head to the cafe. Shu Chen casually extended his hand. Seeing the man in front of her act almost instinctively, Su Shi hesitated for a moment, then silently let him hold her hand in front of everyone. The president of the Su Group was being led away like a little girl by a man in full view of the public. This feeling doesn't seem too bad. Sensing the gazes around them devoid of aggression and possessiveness but filled with surprise and envy, for the first time in her life, so she felt she wasn't facing the world alone. Hand in hand, they entered a private booth in a cafe, and Su Shi ordered 2 coffees. The waiter brought them over, handing one to Shu Chen before Su Shi finally sat across from him. Alright, now tell me, what's your plan? Su Shi's mood seemed good as she sat casually on the sofa, looking at the man in front of her and speaking gently. My plan is to take down the entire Su Group within a month, Shu Chen said, looking directly into Su Shi's questioning eyes, enunciating each word. What? Su Shi suddenly exclaimed. The scene of Chu Chen and Sushi entering the cafe was naturally seen by many. Those unaware of their identities thought they were just a normal couple, seemingly in love. But who would have thought that the enviable scene would be so short-lived? In less than 5 minutes, Sushi, who had just walked into the cafe with Chu Chen, left in a fit of anger. Following her, Chu Chen came out, his right cheek visibly marked with 5 finger imprints. Soon, the upper-class circles of the city were abuzz with rumors. It was said that Chu Chen offended Su Huanshan, causing a significant loss of customers at the Gutian restaurant, leading to financial problems. Consequently, he pressured Miss Su's family to repay the debt, and the two have now broken up. In the following 3 days, the Gutian restaurant suddenly closed its doors, followed by the popular Xiaheluo crosstalk hall putting up a lease sign. As for his mansion and luxury cars, they all ended up on the second-hand market. The once rising star Chu Chen had now fallen from grace. But in reality, Chu, the construction company, has been registered. What's our next step? On the video call, Lu Hang looked at Chu Chen, who was leisurely eating an apple, with admiration in his eyes. You're quite fast. You don't need to worry about the next steps. If there's a need, I'll contact you again. Chu Chen swallowed the last bite of the apple, smiling as he tossed the core into the trash can in front of him. Perfect, a direct hit. Great. Chu, feel free to ask for anything, people, matters, money, no problem at all, Lu Hang said confidently, without any flowery words. Okay. Chu Chen replied with a smile, not doubting Lu Hang's words. But for the upcoming tasks, he wouldn't need Lu Hang's help. Ending the video call with Lu Hang, Chu Chen immediately sent a message to the hacker alias of Yun Xiaoyan's boyfriend, the lone wolf in the wilderness. Do you have any headhunters to recommend to me? As soon as the message was sent, a quick reply came back. Yes, of course, he said, and a string of phone numbers was sent over. However, the name attached to this phone number was Yun Zhongjuan. I say, what's the relationship between this person and your girlfriend? Chu Chen texted. He's my girlfriend's cousin. Although we shouldn't meddle in others' affairs, he is quite professional. The other person quickly replied. Professional? How professional? Chu Chen didn't really distrust this wolf brother, it's just that this matter couldn't afford any mistakes. Well. The other person hesitated for a moment, then continued, Chu, you can rest assured. It's not easy to have a big benefactor like you. I won't cheat you. I can wait to be paid until you are satisfied, ha. So, all that money you asked from me before was just a scam? Chu Chen suddenly realized the truth and deeply regretted not negotiating earlier. Why didn't he bargain back then? The wolf brother, who knew that the truth had been exposed, quickly laughed it off with Chu Chen. Chu, look at what you're saying. Do you think the information I provided isn't worth that much money? If I cheated you, would you still come to me? Chu Chen rolled his eyes speechlessly and didn't bother arguing further. He casually dialed the copied phone number. Hello, is this Yun Zhongjuan? I want to recruit a few people. Can you help me sign them on? Give me the details, and within 7 days, I guarantee they'll be signed on. The person on the phone was full of confidence. Chu Chen didn't want to waste more time on words. Whether it's a mule or a horse, it needs to be taken out for a walk. After adding each other on WeChat, he directly sent the information of 5 people from the Su Huanshan team to Yun Zhongjuan. In less than 10 minutes, Yun Zhongjuan quickly replied to him. It's not difficult. Just wait patiently. 7 days later, as agreed, Chu Chen received the signed contract sent by Yun Zhongjuan. The team that once supported the genius trader Su Huanshan was completely separated from him. Following this, the stocks of Su Huanshan's company continued to rise, forcing the company to urgently acquire a controlling stake. However, on the second day of their acquisition, the company's stocks began to plummet. Some individual shareholders, seeing this, hurriedly followed suit and started selling. While Su Huanshan was busy managing the acquisition, another company in the public service sector of the company was unexpectedly acquired by someone else. Suddenly, news of the sharp decline in the stock market of the construction group where Su Huanshan was located and the acquisition of the service company filled the air. At the first sight of this news, Li Junming, who remembered Chu Chen's previous plan, gathered his courage and knocked on his father's study door. What's the matter? If you need money, ask your mother. Li Cheng, with reading glasses and an iPad in hand, was watching today's economic news. The content was about the real estate group where Su Huanshan was located. Dad, I'm not here for money. Li Junming looked at Li Cheng. Although he was the only son, he had never received his father's favor. From childhood to adulthood, Li Cheng had always been a strict father to him. While money was never lacking, the punishment for wrongdoing was always severe. He still remembered when he was young, he was punished by his father for bullying a classmate, making him stand for a day and a night with a swollen bottom. What is it? Spit it out if you have something to say, don't beat around the bush. Li Cheng, who was already troubled by the news, naturally became less patient with his already disappointing son. I knew someone before who had some grudges with Su Huanshan. He wanted to trap Su Huanshan's company's stocks and then have our Li family step in to acquire those public service companies under his company. I thought the risk was too high at the time. After all, trapping the stocks of Su Huanshan's group company wasn't that simple. Rapidly acquiring the company would require a high price, possibly double the price. Our company may have the capability, but I'm afraid Su Huanshan might not be as easy to deal with, and might even drag us into trouble. So, I didn't agree to his proposal. Li Cheng raised an eyebrow, looking somewhat surprised at his son standing before him. It was hard to imagine that father and son would one day be considering working together. What troubled him now was whether to take action or not. If he did, it would definitely require a significant investment. But if he didn't, watching others feast while feeling uneasy inside was unbearable. However, since his son came to see him today, it seemed he had other ideas in mind. So, according to you, can we still cooperate with your friend now? Li Cheng took off his glasses, looking directly at his son and asked. I think since he approached me in the first place, he should know he doesn't have the ability to take down Su Huanshan alone. It's not too late for us to join now, Li Juanming said nervously, his hands sweating. It's not too late, but... Li Cheng paused for a moment, then continued, don't forget, Su Huanshan has a powerful team backing her up. His counterattack should start soon. Check with your friend to see if he has a corresponding plan. Li Cheng had just finished speaking when Li Juanming's phone made a ding sound. He quickly took out his phone from his pocket, checked the message he received, and his eyes widened in shock. After reading it again, Li Juanming hurried to Li Cheng's desk and handed him the phone. Li Cheng looked at the phone and, like Li Juanming, was utterly astonished. I never expected his capabilities to be this great, being able to poach everyone from Su Huanshan's team who had been with her for so many years. Li Juanming was truly impressed. It seems your friend is showing great sincerity in cooperating with us. Su Huanshan either doesn't know about this yet, or she's afraid of being taken advantage of, which is why she's keeping the team poaching under wraps. Your friend, however, chose to share this news with you. Son, tell your friend we accept this generous gift, Li Cheng said, handing the phone back to Li Juanming. He then quickly took out his own phone and sent out a few messages. Meanwhile, embracing Su Shi's waist, he listened to her analyze the current situation while watching her cook with delicate hands. Fei, Su Huanshan's group has quite a few public service companies under it. If we don't separate them from the group within these few days, apart from Su Huanshan, we'll have to face more competitors. Su Shi, the domineering female CEO of the Su Corporation, analyzed the situation accurately. Truly worthy of being the assertive female CEO of the Su Corporation, your analysis of the current situation is spot on, Chuchen praised with a loving gaze in his eyes. Stop flattering me, we need to think about what to do next. Hearing Chuchen's praise and feeling the warm breath in her ear, so she blushed intensely. She had completely changed her view of this man who stuck to her like glue, from a wealthy second generation who did as he pleased to a highly intelligent and charming man who outwitted Su Huanshan single-handedly. We don't need to do anything. Let's leave it to the Li family, Chuchen said calmly, taking out his buzzing phone and opening the message sent by Li Juanming. Look, this guy was worried before about implicating the Li family, but now he's even more anxious than us, Chuchen said with a smile. Immediately, in front of Su Shi, he sent a message back to Li Juanming. He told him to leave the acquisition to the Li family, emphasizing the need for speed, accuracy, and ruthlessness. Hand it all over to the Li family. This is a super huge cake. Even if we can't swallow it in one go, taking a few bites is still possible, right? Su Shi looked at the chat messages between Chu Chen and Li Juanming, slightly furrowing her brows with a hint of regret. Dear little creek, we have already enjoyed the most delicious part. The leftovers don't offer much, Chu Chen said as he slid his phone, opening the encrypted document he had sent to Su Shi earlier. In that document was the cooperation agreement signed by him and the team of 5 led by Su Huanshan. With the support of Su Huanshan's powerful team behind the scenes, won't we be able to have whatever we want in the future? Su Shi looked at the agreement, then glanced at Chu Chen standing beside her. The waves of shock and turmoil in her heart were no less than when she saw Su Huanshan's company's stock plummet. She, Su Shi, had some incredible luck to stumble upon such a treasure. Reflecting on her past actions, she felt a bit blind to the true value. In the ever-changing city of magic, in less than a month, the once youngest and most promising trader, Su Huanshan, rapidly fell from grace. All public services under his group's name were swallowed up by the Li family in one go. Those who were waiting to see how Su Huanshan and his powerful team would counterattack were now filled with regret. At this moment, the mysterious second-generation rich kid Chu Chen, who had briefly gained fame in the Magic City Circle, rose again overnight. His Gu Tian restaurant and Zaya Hallyu Theater reopened. But compared to these, Shuchen was truly excited when he opened the system linked to his phone and WeChat, looking at the skyrocketing popularity points. Congratulations, host, for acquiring a popular team, increasing popularity by 50,000 points. Congratulations, host, for gaining special attention from person 2, increasing popularity by 30,000 points. Popularity reaches 80,000 points. Host, do you want to start at 10 consecutive draws? Drawl. No draw, no fun. Without hesitation, Shuchen chose the 10 consecutive draws. Congratulations, host, for winning a Patek Philippe watch worth 8 million. Congratulations, host, for winning the latest Chanel handbag. Congratulations, host. The congratulations kept coming, but unfortunately, they were all luxury items with no real value. Just as Shuchen was feeling disappointed, consoling himself that selling these items would still fetch a good sum, the system suddenly gave him a big surprise. Congratulations, host, for completing the second 10 consecutive draws. You have won a random draw prize of 5 billion. What? 5 billion? Asterisk ding dong. Asterisk with a message alert on his phone, a bank account notification popped up. Shuchen looked at the long string of zeros after the number 5. Excited, he jumped up and danced on the spot. And at that moment, his phone rang again. But this time, it was a call from a very unfamiliar number. Hello, this is Wei. Suppressing his joy, Shuchen answered the call without hesitation. Mr. Shu, hello. I'm Li Yicheng. Thank you for this time. In the call, Li Yicheng's voice was full of sincerity. Shuchen was slightly stunned, recalling the 2 special attention notifications in his system worth 30,000 points. It seemed that one of them was this real estate tycoon, Li Yicheng. Uncle, you're too kind. Li Junming and I are friends. As the saying goes, it's best to keep the benefits within the family. Besides, I believe Uncle Li has the strength and courage for this. One call, one invitation. After hanging up the phone, Shuchen looked at the items he had just received from the system. These were truly valuable and could be put to good use. 2 days later, the real estate tycoon Li Yi in the Magic City got married. The grand banquet extended from the hall to the garden and the pool. Apart from the big shots from all walks of life, there were also socialites and young masters. Su Ton, as the second young lady of the Su family, naturally attended this grand banquet. However, as soon as she entered, she was surrounded by a group of socialites who usually looked down on her. They pointed fingers at her, criticized and mocked her. Su Ton, you really have thick skin. Are you also going to follow your sister and find a fake rich second generation to sell yourself? A woman in a purple custom-made evening gown held a glass of champagne and looked down on Su Ton. With an arrogant attitude, she resembled a peacock showing off its feathers. Chin Na, watch your words. Su Ton retorted fiercely, her eyes blazing. If it weren't for her sister and brother-in-law attending the banquet today, she wouldn't have come. Humph, do something dirty and don't want people to talk about it? Chin Na snorted coldly, disdainfully glancing at Su Ton. Another woman in the same circle as Chin Na chimed in, well, your sister's taste is really not that great. With so many wealthy young men in our circle, she had to pick one who doesn't belong to our circle, with no background or status. Before this woman could finish speaking, another woman joined in. Oh, Lisa, that's not fair. Sushi's sister made 20 billion on her own, so it's not that bad. Su Ton's fiery temper, fueled by these women's words, was like a powder keg ready to explode, but it was abruptly extinguished by the sudden appearance of Li Junming. Su Ton, why are you alone? Li Junming asked, anxiously looking around, completely unaware of the situation. Su Ton felt wronged by his question. The women who had just been mocking her now all changed their demeanor upon seeing Li Junming. They all put on smiling faces, eager to strike up a conversation with him. Li Xiao, I heard that. However, before Chin Na could finish her sentence, a man whispered something to Li Junming, and they both turned and left. But just a few steps away, Li Junming turned back. Su Ton, if you're bored, go to my housekeeper and let him take you to the study on the second floor. I have the latest game console in my room, you won't be bored. Su Ton was indeed tempted by the new game console. But, no, I'll wait for my sister and brother-in-law. Su Ton smiled gratefully at Li Junming. She would rather wait for her brother-in-law to come and stand up for her than play games. Li Junming didn't say anything and followed the man quickly as they left. With him gone, Chin Na and her friends started causing trouble again. Shameless. Flirting with Li Xiao in front of us, Su Ton, you are even more shameless than your sister. Exactly. Just as they were getting worked up, the banquet hall suddenly fell silent. Sensing the unusual atmosphere, everyone looked around in a hurry. At the entrance of the banquet hall, a man in a top-notch Armani suit led in a woman wearing a stunning white custom-made evening gown. And this woman was Su Ton's sister, Su Shi. As for the man beside her, isn't that the bankrupt fake rich second-generation Chu Chen? The woman next to Chi Na exclaimed in surprise. Are you sure it's him? Look at his outfit, and that Patek Philippe watch on his wrist. It must be worth over 6 million. How is that possible? Isn't that Chu Chen guy bankrupt? Everyone was astonished by the man next to Su Shi. Su Ton, however, rushed over joyfully and hugged Su Shi's arm, pouting, "Sister, you finally came with brother-in-law. I was just bullied badly by those women over there. Who dares to bully you with such audacity?" Su Shi sneered, knowing her own sister's temperament as her elder sister. This girl was not someone easy to mess with. "Humph, you don't even believe me?" Su Ton said angrily, looking towards Chu Chen, feeling even more wronged. Just as she was about to express her grievances, someone she despised the most appeared before them. "Oh, isn't this Sister Xiaoxi? Are you out here again with your fake rich boyfriend trying to make a statement?" The woman who approached had exceptional looks and a well-proportioned figure. However, when compared, Su Shi was incomparably beautiful, especially in her outfit today. It's hard to say who outshone whom. "Sophie, please flap your wings and fly away, don't disgust us here." Su Tong coldly spoke, her eyes suddenly icy, surprising Chu Chen. He always thought Su Shi was cold, but even standing next to her made him shiver. Unexpectedly, Su Tong, who was usually lively and cute, was also chilling when angered. "Su Tong, you don't go too far. Just because your sister still holds the position of Su Corporation's president, doesn't mean you can look down on everyone. As for her, she will be kicked out of the board sooner or later." "What does that mean?" Chu Chen looked at Su Shi in confusion and casually asked, "Who is this woman? Is your company in trouble?" "She's my cousin, the company is fine, it's just that some people in the family are dishonest and need to be dealt with," Su Shi said coldly. If it weren't for these people stabbing her in the back, she wouldn't have sold herself for 2 billion, becoming the laughingstock of the entire circle. However, she should thank them now. If it weren't for them, she might not have met Chu Chen. "I see." Chu Chen suddenly understood. However, the last time Li Junming told him about the depth of the Su family's troubles. And now, this woman was openly provoking Su Shi in front of so many people. There might be other forces supporting the Su family behind the scenes. Su Shi, who really needs to be dealt with here? You've completely tarnished the Su family's reputation. Su Shan's mocking eyes turned fierce upon hearing Su Shi's words. She even pointed at Chu Chen's nose and taunted, "And you don't think you can rise again just because Zhou Wanchen fell? My uncle can easily make your shabby tavern and comedy club go bankrupt in minutes." "Uncle? There are really people behind this." Chu Chen raised an eyebrow, turned to Su Shi and asked, "Who is her uncle?" "Her uncle is Zhuang Fei, the vice president of Yundong Group." Su Shi whispered to Chu Chen, looking cautious, clearly afraid of offending someone. "Zhuang Fei? Is he that powerful?" Chu Chen was puzzled, as although his net worth was already in the tens of billions, he had not completely integrated into the upper-class circle, with limited social interactions and friends. His circle of flaunting wealth friends did not include many real top-tier tycoons. They were all just a bunch of rich but useless young men who gathered to show off and pick up girls. How about it, scared now? Seeing Chu Chen's silence, Su Shan thought he was afraid, becoming even more arrogant. Even those who had just mocked Su Tong, led by Qin Na, joined in the commotion. "Susan, why stoop to their level? Right now, talking to both of them feels like dirtying my tongue, just looking at them feels like dirtying my eyes." Exactly, to think she went and sold herself. Truly shameless, tarnishing the reputation of our elite circle in the Magic City. These women were either gossiping or watching from afar, not getting involved. The two sisters, Su Shi and Su Tong, one pale and distressed, the other red-faced and suppressing her anger. Sigh. Chu Chen let out a heavy sigh, then turned around and took Su Shi's delicate hand, saying, "I told you, even if you don't want to have our engagement ceremony so soon, you still have to wear the engagement ring. But you insisted that the engagement ring I gave you was too big and inconvenient to wear." As Chu Chen spoke, he took out a ring from his pants pocket and directly put it on Su Shi's slender ring finger. Listen to what these gossipy and jealous women are saying." Chu Chen continued, pulling Su Shi's hand and moving away from the group of women in front of them. "I'm talking about these young ladies, these socialites. Although your faces are not as pretty as my Shishi's, and your figures are not as good. Of course, that's another story. But you don't have to feel too inferior, looks and figures can be improved. You can always ask your family for money to get plastic surgery. As for being jealous of Shishi for her intelligence and having a fiancé like me who is willing to spend money on her without blinking an eye for 20 billion. You probably can't be jealous of that, after all. You don't have that kind of luck." After Chu Chen finished speaking, he kissed Su Shi's delicate hand deeply. "Oh my, brother-in-law, Why are you speaking such blunt truths? You might easily offend someone like this. Su Tong enjoyed the scene, watching those women getting red-faced and angry at Chu Chen's words, trying hard not to burst into laughter, disapprovingly scolding them. Looking at Su Shi, she was already stunned by this sudden proposal. Her misty eyes watched Chu Chen kissing her sapphire ring on her finger, her lips trembling, afraid that she might cry if she spoke. But still, there were people who wouldn't stop causing trouble. He. Sounds good, but who knows if this engagement ring is real or fake? Xin Na glanced at the sapphire ring, thinking that if it was real, it would be worth millions. It was rumored that the man had offended Su Huanshan due to poor management and had asked Su Shi for money. They had broken up because of that. Now, these two were back together, and Su Shi probably dragged him here to show off. I think this sapphire is so dazzling, it must be fake. Another woman chimed in. He. Showing off a fake ring, how ridiculous. Xin Na and a few other women mocked Su Shi one after another. Just then, a petite woman made her way through the crowd and stood in front of Su Shi. I'm sorry, Miss Su. Would you mind if I take a look at the ring on your hand? The woman asked sincerely, but her eyes were fixed on the sapphire ring on Su Shi's hand. Su Shi glanced at Chu Chen, who was excited at the moment, but that didn't affect her sharp mind. She recognized Fang Shulan, the niece of the Wei family's old lady. Most importantly, she was a talented jewelry designer. Chu Chen suddenly gave her such a huge sapphire ring, and she didn't know if it was real or fake, but Fang Shulan could easily tell with just a glance. Of course, if this young lady understands jewelry, she can help me confirm if this is indeed a top-quality sapphire as they claim. Chu Chen smiled at Su Shi and then handed his delicate hand to Fang Shulan. Fang Shulan didn't hesitate and took out the magnifying glass she wore as a necklace, carefully examining the large blue gem that was even bigger than Su Shi's fingertip. After a while, Fang Shulan exclaimed, "Beautiful, it's truly beautiful. Perfect, it's absolutely perfect. If I'm not mistaken, this sapphire ring should be the only one in this year's Cartier high-end collection, the only love. This top-quality pure and perfect sapphire weighs 32.6 carats, and the small diamonds surrounding it are all of FL grade, totaling 52 in all. The combination of these two top-quality gemstones is quite interesting. It happens to be 521 I love you." Fang Shulan explained in detail, and every word she said made everyone present gasp in amazement. Cartier is already a luxury brand, but it still holds a high-end luxury exhibition every year. Especially in the jewelry exhibition, each piece of high-end jewelry is worthy of being auctioned and all have collectible value. The key point is, to purchase these high-end jewels, you need to be of a certain status. It's not just about having money, it's not something anyone can achieve. Miss Su is truly fortunate. This ring was highly valued by many people at the time, but in the end, she was informed that it had already been reserved by someone else. Fang Shulan also really liked this ring, even though it was a bit pricey. But overall, it was worth every penny, and the potential for appreciation was also very significant. Thank you. Su Shi sweetly smiled at Fang Shulan, then turned and tightly embraced Chu Chen's waist, giving him a deep kiss. This gesture prompted the onlookers to spontaneously applaud for the couple. Looking at Su San, Xin Na, and others who had just tried to embarrass Su Shi, their expressions were as if they had just eaten 10 pounds of bitter gourd, looking extremely unpleasant. By showing off the engagement ring, not only did it confirm Su Shi's relationship, but it also garnered a lot of attention for Chu Chen, causing his points on his phone to skyrocket. It also made the upper-class circle in the City of Magic completely remember Chu Chen as a person. However, this was just the beginning. Just as more and more people were approaching Chu Chen to get closer, Li Junming, who had just left, returned to the banquet hall. At a glance, he saw Chu Chen holding hands with the most beautiful woman in the City of Magic, Su Shi, and surrounded by people. "Fei Gui, you finally came. My dad has asked about you several times." Li Junming quickly walked up to Chu Chen and gave him a big hug. "Let's go, and greet my uncle." Faced with Li Junming's close attitude, Chu Chen was not surprised. The fact that Li Yicheng personally called to invite him to the banquet already showed how much the Li family valued him. "Sorry, everyone. Let's chat another time when we have the chance. Mr. Chu, take care." Li Junming led Chu Chen and Su Shi around the banquet hall and directly onto the elevator. As soon as they entered the elevator, Li Junming explained to him, "Today's banquet is quite grand. The people in the banquet hall downstairs are from some small companies or peripheral families in the City of Magic, while those outside by the pool are just young people looking for excitement. The people on the second floor are from foreign companies, and those on the third floor are the more promising ones in our circle. My father and the others are gathering on the top floor." "I see. I was wondering why I didn't see you and your uncle downstairs." Chu Chen smiled somewhat self-deprecatingly, realizing that in the past, he wouldn't even dream of attending such a banquet, let alone being able to ride an elevator to the top floor to meet the big shots. Ding! As Chu Chen was thinking this, a beep sounded in the elevator. The elevator door slowly opened in front of them, revealing 7 or 8 people outside, each older than the next. "Dad, look who's here." Li Junming was the first to step out of the elevator and called out to Li Yicheng, who was engrossed in conversation. "Fei, come here. We were just talking about you." Li Yicheng saw Chu Chen and quickly stood up, walking briskly towards him. The warmth made Chu Chen feel a bit pleasantly surprised. But this feeling only lasted for a moment. As soon as his hand shook hands with Li Yicheng, a strange sense of pride from deep within quickly caused a subtle change in his entire demeanor. However, Chu Chen still slightly bowed to Li Yicheng and humbly said, "Uncle, nice to meet you. I came in a hurry and couldn't prepare any good gifts for you. I hope you don't mind. Your presence is enough, no need for gifts. It's not like you're a son-in-law meeting his father-in-law, and I don't have a daughter to marry you." Calm and courteous, Li Yicheng had investigated Chu Chen, and the investigation showed that Chu Chen was simply a nouveau riche who had suddenly become the owner of the ancient Tian Tian restaurant. However, the history of the restaurant was long, and the owner behind it had always been unknown. Chu Chen could suddenly become its owner, which made him quite extraordinary from this perspective. "Uncle is joking." Chu Chen smiled and then reached into his pocket with his left hand, pulling out a sheepfat white jade the size of an egg. "Uncle, this is for you. It's not in a box for convenience." As he spoke, Chu Chen handed the egg-sized sheepfat white jade to Li Yicheng. This is a top-quality sheepfat white jade." Li Yicheng quickly let go of Chu Chen's hand, took the white jade with both hands, and stared at it wide-eyed, admiring its beauty more and more as he looked at it. "When I got it, it was said to be sheepfat white jade seed material from the Huten River area. I don't know much about jade and gemstones, but I heard you collect sheepfat jade. I'm giving you this jade, so please don't leave it with me." Chu Chen said indifferently but sincerely. The system had won this piece of sheepfat white jade in a lottery, and the accompanying information clearly stated the origin of this stone. "You're thoughtful, very thoughtful. This gift is not light at all." Li Yicheng laughed, his eyes fixed on the seed material. Hetian sheepfat white jade seed material was priceless. The mines in Hetian had been exhausted, and the veins had been cut off. The seed materials on the market now were either Russian materials, Shanghai materials, or fake materials. But the material in his hand, the luster, the delicate texture, the smoothness. "Li, what treasure did you get that you can't even close your mouth?" Several big shots who were waiting for Li Yicheng to bring Chu Chen over couldn't help but be curious when they saw him standing at the door grinning. "Treasure! Look, this is genuine sheepfat white jade seed material." Li Yicheng carefully showed the white jade to the people in front of him, who were all longtime friends who knew Li Yicheng's preferences. When they encountered good jade, they would help Li Yicheng buy it. Although their eyesight was not professional, their amateur level was not much worse. "Beautiful, this is beautiful jade. This is truly exquisite jade." An elderly man with glasses moved his glasses and squinted at the sheepfat white jade. "It's as delicate as a peeled egg. The texture is so delicate, even more so than an egg." Another older man was also fascinated as he looked at it. "You guys wait here, I need to put this treasure in the safe first." With these words, Li Yicheng walked away with the sheepfat white jade seed material, forgetting about entertaining guests and introducing the promising young Chu Chen to his friends. "Fei, you're really generous, giving my old man such a valuable gift." Li Junming watched Li Yicheng leave his guests behind and felt both happy and envious. "It's just a piece of stone, but uncle likes to treat it as a treasure. To me, it's just a stone." Chu Chen shook his head speechlessly, not that he didn't recognize treasures. He considered himself a commoner and preferred gold and cash over these jade stones. "Well said, only when you like it can it be a treasure." The old man with glasses smiled and spoke. He looked at Chu Chen with admiration in his eyes. Chu Chen looked at the old man with a faint smile. Before he could reply, another old man spoke up. "You are Chu Chen? Did you really take down Su Huanshan's team?" Chu Chen smiled lightly at the old man and said, "Water flows downwards, people move upwards. With a good platform for development, one is willing to break away from old routines." That's an interesting perspective." The old man nodded in agreement and then asked, "But I'm curious, how did you manage to recruit their entire team?" Chu Chen chuckled awkwardly and replied, "To be honest, these people have been with Su Huanshan for many years, and despite many attempts to poach them with high salaries, no one succeeded. The reason is simply that they have good relationships with Su Huanshan. I offered them nothing extraordinary. Firstly, a high salary, 3 times their current pay. Secondly, I promised Su Huanshan a way out, no involvement in the acquisition. And thirdly, I provided them with the necessary space for their development." Upon hearing the first 2 conditions, everyone nodded in agreement. These two conditions were bold and righteous enough to sway anyone. However, compared to these two, the third condition was perhaps the most crucial. Are you suggesting that you will let them operate independently? The old man looked at Chu Chen in surprise. This condition was not something an ordinary person could fulfill. To be honest, I have limited knowledge and abilities. It's easy to provide money, but managing it is another story. I might not be as good as Li Xiao. Moreover, they mentioned something about establishing new energy sources, chips, and such. I'm clueless about these matters. So, I simply handed over more than 3 billion from the stock market to them, which should be enough for their endeavors. Over 30 billion. And they could use it freely. Was it ignorance, foolishness, or wisdom beyond measure? You really have a bold vision. Aren't you worried about losing over 30 billion? Li Yicheng returned to the banquet hall with a joyful expression, catching Chu Chen discussing these matters. He couldn't help but admire him even more. This was a young man with great potential. They were all businessmen, and businessmen needed to calculate meticulously but also have the audacity to invest without hesitation. Without one of these qualities, it would be impossible to succeed in a big business. Uncle, with the 30 billion you gave me, I might just start another small company, and I might not even manage it. But if I give it to them, I believe they can create a value 10 times greater than this 30 billion. Although Chu Chen knew his management and investment abilities were lacking, it didn't mean he was foolish. During his school days, his academic performance was mediocre, but he had his strengths. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such a close relationship with Lao Huang. Who are you trying to fool? Don't think I don't know. When the stock market was in chaos, you even registered a construction company. The first company you acquired from Su Huanshan is now under its name. Li Yicheng chuckled and continued, since you brought it up, I won't hold back. Considering I helped you catch such a big fish, how about letting Li Xiao work for me? Chu Chen smiled and casually put his arm around Li Juanming's neck, saying, look at Li Xiao in your company. His qualifications don't match his position, he has no say. Why not let him lead my construction company instead? Are you addicted to poaching people? Li Yicheng's expression darkened, showing some displeasure. Before this acquisition of the company, he hadn't thought much of his son's talents. He was quite satisfied with holding 10% of the shares of the Li Corporation in his hands and causing trouble in the company. Moreover, the acquisition was not his son's idea, it was all his doing. His abilities. Uncle, you can't forget the person who dug the well just because you have water to drink. Besides, you have already received such a generous gift from me, allowing your son, who can only serve as an ornament in the Li family, to use it. What is there that you can't bear to part with? Chu Chen looked at Li Yicheng's darkened face, and he also put on a stern expression, even more unpleasant than Li Yicheng's. Oof. This is not negotiable, you are trying to threaten me. Li Yicheng glanced at Li Junming sideways, looking at his dumbfounded yet hopeful eyes. Oof. I knew there was something fishy about why you gave me such a generous gift. It's like a weasel paying New Year's respects to a chicken, you have ulterior motives. Li Yicheng said angrily, then gave Li Junming a disdainful look and waved his hand, saying, take him away, take him away. I shouldn't have invited you here today. Thank you, uncle. Chu Chen replied with a smile, then turned to the other big shots who were watching the scene and said, gentlemen, I have disturbed you today. With that, he hooked his arm around Li Juanming's neck, pulled Sushi along, and turned to leave. It wasn't until the three of them entered the elevator that the several others who had been silent burst into laughter. Mr. Li, you need to be careful. This Chu guy is different from us. If your son follows him, in the future, your Li Corporation might end up working for that kid. An old man with glasses pushed up his glasses and said with a smile to Li Yicheng, ah, Mr. Sheen, you've seen it too, this kid is causing trouble for me. If you have any ideas, help me teach this arrogant kid a lesson, he doesn't know his place. Li Yicheng said helplessly and frustratedly, with a hint of worry in his eyes. I say, Mr. Li, don't take advantage and act coy. Another tall old man looked at Li Yicheng with disdain and said coldly, there are people willing to pave the way for your son, escorting him, don't let your son surpass your Li family. Tisk, you dare to say that. That Chu guy talks nicely, but in reality, he's saying that you, old man, don't treat your son like a son. Looking left and right, you've spoiled your son. Another person chimed in, it was Li Yicheng's cousin, Zhou Hongda. What's wrong with that? No matter how he is still my son. Li Yicheng glared angrily at Zhou Hongda, as if arguing about how he raised Li Junming. Alright, you guys keep arguing. I'm old and can't stay up late. I'm going home. Zhou Lao pushed up his glasses and glanced disdainfully at the group before being sent to the elevator by everyone, and Li Yicheng personally escorted him to the underground parking lot. However, on the way there, Zhou Lao, what you said just now, was it a joke? Li Yicheng asked with concern. In his opinion, Shu Chen was a rare occurrence in the city, but also a dangerous one. Shu Chen was unaware of how those big shots were discussing him. Leaving the top floor, Li Junming still wanted to take him to the third floor to meet the younger elite circle. However, Shu Chen refused him. Forget it, I won't go. Today, I have achieved the purpose of meeting your old man, it's time for me to go back. Fei, does that mean I'll start working at your company tomorrow? Li Junming asked eagerly as Shu Chen was about to leave. Even though he heard it with his own ears, he still couldn't believe that Shu Chen wanted him to manage the construction company under his name, and that his father actually agreed. Yes, you go on your own. Turning back, I'll transfer 500 million to the company's accounts first. How to make the company profitable will depend entirely on you. Shu Chen smiled and then turned to Sushi, asking, Shishi, do you want to go back to the banquet for a while? Yes, I want to make another round. After all, the Su family needs to establish connections for daily operations, Sushi calmly replied. Unlike Shu Chen, she didn't have strong financial backing. The situation at the Su family was still not optimistic, so she needed to build a network first. Since that's the case, Fei, why don't you come play games with me, and then you can take your sister-in-law home after the banquet ends, Li Junming suggested with a smile. He wasn't a fan of banquets. People here either flattered him because of his status or mocked him behind his back. Sure. Got it. Shu Chen agreed and then escorted Sushi to the banquet hall before following Li Junming to the game room. However, as soon as Li Junming helped Shu Chen start the game, his phone in his pocket rang. Glancing at it, he saw it was his mother calling, so he quickly told Li Junming, Fei, you go ahead and play, before hastily leaving the game room. Once he was gone, Shu Chen took out his phone and opened WeChat. Congratulations, host, your popularity has reached a new high. Special attention, 6 people, gaining 150,000 popularity points. Reward for special draw, 1 time. Get a 15 consecutive draw once, can be drawn in about 5 days. 5 more days to wait. Thinking about what he got from the previous 10 draws, Shu Chen didn't have high expectations for this 15 consecutive draw. But this special draw. He was curious about what he could get. System, initiate the special draw first. Okay, host. Initiating the special draw. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a special item, Eye of Insight. Eye of Insight. Could it be that with this eye, he would have the power of insight? Just as Shu Chen was pondering this, he suddenly felt a black and white flash before his eyes. He blinked instinctively, but his eyes seemed no different from usual. Perplexed, Shu Chen was interrupted by a young girl of about 18 or 19 who entered the room calling him Big Brother. Who are you? Why are you in my big brother's study? Zhou Xianxian furrowed her brows. Her big brother cherished his game console, and she had met all his friends, but she had never seen this person before. Oh, I'm a friend of Li Junming, Shu Chen replied with a smile, but as the girl walked closer to him, he couldn't help but feel awkward. Because he really had gained the power of insight, he could even see what kind of underwear the girl was wearing. System, I said system. Can you hear me? Can you please turn off this Eye of Insight first? Shu Chen forced a smile, shouting in his mind. To his surprise, the system actually responded. But the answer almost made Shu Chen pass out. Special abilities granted to the host, please control them yourself. How to control them himself? While Shu Chen was in a hurry, Li Junming and Su Tong walked in. Su Tong, upon seeing Shu Chen, rushed towards him happily, like a bird spotting food, and lunged at him. Seeing Su Tong's clothes about to turn transparent and the color of her underwear slowly fading, Shu Chen quickly closed his eyes. Achoo! A loud sneeze echoed through the room. Su Tong, who was about to pounce, quickly retreated, looking disgusted as she said, Brother-in-law, you're so gross. Even Zhou Xianxian furrowed her brows and took a few steps back. Sorry, I think I caught a cold. Shu Chen apologized while covering his nose and asked Li Junming, is there a restroom? I need to wash up. Yes, go straight down the hallway behind you on the right, Li Junming replied helplessly. The air conditioning in this game room isn't very cold, so why did Shu Chen catch a cold? Thank you. After saying thanks, Shu Chen hurriedly turned and walked towards the bathroom. As he walked, he silently repeated to himself, no X-ray vision, no X-ray vision, no X-ray vision. When Shu Chen entered the bathroom, he was just about to pretend to wash his hands and then try not to use X-ray vision, when his phone in his pocket suddenly rang. Shu Chen took out his phone and saw that it was a video call from a lone wolf in the wilderness. Shu, can you lend me 20 million yuan? I can give you all the articles I write in the next 5 years for free. As soon as the video call connected, a man with a scruffy beard whom he had never seen before asked for money. 20 million, I do have it, but what do you need so much money for? Shu Chen asked in confusion. This is 20 million, not 20,000. What? could you possibly need so much money for? Chu, I won't hide it from you. I want to redeem Xiao Yun. She signed a 10-year contract with Star Media, and she's been working for 4 years now. Although she's exhausted like a dog, we still have a contract, so we can only do this. Indeed, who in the entertainment industry isn't exhausted like a dog? They say making money as a star is easy, with millions for a single advertisement. To earn more commission, companies often keep their artists busy. When he was still a college student, there was a male classmate in his dorm named Wang Xiaocheng. When he was doing odd jobs as a model, he was discovered by talent scouts and became a popular idol. He wouldn't return to the dorm for months, and when he did, he would complain in the group chat about being exhausted. Occasionally, when he did come back, he would skip classes. He would just sleep in the dorm, sometimes for 2 or 3 days straight. Now he's somewhat famous, and Chuchen even watched a movie he starred in a few days ago. But that Lu guy actually asked Xiaoyun to accompany him, and when she refused, he threatened to deduct her 3 months' salary. I'm afraid that Lu guy will use dirty tricks, so I want to help Xiaoyun terminate the contract. As he spoke, the man, who looked to be at least 30 years old, started to shed tears. Alright, what's a man crying for? Last time, I heard you say that you still owe 70 million in breach of contract fees to Xiaoyan. I'll give you 80 million, and you can terminate the contract with Star Media for me. Previously, in order to set a trap for Su Huanshan, he deliberately stopped the business of the Little Conch Crosstalk Hall and the Gyutan restaurant. In less than 2 weeks, over 30 imitations of them appeared online. This time, if he wanted to revive the Little Conch, he would have to put in some effort. And now, he needed talents like Xiaoyan and the Lone Wolf in the Wilderness by his side. Don't worry, working for me won't be too troublesome. The contract is for 5 years, just give me priority to your scripts, and the rest is yours. As for these contracts, let Xiaoyan write them, sign them, and give them to me. Chuchen spoke confidently. The Lone Wolf in the Wilderness, who had tears in his eyes, stared at Chuchen in disbelief. Chuchen couldn't be bothered to look at his dumbfounded expression, so he ended the video call and transferred 80 million to him directly. As soon as he finished the transfer, Li Mingjun knocked on the bathroom door. Fei, are you okay? I'm fine. Didn't the Little Conch Crosstalk Hall reopen? I can't handle it alone, so I'm hiring 2 people. Chuchen opened the bathroom door and looked at Li Mingjun, who was finally wearing clothes, feeling extremely happy. It seemed that his X-ray vision control was successful. Fei, if you want to work in entertainment, you should be careful of the Chen, Wang, and Huang families in Modu. Li Mingjun kindly reminded him. Chen, Wang, Huang. Chuchen raised an eyebrow and curiously asked, what's the story with these 3 families? These 3 families are the biggest entertainment industry capital in Modu. Whenever there's a big stir in the entertainment industry, they are somehow involved. For example, the recent popular TV dramas, the investment operations behind them are all from these 3 companies. That's impressive. Listening to Li Mingjun's explanation, Chuchen casually asked, is there any connection between Star Media and these 3 companies? Star Media seems to be a small entertainment company under the Chen family's name. The general manager seems to be Chen Kaifeng's nephew, but Chen Kaifeng is not very pleased with him being his nephew. Otherwise, he wouldn't just let him be in charge of such a small entertainment company. Li Mingjun tried to recall the rumors about Star Media and mentioned to Chu Chen. I see. Chu Chen nodded in understanding. However, he did not have plans to expand into the entertainment industry. Managing Xia Helua well, ensuring Uncle Yang and the others have food on the table and salaries to rely on, was all he aimed for. The day after returning from the banquet, Yun Xiaoyan brought her boyfriend to Xia Helua Theater. It was then that Chu Chen learned that the rugged man, Lone Wolf of the Wilderness, surprisingly had a very aesthetic and feminine name, Tong Funfang. Funfang, your name is so beautifully chosen. Chu Chen managed to say, holding back his laughter. Tong Funfang reluctantly glanced at Chu Chen and simply said, considering your kindness towards me and Xiaoyan, you can call me Fangfang instead of Funfang. Ha ha. Chu Chen couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. Watching the 2 immature men, Yun Xiaoyan rolled her eyes helplessly. As Chu Chen's laughter subsided, she quickly asked, boss, what should we do next? You handle operations, and you handle script writing. I don't ask for much, just ensure Xia Helua runs smoothly and there's income for salaries, Chu Chen said with a smile. Looking at Chu Chen's handsome face, Yun Xiaoyan asked, but boss, don't you want to be a star? Your recent live streams were quite popular, with a high viewership. Popularity. Chu Chen paused. Popularity was crucial to him, but he was self-aware. Not everyone could be an actor, it required acting skills. And he, a graduate from the School of Business, not from an acting background, could manage in a small theater. But to truly act in TV dramas, movies, that was a different story. I have no choice. To save our small theater, I have to step in myself, Chu-chen said helplessly. Seeing Yun Xiaoyan's skeptical expression, he didn't bother to explain further. Alright, you two go busy yourselves. Get to know the people in the theater. Okay, we'll get going. As everyone left, Chu-chen's heart quieted down. He picked up his phone again, opened VChat, and entered the system. Congratulations, host, for gaining special talent attention, 2, and earning 30,000 popularity points. Congratulations, host, for reaching 350,000 popularity points, successfully unlocking the popularity store. The popularity store was open. Chu-chen joyfully opened the store, only to find 3 bottles of potions resembling game NPCs lying inside. System, why does this popularity store look so basic? Host, the popularity store upgrades every time the popularity exceeds 350,000 points, with a maximum level of 100. Currently, the popularity store is at level 1, offering charm potion, stamina potion, and luck potion for purchase. Chu-chen furrowed his brows slightly. Level 100 required 35 million popularity points. Even top stars might not reach such heights in popularity. He didn't know when he could reach that level. Host, would you like to purchase enhancement potions? Charm potion increases the host's charm value. The higher the charm value, the stronger the ability to attract popularity. Stamina potion enhances the host's stamina, allowing you to work continuously for 10 days and nights without getting tired. Luck potion increases the host's luck value. The higher the luck value, the greater the value of the lottery prizes. Chu-chen listened to the system introducing the functions of 3 types of potions. The more he listened, the more it felt like a street vendor saying, "Don't want 998, just 998. But based on his previous experience of being tricked, the system would definitely not offer him the 998 deal. So, he absolutely couldn't directly ask the system to purchase the required popularity points. Otherwise, what awaited him ahead would definitely be a trap. I've remembered all of these. I don't need them for now. I'll think about it when I need them. Chu-chen tossed his phone onto the desk in front of him and idly twiddled his fingers. After about 10 minutes, the system's voice finally rang out again. Congratulations, host, for completing a hidden task. You are rewarded with a special item draw. Ha. It seems like they want to trick him into buying the luck potion. Another special item, let the system draw for me. Chu-chen said indifferently. As expected. As soon as the system heard about the draw, it immediately started recommending. Host, would you like to purchase the luck potion to increase the chances of winning valuable items in the draw? Why does the system want me to spend points so badly? No way. Chu-chen sneered inwardly and shook his head. He had planned to save these points for emergencies, considering the number of people he had offended and their complex backgrounds. Without a stash of points, Chu-chen felt a bit insecure. But then again, this physical enhancement potion is really tempting. Chu-chen stared fixedly at the red potion bottle on the system panel, licking his lips with a hint of excitement. Sushi had already agreed to be his woman, but her attitude remained cold. If he could suddenly show great power one night and conquer Sushi, wouldn't she be completely obedient to him in the future? Thinking of this, Chu-chen smirked and adjusted his expression. I know, the system is just trying to serve the host, that's why it's providing these things to the host. But I'm tight on funds right now, you have to understand, host. In the spacious and bright office, only Chu-chen muttered softly. The system remained silent. Chu-chen waited again. The system was still silent. Chu-chen awkwardly smiled, scratched his head, and said again, how about this, let's make a deal. Isn't the charm potion and luck potion only 15,000 points per bottle? I'll pay 35,000 for both. I'll even give you the extra 5,000 points. Chu-chen waved his hand, intending to spend all his 35,000 points. Ding! Please confirm if the host wants to spend 35,000 points to purchase the charm potion and luck potion? This time, the system responded very quickly. Chu-chen was taken aback. The system didn't react when he talked about feelings earlier, but as soon as he mentioned giving away points, the system responded promptly. Ahem, Chu-chen coughed deliberately, I haven't finished yet. I'm giving the system 5,000 points, shouldn't you give me something in return? After saying that, Chu-chen raised an eyebrow, waiting for the system's response. After a moment of silence, the system spoke. Ding! Presenting the host with a physical enhancement potion, usable with 1,000,000 points. Please confirm if the host wants to spend 35,000 points to exchange for the charm potion and luck potion? That's more like it. I am indeed the chosen one. Chu-chen laughed heartily. If the physical enhancement potion required 150,000 points for exchange, Chu-chen had successfully exchanged it for only 50,000 points. As for the condition of needing 1,000,000 points to use it, Shu Chen didn't find it troublesome at all, just a matter of time. Shortly after, 2 thumb-sized potion bottles appeared out of thin air on Shu Chen's desk, emitting a mysterious aura from their deep red bodies. I won't be polite then. Shu Chen grinned and promptly poured both bottles into his mouth. TSK, not much of a taste. Shu Chen casually tossed the empty potion bottles into the trash can and smirked. However, what he didn't know was that at this moment, Shu Chen's entire demeanor and image had undergone a qualitative change. If Su Tuan were to appear in front of Shu Chen now, he might wonder aloud where Shu Chen had undergone plastic surgery. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully using the exchange store function for the first time, triggering a special reward, Ancient Martial Arts Secrets. Immediately, a vast amount of information surged into Shu Chen's mind, originating from the profound martial arts heritage of the Dixia ethnic group that spanned thousands of years, now mastered by Shu Chen in an instant. Is this for real? Shu Chen smirked. At this moment, if he were to encounter those street thugs, he could probably take on 10 of them with his eyes closed. The afternoon sunlight slanted into the office. Shu Chen leaned back in his chair, basking in the sun's warmth while digesting the ancient martial arts secrets in his mind. Suddenly, the phone on the desk rang. It was Yao Yunyun. Yunyun? What's wrong? Brother Buffet, help me, I'm at Ian Bar. Brother Buffet. Before Yao Yunyun could finish her sentence, a loud noise came from the other end of the phone, followed by the call being abruptly cut off. Shu Chen clenched his phone, his brows furrowed tightly. Of course, Shu Chen knew Yun Bar, the most chaotic bar in the entire city, where all sorts of illegal activities were a common sight. He remembered back in college, many wealthy second-generation students in his class liked to hang out there. But why did Yao Yunyun go there? Shu Chen took a deep breath, grabbed his coat, and strode out of the office. The deep silver Lamborghini was parked steadily at the entrance of Yun Bar, leaving 2 smoking tire marks on the ground. Shu Chen slammed the car door shut and walked towards the bar with a stern expression. A security guard at the entrance, seeing Shu Chen's imposing demeanor, met his gaze and nervously stepped forward. The guard stood in front of Shu Chen, blocking his way. Step aside, Shu Chen said coldly, eager to rescue Yao Yunyun. Sir, please park your car in the parking lot, the guard said softly. He could tell that Shu Chen was not someone to be trifled with, just the Lamborghini alone looked out of the ordinary. However, as a security guard, he had to ensure the safety of the premises. Shu Chen looked up, his face icy. Before the security guard stood what seemed like the world's top martial artist, an unparalleled aura bursting from Shu Chen in an instant. With a thud, the guard found himself sitting on the ground, his back already soaked with cold sweat. Shu Chen snorted coldly, stepped over him. Park the car in the parking lot, this is for your trouble. Shu Chen casually tossed a stack of bright red banknotes onto the guard, who quickly tucked them away. Hee, striking it rich today, striking it rich. The guard chuckled as he picked himself up. Shu Chen entered the bar. The noisy music was deafening, the pungent scent of cheap cologne filled the air, and drunken patrons were occasionally carried out by security and dumped on the street like trash. Shu Chen frowned as he looked around, not finding Yao Yunyun's figure. Just as he was about to look for the bar manager, he heard a commotion from the other end of the hall. Strip! 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 This little beauty is quite pretty, but she's got a fiery temper. Today is truly a lucky day, never expected to find such an innocent girl at Ian Bar. Laughter filled the hall as 3 burly men with bare arms gathered in a corner, leering. Shu Chen's heart sank, and he hurried over. In the crowd, a slender figure sat slumped against the wall, hair disheveled and hands tightly gripping the collar of her shirt, her face flushed and breathing ragged. It was none other than Yao Yunyun. Brother Buffet, you're here. Yao Yunyun looked up, speaking intermittently. Seeing Yao Yunyun's obvious distress, Shu Chen immediately understood that she had been drugged by these men. Kid, was this chick the one who called you just now? A bald man turned around and gave Shu Chen a malicious look. Shu Chen nodded and softly uttered 2 words, get lost. Oh, this kid still wants to act tough? Have you even considered if you are a match for us, brothers? With that, the 3 big men slowly surrounded Shu Chen, scrutinizing him from head to toe. They saw him dressed plainly, slender in stature, his disdainful expression adding a touch of arrogance. Kid, I advise you to play elsewhere. Once we're done with this chick, we'll give you a turn too, a scar-faced man leered. In the corner, Yao Yunyun's breathing became more rapid. The collar she had tightly gripped on a moments ago had now loosened 2 buttons. Fei, you don't need to. Don't worry about me, just go, she said. Yunyun, why are you here? Shu Chen asked in doubt. I heard that the wages are high here, I wanted to repay you, Yao Yunyun said haltingly. Shu Chen's heart softened. He had only lent money to Yao Yunyun initially to gain popularity, but he never expected her to end up working in such a shady place like the Yin bar. Watching Yao Yunyun trembling in the corner, Chu Chen suddenly felt guilty. The big men grew impatient. These two were actually chatting in front of them, disregarding their presence. The bald man and the other two exchanged a glance, understanding each other without words. Attack! The bald man bellowed, raising his massive fist to strike Chu Chen's head fiercely. At the same time, the scar-faced man lifted his leg and kicked Chu Chen's chest with force. The other burly man stood by, ready to make his move. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. The onlookers gasped in surprise as the three men wasted no time in attacking. However, this was the Yin bar after all. Fights were not uncommon. They could already envision Chu Chen lying bruised and beaten, being carried out by the security guards shortly. Yet, in the next moment, the surrounding crowd widened their eyes in disbelief at the scene before them. Chu Chen miraculously dodged the bald man's punch at an impossible angle, then grabbed the scar-faced man's thigh and flung him towards the bald man. A thunderous crash ensued. The scar-faced man crashed into the bald man, and both tumbled onto a table in the bar. Glass shards flew, beer mixed with blood formed a small river on the ground, a strong scent of blood filled the confined space. Huff! In the quiet bar, the sound of spitting phlegm echoed. The remaining man stared blankly at Chu Chen, a dampness spreading between his legs. Take your two good brothers and get lost. The next time I see you, it's on, Chu Chen said coldly. The burly man snapped out of his daze, nodding like a chicken pecking at grains, quickly helping up the scar-faced man and the bald man, then scurrying out of the bar. Is he even human? Someone in the crowd whispered softly, but no one dared to answer. Even Chu Chen himself was slightly stunned, surprised at his own prowess. He realized it must be the effect of the ancient martial arts manual. He hadn't expected to put it to use so soon. Chu Chen hadn't even planned how to retaliate just now. It was purely a reflexive response. It had to be said, a product of the system was indeed top-notch. Ding! Congratulations to the host for a successful brawl. Reward, 50,000 popularity points. Chu Chen felt elated, surveying the surroundings and noticing many people looking at him with admiration. After all, the scene of him swiftly incapacitating two burly men moments ago was truly awe-inspiring. Fei, brother. Yao Yunyun whimpered. Chu Chen's heart tightened. He quickly picked up Yao Yunyun and ran towards the upstairs of the bar. Yao Yunyun in his arms kept squirming, her long slender legs rubbing against Chu Chen's body. Is this girl drugged? Chu Chen wondered. He took a deep breath, composed himself, and placed Yao Yunyun on the sofa. Suddenly, Yao Yunyun sat up abruptly, her hands hooking around Chu Chen's neck, and she fiercely kissed him on the face like lightning. After the kiss, Yao Yunyun tilted her head and fell into a deep sleep on the sofa. Chu Chen was taken aback, touching the spot on his face where Yao Yunyun had kissed him, and he couldn't help but smile wryly. You're really mischievous. Let me take you home, Chu Chen said softly. He gently tapped Yao Yunyun's forehead, then bent down to lift her up around the waist and headed towards the bar's entrance. Meanwhile, on another sofa on the second floor of the bar, China, heavily made up, was flipping through a few photos on her phone. In the photos, there was Chu Chen holding Yao Yunyun in his arms, and there was even one that captured Yao Yunyun and Chu Chen together perfectly. Humph, I didn't expect him to be a two-timer. Sushi must be devastated now, China chuckled to herself, covering her mouth. She then posted the photos on her social media. In the spacious and bright meeting hall of the Su group, Sushi sat at the head with a cold expression. Dozens of subordinates on both sides looked at Sushi with a solemn atmosphere, not daring to breathe loudly. The meeting had been going well just a moment ago, but who would have thought that Sushi, after looking at her phone, suddenly seemed like a different person, with a stern expression and remaining silent. Could it be that Chairman Su had been framed? Many subordinates speculated silently. At that moment, Sushi, holding her phone, was looking at the picture China took of Chu Chen holding Yao Yunyun. From China's perspective, Chu Chen holding Yao Yunyun looked very ambiguous. Sushi was furious, her chest heaving violently, breathing heavily. If there weren't so many subordinates in the meeting hall, Sushi would have smashed her phone right there. Chairman, are we still having the meeting? The secretary asked softly. What meeting? End it, Sushi impatiently replied. As soon as she spoke, the subordinates started packing up and leaving, afraid of offending the unpredictable chairman. After a while, the vast meeting hall was left with Sushi alone. Sushi tightly gripped her phone, gritting her teeth and biting her lower lip, the phone screen displaying Chu Chen's contact list. After hesitating for a while, Sushi's fingers trembled as she pressed the dial button. The phone rang for a long time, but Chu Chen didn't answer. The number you have dialed is currently unavailable. Hearing the cold electronic tone from her phone, Sushi hung up in disappointment. He didn't even answer the phone? Is he so busy with that woman? But weren't we just together? Sushi didn't understand why Chu Chen could move on so quickly with another woman. She put the phone back in her pocket, took a deep breath, wiped the tears from her face, and made a decision not to have anything to do with Chu Chen anymore. Brother Bu Fei, thank you. If it weren't for you, I can't imagine what would have happened. Yao Yunyun lay on the hospital bed, speaking softly. Sitting on the chair beside the bed, Chu Chen smiled and shook his head, reaching out to tuck the blanket around Yao Yunyun. It's nothing. You don't have to pay back that money. I sponsored it. Don't work in such dangerous places in the future. But your money isn't easy to come by. Yao Yunyun wanted to say more, but when she saw Chu Chen's stern face, she quickly stopped herself. I understand. I won't go to those places anymore, Yao Yunyun said softly. Only then did Chu Chen smile. That's right. If you ever run out of money, just tell me. Rest well, I'm going back to rest too. Chu Chen quietly placed a stack of money under Yao Yunyun's pillow and left the ward. Standing in the corridor, Chu Chen checked the time on his phone and saw a missed call from Sushi. He thought it shouldn't be urgent and put the phone back in his pocket. The next morning, Chu Chen's phone started ringing incessantly early in the morning. Chu Chen was not angry, but being disturbed while sleeping was truly annoying. Hang up. A minute later, the phone rang again. Hang up again. After repeating this several times, Chu Chen finally answered the phone with sleepy eyes. Chu, you answered the call at noon. You really made me anxious. Came the anxious voice of Yun Xiaoyan from the other end of the line. Chu Chen rubbed his eyes lazily and said, What's the matter? Hurry up and speak. I want to go back to sleep after you're done. Lu Fuwei and his men smashed the Zaya Halluo theater. Yun Xiaoyan's voice on the phone carried a hint of crying. What? When did this happen? Where is Lu Fuwei? Chu Chen suddenly lost his drowsiness, a surge of anger rising in him, and he sat up abruptly from the bed. Just now, Lu Fuwei left and went to the Halai KTV, Yun Xiaoyan said. He dares to mess with my place, then I will mess with his people. Chu Chen cursed under his breath, then got out of bed. The deep silver Lamborghini raced swiftly down the street, Chu Chen's face dark as he headed straight to the Halai KTV. Inside the KTV, Lu Fuwei and a few friends were surrounded by KTV hostesses, singing and enjoying themselves. Suddenly, the door of the private room was kicked open forcefully, and Chu Chen walked in with a displeased expression. Where is Lu Fuwei? Chu Chen asked coldly. Lu Fuwei, slightly bulky, looked up at Chu Chen who had just entered, his face showing obvious disdain. What do you want with me? Did you come to thank me for smashing the Zaya Halluo theater? Lu Fuwei said. After speaking, Lu Fuwei and his brothers burst into laughter, not taking Chu Chen seriously. Chu Chen also laughed, thinking Lu Fuwei must be a bit crazy to offend him. Chu Chen. I don't offend others unless they offend me first. If they do, I will retaliate. That's Chu Chen's principle and bottom line. Why did you smash my theater? Chu Chen walked into the private room, sat on the table, and looked down at Lu Fuwei. If I can't have it, I'll destroy it. Any problem with that? Lu Fuwei asked seriously. Then he turned to the men beside him and asked, Any problem? Any problem? What's the problem? Just an outdated upstart. The men laughed disdainfully. Suddenly, there was a crisp sound. No one saw how Chu Chen made his move, they only saw a blur. Lu Fuwei fell to the side, lying at the feet of several KTV hostesses, his face showing 5 bright red palm prints. Lu! The men exclaimed, quickly helping Lu Fuwei up. Pa! Lu Fuwei spat out blood, along with a few teeth, holding his swollen face. How dare you hit me? Lu Fuwei, covering his swollen face, mumbled incoherently. What's wrong with hitting you? Chu Chen said disdainfully. Are you looking for death? Do you really think we wouldn't dare to hit you? The men rolled up their sleeves, ready to teach Chu Chen a lesson. Another crisp sound. Lu Fuwei fell to the side again, but this time in a different direction. Lu! The men quickly got up, helping Lu Fuwei once more, but this time his head was swollen like a pig's. Chu Chen couldn't help but laugh. I see, Lu, you can do magic tricks too, I get it now. Did you smash my theater to perform a magic trick for me? Chu Chen said with a smile. Seeing Chu Chen's smiling face with white teeth, Lu Fuwei and his men shuddered. They hadn't seen how Chu Chen moved earlier, but Lu Fuwei had clearly received 2 slaps on his face. Was he really human? The men exchanged glances, a sense of fear creeping into their hearts. You dare to hit me, Chu Chen? Lu Fuwei, holding his swollen face like a pig's head, said with a leaking voice. What's wrong with hitting you? I hit you, that's what. Chu Chen sat cross-legged on the table, smiling mischievously. You're finished, the Chen family won't let you off, Lu Fuwei said fiercely. A strong smell of blood filled the small compartment. Several of Lu Fuwei's front teeth had been knocked out, and as he spoke, blood dripped from his mouth, staining a large area on his chest. He looked miserable. You say your surname is Lu, so why would the Chen family not let me go? Oh, I see. You must be a lackey for the Chen family, right? Shu Chen asked with a smile. The few men looked at each other. Shu Chen dared to say such things, clearly showing his disdain for the Chen family. Could it be that the young man in front of them really had the strength to challenge the Chen family? Thinking about this, the men secretly breathed a sigh of relief, glad they hadn't laid hands on Shu Chen just now. Otherwise, if they offended such a big shot, they would definitely have a bad outcome in the future. However, Lu Fuwei was in a pitiful state. The men looked at Lu Fuwei, feeling a bit of schadenfreude. Why would you go and cause trouble at someone else's theater for no reason? It serves you right to be beaten up when they come looking for you. Subconsciously, the men shifted further away from Lu Fuwei. On the top floor of the Gutian Hotel, in the chairman's office, the expensive Indian incense wafted in the corner, with a 4-meter-long golden Nanmu desk placed horizontally in the room. Several ceramic teacups were casually arranged on the desk. Shu Chen held a teacup in one hand, earnestly reading the newspaper in his hand. Shu, this is the newspaper you asked me to publish yesterday, Tang He said softly, standing to the side. Yes, this was done beautifully. Shu Chen laughed heartily, nodding in satisfaction. In Shu Chen's hand was the most influential and authoritative newspaper in the city, and the headline shockingly reported the news of the CEO of Star Media, Lu Fuwei, committing such an act. Shu, spending 10 billion just to expose Lu Fuwei for vandalizing the Little Conch Theater, isn't it a bit wasteful? Tang He hesitated to speak after much consideration. In her opinion, Lu Fuwei was at fault first, and it was indeed right to expose him, but spending 10 billion to buy off the media seemed a bit excessive. Besides, the Little Conch Theater wasn't worth 10 billion. Thinking of this, Tang He felt a pang of heartache. What's wasteful about it? Look at how the newspaper is praising me. This money was well spent. Shu Chen looked at the newspaper, unable to contain his smile. By the way, Shu, what would you like to eat today? Tang He blinked and asked. Shu Chen took a sip of tea and said, just prepare something simple. Also, prepare some food and send it to the hospital for Yao Yunyun. Tang He was taken aback. Was Shu Chen so concerned about Yao Yunyun? He even wanted to send her food? For some reason, Tang He felt a twinge of jealousy. Okay. Tang He nodded and then turned away, leaving dejectedly. Shu Chen, puzzled, smiled faintly, waiting for the situation to unfold. As for spending 10 billion on the newspaper, Shu Chen didn't think it was a waste at all. The newspaper was a means to promote himself. With publicity, he could build up his popularity. And popularity was the purpose of Shu Chen's $10 billion move. Half of the thousands of words in the newspaper article described how Shu Chen had put his heart and soul into developing the Little Conch Theater, while the other half depicted Lu Fuwei's despicable act of destroying years of hard work. As soon as the newspaper was published, public opinion boiled over. The city was already fast-paced, and people needed entertainment news to relieve stress. News about upper-class capitalists like this was even more eye-catching. That day, news of Lu Fuwei vandalizing the Little Conch Theater appeared on various news rankings, with major media outlets rushing to repost it. Many reporters even camped outside the Star Media company. The entire Star Media was in a state of panic, with most of the employees taking sick leave and not daring to come to work. After all, there were so many cameras at the entrance. As soon as they left the company's gate, they would be interviewed. As a small employee, could they afford to provoke or hide? At the same time, on the top floor of Star Media Company, Lu Fuwei sat nervously on the sofa with thick gauze wrapped around his face. Sitting at the office desk not far away was a middle-aged man with a cold expression, Shen Kaifeng, a member of the Chen family, one of the 3 major entertainment families in the Magic City. There was a tablet in front of Chen Kaifeng's desk, playing on a loop the footage of Shu Chen being interviewed by the media. During the interview, Shu Chen appeared calm, spoke logically, and expressed himself clearly. Although Shu Chen's appearance was not outstanding, there was a mysterious charm about him, making him quite charismatic. The barrage was filled with praises for Shu Chen, with comments like, "So this is how Shu Chen looks, he's so charming, I love him, and not Brother Fei, forever a god." The barrage was either praising Shu Chen or cursing Lu Fuwei and Star Media. Chen Kaifeng's face grew increasingly ugly, and he angrily threw the tablet out. "Look at what you've done. Do you know how much this has affected the company? In just one day, our stocks have plummeted." Veins bulged on Chen Kaifeng's forehead as he glared fiercely. He never liked Lu Fuwei, his brother-in-law. He had casually handed him a small company to sink or swim on his own, but he never expected that Lu Fuwei would cause him such big trouble. Lu Fuwei shrank back, opened his mouth but couldn't speak. "What I? You're good at causing trouble but not at solving it," Chen Kaifeng said impatiently. The next moment, Lu Fuwei knelt down in front of Chen Kaifeng with a thud. His bulky body was already soaked in sweat, and his clothes clung tightly to him. "Brother-in-law, I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. I didn't expect that guy to go back on his word after agreeing to sell me the land. He went back on his word, and I was so angry that I smashed his theater." Lu Fuwei wiped his tears and nose, looking pitiful. Watching the 200-pound Lu Fuwei crying, Chen Kaifeng felt inexplicably annoyed. "Get up, I'll think of a solution," Chen Kaifeng said coldly. "Brother-in-law, you're not angry anymore?" Lu Fuwei dared not move, raising his head to ask softly. "What's the use of being angry? Will society's opinion change if I'm angry? Will the stocks go up if I'm angry?" Chen Kaifeng retorted. Lu Fuwei was stunned, then lowered his head and cried on the floor again. In the spacious office, Chen Kaifeng sat behind his desk, deep in thought, tapping his fingers rhythmically on the table. Xu Chen, the boss of the Gudian Group, rumored to have joined hands with Li Yi to acquire Shuhuan Mountain a few days ago, seemed to have some means. However, with public opinion overwhelming, Xu Chen must have spent a lot of money. If I were to manage my entertainment company, could I reverse the direction of public opinion? No. Chen Kaifeng shook his head vigorously. Currently, Xu Chen had taken the initiative and dominated the direction of public opinion. He probably couldn't create any waves himself. Was he really going to be caught like this? Chen Kaifeng furrowed his brow, pondered for a long time but couldn't come up with a solution, his face filled with helplessness. After a while, "Lu Fuwei, do you have Xu Chen's contact information?" Chen Kaifeng asked coldly. Lu Fuwei quickly looked up and nodded vigorously. Yes, I exchanged phone numbers with him at the time." Lu Fuwei handed his phone to Chen Kaifeng. "Brother-in-law, what are you going to do?" Lu Fuwei asked cautiously. Chen Kaifeng sighed deeply and said, "Apologize." Xu Chen's phone kept ringing, showing Lu Fuwei's name on the caller ID. "Big brother Chu, why aren't you answering the phone?" Yun Xiaoyan said softly. Today, Yun Xiaoyan was wearing a tight-fitting one-piece dress, with her long legs wrapped in sexy black stockings, exuding a seductive charm. Xu Chen glanced at her and felt a surge of emotions, quickly turning his head away. "I know you're here to apologize, but I don't want to deal with it," Xu Chen said indifferently. Apologies were indeed due, but it was a bit too early for that. Xu Chen was waiting for the public opinion to ferment, to gather more popularity for himself. Besides, Xu Chen noticed that ever since he started taking the charm value potion, he had become a different person. Previously, he would attract attention wherever he went because of his actions. But now, just standing in the crowd doing nothing, he shone like a star, enough to catch everyone's eye. Moreover, Xu Chen's current status was different from before, his strength and appearance complementing each other. Yun Xiaoyan's eyes shimmered as she leaned against Xu Chen's neck, her warm breath hitting him directly, making him feel ticklish. What a seductress! Xu Chen speculated silently. "Brother Chu, you can't keep ignoring Lu Fuwei forever, we have to deal with him sooner or later," Yun Xiaoyan said softly. Xu Chen smiled and then said, "Alright, I'll leave this matter to you. I need to see a satisfactory outcome, and I won't interfere with how you handle it." Yun Xiaoyan was taken aback, then burst into laughter, surprised that such a good opportunity had come her way so quickly. Yun Xiaoyan had worked under Lu Fuwei before, who not only made things difficult for her but also wanted her to sleep with him. Yun Xiaoyan despised Lu Fuwei, and that's why her boyfriend borrowed 80 million from Xu Chen to buy her freedom. Finally, she had her revenge. Yun Xiaoyan looked at Xu Chen gratefully, feeling excited. She glanced around, then boldly kissed Xu Chen on the cheek. Ahem, Xu Chen blushed, pretending to cough. Yun Xiaoyan blushed too, feeling embarrassed as she twisted her hands. "Thank you, brother Chu, I got carried away just now and couldn't control myself," she said hesitantly. "It's okay, just keep it up in the future," Xu Chen said instinctively. Yun Xiaoyan stared at him wide-eyed. "Oh, continue with this proactive attitude towards work," Xu Chen said seriously. Yun Xiaoyan chuckled, then left in her high heels, already planning how to deal with Lu Fuwei. As the saying goes, what goes around comes around, and Lu Fuwei's current situation was all his doing. If he had just focused on his superstar media company, he wouldn't be in this mess. Ding! Congratulations, host, for gaining 200,000 popularity points. Reward, 10 consecutive draws. Ding! Congratulations, host, for achieving the milestone of 500,000 popularity points. Reward, a Lursen yacht from Germany. Ding! Host, would you like to start the 10 consecutive draws now? A series of electronic sounds rang in Xu Chen's mind, bringing a wave of surprises. Wow, this is unbelievable, Xu Chen muttered to himself. The next moment, a yacht key appeared on Xu Chen's desk, along with a detailed map to the dock. Let's draw, Xu Chen urged eagerly. Ding! Successfully started 10 consecutive draws. First draw successful. Reward, a BMW X5 sedan. Ding. Second draw successful. Reward, 100,000 RMB cash. Ding. Third draw successful. Reward, a lifetime top-tier membership card for Heaven on Earth Club. After 6 consecutive draws, Chuchen still hadn't won anything substantial. Looking at the table filled with stacks of red banknotes, car and yacht keys, and even a world-class inflatable doll nearby, Chuchen realized he no longer cared for these things. Taking a deep breath, he reached out to press the draw button on the screen once again. Ding! 7th draw successful. Reward a vineyard. Chuchen widened his eyes, staring fixedly at the screen. Morton Vineyard. This vineyard was famous in the Magic City. Apart from some top imported wines, 80% of the wines in the Magic City came from Morton Vineyard. Frankly speaking, Morton Vineyard monopolized the Magic City. Chuchen smiled. He quickly tried the lottery again, but only luxury clothes came out on the 9th and 10th tries. Last time, Chuchen took a deep breath, steadied himself, and slowly pressed the lottery button. Ding! Lottery successful. Congratulations, host, on winning a cloud-piercing arrow rocket. Clap. Chuchen's hands dropped to the ground, staring blankly ahead, finding it hard to believe his ears. He actually won a rocket? And it's the most advanced cloud-piercing arrow rocket from Country M? Can it take off directly? Great, with the rocket, I can go to space directly, Chuchen muttered to himself. Ding! Host detected to have obtained a highly valuable item. Do you agree to trade with the system? Agreement will open the trade store. The system's cold electronic synthesized voice sounded again. This time, Chuchen understood the system's meaning. Trading meant Chuchen could choose to sell back the items rewarded by the system. For example, a rocket like this, being the most advanced aerospace technology of Country M, if it suddenly appeared in Chuchen's hands, he might be taken away forcibly by Country M in the future. Agree. Chuchen broke out in a cold sweat, quickly clicked on the trade store, but after some searching, Chuchen couldn't help but feel a bit annoyed. A cloud-piercing arrow rocket was only selling for 500 billion in the system? Although Chuchen didn't understand aerospace technology, he knew that developing such top-notch spacecraft in Country M required investments in the trillions, and in dollars. Such a cunning merchant, Chuchen cursed. But Chuchen had no choice. Helplessly, he could only click the exchange button. A moment later, Chuchen's phone vibrated again, a message from the bank. Dear customer, your account has been credited with 50 trillion yuan. Chuchen looked at the long string of numbers, shocked. Sitting in the office, Chuchen stared at the phone screen, lost in thought. How to spend 500 billion? Chuchen felt troubled, not knowing how to spend so much money. Should he spend a couple of 100 billion first? Chuchen chuckled, then shook his head quickly. No! With so many people watching him now, if he flaunted his wealth like that, he would surely get into trouble. And it would cause trouble for Su Shi. Su Shi! Chuchen suddenly sat up straight. He should share some money with Su Shi. She was the one in need of money right now. Immediately, Chuchen transferred 10 billion to Su Shi. Using the super channel at the bank, the 10 billion was instantly credited to Su Shi's account. At that moment, Su Shi, who was in the office, was tearing her hair out over the bills. She heard the message alert on her phone and thought it was a sales ad. About to impatiently turn off her phone and put it in the drawer, she glanced at the screen inadvertently and was instantly speechless with shock. The next moment, Su Shi called Chuchen via video call. Hello? Su Beauty, finally willing to talk to me? Chuchen lazily answered the call. The money, did you transfer it to me? Su Shi's eyes were still full of astonishment. Yes, who else but your man could give you so much money, Chuchen chuckled. But where did you get so much money from? Su Shi remembered clearly that it took Chuchen a whole week to gather 2 billion at first, so how did he manage to come up with 10 billion now? Don't worry about that, as long as you have the money, that's all that matters, Chuchen said with a smile. Before Su Shi could respond, Chuchen added, are you not angry now? Su Shi was taken aback, realizing that she was still mad at Chuchen. It had been 2 or 3 days since she last answered Chuchen's calls or messages, but upon seeing the transfer of billions, she hurriedly initiated a video call with Chuchen. Su Shi coldly snorted, pouted, and ignored Chuchen. Oh, darling, don't be angry. This money is your pocket money. Don't be mad, okay? Chuchen cursed himself silently, quickly put on a smile, and coaxed Su Shi. Who's your wife? Su Shi muttered. You are my wife. Didn't you agree to be my woman? Chuchen chuckled. Oh, by the way, why don't you quit being the president of the Su Group? With your rich man, you can spend money however you want in the future. Chuchen whispered. No, this is our family business. How can I just give it up? Su Shi hurriedly replied. Not only were there external pressures, but there were also many eyes within the Su family watching the position of the president of the Su group. Su had put in a lot of effort to secure this position and was determined not to give it up. The thing is, we are always so busy, even though we are in the same city, we can't meet every day. I miss you. Chu Chen quickly played the emotional card. Do you really miss me? Sushi hesitated for a moment and said softly. After speaking, Sushi's face turned red, and she shyly lowered her head. Yes, I miss you a lot. Chu Chen nodded quickly. Sushi blushed even more, feeling touched. She had thought that Chu Chen was only interested in her body and had no real feelings for her. But now, it seemed that Chu Chen genuinely liked her. Thinking about this, Sushi shyly lowered her head. But I still think it's better for a woman to have her own career. Sushi said weakly. Chu Chen sighed, pondered for a moment, and reluctantly nodded. You're right. How about this? I'll transfer more money to you. Use it as our startup fund and build our business together. With that, Chu Chen transferred another 10 billion to Sushi. Sushi looked at the message from the bank on her phone and felt numb. Chu Chen was incredibly wealthy. This was a total of 20 billion. Did he just transfer it like that? Even the top names on the Forbes list wouldn't be so extravagant. Despite Sushi's experiences, she couldn't help but be shocked. This wealth was beyond imagination. Perhaps Chu Chen had been testing her all along? Sushi thought to herself and confirmed this idea in her mind. Chu Chen must be from an extraordinary wealthy family, and coming to the city was just a small adventure for him. Otherwise, why would he be so low-key in the past and now so high-profile? Sushi felt fortunate that she had agreed to be Chu Chen's woman, otherwise, she might never have seen this 20 billion in her life. How did you suddenly get so much money? Is it from your family? Sushi tried to find out from Chu Chen. Family? Chu Chen was puzzled. I mean, does your family know that you gave me so much money? Sushi quickly changed her question, afraid of revealing her intentions. Oh, about my family, I haven't told them yet. Don't worry, they won't mind. Just keep the money. Chu Chen casually replied. Seeing Chu Chen's indifferent attitude, Sushi's shock multiplied. It must take immense power to casually produce 20 billion without informing family members. Sushi took a deep breath, suppressed her astonishment, and decided never to argue with Chu Chen again. Honey, Sushi suddenly blurted out. Chu Chen was taken aback, staring at the screen with wide eyes, while Sushi on the other end of the phone had already blushed. Can you call me one more time? Chu Chen asked softly. Honey, I love you so much, Sushi whispered. After saying that, Sushi quickly hung up the phone, nestled in the large seat, her little heart pounding nonstop. On the other side, Chu Chen also held the phone, staring blankly ahead. After a while, Chu Chen came back to his senses and suddenly laughed for no reason. Since Sushi could call him her husband, it meant he had completely entered Sushi's heart, and moreover, it was Sushi's initiative, not Chu Chen's coercion. Chu Chen chuckled, feeling that the 2 billion spent was worth it. While Chu Chen sat at his desk laughing foolishly, his phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and saw that it was a call from his mother back home. Chu Chen adjusted his posture, quickly answered the call. After a moment, he hung up the phone, sitting in his chair somewhat absent-minded. His mother told him that his younger sister was getting married. When Chu Chen was 5 years old, his father had a car accident while taking him to school. His father, in order to save him, resolutely shielded Chu Chen with his own body, saving Chu Chen's life. Otherwise, there would be no Chu Chen today. However, losing the breadwinner at home, Chu Chen's mother, Luo Hongying, under the pressure of life, had to remarry. Chu Chen did not go with Luo Hongying. He still remembered his father risking his life to save him, and had been living with his grandparents. Although Luo Hongying was not by his side, she often visited his grandparents' house over the years, providing for Chu Chen's expenses from elementary school to high school and even college. Chu Chen was truly grateful to Luo Hongying. However, despite his gratitude, Chu Chen always had a barrier in his heart, unable to understand why Luo Hongying had to remarry, why she couldn't hold on for a few more years for him. What puzzled Chu Chen even more was why Luo Hongying was unwilling to take him along and left him at his grandparents' house. These reasons had become the catalyst for Chu Chen's estrangement from Luo Hongying, and to this day, Chu Chen rarely contacted Luo Hongying proactively. After hanging up the phone, Chu Chen called Tang He to his office. Looking at Tang He's seductive figure in front of him, Chu Chen swallowed. I plan to go back to my hometown recently, so you'll be in charge of the company's affairs these days, Chu Chen said in a deep voice. Tang He was stunned, looking at Chu Chen in a daze. Can I handle it? Besides, some documents require your signature to be effective. Tang He was somewhat flattered. Although she was the CEO's secretary, how many secretaries could reach such a position? Enough! Stop talking nonsense, I have to go now. Shu Chen handed his seal to Tang He, grabbed his car keys, and strode out of the office. The exaggerated silver Lamborghini raced on the road, many drivers passing by turned to look at Shu Chen. Being able to drive such a luxury car at such a young age, he must be a rich second generation from a top family. But what they didn't know was that Shu Chen was just an ordinary guy. His parents were just ordinary folks in a small town. In Shu Chen's memory, the last time he went back home was half a year ago when he was just a fresh graduate, mocked by the neighbors in the town for going to work in the city. But now, Shu Chen stood at his stepfather's door, with the exaggerated Lamborghini parked beside him. Looking at the festive red color of his stepfather's house, with many people bustling around, preparing for his sister's wedding in a few days, Shu Chen felt a bit emotional. "Oh, you're back?" An elderly lady chewing on melon seeds walked up to Shu Chen. Shu Chen nodded. "Yes, Aunt Son, I did come back. Where did you rent this car from? It's so ugly." Auntie pointed at Shu Chen's Lamborghini with a disdainful tone. She didn't know the Lamborghini at all, let alone how much the car was worth. Shu Chen twitched his mouth, but he couldn't be bothered to argue with a rural auntie, so he just nodded and agreed. "You didn't fly back alone?" Auntie Sun asked again. In the eyes of these old ladies, no matter how well a young person does outside, if they don't bring back a wife, they are considered not doing well. Shu Chen nodded helplessly once again. "You can't stay like this, wasting so much time outside. Why don't you come back home? Auntie will introduce a wife to you." Auntie Sun cracked melon seeds, criticizing. Just as Shu Chen didn't know how to respond to Auntie Sun, a pleasant female voice suddenly sounded. "Oh, brother, you're back." It was Shu Chen's sister, Chu Yuyu, who spoke. Chu Yuyu looked pleasantly surprised. Seeing Shu Chen coming towards her, she leaped into his arms. Shu Chen hurriedly caught Chu Yuyu, helplessly smiling. "You're all grown up now, about to get married, why do you still act like a child?" Chu Yuyu disregarded others' gazes. She and Shu Chen had a good relationship since childhood, their sibling bond was deep. Hee, you're my real brother, what's there to be afraid of?" Chu Yuyu raised her small pink fist, proudly saying. Just as she finished speaking, Chu Yuyu turned to look at the Lamborghini behind Shu Chen. Her eyes widened instantly. She jumped down from Shu Chen. "Brother, is this your car?" "A Lamborghini!" Chu Yuyu exclaimed. She had only seen such luxury cars on TV. "What nonsense, are you delusional? Such an ugly car must be rented, who else would drive such a car?" Auntie Sun seized the opportunity to say a few words. She had been at odds with Shu Chen's mother, Luo Hongying, for many years, so she naturally wanted to mock Shu Chen now. Chu Yuyu rolled her eyes, pointing at the Lamborghini. "My brother owns a top luxury car, it can't be rented, and look at his clothes, they're obviously not cheap." The next moment, Chu Yuyu stared at Shu Chen's left wrist, her eyes widening. "Brother, is that a Patek Philippe?" Chu Yuyu's voice trembled slightly. She wasn't surprised to see the luxury car, but she was shocked to see Shu Chen's Patek Philippe watch. She had just seen this top Patek Philippe watch with a worldwide sales of only 20 units in a magazine yesterday, and she didn't expect to see it on Shu Chen the next day. Shu Chen nodded helplessly, took off the watch and handed it to Chu Yuyu. "It's for you, consider it as part of your dowry." This is too precious, brother." Chu Yuyu hesitated. After all, she might not be able to afford such a watch even if she worked hard for a lifetime. Rented a car and got a fake watch, thinking you're a big shot." Auntie Sun sneered on the side. Chu Yuyu's face changed. She was about to retort, but Shu Chen stopped her. These days were supposed to be joyful for Chu Yuyu. She couldn't afford to argue with anyone at this critical moment, it would bring bad luck. Shu Chen took a step forward, raised his hand as if to hit Auntie Sun, who flinched and closed her eyes in fear. Hee, just a little itchy, a little itchy. Shu Chen chuckled, casually dropping his driver's license on the ground. The driver's license clearly showed that the car's owner was Shu Chen. Auntie Sun's face instantly turned ugly, the melon seeds in her hand scattered on the ground in shock. The pigs at home haven't been fed, I'll go check on them." Auntie Sun didn't even bother to pick up the melon seeds, she ran back home with a red face. Shu Chen also saw Luo Hongying here, but the mother and son just exchanged a symbolic greeting and didn't say much. All of this fell into the eyes of Shu Chen's stepfather, Shu Tong, a man in his 50s who let out a long sigh, his mind filled with countless thoughts. Night fell. Due to the limited rooms in the stepfather's house, Shu Chen had to share a room with Shu Tong, while Luo Hongying and Chu Yuyu shared another room. Shu Chen lay on the floor by the bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep, staring blankly at the old ceiling. Unconsciously, memories of his childhood with Chu Yuyu flooded his mind. Back then, Chu Yuyu lived with Luo Hongying, while Shu Chen stayed with his grandparents. Fortunately, Luo Hongying would bring Chu Yuyu to visit Shu Chen every week, and those were the happiest moments for Shu Chen. Whenever Chu Yuyu was coming, Shu Chen would bring out all the delicious treats he had saved up for the week and give them all to his sister. Similarly, Chu Yuyu would bring her own snacks she had saved up for a week, and the siblings would exchange snacks, sitting quietly for an entire afternoon. The bond between the siblings was built on those snacks, which made Chu Yuyu and Chu Chen deeply attached to each other. However, the thought of his beloved sister, who he had cared for all these years, getting married and having her own family soon, with another man to love and care for her, made Chu Chen feel uneasy. Lost in his thoughts, lying on the bed, Zhu Tong suddenly spoke softly, "Not sleeping yet, Fei?" "Not yet, Uncle Zhu," Chu Chen quickly replied. "Ah," Zhu Tong sighed, then spoke softly, "I feel uneasy seeing you and your mother not talking much these days." Chu Chen was surprised that Zhu Tong brought up this matter. "It's okay, Uncle Zhu, my mother and I have been like this for years," Chu Chen said nonchalantly. "I know you still think about the time your mother didn't bring you here, but she had her reasons," Zhu Tong said helplessly. Chu Chen was taken aback, realizing there might be secrets he didn't know about. "Back then, your mother and I were both in our second marriage. I was struggling financially, just managing to support your sister. Your father's compensation was all with your grandparents. Your mother didn't take a penny," Zhu Tong explained. Chu Chen stared at the ceiling in disbelief, never expecting things to be this way. "You had food and education at your grandparents, but if your mother had brought you here, even eating would have been a problem." Zhu Tong felt guilty, blaming himself for the current situation between Chu Chen and his mother. "So, don't blame your mother, she had her reasons," Zhu Tong said solemnly. Chu Chen slowly came to his senses, realizing the truth of the matter. But why hadn't Luo Hongying told him all these years? Chu Chen shook his head, not knowing the answer. Mixed emotions filled Chu Chen's heart as he realized that all these years, it was Luo Hongying who silently bore the burden alone, and he had misunderstood her. "All right, Uncle Zhu, rest assured, I will get along well with my mother from now on," Chu Chen vowed earnestly. Hearing Chu Chen's words, Zhu Tong lying on the bed felt a weight lifted off his heart, feeling much lighter. Just as he was about to fall asleep, a synthetic electronic voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking the mother-son emotional shackles, rewarded with a seaside villa. Chu Chen was overjoyed, thinking that this was truly a double blessing. The next morning, 2 cars arrived early at the stepfather's house, with people from the groom's family coming to discuss the marriage with the bride's family. 3 people from the groom's side, the prospective groom Wang Shang and his parents, and 4 people from the bride's side, Chu Chen and his siblings, Luo Hongying and Zhu Tong, gathered around a large round table. Wang Shang carefully scrutinized the crowd, then took a good look at Chu Yuyu's home, feeling somewhat disdainful. Wang Shang's family ran a restaurant in town, and over the years, they had been quite well off. His marriage to Chu Yuyu was arranged by a matchmaker, and he had never visited her home before. "I think when it comes to marriage, you don't need to worry about it from your side. My parents and I can handle this matter ourselves." After contemplating for a while, Wang Shang finally spoke softly. Chu Chen furrowed his brows slightly upon hearing this. What did he mean by saying the bride's side didn't need to bother? Was he implying they were just giving away their daughter for nothing? "What do you mean by that?" Chu Chen inquired. "It's nothing. I just want to say that you've seen our family's situation. We run the biggest restaurant in town, and we also built the first 3-story building in town," Wang Shang explained, gesturing to emphasize the height of their building. He then glanced around Chu Yuyu's home, his expression of disdain deepening. Not only Wang Shang but even his parents sitting beside him showed a proud look. They had worked hard for half a lifetime, all to secure a better future and gain more leverage when it came to finding a daughter-in-law. "But my daughter is not lacking in any aspect." Zhu Tong hesitated for a moment before finally speaking up. "She's not lacking. In my eyes, she's just pretty, nothing more. As for her university degree, it doesn't matter to me. Besides, her job is not something my family lacks," Wang Shang said softly, holding a teacup in one hand. Looking at the women present, Wang Shang's eyes were full of disdain. He had already inquired about them before coming. Luo Hongying and Zhu Tong worked at a factory in town, while Chu Yuyu, after graduating from university, became a teacher at the local elementary school. As for Chu Chen, according to Wang Shang's information, he was just a poor laborer. Wang Shang felt that his family was lucky to be associated with such a family. "Wang Shang, don't be so full of yourself," Chu Chen's displeasure surged, and he spoke in a deep voice. Wang Shang furrowed his brows, surprised that Chu Chen dared to speak to him like that, then stood up abruptly. "Oh, you're Chu Chen, right? I've heard of you. After all these years, you haven't achieved anything outside." Wang Shang's disdain was even more evident on his face. Before Chu Chen could respond, Wang Shang continued, "Let me tell you, Chu Chen, don't act tough with me. My family is wealthy. It's easy for me to throw a few $100,000 and end you." Wang Shang leaned in close to Chu Chen's face, his arrogance evident. Chu Chen looked at Wang Shang's arrogant demeanor and suddenly chuckled lightly, you don't really think highly of yourself, do you? Chu Chen said coldly. Enraged, Wang Shang slammed the teacup in his hand to the ground, the shattered porcelain pieces flying around. He was furious. Who are you to say that? How much money does your family have? You, a worthless piece of trash, actually think you have a say in town, Wang Shang muttered, his eyes full of disdain as he looked at Chu Chen. Wang Shang, you're going too far. Chu Yuyu scolded, her beautiful eyes glaring at Wang Shang. Oh, what's this? The siblings teaming up against me? Wang Shang raised an eyebrow, speaking coldly. Before Chu Yuyu could say anything, Wang Shang spoke again. Chu Yuyu, if you dare to cause trouble with me, I guarantee you won't find a husband in town in the future. Chu Yuyu's heart sank. Wang Shang was being too outrageous, simply relying on their family's restaurant to act so arrogantly. Enough, Wang Shang. What right do you, from a poor family, have to be so calculating? Wang Shang's mother suddenly spoke up. As soon as she finished, Wang Shang's father also spoke calmly. Yes, with a family like yours, over the years, many people have approached us wanting to marry our son Wang Shang, but we haven't agreed to any of them. Wang Shang's father rolled up his sleeves as he spoke, showing off his shiny gold watch on his wrist, nodding in satisfaction before continuing in a serious tone. Being chosen by your family, Chu Yuyu, is his good fortune, but I didn't expect you all to be so ungrateful. Do you really think you're something special? Mr. Wang stood tall and spoke with a sense of superiority. Chu Yuyu's chest heaved with anger, breathing heavily and glaring fiercely at Mr. Wang, her eyes filled with mist. Don't cry, Yo-Yo, it's okay. Have your brother, Chu Chen, apologize to me, and I'll forget about this. Mr. Wang said with a smile. Seeing Chu Yuyu's teary-eyed look, Mr. Wang felt a pang of pity. Her pitiful appearance made Mr. Wang feel a sense of satisfaction. Upon hearing this, Chu Chen found it amusing. Since when could such a clown act so arrogantly in front of him? You want me to apologize to you? Chu Chen asked with a smile. Yes. Apologize now, and I'll give you a chance for my forgiveness, Mr. Wang said disdainfully. What if I refuse? Chu Chen continued to smile. Are you looking for trouble? Mr. Wang angrily rose and stood over Chu Chen, ready to strike. Determined, Mr. Wang was prepared to hit Chu Chen if he dared to refuse. Yes, I am looking for trouble. Will you oblige? Chu Chen raised his head abruptly and said firmly. Enraged, Mr. Wang raised his arm to strike Chu Chen's head. Chu Yuyu gasped in shock, not expecting Mr. Wang to resort to violence so quickly. A dull thud was heard. Everyone thought Chu Chen would be injured, but instead, Mr. Wang was sent flying several meters back, crashing into a wall and losing consciousness. Wang Shang, Mrs. Wang shouted, rushing to her son's side. Chu Chen, how dare you hit my son? Mrs. Wang's voice trembled. Another loud noise followed. Chu Chen slammed his hand on the table, shattering it instantly into splinters. What's wrong with me hitting your son? I might as well hit you later, Chu Chen said coldly. Chu Chen, if anything happens to Wang Shang, you won't be able to compensate even if you sell everything you have. Mrs. Wang hoarsely shouted. Can't compensate? Ha ha. Chu Chen sneered and walked out of the house. Moments later, Chu Chen returned with a suitcase in hand. Planning to pack up and leave? Let me tell you, no one here will leave today. Mr. Wang stood at the door, blocking the exit. Chu Chen glanced at him, squatting down to open the suitcase he had just taken from the car trunk. The next moment, everyone gasped in shock. The large suitcase in front of Chu Chen was filled with stacks of banknotes. The neatly arranged bundles of bright red banknotes exuded a sense of pressure that engulfed the room. Shu Tong struggled to swallow, feeling dizzy from the sight of the money. Chu Chen stood up and poured the entire suitcase of money onto Wang Shang. The red banknotes cascaded down like a small mountain, pinning Wang Shang underneath. There's probably over $1 million here. Use it for your son's medical expenses, Chu Chen said coldly. Mrs. Wang's face lit up with joy, then she quickly turned away, ignoring Chu Chen. Chu Chen sneered, knowing exactly what Mrs. Wang was thinking. She probably thought her son got hit but gained a lot of money, thinking she had profited. Little did she know, that blow had already broken Wang Shang's spine, condemning him to a life in a wheelchair. Alright, get lost, Chu Chen said coldly. Wang Shang's parents were relieved as if granted a general amnesty, fearing that Chu Chen might change his mind. They quickly packed up and took Wang Shang back. After Wang Shang's family left, Chu Chen asked Chu Yuyu, Luo Hongying, and Zhu Tong to pack up. The family then rode in Chu Chen's Lamborghini back to the Magic City. In the top luxury suite of the Gutian Grand Hotel, Chu Yuyu curiously examined everything in the room. She had already vaguely guessed that Chu Chen was wealthy, but she hadn't expected him to be this rich. On the other side, Chu Chen and Yun Xiaoyan walked side by side. She came to report to Chu Chen on the recent developments at the Xiaohaluo Theater. Suddenly, Yun Xiaoyan paused, staring blankly at Chu Yuyu. What's wrong? Chu Chen asked curiously. Is she your sister? Yun Xiaoyan asked softly. Chu Chen nodded. Chu Gu, does your sister have any thoughts of entering the entertainment industry? If she's willing to, she could definitely become famous in one go. Yun Xiaoyan said in a serious tone. Are you sure? Absolutely. I, Yun Xiaoyan, am a professional talent scout. How many big stars have I discovered? Yun Xiaoyan said confidently. In her eyes, Chu Yuyu was a typical beauty with great potential. With proper cultivation, she could become the goddess of the entire Xia dynasty in the future. Chu Chen nodded. Since Chu Yuyu had the potential for development, Chu Chen would definitely support her wholeheartedly. Moreover, with Chu Chen's guidance, Chu Yuyu's path to fame would undoubtedly be smoother. Chu Chen sat in the top-floor office of the Gutian Grand Hotel, looking down at the whole city. Many pedestrians and vehicles below looked as tiny as ants. Thinking back to 6 months ago, Chu Chen was just a poor youth struggling to make ends meet. But now, 6 months later, Chu Chen had already risen to the ranks of the top tycoons in the Magic City. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking the title of life's big winner, rewarded with 10 consecutive draws. Ding! Would the host like to start the 10 consecutive draws now? Chu Chen was stunned. He hadn't expected to get a 10 consecutive draw just by spacing out. This was quite unexpected for him. Drawl! Chu Chen said softly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning a bottle of 1982 Lafite. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning a set of handmade Italian Prison suit. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning a quadrangle courtyard in Beijing. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning a piece of unfinished building in the seaside area. Chu Chen sat up abruptly from his drowsiness, as the system once again surprised him. The items he had drawn before sounded boring to him now. He didn't lack clothes or shoes at all. What Chu Chen lacked were things that money couldn't buy. For example, this piece of unfinished building in the seaside area. This was not something that could be obtained just by being wealthy. The key issue was that money couldn't buy the property rights to an unfinished building. That was the real problem. After a while, Tang He appeared in Chu Chen's office. Looking at the charming Tang He in front of him, Chu Chen took a deep breath. Since becoming his secretary, Tang He's style had become more and more open. If Tang He used to exude a delicate and gentle girl-next-door vibe, now she was definitely a mature, sexy urban white-collar woman. Today, Tang He wore a pair of 10-centimeter high heels, followed by a pair of long legs wrapped in black stockings, and a fitted hip-hugging skirt showcasing her allure. Ahem, Chu Chen coughed. Xiao Tang, I'm thinking of investing in a seaside hotel. What do you think? Tang He was taken aback. Then she nodded. It's feasible. The development of our Gutian Grand Hotel mainly focuses on dining. If we could have another hotel to handle some accommodation business, it would be great. After pondering for a moment, Tang He said softly. Chu Chen nodded. That was also what he had in mind. While the Gutian Grand Hotel was the most luxurious dining center in the entire Magic City, it was relatively weak in terms of entertainment and accommodation. This situation had caused Gutian to lose many potential customers who intended to stay there. So, Chu Chen's goal is to create a luxurious and ultimately extravagant hotel, focusing on accommodation, so that Gutian and the new hotel can complement each other. But where can we find a seaside area? With such strict controls now, if we buy land, the investment would be too large. Tang He hesitated. Chu Chen chuckled, reached into a drawer, and pulled out a map of the city, drawing a big circle with a red pen. What do you think of this place? Chu Chen asked with a smile. Tang He leaned in, then nodded heavily. I know this place. It's close to the city airport and train station, convenient transportation and lots of people. He paused, then spoke softly again. But, there hasn't been any news of auctions recently. It might be difficult to get that piece of land. If I told you I could secure this land, could you turn it into the most luxurious hotel in the whole city? Tang He smirked. What's so difficult about that? Who do you think you're looking down on? Chu Chen burst into laughter, waiting for that exact response. Although he had the land, he was clueless about how to build a hotel and what to do after it was built. He was a novice in that regard. With a snap, a stack of thick files was lightly slammed on the table by Chu Chen. What's this? Tang He asked in confusion. Open it and see for yourself. Chu Chen pushed the files forward, saying softly. Tang He took it strangely, flipping through it carefully page by page, and soon his face was filled with shock. Mr. Chu, when did you secure this land? Tang He was shocked. You don't need to worry about that, just focus on building it. Chu Chen waved his hand nonchalantly. This was the effect he wanted, subtle arrogance, most deadly. Then, Chu Chen remembered something and quickly said, I transferred 15 billion to the account for developing this project. Feel free to use the money, I only care about the results. Tang He stood stunned in place, then quickly thanked Chu Chen and left the room. Thinking about this plan, Chu Chen suddenly remembered Su Shi. He hadn't been in touch with Su Shi much since returning to his hometown, and he had no idea how Su Shi planned to deal with the 200 billion. Chu Chen felt it necessary to give her a call. After a moment, hello, are you looking for me? Su Shi's soft voice came from the phone. Yes, I've developed a new hotel. Do you want to move in and discuss how to develop this hotel together? Chu Chen asked with a smile. Su Shi on the other end of the phone was taken aback, not expecting Chu Chen to bring this up suddenly. Sister, whose call is it, Chu Chen? Su Tuan was lying on the side watching TV, and when she heard her sister on the phone, she quickly leaned over. Yes, Su Shi nodded. The next moment, the phone was taken over by Su Tuan. Hello? Brother-in-law, when are you taking me out for a race again? It's been so long since I drove, my sister won't let me drive the car you gave me. Su Tuan complained. Usually, Su Shi was quite strict with Su Tuan, so if she wanted to go out racing, without family accompanying her, Su Shi would never allow it. Alright, next time I'm free, I'll take you. Chu Chen promised with a smile. Su Tuan cheered and hopped to the side. The phone returned to Su Shi, watching her younger sister's joy at being able to go racing. Su Shi also smiled faintly. By the way, you haven't agreed to come live with me yet, Chu Chen urged. I'm afraid it's not quite possible. Su Shi hesitated for a moment, then refused. Why? As you can see, Su Tuan is like a child on ordinary days. If I move in with you, there will be no one to look after her, which wouldn't be good. Su Shi said softly. Having lived with Su Tuan for so long, she knew her character very well. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Chen thought Su Shi had a point. Alright, indeed we can't leave Su Tuan unattended. Chu Chen chuckled, and the two of them exchanged sweet words again, making Su Shi's face turn red before she hung up the phone. Just as the call ended, Su Tuan approached Su Shi, blinking his eyes at her. How about it? Is sister going out to have fun with brother-in-law tonight? Su Shi gave Su Tuan a look, just as she put down the phone, but then Chu Chen called again. What's up? Su Shi asked softly. I just wanted to ask you, what are your plans for the 200 billion? Chu Chen inquired. Su Shi hesitated. I haven't decided yet. I haven't thought about how to handle so much money all at once. Actually, I think we should keep this money in the bank first, use the interest for charity. After all, we all have some extra money now, and we should fulfill our social responsibilities, right? Chu Chen spoke sincerely, and even over the phone, Su Shi could feel his earnestness. Su Shi was deeply moved. She hadn't expected Chu Chen to be so socially responsible. She realized she had not misjudged him. A man with both wealth and a sense of duty was a true man. Okay, Su Shi agreed without hesitation. I will arrange for people to plan this tomorrow, and we must use this money for charity. Su Shi's tone was resolute. Chu Chen chuckled, and the call ended once more. The reason Chu Chen asked Su Shi to handle charity was twofold. On one hand, Chu Chen had just remembered that there were many families in the world like his hometown, struggling in poverty, living at the mercy of others. Chu Chen didn't want that to continue and was willing to help within his means. On the other hand, Chu Chen wanted to enhance his reputation by giving away money for charity, thus gaining more popularity. After all, Chu Chen's current success was all thanks to the system, so his actions had to be based on the system. However, with 200 billion at stake, Chu Chen was somewhat worried whether the people on Su Shi's side could handle it properly. Suddenly, Chu Chen's eyes widened. He still had an ace up his sleeve. That was the team of 5 people he had poached from Su Huanshan. These 5 individuals were solid professionals in finance, and Chu Chen believed that with their advice, the 200 billion would be spent more wisely. With this in mind, Chu Chen immediately made a call to the investment company. He asked if they had any difficulties and stated that he would come over to discuss. On the other side, in the office of Chu's investment company, the 5 individuals were staring at the landline on the desk, somewhat stunned. Since they had joined this investment company, Chu Chen had never interfered in their affairs, as agreed initially. Chu Chen suddenly coming here, could it be that he wants to give us some guidance? A slightly overweight man named Tian Xing whispered. Tian Xing was the leader of the 5, and it was he who had agreed to Chu Chen's invitation, leading the team to switch companies. I heard Chu Chen doesn't have a high education. What can he guide us on? A lean man chimed in. The others nodded in agreement. Chu Chen's unexpected visit set off alarm bells in their minds. If Chu Chen dared to give them any instructions, they didn't mind considering switching companies again. 2 hours later, a top-of-the-line Lamborghini appeared at the entrance of Chu's investment company, and Chu Chen, dressed in a custom-made Italian suit, stepped out of the car. Mr. Chu Tianxing, right? Chu Chen and Tianxing shook hands firmly, while the others clapped behind them. Please come in, please come in. Tianxing warmly invited Chu Chen into the company. Chu Chen nodded and strode in. The entire company was decorated in a modern style, with bright gray floor tiles and various high-tech products visible throughout. Because our main investment focus now is on high technology and healthcare, the company's decoration also leans towards this direction, Tianxing introduced softly. Exactly, Chu Chen nodded in satisfaction. High technology is indeed a very popular industry now. Even a layman like me knows a lot about it. Hearing this, Tianxing raised his eyebrows with a hint of pride, as his sharp vision in the investment world was well known. After a tour of the company, they headed straight to the top-floor conference room. In the spacious and bright room, a large round table was placed in the center, with Chu Chen and the 5 members of the investment team sitting around it. There shouldn't be any issues in the company recently, right? If there are any difficulties, please inform me promptly. Chu Chen spoke first. Tianxing chuckled, got up to make a cup of tea for Chu Chen. What issues could there be in the company? It's just a bit short on funds at the moment, Tianxing said while observing Chu Chen's reaction. Seeing Chu Chen's calm expression as usual, Tianxing continued, as Chu Zong should know, in investments, it's all about being cautious. The others observed silently, waiting for Tianxing to continue. In fact, their presence here today already indicated their stance. They supported Tianxing's opinion, which was simply to have Chu Chen increase the investment. Chu Chen laughed, picked up his teacup and finished it in one go. It's just money, I don't have much else, just money. Chu Zong is indeed straightforward. So, how much additional investment does Chu Zong plan this time? Tianxing seized the opportunity and asked quickly. Chu Chen pondered for a moment, then lightly uttered a few words. 50 billion. The people present were slightly surprised. They didn't expect Chu Chen to be so generous, investing 50 billion in one go. Chu Chen took out his phone from his pocket and called Tang He in front of everyone, instructing her to arrange the implementation of the 50 billion investment. The people present were even more shocked. They had seen 50 billion, and even more investments before. However, most of those were divided into several smaller investments. Generally, if an investment doesn't show returns in the early stages, many people would choose to withdraw later on. So, there were very few people like Chu Chen who would invest 50 billion in one go. Chu Chen looked satisfied at the shocked expressions of the 5-person team. This was the effect he wanted. Only by making these 5 people completely convinced, could Chu Chen better control them in the future. Tianxing got up again to pour water for Chu Chen, but this time, he was much more respectful. By the way, I have a 200 billion fund project that needs some attention. I wonder if you all have the energy for it? Chu Chen sipped his tea lightly and lazily said, 200 billion. Tianxing trembled at the words, looking at Chu Chen with fanatic eyes. May I ask if this large sum of money is for profit or non-profit investment? A woman named Liao Minmin, the decision-maker of this 5-person team, spoke. Her words held weight in the entire team. Chu Chen laughed, a hint of playfulness flashing across his face. Do you think I'm aiming for profit or non-profit? Liao Minmin furrowed her brows, staring intently at Chu Chen. Over 200 billion, no matter which industry it's placed in, is a very large investment. Even the interest in the bank for a year is an astronomical figure. Liao Minmin's low voice echoed in the spacious conference room. You're right in your analysis. What else? Chu Chen nodded, indicating Liao Minmin to continue. Therefore, no one in the world would think there's too much money, right? I say the purpose of this fund is for profit. Liao Minmin said firmly. After Liao Minmin finished speaking, Tianxing sighed helplessly. This Liao Minmin really doesn't know how to speak. If it were Tianxing speaking, he would definitely say that Chu Chen is for non-profit purposes, for the common progress and development of society. Then Tianxing would casually flatter Chu Chen, make him happy, and would their rewards be any less? Tianxing sighed heavily, feeling like money was slipping through his fingers. Actually, this money of mine is truly for non-profit purposes, and really has no other purpose, just simply wanting to help those in need in society, Chu Chen said with a smile. Liao Minmin widened her eyes, staring closely at Chu Chen. She couldn't believe that someone in this world would actually be willing to give away over 2 billion for nothing. Huff! Someone in the audience made a spitting sound. Liao Minmin let out a breath, looking at Chu Chen with admiration, and said in a deep voice, I was too narrow-minded in my thinking. I never expected General Chu to have such a broad mind. Chu Chen laughed and then stood up abruptly. Yes, I have no education, so I know the hardships of life. But now that I have money, I want to do my best to help others, Chu Chen said solemnly. The others remained seated obediently, and as Chu Chen's words landed, they felt his figure instantly grow taller in their eyes. So, what I need now is a plan that can help me run this 200 billion fund efficiently. I can do it, Liao Minmin stood up suddenly. I have the ability to help you run this fund well, and I can responsibly tell you that I won't take a penny from this fund, Liao Minmin said firmly. Shu Chen nodded, his face filled with satisfaction. Then, Shu Chen strode out of the meeting room and called Su Shi. He planned to bring Su Shi over to discuss the fund issue in person. Moments later, a dark red Maserati stopped at the entrance of Chu's company. Su Shi, wearing large sunglasses and bright lipstick, got out of the car. Thud. Not far away, two patrolling security guards, too focused on watching Su Shi, bumped into a lamppost. Su Shi, as a well-known figure in the upper-class circle of the city, was already accustomed to such scenes. Su Shi then elegantly lifted her long, shapely legs and headed upstairs. Hello, let me introduce to you all, this is Su Shi, the current CEO of the Su Group, and also the current holder of the 200 billion, Shu Chen introduced Su Shi to the investment team loudly. Seeing the amazed expressions on everyone's faces, Shu Chen quickly added, of course, Su Shi is now also my wife. Shu Chen chuckled. TSK. Everyone rolled their eyes at Shu Chen. Even Su Shi looked at Shu Chen helplessly, as their relationship had long been the talk of the town in the upper-class circle. So, Shu Chen's last sentence was clearly a blatant show-off. Su Shi pulled a chair and sat down next to Shu Chen, their hands naturally intertwining. Regarding this 200 billion, my current plan is to establish a foundation, mainly aimed at renovating bedrooms for children in impoverished mountainous areas, creating a good learning environment for them. Therefore, I call this plan House of Hope. So she spoke with a pleasant voice, and Shu Chen listened with a hint of bewilderment. I agree. Shu Chen was the first to raise his hand in agreement, and the others quickly followed suit, approving Su Shi's proposal. Alright, since it's a unanimous decision, I will draft a specific plan for the foundation tomorrow, Liao Minmin said with a smile. I'll leave it to you then. Shu Chen and Liao Minmin shook hands firmly. Shu Chen also thought Su Shi's idea was excellent. Renovating bedrooms for children in impoverished mountainous areas would have a broader impact, allowing Shu Chen to gain even more popularity in the future. Having resolved the issue with the fund, Shu Chen and Su Shi headed back home together. Tang He drove Shu Chen's car back, so now Shu Chen was sitting in Su Shi's car. The dark red Maserati raced down the road, attracting the attention of many pedestrians. A gentle breeze blew, causing Su Shi's long hair to flutter in the wind, revealing her perfect profile to Shu Chen. Shu Chen was slightly stunned, staring intently at Su Shi, finding it hard to look away. Ahem, Su Shi's face blushed slightly as she coughed. Shu Chen snapped out of his trance, realizing he had been gazing at Su Shi for quite some time, feeling a bit embarrassed. Why were you staring at me just now? Su Shi asked softly. Shu Chen chuckled, scratching his head. I think you're beautiful, more beautiful than any woman I've ever seen. Smooth talker. Su Shi scolded playfully, though inside, she was already blooming with joy. Which woman wouldn't want to be praised for her looks? Even Su Shi, a goddess in the eyes of many, cared more about compliments from the one she liked. The car slowly pulled over by the roadside, not far from the Gutian Grand Hotel. You should get off here, Su Shi said with a smile. But I haven't spent enough time with you yet. We haven't seen each other for so long, and I miss you. Shu Chen blushed like a young boy in love, lowering his head. Then, Su Shi blushed again, quickly leaned over and planted a firm kiss on Shu Chen's cheek. Is that enough? Su Shi shyly asked. Hee. Shu Chen smirked, swiftly kissed Su Shi's cheek before getting out of the car. Su Shi blushed, touching the spot where Shu Chen had kissed her, her face filled with shyness. Just as Shu Chen settled in his office, the phone rang again. I'm really busy, but that's how you become a billionaire. Shu Chen chuckled, answering the call. Hello, Chu Zong, something's happened. Your sister Chu Yuyu was beaten up and is now in the hospital. Yun Xiaoyan said urgently. Who did it? Shu Chen's face turned cold, anger surging within him. Shen Mengshi. Shu Chen hung up the phone, ready to drive to visit Chu Yuyu. During this time, Yun Xiaoyan had arranged for Chu Yuyu to play a minor role in a drama to help her improve her skills. However, the filming location was far from Chu Chen. Looking at his phone, Shu Chen realized there were no suitable flights available. After a moment of contemplation, he made a call to the manager of the Qingyun Club. Hello? Chu Big Brother, why do you have time to call me? A slightly frivolous voice came from the other end of the line. I have an urgent matter. Do you have a helicopter available? I need it urgently. Shu Chen got straight to the point. What's the rush? The man hesitated, then asked. I can't explain right now. Just find me a helicopter, Shu Chen urged. After a brief silence, the man said, Okay, I'll have one ready in half an hour at the Gutian Grand Hotel to pick you up. Shu Chen agreed, and the call was ended. Half an hour later, a crowd gathered outside the Gutian Grand Hotel, looking up at the rooftop where a helicopter was waiting. I've always heard that the Gutian Grand Hotel is wealthy, but I never thought they'd even buy their own helicopter. Isn't that right? The Gutian Grand Hotel is the best developed hotel in the entire city. It's normal for them to have a helicopter. Exactly, if I were the owner of the Gutian Grand Hotel, I'd buy a plane too. People chatted excitedly as the helicopter took off from the hotel. Meanwhile, as Yun Xiaoyan called Chu Chen, the assistant director on set watched as the fierce woman next to Chu Yuyu finally left, a hint of desire rising within him. The assistant director slowly approached Chu Yuyu. "Assistant director, do you need something from me?" Chu Yuyu asked softly. The assistant director looked around and saw that no one was paying attention to them, then whispered, "Yuyu, you're so beautiful. How many directors' rooms have you been to before?" Chu Yuyu was puzzled, not quite understanding what the assistant director meant by rooms. "What do you mean by that, assistant director? I don't quite get it," Chu Yuyu asked in confusion. You don't get it, huh? If you don't understand, let me teach you." The assistant director reached out suddenly, grabbing Chu Yuyu's wrist and pressing her against the wall. "Let me go!" Chu Yuyu protested. The assistant director firmly held Chu Yuyu's hands against the wall, leaned in close to her neck, and sniffed deeply. "You smell so good, I really like it," the assistant director said with a lecherous grin. Just as he was about to lean in to kiss Chu Yuyu's neck, she struggled frantically but couldn't break free from the assistant director's strong grip. Suddenly, a beer bottle flew through the air and smashed hard on the assistant director's head. Glass shards scattered, a strong smell of blood filled the air, and the assistant director released Chu Yuyu, turning around fiercely. "What do you want?" A young man tremblingly spoke. He was Wang Xiaocheng, an actor in the crew. "What the hell are you doing? Dare to hit me and ruin my good time?" The assistant director's face turned fierce as he glared at Wang Xiaocheng. He tried to assault me." Chu Yuyu's face paled, clutching her chest, trembling as she hid behind Wang Xiaocheng. Seeing Chu Yuyu's pitiful look, Wang Xiaocheng was filled with a surge of protective instinct. "Don't be afraid, I'll protect you. He won't dare touch you," Wang Xiaocheng said in a deep voice. "Ha, you think I won't do anything to you too? Let me tell you, without the director here, I'm the boss." The assistant director pounded his chest arrogantly, exuding arrogance. Then, he took out his phone and made a call. "Bring your buddies here, I'm going to teach them a lesson. Don't worry, I'll make sure it's a good show." The call ended, and the assistant director smirked, watching Chu Yuyu and Wang Xiaocheng. Moments later, 5 burly men rushed over, panting heavily, bowing to the assistant director with flattery. "It's them, beat the man to death for me, I'll take care of any consequences. As for the woman, she'll be in my car later." With that, the assistant director crossed his arms, waiting to watch the show. The thugs called by the assistant director cracked their knuckles, casting malicious glances at Wang Xiaocheng. "Don't come any closer, or I'll call the police," Wang Xiaocheng said sternly. To be honest, facing these burly men, he felt a hint of fear. Call the police, but do you have any signal on your phone?" The bald leader chuckled. Wang Xiaocheng was stunned, quickly checking his phone, only to find no signal at all. Clearly, these people had done this before. The bald man chuckled and strode confidently towards Wang Xiaocheng. Just as the bald man thought he could take down Wang Xiaocheng, a loud noise erupted from the sky. A strong wind blew down from above, lifting the tents off the ground, swirling dust everywhere. Everyone struggled to look up, only to see a helicopter descending from above. "Strange, I didn't hear about any scene needing a helicopter," the assistant director muttered to himself. Moments later, the helicopter landed slowly, and a young figure jumped out. It was Chu Chen. "Brother!" Chu Yuyu shouted and ran into Chu Chen's arms. "Who bullied you? Tell me, I'll help you get revenge." Chu Chen rubbed Chu Yuyu's head gently, asking softly, "It's those bad guys." Chu Yuyu pointed at the men. Chu Chen snorted coldly and dashed out like thunder. Moments later, several men lay on the ground in various painful positions, clutching their arms or legs and howling in agony. The assistant director, in particular, had a swollen face, looking like a pig's head. "In the future, anyone who dares to have ill intentions towards Chu Yuyu, don't blame me for being impolite," Chu Chen said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, a weak voice suddenly sounded, "Chu Chen?" Chu Chen turned around, then froze in surprise. "Wang Xiaocheng?" Chu Chen unexpectedly met his college roommate here. "What are you doing here?" Wang Xiaocheng and Chu Chen embraced tightly, excitement written all over their faces. "Come, let's sit over there." Wang Xiaocheng warmly took Chu Chen's hand and led him to a nearby place. The two sat under a shaky tent, while Chu Yuyu stood timidly on the side. No one expected that Wang Xiaocheng, Chu Chen's college roommate, would rescue Chu Yuyu, who turned out to be Chu Chen's sister. This unexpected encounter left Chu Chen feeling emotional. They had only met a few times after graduation, and now they were reunited in such a dramatic way. No, I didn't fly. How did I see you coming down from that helicopter? Wang Xiaocheng hesitated for a moment before asking softly. As roommates for 4 years in college, Wang Xiaocheng was well aware of Chu Chen's family situation and knew he couldn't afford a helicopter. It's definitely not mine, Chu Chen said with a smile. Wang Xiaocheng nodded quickly, thinking to himself that he knew Chu Chen couldn't afford a helicopter and probably rented one to show off. However, Wang Xiaocheng had to admit that Chu Chen's entrance just now was quite flashy. But that helicopter was supposed to be a gift for me, and I didn't want it, Chu Chen said casually. Wang Xiaocheng spat out the water he was drinking in surprise, then turned to look at Chu Chen in disbelief. Did that person really want to give you a helicopter? Wang Xiaocheng asked in disbelief. Wang Xiaocheng couldn't help but calculate in his mind. For someone to offer Chu Chen a helicopter, Chu Chen must have the kind of value that would make someone give him a helicopter. Did this mean that Chu Chen had become a top-notch figure now? The thought made Wang Xiaocheng uneasy. With a slap on Chu Chen's shoulder, Wang Xiaocheng said, "Alright, big shot, now that you've made it big, don't forget about us, your brothers." "Of course not, I was actually thinking of getting everyone together for a reunion." Chu Chen laughed heartily, linking arms with Wang Xiaocheng. Xu Yuyu stood behind them, watching the scene with joy as her savior and her brother bonded so closely. As Chu Chen and Wang Xiaocheng chatted, Yun Xiaoyan hurried over. "Boss Chu, why are you here?" Yun Xiaoyan asked nervously. "I heard someone was bullying my sister, so I flew over to check on her," Chu Chen said calmly. Yun Xiaoyan's face turned extremely ugly upon hearing this. She was responsible for Chu Yuyu, and now that something had happened, it was her fault. "I'm sorry, Boss Chu. My car broke down, and I went to get it fixed." "I didn't expect this to happen," Yun Xiaoyan said apologetically. "What happened?" Chu Chen asked in a deep voice. "Well, there's a quite famous star in the crew named Shin Mengxi. Today, Huangshan from the Huang family came to visit Shin Mengxi. He glanced at Chu Yuyu a few times, which angered Shin Mengxi, leading her to beat up Chu Yuyu," Yun Xiaoyan explained softly. She observed Chu Chen's reaction discreetly and saw his cold expression as he narrowed his eyes ahead. Yun Xiaoyan sighed softly, knowing that someone was in for trouble. "What about the assistant director?" Chu Chen asked in a stern voice. Yun Xiaoyan was taken aback. She had no idea what was going on with the assistant director, as she wasn't even here just now. The assistant director was just momentarily tempted by Chu Yuyu's beauty, wanting to take advantage of the situation, but I stopped him just now, Wang Xiaocheng quickly explained. Hearing Wang Xiaocheng's words, Chu Chen's expression softened. "Thank you, old classmate," Chu Chen said earnestly. Wang Xiaocheng quickly sat up straight, waved his hand, and said, "It's nothing." As they were talking, a burly figure was heading their way. Chu Chen furrowed her brows, looking somewhat puzzled at the man in front of her. "This is my agent, Yiming," Wang Xiaocheng quickly stood up to introduce. Yiming coldly glanced at everyone, then turned to Wang Xiaocheng with impatience. "Wang Xiaocheng, what's wrong with you? Do you know who you just offended?" The agent said coldly. "Just now, wasn't it that assistant director?" Wang Xiaocheng was stunned and quickly replied. "Haha, the assistant director? Do you really think he's just an ordinary assistant director? He's from the Huang family in Huangshan. You've offended him, and you won't be able to survive in the entertainment industry in the future," the agent said impatiently, looking like he wanted to beat Wang Xiaocheng. "Ah!" Wang Xiaocheng looked dull, sat down heavily on the chair, his face ashen. Of course, he knew about the Huang family in Huangshan, one of the 3 giants controlling the entire entertainment industry in Modu, and Huangshan was the prince of the Huang family. Having offended him now, he probably wouldn't be able to stay in the entertainment industry. "Wang Xiaocheng, you are not smooth at all. I've told you many times, but you never change. You are not worthy of acting." The agent spat on the ground fiercely, his words particularly harsh. "What do you mean? Do you think I would stand by and do nothing when someone is in trouble?" Wang Xiaocheng retorted, raising his head. The agent waved his hand, looking indifferent and somewhat disdainful. "Don't talk to me about your high-minded principles. They are useless here. Anyway, your contract expires in a month, and you won't need to renew it then," the agent said disdainfully to Wang Xiaocheng. He never liked Wang Xiaocheng, always having a sense of righteousness like Captain America, wanting to intervene in everything and causing countless troubles. "You said his contract is expiring? Is that true?" Suddenly, Yun Xiaoyan spoke softly from the side. "Who are you?" "Of course, it's true. Wang Xiaocheng's contract is expiring, and no company would dare to sign him after offending Huangshan," the agent said coldly. Yun Xiaoyan raised an eyebrow at the words, a smile playing on her lips, and took 3 steps to stand beside Chu Chen. "Mr. Chu, I've heard good things about Wang Xiaocheng. If possible, you can sign him, Yun Xiaoyan whispered in Chu Chen's ear. Chu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly at the words, already considering it. Whether it was because Wang Xiaocheng had helped Chu Yuyu or because they had been college classmates, there were enough reasons for Chu Chen to decide to sign Wang Xiaocheng. Ha! Chu Chen suddenly burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? The agent asked Chu Chen strangely. I'm laughing at some people's inability to recognize talent, Chu Chen said with a smile. Then, Chu Chen walked briskly to Wang Xiaocheng's side and put his arm around Wang Xiaocheng's shoulder. Come to my company, the treatment will be 10 times better. Ha! Everyone was surprised, and Wang Xiaocheng swallowed hard. When did his college roommate become so wealthy? Wang Xiaocheng looked at Chu Chen in disbelief, his eyes filled with shock. Don't get too excited. It's quite inconvenient for you without a car right now. I'll give you a car, and I'll have my secretary send you a limited edition Lamborghini later, Chu Chen said leisurely. This time, even Wang Xiaocheng's agent had a look of profound shock on his face. A limited edition Lamborghini was something that even the wealthy couldn't buy back, a symbol of global status and identity. A car was bought off so easily, what a worthless thing. The agent regained his composure and sneered at Wang Xiaocheng. On the other side, Chu Chen dialed Luo Funfan's number in front of everyone. Hello? Luo Funfan, do you have time now? Chu Chen deliberately raised her voice. What does President Chu need from me? I need a script, as I plan to invest in the film and television industry recently, Chu Chen said casually. I do have a script, but it's a historical drama. I insist that my script cannot be altered and must be filmed according to real history, Luo Funfang said after some consideration. Chu Chen inwardly complained. He was already planning to invest, yet he had to consider historical accuracy and adhere to certain requirements. After all, other screenwriters would be eager for investment, and scripts could be changed at will as long as the investors agreed. However, Chu Chen had some understanding of Luo Funfang's capabilities. Since Luo Funfang dared to make such bold statements, she must have the ability to back them up. Therefore, Chu Chen readily agreed. Even if you have a script, most directors in the industry are under the control of the 3 major families. Even if you have a script, you won't be able to make a movie, the agent said disdainfully. He knew some inside information about the film and television industry in the Magic City. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so anxious after Wang Xiaocheng offended Huangshan. Ha! Yun Xiaoyan suddenly burst into laughter, leaving everyone looking at her strangely. Ahem, Yun Xiaoyan cleared her throat. Isn't it a coincidence? I happen to know a talented director under the Giant Star Company, but he hasn't had the opportunity to showcase his talent because he's not favored by Lu Fuwei. Then why not invite him to our company? Chu Chen took the opportunity to speak. I think it's necessary. Yun Xiaoyan nodded emphatically and called the sideline director Chen Jiayin from the Giant Star Company. Moments later, Chu Chen received a notification on his phone that Chen Jiayin had added him as a WeChat friend. You see, how did we end up preparing to enter the film and television industry so unintentionally? Chu Chen said, rubbing his hands and looking at the agent with a smile. Do you know how much it costs to make a movie? Do you think anyone can do it? The agent retorted stubbornly. Chu Chen shrugged, sighed lightly, and admitted he had nothing but money. Now you realize the difficulties. Making a movie isn't as simple as you think, right? The agent continued to mock. In the next moment, Chu Chen held up 3 fingers. I want to invest this amount, Chu Chen said softly. 3 million? The agent questioned skeptically. 3 million would only be enough for an ordinary small film. Dreaming of making a good movie is like eating dog poop. Chu Chen remained silent, just shaking his head. 300 million? The agent asked again. Chu Chen shook his head once more. 3 billion? After a moment of contemplation, the agent tentatively suggested. However, Chu Chen shook his head again, frustrating the agent, who felt like beating him up on the spot. 30 billion, a gasp echoed through the room. The agent stared blankly at Chu Chen's 3 raised fingers, struggling to swallow his saliva. My goodness. 30 billion. The best investment in the history of Dasha films was only 20 billion. The agent's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched the scene unfold. I will invest 30 billion. Yun Xiaoyan, you will be in charge of managing this money. As for the box office and all that, it doesn't matter to me, but I hope you can take good care of my sister, Chu Chen said softly. This revelation shocked not only the agent but the entire room. Especially Chu Yuyu and Wang Xiaocheng, they never expected Chu Chen to be so generous. It was like he was a god of wealth. Wang Xiaocheng took a deep breath and bowed deeply to Chu Chen. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving 2 special attentions, rewarding a special draw once. Please confirm if you want to draw now? Suddenly, Chu Chen heard the electronic synthesized sound of the system in his mind, which made Chu Chen very happy. You should know that the system's draw is divided into regular draw and special draw. Through the regular draw, Chu Chen obtained assets such as these sports cars and the Gutian Grand Hotel. As long as Chu Chen accumulates enough popularity, he is eligible to participate in the regular draw. However, the special draw is not so easy to obtain. Only when Chu Chen receives special attention will he have the opportunity to activate the special draw. Although it is difficult to activate the special draw, the things obtained from the draw make Chu Chen look forward to it. For example, last time Chu Chen got the unused X-ray vision. Thinking of this, Chu Chen quickly confirmed to start the special draw. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully activating the special draw, rewarded with a super brain. Chu Chen was stunned, wondering what this was. The next moment, Chu Chen's brain suddenly felt a severe headache, and he couldn't help but tremble while holding his head crouched on the ground. If someone could see Chu Chen's brain, they would be shocked by the scene in his brain at this moment. Chu Chen's blood vessels in his brain suddenly thickened, the flow of blood in his brain also increased sharply, and the entire brain was developing at a super speed. Brother, what's wrong with you? Chu Yuyu anxiously squatted beside him, looking at Chu Chen with concern. Just a little headache, it's nothing. After a while, Chu Yuyu slowly raised his head and said softly. However, Chu Chen at this moment was completely different from before. The whole world seemed traceable in his eyes. Chu Chen saw a butterfly fluttering in front of him, and the next second, he could immediately calculate the direction the butterfly was heading based on the wind direction, wind speed, and the amplitude of the butterfly's wing flapping in the air. For example, there were many speeding cars not far away. Chu Chen could accurately calculate the current speed of the car by observing the traces of the tires rubbing against the ground, and even judge which car was safer based on the different directions and speeds of the cars. The whole world suddenly became clear and traceable in Chu Chen's eyes. After a moment, Chu Chen gradually calmed down. He knew very well that this ability of his was definitely superhuman and absolutely should not be publicized. He remembered reading a news article before about a physicist considered the greatest in human history. After his death, in order to study what made his brain different from others, they actually cut open his skull. Just thinking about this gave Chu Chen goosebumps all over. He didn't want to lie on a cold bed in a non-human research center, being studied like a lab rat. However, since he couldn't publicize it, it should be fine to make some money quietly with this extraordinary ability. Chu Chen smirked and quickly stood up. Alright, let's leave it at that for now. I'm busy and can't stay here too long. With that said, Chu Chen didn't care about the others. He just left directly and headed towards the nearest lottery station on the map. When Chu Chen arrived at the lottery station, the boss was sound asleep behind the counter, unaware of Chu Chen's presence. Chu Chen didn't call out to the boss, he just looked up and stared earnestly at the lottery trajectory chart hanging on the wall. Originally just a bunch of cold numbers, but in Chu Chen's eyes, they seemed to come to life, jumping around in front of him. After a moment, Chu Chen smiled mischievously, already having an idea in mind. Boss, wake up, boss? Chu Chen called out softly. What's up? Can't you see I'm sleeping? The boss said irritably. Boss, I want these numbers, 081-206-0432. Chu Chen said softly. No time, not selling. The boss grumbled impatiently and was about to continue sleeping. Suddenly, the boss sat up abruptly, staring blankly at the stack of red banknotes in Chu Chen's hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Chu Chen wiped his saliva, gently counted a total of 5. $500, give me a lottery ticket. Chu Chen said leisurely, go ahead. Here, pick your number. The boss agreed and stuffed the money in Chu Chen's hand into the drawer, then selected a number for Chu Chen. Moments later, the boss looked at Chu Chen with a strange expression, feeling something eerie in his heart. Chu Chen came to buy a lottery ticket, scratched off 500, and unexpectedly won another 500. This made the boss feel quite eerie. On the other side, Chu Chen walked back alone, unable to contain his joy and humming a tune. Just now, after unlocking his most powerful brain, he went to the lottery store to verify his brain's abilities. Unexpectedly, just by looking at the lottery analysis charts on the wall, he could see the pattern of the lottery. Why did Chu Chen choose to spend 500 yuan on this lottery ticket? Because Chu Chen had already calculated that he would win this time. And the prize money was also 500 yuan. I hit big this time, hit big. Chu Chen couldn't help but mutter softly. Soon, Chu Chen hailed a cab straight to his stepfather Zhu Tong's house. During this time, Chu Chen had brought his stepfather's family to the bustling city, settling them in a small villa in the downtown area. These days were the time for them to adapt to the environment, and it was just right for Chu Chen to check on how they were doing. Quickly, Chu Chen arrived at the villa in the center of the bustling city that the system had gifted him. Knock, knock, knock. Chu Chen lightly tapped on the door. Soon, dragging footsteps were heard from the other side of the door, and then the door creaked open a crack. Shu Tong peeked through the crack, and upon seeing Chu Chen, he opened the door wide. "Oh, how come a busy person like you has time to come here?" Shu Tong said with a pleasantly surprised expression. Inside, Luo Hongying, who was preparing a meal, also hurried out to greet them. "I just finished cooking, come and have some." Luo Hongying took Chu Chen's arm and led him towards the kitchen. Ever since Zhu Tong and Chu Chen talked about Luo Hongying's past hardships, any slight barrier between Chu Chen and Luo Hongying had long disappeared. Chu Chen chuckled and sat down at the dining table. "By the way, Uncle Zhu, take a look at these numbers. I think they are suitable for buying lottery tickets. You can give it a try." Chu Chen took out a piece of paper and a pen, wrote down a few numbers, and handed them to Zhu Tong. These were the lottery numbers that Chu Chen had calculated extensively and reasoned out rigorously. Although Chu Chen couldn't be sure how much money he would win, it should be at least 1.5 million. Zhu Tong was stunned, not expecting Chu Chen to have this ability. He didn't believe it, but he couldn't brush off Chu Chen's goodwill, so he tucked the paper into his pocket. Since he had nothing to do every day, it wouldn't hurt to buy a lottery ticket to pass the time. "By the way, Fei, have you found a girlfriend?" Luo Hongying served Chu Chen a bowl of rice and asked softly. Chu Chen slapped his forehead, realizing that he hadn't told them about sushi since Luo Hongying and Zhu Tong arrived in the bustling city. "Mom, actually, I have a girlfriend," Chu Chen said leisurely. Luo Hongying and Zhu Tong's hands froze in the air, staring blankly at Chu Chen. "When did this happen? Why didn't you bring her here for us to see?" Luo Hongying urged eagerly. Chu Chen chuckled. "If you want to meet her, I can call her now and ask her to come over." With that, Chu Chen put down his chopsticks, walked quickly to the door, and called Sushi. "Hello?" Sushi's soft voice came from the phone. Do you have time? My parents want to meet you," Chu Chen said truthfully. "Ha?" Sushi thought she misheard. Why did Chu Chen's parents suddenly want to meet her? She was caught off guard, not prepared to meet the parents yet. "My parents have been in the bustling city these days. They heard that I have a girlfriend and want to meet you." "Well, I'm currently discussing foundation matters with Liao Minmin. I'm really busy." Sushi fell silent for a moment, feeling somewhat helpless. "Can't you spare a little time?" Chu Chen asked leisurely. His parents were still waiting inside, and he had just boasted to them that his girlfriend would come to meet them soon, making Chu Chen feel embarrassed. "I'm really busy, but I'm about to enter the final stage. How about I accompany you after I finish my work with the foundation?" Sushi sensed Chu Chen's displeasure and quickly added. After some thought, Chu Chen realized that Sushi was busy every day, and he couldn't push her too hard. Since today was not possible, Chu Chen thought it wouldn't hurt to wait a few more days. Then, he hung up the phone. As Chu Chen entered the room, Luo Hongying and Zhu Tong looked at him eagerly. "How is it? Is your wife coming today?" "Not today, she's too busy. She'll come in a couple of days." Chu Chen smiled softly and said, "Why is your girlfriend so busy? Seems busier than you." Zhu Tong stood beside, looking puzzled. In his opinion, men should earn money, and women should enjoy life at home. With this big villa bought, Chu Chen could easily have his girlfriend become a full-time housewife with his capabilities. Chu Chen smiled at Zhu Tong and said, "Uncle, my girlfriend is Su Shi. The Su family in the Magic City is quite influential. She's currently busy handling the affairs of the Su group, so she's indeed a bit occupied." Upon hearing Chu Chen's words, Luo Hongying's eyes turned red. In her view, everything Chu Chen enjoyed today might have been exchanged with his youth. Recently, there was a popular term online. What was it again? Parasitic husband. Although she wasn't sure if Chu Chen was in that situation, Luo Hongying was still concerned. "Xiaofei, I know you've always been ambitious since you were young, always wanting to stand out, but we also need to earn money with our own abilities." Chu Chen felt a bit guilty upon hearing his mother's words. He also wanted to earn money with his own hands, but his abilities didn't allow it. "Is my mother worried that I'm living off someone and becoming a dependent son-in-law?" "Mom, rest assured, Sushi and I are in a loving relationship. Honestly, I'm the one helping her more at the moment." Chu Chen didn't lie with this statement. Just the 22 billion he provided to Sushi was enough to help the Su group solve its current crisis, and he also had the capacity to engage in some charity work. Luo Hongying was surprised by her son's words, feeling speechless. However, their relationship had just improved, and she didn't want to interfere too much in her son's love life. She could only take it step by step for now. "Alright, as long as you're satisfied. By the way, did you buy this villa, or is it from the Su family?" Luo Hongying continued to ask Chu Chen. Chu Chen realized his mother had a deep misunderstanding. "Mom, don't worry, I earned all this with my own abilities. Don't worry about the specifics, I definitely didn't do anything illegal." Luo Hongying nodded, patted Chu Chen's shoulder reassuringly. Son, I believe in you. Although I might have been tough on you before, I know your character well, just like your father, resilient and determined. So, I've been at ease with you all these years. As Luo Hongying spoke, she remembered the hardships they had faced in the past, and tears welled up in her eyes. Seeing his mother cry, Chu Chen's heart softened immediately. Mom, the past is behind us. Besides, I've been living well with Grandpa and Grandma all these years. By the way, since you've just arrived in the Magic City, let me take you out for a tour. Chu Chen suddenly remembered that the elderly couple had just arrived in the Magic City, and he hadn't shown them hospitality yet. Mom, since you and Uncle have just arrived in the Magic City, I'll take you out for a nice dinner tonight. Chu Chen felt that he was now a bit more financially stable and it was time to show filial piety to his parents. By the way, there's a sale at the mall recently, I can take you shopping there. If not, I would feel guilty always making you wear clothes from a few years ago, Chu Chen said. With his improved financial strength, he was no longer as concerned about money as before when he had to tightly manage every few dollars. Before Luo Hongying could say anything, Zhu Tong beside her stopped her. He signaled to Luo Hongying, I say, Hongying, the child's intentions are good, just agree to it. Besides, our family rarely gets to spend a few happy days together. This can also make up for the regrets in your and Bu Fei's hearts. Luo Hongying nodded, finally agreeing. Alright then. Bu Fei, it's not easy for you to earn money, especially in a bustling metropolis like the Magic City where every inch of land is valuable. Even if you have money, you still need to be frugal. You might face difficulties at any time. Chu Chen didn't expect his mother to be so caring, feeling a warmth in his heart. But he still sounded a bit firm. Mom, rest assured, I promise not to spend recklessly. Chu Chen played a word game with Luo Hongying in his mind. Perhaps for Luo Hongying, spending tens of thousands of dollars was already unacceptable. But for Chu Chen, let alone tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands or millions were just a drop in the bucket. Maybe asking him to spend tens of billions or hundreds of billions at once would be considered extravagant. Chu, your car is here. Tang He drove a 6-seater nanny car to the villa's entrance. These two nanny cars were the latest models from Mercedes-Benz. Although they were nanny cars, they were luxurious extended SUVs. The car was almost 8 meters long, with 2 premium seats in the front and 4 spacious seats in the back, making it feel like sitting in a bar when 4 people sat inside. Chu Chen got into the car, feeling the comfort of these 2 business nanny cars, and was very satisfied with Tang He's performance. Xiao He, this car is really spacious inside, it must be very expensive. Is it rented by your company? Luo Hongying sat in the car, looking at the decorations inside, completely stunned. Tang He realized that Luo Hongying was sitting in such a luxurious car for the first time, so he smiled and said, Auntie, this is the car provided by our company. Shu is the general manager of our company, so he is qualified to ride in such a car. If it were someone else, they probably wouldn't even be allowed to touch it. Tang He was afraid that Luo Hongying couldn't accept it for a while, so he made up an excuse. So that's how it is, it seems my Bu Fei is really appreciated by the leader. Hearing Tang He's words, Luo Hongying's expression improved a bit. Chu Chen looked at Tang He in surprise, giving him an approving look. The girl has made progress, learning to be flexible. Well done, worth nurturing. Luo Hongying sat in the car, still looking around in amazement, like a curious baby. Since the car was provided by the company for her son, she could look around as much as she wanted without any harm. Shu Tong, on the other hand, remained very calm, sitting there like an emperor. Even when Chu Chen poured him a drink, he remained serious and composed. Ignoring Zhu Tong, Chu Chen said to Tang He in front, Let's go, we're going to Tianlong Mall. Soon they arrived at the mall by car. As the car stopped, Tang He got out and saw a large shopping mall covering an area of over 10,000 square meters, appearing before their eyes. Son, shopping at such a large mall, how much money will it cost? Luo Hongying looked at the Magic City's top 5 shopping malls, observing the fashionable and stylish people coming in and out, hardly seeing anyone dressed plainly entering the mall. Seeing this, Luo Hongying and Zhu Tong's attire seemed too old-fashioned and outdated. Son, I think it's better if we don't go in, so as not to embarrass you. Luo Hongying instinctively felt a bit apprehensive. She glanced at Chu Chen, looking somewhat awkward. Mom, don't worry, today when you come here to spend, I take full responsibility. No, the company takes full responsibility. Chu Chen immediately signaled Tang He with a look. Tang He understood and quickly said, Auntie, in order to thank General Chu for his selfless dedication to the company over the years, our company has specially allocated funds for second young master's expenses. Rest assured, whatever you spend in the mall, we can reimburse. Luo Hongying was stunned. When did companies in the city offer such treatment? Shu Tong beside them seemed to ponder and said, Old lady, I heard in the news that nowadays capitalists are not so stingy, but rather value the abilities of their employees. And every company's emphasis on talent is beyond imagination. Perhaps it's because Xiaofei has created enough value for the company that they are starting to see him in a different light. Xu Chen immediately gave Zhu Tong a thumbs up. Uncle, you're right. Don't be fooled by my current appearance. In fact, I'm exhausted from overtime work. Even if I earn money, I don't have the chance to enjoy it. Now that I finally have the opportunity to take the elders out for shopping, I naturally won't be stingy. As he spoke, Xu Chen also signaled Tang He with his eyes. Tang He quickly led the two elders into the mall. Even inside the mall, Luo Hongying seemed out of place among the crowd. It felt as if a pauper had suddenly entered a palace. Mom, let's go to this specialty store first. Xu Chen realized that Luo Hongying and Zhu Tong's clothing didn't quite fit in with the crowd, and over time, it was inevitable that people would start pointing and whispering about them. To prevent the two elders from feeling uncomfortable, Xu Chen had to choose a nearby specialty store to take his parents into. However, as soon as they entered the specialty store, they heard a series of disdainful voices. These two people are dressed so shabbily to come to our specialty store, aren't they just here to make a scene? If you know what's good for you, you'll realize you've come to the wrong place, otherwise, we might think two beggars have entered our store. Click-clack, the crisp sound of high heels echoed, and a tall, fashionable woman walked out of the specialty store. The woman looked disdainfully at Xu Chen's parents, even Xu Chen himself was included in her disdain. Excuse me, please turn right when you leave, the exit is over there, please don't disturb my business. Xu Chen had never been treated like this before, especially not today when he was out shopping with his parents. Miss, what you're saying is not right. What's wrong with how we're dressed? Are we not allowed to come here and buy some nicer clothes to wear? Your words are simply looking down on people. Xu Chen was very angry. He could tolerate it if others insulted him, but now that they were calling his parents beggars, he couldn't bear it for a minute. Believe me, if you weren't a woman, I'd show you why roses are so red. The woman didn't expect Xu Chen to threaten her and immediately screamed. Security, these people are causing trouble without buying anything. Upon hearing the woman's words, several security guards who were patrolling nearby immediately ran over, glaring at the woman. Miss Song, are these people causing trouble? Rest assured, if the situation is true, we will definitely escort them out of the mall immediately. Seeing the security guards appear, nearby merchants also started to discuss. Isn't that the manager of Eufina Boutique? I heard that Eufina was just named one of the top 10 luxury brands most loved by women in Daxia this year, and their sales in Daxia are increasing every month. It's just that the female store manager at our Moto Tianlong Mall is a bit arrogant. Yes, I saw a few girls peeking into her shop yesterday and they were scolded by the female store manager. These girls didn't dare to talk back, they were extremely arrogant. Do you know who she is? Her name is Song Fian. Her brother is the manager of the Tianlong Shopping Mall's business department, mainly in charge of mall operations. You can offend anyone in the mall, just not her brother. Otherwise, you might end up with increased rent at any time. If things really escalate, they will kick you out directly. Then, Tianlong Shopping Mall can quickly find new businesses to replace you. Song Fian looked around at the whispering crowd, her face filled with pride. The security guards beside her were ready to assist her, seemingly determined to be Song Fian's accomplices. Young man, quickly take these two elderly people away so they don't cause trouble here. Otherwise, if Song Jie gets angry later, you won't be able to afford the losses. Luo Hongying, feeling scared by the people whispering around her, quickly advised, Son, our conditions are not good, let's not buy anything here. I see some clothes in the small clothing stores on the roadside are also nice. Things here are so expensive, and we can't afford to gain weight wearing them. Curiously, Luo Hongying glanced to the side and was startled. The cheapest item was a small silk lingerie, transparent and palm-sized, priced at over 3,000 yuan. Next to it, a regular shirt that would cost around 50 to 60 yuan at a night market was marked at over 8,000 yuan here. Luo Hongying's heart pounded with fear, almost giving her a heart attack. Upon hearing Song Fian's words, Xu Chen's face darkened. Mom, don't worry, I'm going to buy something here today. Miss Song, how do you know I can't afford the clothes here? Which eye of yours saw that I didn't bring money? Xu Chen gestured to his Patek Philippe watch on his wrist, making his point clear. Brother, so what if you have money to buy a few shirts? Song Fian was already furious, not thinking about these matters. And your Patek Philippe imitation watch, I can buy one online for just over 100 yuan, with craftsmanship 100 times better than yours. Did you buy yours from a street vendor? Song Fian walked up to Chu Chun, pulled his wrist down, and looked at it with disdain. She scrutinized it like an expert. Chu Chun was momentarily stunned, somewhat speechless. You say my watch is a fake? What evidence do you have? Or have you never seen a real one? Seeing his watch in Song Fian's hand, Chu Chen showed no signs of nervousness, rather a hint of anticipation. Song Fian held Chu Chen's watch, waited, smiled, and said, "You think I've never seen a real watch? Are you sure you want to say that again? Let me tell you, my boyfriend has a watch like this, and his is real." Song Fian turned around in the crowd and finally spotted a shifty-looking young man. "Darling, come over here, show this country bumpkin your Patek Philippe watch, or he might think he's something special." The young man looked nervously at Song Fian, as if wanting to say something but hesitating. Chu Chen noticed the watch on the young man's wrist and his expression lit up. Wasn't this watch the same high-quality imitation he bought when he first met Sushi? The level of imitation was so high that sometimes it seemed even more beautiful than a real Patek Philippe. But the real Bulgari watch is set with genuine diamonds, so the price of one watch is over $1 million, and some styles are even more expensive. Fake Bulgari watches may look dazzling, but they are actually specially treated, and the color may fade after wearing them for a long time. Therefore, young people who buy high-quality imitations to show off will purchase a new watch every once in a while to deceive others. As for the old watches that are about to be exposed, they will naturally be taken back by the store for refurbishment. Now, the high-quality imitation watch on this young man's wrist seems to be nearing the end of its authenticity period. Darling, do you think these people are despicable? Using a fake watch to deceive others, thinking they are wealthy? But you are different. You are a real second-generation rich, and in the future, you will lead me to live a wealthy life as a rich lady. Song Fian held her boyfriend's hand tightly, refusing to let go. Her boyfriend stood there, unsure of what to do, feeling extremely awkward. Chu Chen seemed to sense their awkwardness and pointed to the watch on the young man's wrist, sighing helplessly, "Miss Song, it seems you don't have a good eye. Your boyfriend's watch is actually a high-quality imitation. It's just that his watch's imitation level is high, so it's not easy to tell from the appearance alone. Chu Fei had it appraised by an expert. As for my watch, it's different. It's set with real diamonds, genuine and valuable. If you don't believe me, rub the two watches together. A real watch won't be damaged, but a fake one's bracelet will reveal its true nature quickly." Influenced by Chu Chen, Song Fian was immediately intrigued. When Song Fian's boyfriend saw the situation turning against him, he quickly said, "Miss, even the bracelet of a real watch will wear out. If you rub my watch against his, we will be the ones damaged. I suggest you return this watch to him. Even if he sells high-quality imitations, it still costs 300 to 400 yuan. Hearing her boyfriend's words, Chu Chen became even more certain of his judgment. Because the high-quality imitation watch he bought before cost just over 400 yuan, including after-sales service, Song Fian finally realized that her boyfriend was right. She handed the high-quality imitation Bulgari watch to her boyfriend and prepared to return the genuine watch to Chu Chen. But when she saw Chu Chen's indifferent expression, she suddenly felt angry. Before her boyfriend could stop her, Song Fian fiercely threw Chu Chen's Bulgari watch to the ground. With a crisp sound, the watch worth over 2 million was broken by Song Fian. However, Chu Chen's watch was genuine, and even though Song Fian used all her strength to throw it, it only cracked the crystal, with no significant damage to the watch itself. Song Fian was astonished. "This high-quality imitation watch is so well made. I threw it so hard, and it's still intact. Sir, you really got your money's worth with this 400 yuan. Although she wasn't sure if Chu Chen's watch was genuine, she was certain that it was worth more than 400 yuan. Startled, Song Fian quickly took out 500 yuan from her pocket and threw it in front of Chu Chen, saying disdainfully, "It's just 400 yuan, here's 500, now take the money and leave. The clothes here are not something you can afford." Chu Chen glanced at Song Fian, then at the security guards nearby, smiled, picked up his watch from the ground, and showed it to everyone. "Everyone, take a good look. She threw my watch so hard, but it's still working. The crystal is ruined, and a few diamonds seem to have fallen out. Now, let's have a witness." Tang He, seeing the opportunity, immediately took out his phone to record a video. Although she didn't know why her boss hadn't clarified things in public, she wasn't stupid. She knew her boss had always enjoyed playing dumb. Besides, the loss this time with Sun Shiji wasn't significant, just a few million, which was nothing to Chu Chen. So she watched Song Fian act recklessly, waiting for the crucial moment to step in and support her boss. Song Fian didn't expect Chu Chen to still have the mind to show off at this point and angrily shouted at him, "You poor boy, stop flaunting your fake watch here, take the money and leave. Otherwise, I'll have security escort you out. I have reason to suspect that you are part of a scamming gang trying to pull off a watch scam here." Tang He was amused by this green tea bitch. "Our boss is worth tens of billions, even hundreds of billions, why would we need to scam you? Who are you trying to belittle?" Chu Chen on the other side smiled and said, "Watch closely, this is a genuine Bulgari watch, your boyfriend's is the fake one. If you don't believe me, I'll drop your boyfriend's watch on the ground and see his reaction. Shu Chen pretended to drop the high imitation watch from Song Fian's hand on the ground. Song Fian, as if possessed, lunged at Shu Chen, using all means necessary, scratching and biting, almost devouring Shu Chen. Quick on his feet, Shu Chen used a film to push Song Fian away, but she kept charging at him. Are you crazy? She had no qualms when she dropped Shu Chen's watch earlier. Now that Shu Chen was about to drop her boyfriend's watch, Song Fian came at him aggressively. She really had double standards. Am I crazy? Dare you say I'm crazy? Look at you, dropping a watch worth just a few million like that? How much is your watch worth? 500 or 600 yuan? This is pure retaliation. Song Fian's voice thundered, but it didn't stop Shu Chen from dropping the watch. With a loud crack, the watch, already of poor quality but visually appealing with its gold-plated plastic, shattered. Song Fian was dumbfounded. If Shu Chen's Bulgari watch was a high imitation, at least it made a sound when it hit the ground. But her boyfriend's Bulgari watch shattered like tofu, completely destroyed. Song Fian wore a quartz watch on her wrist, not as expensive as a Bulgari, but still worth a few thousand. Even a watch like that shouldn't have broken so easily, turning into pieces like tofu. At that moment, Song Fian was at a loss. See that? This watch is definitely a fake. To make it look good, it's gold-plated plastic, which means it's plastic wrapped in metal. These things use the latest paint technology to look shiny, but the paint chips off after a while. Shu Chen picked up the watch, deliberately scratched it with metal, compared it to his own watch, and the truth was clear. What? Impossible, honey, didn't you tell me your family owns mines, that you're a rich second generation? Didn't you promise to buy me a luxury home and treat me like a princess? But what's the deal with this watch? Annoyed by Song Fian shaking him by the collar, the handsome but unreliable man pushed her away impatiently and said, You call this a high imitation watch? It's because you didn't do your part. You only lent me a little over 2 million, and the goods haven't arrived from the US yet. Once they do, I'll not only buy you a villa but even the whole mall if you want. As for this watch, I actually bought it temporarily to make up the numbers. My real one has already been pawned. After all, the funds at home are tight, so every bit helps. Shu Chen looked at the scumbag in front of him, calmly deceiving Song Fian without a change in expression or heartbeat, feeling a wave of surprise in his heart. He thought his eloquence was already impressive, but compared to this scumbag, he was clearly outmatched. Initially, he didn't want to bother with Song Fian, but seeing her deep affectionate look, he couldn't help but feel a bit sorry for her. If it weren't for the system now, he would probably have been even more pitifully deceived by Li Chanshan. His situation might have been just slightly better than a beggar on the street. But that's about it. Thinking of this, Shu Chen found Song Fian more pleasing to the eye. Honey, are you telling the truth? It seems I misunderstood you, it's my fault. Hearing Song Fian's words, Shu Chen was stunned. This silly girl had been deceived to such an extent and was still speaking up for the other person. It seemed that girls in love during the honeymoon phase really had zero IQ. Since that's the case, I might as well help you see things clearly. Shu Chen took a step forward, took out his watch, and gestured in front of Song Fian. Miss Song, it seems you haven't understood one thing. Although your husband's Patek Philippe watch is fake, my watch is genuine and worth over 2 million. It's all real gold and silver. I have the relevant certificates at home. You can have the company or a professional verify it. So, Song Fian was dumbfounded. She thought Shu Chen was wearing a fake watch, so she deliberately smashed it in anger. But now the situation had reversed. Shu Chen's watch was not fake. It was a genuine watch worth over 2 million, even more valuable than her husband's watch. How could she compensate for this? She had some savings, but over the past month, she had given everything to her so-called husband, leaving her with nothing. In desperation, Song Fian looked at her husband and awkwardly said, Honey, I've given you all my savings. I really have no money left. How about you lend me 2 million, and I'll pay you back when I can? The scumbag was taken aback. He looked at Song Fian, then at the Patek Philippe watch in Shu Chen's hand, and finally sighed, Cheyenne, I know you've been good to me, but I can assure you that we're not compatible, so let's not contact each other anymore. With that, the scumbag turned to leave. However, before he could get far, Shu Chen grabbed him back. Hold on, if you don't come forward, I could have let it go, but now that I know you're her boyfriend, you'll have to pay for the watch she damaged. The scumbag was a bit angry. He tried to push Shu Chen away but found that Shu Chen was much stronger. It was impossible to break free from his grip. Dream on if you think I'll pay for her. Besides, even if she damaged your watch, what does it have to do with me? We're just ordinary friends. When Song Fian heard the term ordinary friends, her eyes immediately welled up with tears. Wang Xiaofei, what do you mean? We've been together for almost half a year. Not to mention how much money I've spent on you in these past few months. you've borrowed over 2 million from me. If I hadn't lent you money, how could I not have money to compensate for the watch? As Song Fian spoke, everyone's attention was suddenly drawn to this scumbag. Wang Xiaofei? What are you doing here? Didn't you say you went to Hong Kong? Are you here specifically to find this vixen? A stylishly dressed middle-aged woman with designer labels all over her body squeezed out from the crowd. She glanced at Wang Xiaofei and immediately recognized him, grabbing his collar and confronting Song Fian. Chu Chen never expected the situation to escalate to this extent. Hey, stop arguing. I think this Wang Xiaofei is likely just trying to scam you for money and take advantage of you. Besides, he's not some rich second generation, at least he definitely has no money now. I suggest both of you call the police now and let them handle it. Upon hearing Chu Chen's words, the middle-aged woman decisively took out her phone. In no time, the police took Wang Xiaofei away, and even the middle-aged woman followed to give her statement. Song Fian seemed uninterested in going, but she arranged a time with the police. After they all left, Song Fian burst into tears, realizing she not only lost all her savings but also needlessly damaged Chu Chen's $1 million watch, making her even more heartbroken. At that moment, she realized how foolish she had been, thinking she had landed a rich boyfriend and could stop caring about others' opinions. Now she understood it was all a trap. Looking at Chu Chen again, she suddenly found him much more handsome and reliable than her unreliable boyfriend. I'm sorry for breaking your watch. I can't afford to compensate you fully, but I can pay for the repairs if you agree, she said to Chu Chen. Chu Chen glanced at Song Fian, somewhat surprised, and said, even the repair costs would be in the tens of thousands. If you buy the watch, get it fixed, and then resell it, it might cost you less. Song Fian shook her head and replied, no, I don't want to see that brand of watch again. I can't afford the full amount now, but I'll pay you in installments. Also, I've thought it over, and Wang Xiaofei might indeed be a scammer. If it weren't for you today, I might have mortgaged my house to give him money. So, I have to thank you. Hearing Song Fian's words, Chu Chen was taken aback. It seemed that aside from being a bit materialistic, Song Fian had a good character. Alright, write me an IOU detailing today's events. I'll check with the store and have my secretary come to discuss the installment payments with you later, Chu Chen said. Overjoyed, Song Fian quickly wrote an IOU for Chu Chen. After taking the IOU, Chu Chen didn't leave but instead showed interest in the store's clothes. Seeing Song Fian's surprised expression, Chu Chen smiled and pointed at the clothes. Miss Song, aren't you going to welcome customers like us? I'm here to shop today. Please pick out a few outfits for my parents, and don't forget to give me a discount later. Song Fian's expression brightened, and she felt a sense of joy and relief. Really? That's great. Uncle, Aunt, please see if there are any clothes you like in the store. Don't worry, although the store is small, I invested my own money in it. Today, I'll give you a 50% discount. 50% discount? Upon hearing Song Fian's words, nearby stores wanted to come over and compete for business. They had all seen Chu Chen casually showing off his watch worth over 2 million, thinking he was wealthy. But Song Fian's words shattered their confidence. They were all employees, while Song Fian and a few others owned their businesses. Song Fian could buy at cost price, which they couldn't. Even if someone could match that, no one wanted to compete at cost price. As a result, the surrounding onlookers and some store owners dispersed in an instant. So this shop belongs to you. Then I'll call you Boss Song. Song Fian blushed and said somewhat awkwardly, I dare not call myself the boss, but indeed this shop is my hard work. How about this, let me first take Uncle and Aunt to try on some clothes, and then you can tell me which set you like. I guarantee to give you the lowest discount. Luo Hongying was about to say something when Tang He said, Uncle and Aunt, rest assured. Your expenses today will be reimbursed by the company, so even if you spend more, the company will cover it. Luo Hongying immediately walked over, grabbed Tang He's hand excitedly, and said, thank you so much to the company. Don't worry, after we leave, I will make sure Xiao Fei returns to work at the company properly, without delaying his job. Tang He felt a bit awkward as he glanced at Chu Chen, thinking to himself, our big boss is right in front of you. If he wants a raise, it's just a matter of saying it. Although Tang He thought this way, he still maintained a professional demeanor on the surface. Uncle and Aunt, come with me, I'll help you choose clothes right now. Fortunately, this clothing brand specializes in tailored clothes for successful individuals, an internationally renowned brand. So here, not only were there men's clothing, but also women's clothing, all exuding a mature and stable style. Otherwise, Chu Chen would probably have to find 2 separate stores for them. Boss Son, recommend me some clothes suitable for my dad, price is not an issue. As long as he likes it, I will buy it no matter the cost. Zhu Tong heard Chu Chen's words, feeling delighted inside but refusing to give in verbally. Xiao Fei, your mom and I usually stay at home, we don't need such expensive clothes. How about we go somewhere else? This clothing is just too expensive, Luo Hongying also advised from the side. Xiaofei, even though your company values you so much and treats you well, I think we should learn to be grateful. They pay you such a high salary because they value your abilities, but it doesn't seem right to spend their money like this. Hearing the words of Uncle and Aunt Luo Hongying, Tang Yi was shocked. She now understood why Chu Chun had grown into a billionaire. It turns out he had received good education from his parents. Although Tang Yi thought this way, she said, Uncle, Aunt, you don't need to save money for the company. This is what Mr. Chu deserves. Besides, this is a special reward for every employee who has made significant contributions to the company. If you hadn't come, Mr. Chu wouldn't normally spend this money. Luo Hongying heard Tang Yi's words and reluctantly nodded, saying, since that's the case, then I won't be polite. I can't let Xiaofei's kind intentions go to waste. Uncle and Aunt, do you need to attend formal occasions usually? Like meeting leaders of big companies, or going out for business meetings? Shu Tong was taken aback for a moment, then quickly shook his head and said, I'm just a worker, how could I possibly meet leaders of big companies? Not to mention big company leaders, I might not even get to see the leaders of our factory. Miss Song, I don't think we need formal wear. However, Xu Chen disagreed. He looked at Zhu Tong and said with a smile, Dad, don't you want to open your own chain of restaurants? I have some spare money now, as long as you're willing, I can give it to you anytime. You don't have to worry about losing money. If you make a profit, you'll become a big boss, right? Shu Tong was momentarily stunned, while Luo Hongying beside him looked at her son with joy and surprise, saying, Xiaofei, what did you just call your uncle? Shu Chen was also taken aback, looking at his mother in surprise and saying, Dad. With Chu Chen's words, even he himself was stunned. When did his relationship with Zhu Tong improve to this extent? Is it because I have money now, so my heart has become broader, or is it because I have let go of the past? Shu Tong also followed suit and immediately smiled, saying, Hey, Xiaofei, in the past, it was because Dad didn't have the ability to take care of you properly, but now that our family is together, I will definitely fulfill a father's responsibility. Chu Chen nodded and said, since that's the case, then you should start operating your catering chain. You used to boast in front of me about how popular the braised pork from your old Zhu family was. Now I'll give you a chance to develop in the Magic City. You can rest assured that I will cover all the initial expenses for you. Shu Tong was overjoyed and quickly walked a few steps to Chu Chen's side. Before Chu Chen could react, Zhu Tong hugged him, tears streaming down his face with excitement. Fei, in the past, Dad made you suffer, but I will definitely make it up to you in the future. Chu Chen quickly broke free, awkwardly smiled and said, It's okay, as long as you treat my mom and my sister well. How you treat me doesn't matter. Let's focus on clothes first. Shu Chen found a secluded place and patted the areas where Zhu Tong had hugged him. Although he didn't really mean to reject Zhu Tong, the sudden improvement in their relationship was still hard for him to accept. But seeing his mother looking so happy, he naturally accepted Zhu Tong as his stepfather. Lao Zhu, how about this outfit? It suits your style very well. I think you'll look 5 or 6 years younger when you wear it. With the family's estrangement resolved, Luo Hongying continued to pick clothes for Zhu Tong without any psychological burden. In no time, Zhu Tong was dressed in a formal suit. Indeed, Zhu Tong looks quite elegant in a suit. No wonder my mom fell for him when she was young, it's just that luck doesn't seem to be on his side. Shu Chen had heard before that Zhu Tong had wanted to do business and make money when he was young, but it seemed that no matter what he did, he couldn't make a profit. Although he didn't lose much money in the end, the bottom line was that he wasn't making any. Really, let me look in the mirror. Encouraged by Luo Hongying, Zhu Tong became interested as well. So he went to the mirror, checked himself out, and settled on a suit. Later, they picked casual clothes for Zhu Tong. Dad, I want you to go play golf with me in the future. This casual outfit is perfect for you, it looks very suitable and stylish. Shu Chen picked out another outfit for Zhu Tong. In no time, Zhu Tong had selected 3 outfits, 1 formal, 1 casual, and 1 evening dress for attending banquets. Even though Luo Hongying didn't understand why Chu Chen bought an evening dress for Zhu Tong, since it was Chu Chen's company paying this time, they didn't argue with him. As long as Chu Chen approved, they would buy it, no matter how expensive. Mom, it's your turn to choose clothes now. Seeing Zhu Tong in his newly bought casual clothes, looking visibly 6 or 7 years younger, Chu Chen couldn't be happier. He also hoped that his parents could dress more youthfully and stylishly. It would make him feel more comfortable looking at them. Great, my son is successful, I'm so happy. Hearing Chu Chen's words, Luo Hongying almost cried again. But soon she was dazzled by the variety of clothes in front of her and didn't know which one to choose. General Chu, let me help Auntie pick out clothes. Tang He stepped in at this moment. As a full-time secretary, picking clothes for leaders was a piece of cake for her, especially choosing women's clothing. She had even more experience. Okay, then I'll leave my mom's clothes to you. Tang He took a few sets of clothes into the fitting room. Soon, Luo Hongying brought out a set for Chu Chen and Zhu Tong to see. Quickly, 3 sets of clothes were chosen. Chu Chen originally wanted to buy a few more sets for the elderly couple, but they refused. Chu Chen calculated that these sets of clothes would cost nearly 1,000,000 yuan in total. However, these clothes were all from top brands, a bit expensive but worth it. When it came time for Chu Chen to pay, Song Fian presented the bill, saying, I have selected 3 sets of clothes for uncle and aunt, totaling 6 sets. The normal price is 780,000. After a 50% discount, it is 354,000. Song Fian handed the bill to Chu Chen with some reluctance. To her surprise, Chu Chen paid 60,000 yuan in cash without hesitation. Song Fian wanted to refuse, but Chu Chen waved her off, saying, I know doing business is not easy. Let's consider our previous interactions as fate. Besides, your family's clothes are indeed good, international brands at a reasonable price. Moreover, you still owe me repair fees, so I'm helping you make some money to pay me back. Upon hearing Chu Chen's words, Song Fian blushed. She had mocked Chu Chen's parents as old-fashioned, yet now she owed Chu Chen a huge favor and closed a big deal. She didn't know how to thank Chu Chen. It's just a business of tens of thousands. As long as you do well in business in the future and stop judging people with colored glasses, I promise I will bring customers to buy clothes from you in the future. Leaving the mall, Luo Hongying looked at Chu Chen awkwardly and said, Xiaofei, where should we go now? I think we should just go home. Mom will cook for you, bringing back memories of your childhood. Zhu Tong added, although you can earn more for the family now, spending so much money at once isn't good. After all, money doesn't come easily. Chu Chen smiled awkwardly and coughed a few times. He almost told his parents that his money came out of nowhere. But who would believe him if he said that? If he hadn't experienced all this, he wouldn't believe what was happening now. Cough, Mom, Dad, since you've come to the city, I'll treat you to a big meal tonight. Oh, Tang He, what new restaurants have opened in the city? Let's choose one with unique features to take my parents to taste something new. Chu Chen had planned to take his parents to Gu Tian restaurant, but he thought, why not go another day? He hadn't had any unique food for a long time, so tonight would be a good opportunity. Ah, now that you mention it, I remember a place, Tang He said surprisingly. Chu Chen thought bringing Tang He out today was really worth it. If it weren't for Tang He wouldn't have known where to go for dinner. Come on, there's a new seafood city on Jichuan Road. The owner is in the seafood business, and their seafood is fresh, some even alive. You can find all kinds of seafood there. Let's go check it out. Tang He licked her lips, clearly eager for the place. Hearing Tang He, Luo Hongying quickly asked, eating seafood there must be expensive. How about we just find a random restaurant to eat at? Tang He smiled and reassured them, Uncle and Aunt, don't worry. As long as we don't exceed the budget, the company will reimburse us for today's expenses. Hearing this, Luo Hongying finally felt at ease. That's good. Let's try to eat something affordable this time, not as extravagant as before. As Luo Hongying spoke, she patted her chest as if genuinely afraid. Zhu Tong, on the other hand, didn't think much and just followed Chu Chen onto the car. As they got in, Zhu Tong suddenly coughed a few times before speaking, Xiaofei, how much does this Mercedes cost? Why have I never seen this model online before? Chu Chen awkwardly smiled and replied, Dad, this car was custom made for our restaurant directly from the Mercedes factory. It didn't cost much, just under 10 million. Under 10 million? Zhu Tong, who had relaxed a bit, immediately tensed up again. He even sat more cautiously. If we damage such an expensive car, do we have to compensate? Hearing Zhu Tong's words, not only Chu Chen but even Luo Hongying chuckled. Finally, it was Tang He who chuckled and said, Uncle, the seats of this car have been specially treated by the manufacturer. Even if a car runs over it, it won't be damaged. Although Zhu Tong didn't fully believe Tang He, at least he didn't sit as cautiously as before. Mom and Dad, I haven't been very capable these years, making you suffer. This time, don't go back after coming to the Magic City. I promise to make you live a good life here. Maybe in a few years, you can even hold your grandchildren or great-grandchildren. When Chu Chen mentioned great-grandchildren, he was quite confident, but when he mentioned grandchildren, he seemed a bit uneasy. However, to let his parents stay in the Magic City for a while, he was willing to go all out. Really? Are you planning to get married to your girlfriend? It was indeed the mother who cared about her son's marriage. As soon as she heard about having grandchildren, Luo Hongying was as excited as if she had been injected with chicken blood. Mom, it's too early to talk about marriage. But there is a plan. Let's discuss it in detail when sushi arrives. Chu Chen awkwardly smiled and quickly changed the subject. By this time, the car had finally arrived at the Sea Dragon seafood restaurant. From afar, they could see the signboard of the Sea Dragon seafood restaurant towering high, looking like a dragon coiling on the roof of the restaurant. The space of this restaurant was astonishingly large, with 3 floors totaling thousands of square meters, all owned by their family. Especially the parking lot in front, which could accommodate hundreds of cars. Even so, the parking lot was full, and finding a spot was almost impossible. Fortunately, when they arrived, a car had just left, freeing up a space for them. Mom and Dad, don't worry, tonight's dinner is on me. Shu Chen got off the car and warmly welcomed them. Shu Tong looked at the seafood restaurant in front of him, and upon hearing Shu Chen's words, he couldn't stop smiling. Xiao Fei, I've never had any special wishes from childhood to adulthood. I just wanted to have a meal at the Sea Dragon seafood restaurant, and I never thought this wish would come true. Today, I really want to thank you, Xiao Fei. Shu Tong was touched and hugged Shu Chen, feeling extremely excited. Ding! Congratulations on fulfilling the closest person's lifelong wish, rewarding a special lottery opportunity. System, activate the special lottery. Every time the system provided this service, Shu Chen was full of anticipation. Moreover, this time, helping Zhu Tong fulfill his lifelong wish, the system's reward wouldn't be too bad. Okay, host. Activating the special lottery. Ding, congratulations, host, you have obtained a special ability, Hua Tuo's medical skills. Oh, Hua Tuo's medical skills, this is a great thing. Back in the Three Kingdoms era, Hua Tuo had the ability to perform brain surgery, making him a top-notch surgeon in today's world. Although medical science has advanced a lot now, being able to learn Hua Tuo's art is enough to show off in front of others. Mom and Dad, let's go in and find a table to eat. By the way, Xiao Tang, I asked you to book a private room earlier. Have you done it? Tang He nodded and said, Shu, don't worry. I've already asked someone to make the reservation. When we get to the private room later, I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Shu Chen nodded. Although Tang He was young, he was indeed reliable. What mattered most was her beauty and sweet voice. She could even drive occasionally, like a versatile assistant. Bringing Tang He here today was the right choice. Seeing his parents' happy smiles, Shu Chen also felt much happier. Over the years, he seemed to have ignored Luo Yinghong on the surface, but deep down, there were many unspoken words. It was a mix of guilt and lack of understanding. It wasn't until he talked with Zhu Tong that his resentment lessened. Now, he mainly wanted his parents to have a better life. Shu Chen led his parents into the restaurant and was greeted by 2 hosts who escorted them to the front desk. Manager Li, we've reserved private room number 6. Please take us there. Manager Li checked his notebook, nodded, and said, You must be Mr. Chu. Yes, you have indeed booked private room number 6. The room fee is 20,000 yuan, excluding additional expenses. Luo Hongying was shocked to hear that just the room fee was 20,000 yuan. Why is the room fee so expensive? 20,000 yuan could feed us for a month at another restaurant. Son, let's not eat here. Before Luo Hongying could finish, Zhu Tong's surprised voice interrupted, Is this bluefin tuna? This tuna must weigh at least 100 catties. How much is 1 catty of bluefin tuna here? Seeing Zhu Tong's astonishment, Manager Li didn't make any sarcastic remarks. After all, they arrived in a custom-made Mercedes-Benz business car, which cost at least 5 million yuan when it came from the factory. Depending on the interior configuration, the price could go up to tens of millions. So, when Shu Tong expressed surprise, Manager Li patiently explained, This bluefin tuna is semi-frozen. What does semi-frozen mean? It's simple. It was alive before transportation. It was only processed shortly before being put on the plane. By the time it reaches us, it hasn't been dead for more than 8 hours, hence the term semi-frozen. Now is the best time to eat bluefin tuna. Shu Tong looked at the bluefin tuna with great interest. Manager Li, sashimi made from this tuna must be very expensive, right? Manager Li shook his head and said, This is blackfin bluefin tuna, a relatively common type of bluefin tuna. The market price for this tuna is around 10 to 15,000 yuan per 100 grams. However, here, blackfin bluefin tuna costs only 8,000 yuan per 100 grams. Hearing this, Luo Hongying was astonished. 8,000 for 100 grams? Doesn't that mean a kilogram of this fish costs over 40,000? It's more expensive than gold. Manager Li chuckled, Ma'am, you're joking. Gold is currently around 350 yuan per gram, at least several times more expensive than our bluefin tuna. If we consider 100 grams, it's around 35,000. There's still a difference between the two. Luo Hongying waved her hand in anger, It's still almost the same. How much bluefin tuna do we need to eat? Shu Chen immediately smiled and said, Mom, we've spent 600,000 on clothes. This little extra for dinner won't hurt, right? Lu Hongying was stunned for a moment, suddenly feeling that her son's words made some sense. Besides, doesn't Dad also like seafood? Don't worry, I won't be bothered by this little money. Lu Hongying calculated that even if they indulged in eating, each person having a pound would only cost 10,000 yuan, a total of 40,000 yuan for 4 people. Thinking of this, Lu Hongying nodded and said, "Alright then. Since you are doing well now, let's have something expensive. But this is not going to be a regular thing." Hearing Lu Hongying's words, Zhu Tong smiled and said, "Don't worry. Isn't this meal reimbursed by the company this time? Next time, if there's no reimbursement, I won't eat such expensive things." Satisfied, Lu Hongying followed Manager Li upstairs. Meanwhile, Zhu Tong stayed downstairs with Chu Chen to order food. "Hello, gentlemen, I am the service manager here. Would you like me to introduce our menu to you?" Zhu Tong, being at such a high-end restaurant for the first time, got excited seeing the variety of fresh live fish. "Dad, didn't you want to eat tuna just now? Let's have some tuna then." Zhu Tong nodded and asked, "How much is a portion of tuna here?" The service manager smiled and said, "A portion of tuna is 400 grams, and with the labor cost, it's about 50,000 yuan. 50,000 yuan? So expensive? If it's 880 grams, shouldn't it be 44,000? Where does this extra 6,000 come from?" The service manager explained, "Most of the fish in our restaurant are imported from Japan, and the sushi chef is specially hired from Japan, hence the extra 6,000 is the labor fee for the chef." Zhu Tong was speechless at the revelation. Wow, a 6,000 yuan service fee, that's quite a sum. The service manager assured him, "Sir, it seems to be your first time dining here. I can guarantee that after tasting the sushi carefully crafted by our chef, you won't find the 6,000 labor fee expensive. What else would you like to order?" Looking at the prices on the fish tanks, Zhu Tong realized even the cheapest fish cost tens of yuan per gram. Converted to per pound, it would be at least 1,000 yuan, not including labor and other charges. However, the chefs here were top-notch, producing exquisite dishes. This was the uniqueness of the Hai Long seafood restaurant. After a quick glance, Zhu Tong reluctantly ordered 2 cheap fish as side dishes and returned to the private room. Seeing Zhu Tong return, Lu Hongying stood up to greet him. "Lao Tong, have you ordered your dishes?" Zhu Tong nodded and said, "I ordered a portion of tuna sashimi, wild yellow croaker, and a portion of king crab." "Oh, king crab? I've seen that kind of crab on TV before. Not only is it big, but it also tastes great." Lu Hongying, who wasn't initially interested in seafood, changed her mind upon hearing about the king crab. "Mr. Chu, this is one of the best private rooms in our restaurant. Not only do we have 3 waiters serving you here, but there's also a dedicated band to play music for you." Hearing Manager Li's words, Chu Chen looked ahead. Indeed, right in front of their dining table was a platform of about 20 square meters. Behind the platform was a curtain, probably for a projector. If there was a small band standing there to play music for them, it would indeed be a very enjoyable experience. Not only that, the private room they were in had an area of about 70 to 80 square meters. If they were to set up 2 tables here, it could easily accommodate 50 to 60 people for a meal. Although there were only the 3 of them as a family, plus Tang He dining here, it might seem a bit empty, but not desolate. In addition, on the walls of this private room, there were many traditional Chinese ink landscape paintings, elevating the overall ambience by several notches. This private room costs 20,000 yuan, which is indeed reasonable. Chu Chen couldn't help but nod in satisfaction at Manager Li's introduction. Glancing at Luo Hongying beside him, she had already devoured half a king crab in no time. As she ate, she couldn't help but exclaim, "I've always heard my neighbor boasting about how delicious the king crab meat she had while traveling abroad with her son was. I thought she was exaggerating, but now it seems the taste of this king crab's flesh and blood is indeed good, and it looks so beautiful." Luo Hongying looked amazed as she gazed at the king crab the size of a wash basin. At this moment, a waiter specially attended to them, swiftly placing chunks of white crab meat onto Luo Hongying's plate. Despite being grown up, Luo Hongying was still being served during meals, and for a moment, she felt a bit overwhelmed. "Mom, how does the king crab meat taste?" Luo Hongying picked up a piece of king crab meat with her chopsticks and put it in her mouth, unable to help but sigh in admiration. The king crab meat is really delicious. The dishes in this grand restaurant are truly exceptional. Speaking these words, Luo Hongying couldn't stop eating. On the other side, a Japanese chef placed a plate of tuna meat in front of them. Although they couldn't understand what the Japanese man was saying, his knife skills were indeed impressive. Accompanied by the melodious background music in the room, Chu Chen's family enjoyed their meal with great relish. "Please enjoy your meal." The Japanese chef sliced the tuna meat into pieces and placed them on plates, distributing them to each person. Even Tang He received a plate of tuna meat. Tang He was about to refuse, but Luo Hongying quickly said, "Miss Luo, thanks to you today, otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to enjoy such delicious food. Just enjoy your meal. This is also our way of thanking you." Upon hearing this, Tang He reluctantly accepted. Beside them, Shu Chen whispered, "Xiao Tang, you know my financial situation. Even if you ate the entire tuna meat, I wouldn't bat an eyelid." With Chu Chen's reassurance, Tang He immediately relaxed, and eating the tuna meat no longer felt as tense as before. Chu always cares about people. Today, I must treat Chu's parents well. Tang He silently made up his mind. The group of them was dining in the private room when suddenly, a commotion was heard from outside. "What's wrong with your hotel? We had already booked private room number 6, how could you give our room to someone else?" The manager outside, Li, apologized profusely. "Mr. Song, I'm truly sorry, it's our hotel policy. If guests don't arrive within 10 minutes of the reservation time, we have the right to cancel the booking." "What kind of policy is this? Don't you know our Mr. Song is a well-known wealthy man? He spends at least $1 million on seafood in your hotel every year. How dare you offend such a valuable customer? Are you trying to go out of business?" Li, the manager, looked embarrassed. At that moment, those guests pushed open the door and entered directly into the private room. Shu Chen's family was happily dining in the room, looking cheerful. However, the sudden intrusion of these people instantly disrupted the previously pleasant atmosphere in the room. "Manager Li, what's going on here? I hope you can give us an explanation." Tang He didn't expect someone to barge in while Chu Chen was having dinner. "Wasn't this one of the best restaurants in the Magic City? Miss Tang, I'm really sorry. Actually, the private room you're in was reserved by Mr. Song. It's just that they were late due to some matters, so. How about this, Miss Tang? We'll give you a 50% discount on your table, and I'll arrange a better private room for you." Shu Chen frowned and looked at these people, somewhat annoyed, and said, "Do any of you have any manners? The restaurant has already said that you're past your reservation time, yet you still insist on dining in this private room?" The leader of the group looked at Chu Chen and sneered. "Heh, who are you? Don't you know me? I'm the second young master of the Song family. Although our Song family doesn't rule the roost in the Magic City, dealing with some insignificant nobodies like you is not a problem. Those who know what's good for them better scram now. I have a tip of 10,000 yuan here for you as compensation. Otherwise, I guarantee you'll know how painful it is to offend me." Luo Hongying, upon hearing about the other party's powerful background, immediately felt afraid. She quickly went to apologize to the second young master of the Song family. "I'm sorry, Mr. Song, we just wanted to have a meal here, we didn't mean to offend you. Rest assured, we'll leave right away." Luo Hongying was genuinely scared. She knew very well about their family background. If what this young man said was true, the consequences of offending the second young master of the Song family would be very dire. She didn't want her son to lose the job he had worked so hard to get. Originally, Luo Hongying had good intentions, but these intentions were completely misunderstood by the second young master of the Song family, who saw it as fear. He arrogantly took out 10,000 yuan and casually slapped Luo Hongying's face, sneering, "Alright, consider this 10,000 yuan a reward from me to you. And this 50,000 yuan, let it be your tip. 10,000, 20,000, 30,000, 40,000, 50,000, 60,000. The second young master of the Song family kept slapping money on Luo Hongying's face. Her face quickly turned red from the blows. Xu Tong saw his wife being humiliated and was dumbfounded. He rushed to Luo Hongying's side, shielding her face with his body, and shouted, "What are you doing? Do you think you can trample on others' dignity just because you have money?" The second young master of the Song family, upon seeing this elderly couple, turned livid. "Damn it, giving you money is giving you face. If I don't give you face, with just a word from me, you'll disappear from the Magic City. Then no one will know how you died." The second young master of the Song family smirked, as if he held the fate of Chu Chen's parents in his hands. Before he could finish his sentence, a figure suddenly appeared like a godsend and grabbed him by the collar. Banknotes, like wooden planks, almost simultaneously slapped the second young master of the Song family's face. A gush of blood sprayed from his nostrils. The fresh blood splattered, not only breaking his nose but also swelling his face. The second young master of the Song family's face, once proud, now resembled a fat pig. After the beating, Chu Chen was thrown out of the private room by the second young master of the Song family as if he were throwing out trash, followed by another round of screams from outside the room. "Second young master, what's wrong with you? What's happening? Don't scare me." Several attendants saw Song Ershao faint and thought he was really beaten to death, making their souls almost jump out of their bodies. On the side, Luo Hongying and Xu Tong were trembling with fear, especially Luo Hongying, who turned pale and seemed about to faint. "Mom, what's wrong with you? Don't worry. Your son's influence in the Magic City is not something the Song family can bully. Chu Chen was anxious, and suddenly, 7 or 8 treatment methods came to his mind. 6 of them required some medicinal herbs for treatment, but 2 could be done on the spot. One method involved acupuncture, while the other was massage therapy. However, he didn't have acupuncture needles at the moment, so he could only resort to massage. First press the Renjong acupoint, then try to move the patient's arm veins. Chu Chen was nervous, and more information popped into his mind. Soon, his body also responded with muscle memory. Almost uncontrollably, he pressed his mother's Renjong acupoint with his fingers and then immediately started massaging her arm to promote blood circulation. Every time he pressed a spot, he massaged the acupoint there. In no time, Chu Chen had massaged both of his mother's arms. At that moment, Luo Hongying suddenly let out a breath. Ah, what's happening to me? Why do I feel much lighter? Opening her eyes, Luo Hongying saw Chu Chen and Zhu Tong in front of her. She remembered that they had offended some wealthy people because of the private room incident. What should we do? Son, those people are wealthy and influential in the Magic City. We are just ordinary folks, we can't afford to offend them. Chu Chen quickly helped his mother up and said with a smile, Mom, don't worry. If the Song family is really that powerful, they wouldn't stoop so low as to fight over a private room with us. Tang Yi chimed in, yes, Auntie. The best private rooms at the Sea Dragon Hotel are not ours, but rooms 1 to 5, which even the wealthy can't book. So, this Song Ershao probably just wanted to show off and ended up in a disadvantageous situation by messing with our Chu Zone. And trying to buy you off with money is truly underestimating our Chu Zone. Chu Chen, with a serious expression, looked outside. Since obtaining the system, no one had dared to bully him like this, especially to his face and with money. Tang Yi, spare no effort to find out everything about Song Ershao and also investigate the Song family for me. I want to see what kind of person this Song Ershao is, daring to even lay a hand on my parents. I really don't want to live anymore. After saying this, Chu Chen quickly reassured his parents, Mom, Dad, rest assured, I've taken care of everything. Someone will deal with that so-called Song Ershao soon. Shu Tong seemed to understand something at this moment and said in surprise, Shoufei, is that person you mentioned your big boss behind the scenes? Your company's boss is really good to the employees. You must work hard to repay him in the future. Chu Chen nodded earnestly and said, don't worry, after handling this matter, I will work hard. In his heart, Chu Chen was determined to work diligently for the system, as it had brought him so many surprises until now. Shu Zone, I found out about Song Ershao. The Song family in the Magic City does have some financial power, but not the kind of omnipotence he claims. Their biggest asset now is a company called the Song Pharmaceutical Group, currently valued at 15 billion Huaxia coins. Chu Chen smirked coldly, a very evil idea suddenly forming in his mind. Xiao Tang, contact a securities company for me and tell them I want to buy stocks. Also, recruit a newspaper to write articles for me, spreading negative news about the Song Group on the internet, saying that the Song Group's stocks will plummet. The Song Group will plummet? Alright, I got it, Chu. I will handle this matter beautifully. Tang He also smirked along with Chu. The Song family really had no idea what audacity they had, daring to offend Chu. Did they not believe that Chu could easily bring down their Song family with a simple move? With this in mind, Tang He made a call and reached out to the largest online media company in the Magic City. Is this Mr. Sun from New Horizon Media? This is Tang He from Ancient Sky Restaurant. Chu wants you to do us a favor. In simple terms, the Song Pharmaceutical Company has offended Chu, and we want you to write some news to smear the Song Pharmaceutical Company. What is the reward? Not much, 50 million Huaxia coins. If you do well, Chu will add another 50 million as a reward. Alright, Chu and I will be waiting for your good news. In the private room number 6, Chu Chen watched his parents enjoy the blackfin tuna sashimi with satisfaction, feeling an indescribable contentment. Back when he was a poor loser, he had always wished to have a happy meal with his parents. Although today was disrupted by some ignorant people, at least the outcome was still good. Mom, Dad, enjoy your meal. If the Song family's people don't show up today, maybe they have nothing to do. If they do come, I guarantee they won't leave easily. Seeing his parents' worried expressions, Chu Chen immediately reassured them. However, Luo Hongying was still worried. Son, that person claimed to be the second young master of the Song family in the Magic City. The Song family must have a lot of influence there. Apart from you rising now, it seems like no one in our family can compete with the Song family. Now that you've offended them, if the Song family comes looking for trouble, won't we be in trouble? Despite hearing her son's words, Luo Hongying was still very worried. Although she appeared strong over the past decade, deep down, she was fragile. Especially after her husband's passing, Luo Hongying felt constantly threatened, like a startled bird. Now that her children had grown up, she still worried. Xu Tong looked at Chu Chen with many doubts. He had witnessed Chu Chen's violent actions earlier, and he couldn't believe that the seemingly harmless Chu Chen could be so capable of violence. This was quite unexpected for him. Although Xu Tong didn't know what Chu Chen had experienced over the years, he knew that turning a boy into a man so quickly was not something that could be explained in a few words. Thinking about this, Xu Tong said to Luo Hongying beside him, "Hongying, now Xiaofei has also grown up. You don't need to worry too much. I believe Xiaofei can handle the current situation well." With a hint of guilt, Luo Hongying looked at Chu Chen and then smiled, "Son, although you have made something of yourself now, Mom is very happy, but it also shows my irresponsibility. I made you suffer over the years." Hearing his mother's words, Chu Chen felt a pang of bitterness in his heart, almost shedding tears. But thinking about his current status, he forced a smile, his eyes slightly reddened as he said, "Mom, don't worry. Your son now has some influence in the Magic City. Those petty people won't pose a threat to us." After speaking, Chu Chen felt a long-suppressed emotion in his heart finally released. Soon after, he heard the familiar voice of the system. "Ding, system prompt, host has given parents a sense of security, awarded the most thoughtful son prize, system rewards a special lottery draw. System, activate the special lottery draw. Alright, host. Opening special draw. Congratulations, host, you have won a fixed asset, the largest certificate exchange in Modu." At this moment, in the office building of the XIN Changlong Certificate Exchange Market in Modu, the general manager of XIN Changlong, Li Weibo, was busy and overwhelmed. Standing beside him was XIN Changlong sales director, Du Ziwei. Seeing Li Weibo in great distress, Du Ziwei felt somewhat unwilling but also helpless as she said, "Manager Li, since the chairman of our certificate exchange market has absconded with the funds, perhaps we should report it to the police directly. Otherwise, even though we are executives of the market, if we continue to cover up, we might end up in jail too." Li Weibo, a successful person with an annual income of over 10 million, not only owned a luxurious villa in Modu, but also several luxury cars, with deposits amounting to 1 billion. His family was also envied by many. He could be considered the epitome of wealth and attractiveness in everyone's eyes. All this wealth would have taken at least 3 to 4 years to accumulate, but the director of the Certificate Exchange Center, Louis Wei, gathered the company's executives to set up a private equity fund. Originally, this private fund was in violation in various aspects, even with some management loopholes. However, under Louis Wei's manipulation, everyone seemed to forget everything. They enjoyed a wealthy lifestyle with high commissions. However, just a few days ago, someone suddenly revealed that Louis Wei, who was attending a high-level summit abroad, had absconded with the funds. Tens of billions of funds were taken directly out of the country by Louis Wei. Currently, the funds in their private equity fund account were less than a tenth, and their certificate exchange center was also facing the risk of bankruptcy. This made Li Weibo feel like he was in an irredeemable situation. However, if he reported it now, it would be equivalent to admitting to the outside world that there were suspicions of irregularities in their XIN Changlong certificate exchange market, and there were significant operational mistakes. It could be said that these executives would all end up in jail, and even the wealth they had accumulated over more than a decade would be confiscated by the authorities. It felt like working hard for over a decade, only to go back to square one. "Manager Li, we can't hesitate any longer. If we continue to hesitate, this matter will eventually be exposed. Why don't we sell the XIN Changlong Certificate Exchange Center? Maybe we can still cover the losses." The huge certificate exchange center was actually tied to a medium-sized insurance company. However, this insurance company was not very well known domestically, while the XIN Changlong certificate exchange market had become one of the most famous trading markets in Modu due to Louis Wei's actions. But now, with Louis Wei suddenly absconding with the funds, the entire certificate center collapsed, implicating the whole team, with at least a dozen people facing imprisonment. "Alright, I will declare bankruptcy of the insurance company and put the certificate exchange center up for online auction, hoping that the new owner will have enough resources to take over this matter." Li Weibo couldn't think of a better solution. Even so, they still needed to use their savings accumulated over the years to temporarily alleviate some of the fund gaps in the private equity fund. Just as Li Weibo had put the certificate exchange center up for online trading, a huge influx of funds suddenly poured in, not only filling up the center's liquid funds but also covering most of the private fund's shortfall. As long as these executives didn't try to hide their illegal gains, the private fund could continue to operate normally in the future. Seeing so much money suddenly appear on the company's books, Li Weibo could hardly believe his eyes. Du Ziwei beside him was also speechless with astonishment. Before she could say anything, Li Weibo stood up from his seat as if he had gone mad and said, "Our new boss is currently dining at the Sea Dragon Seafood Restaurant. No, we must hurry to meet the new employer and thank him in person." Yes, without the sudden injection of a large amount of funds by the system, not only would the Xinjianglong Securities Center go bankrupt, but also the executives involved in private equity funds would be implicated. Especially for these decision makers, not only would they have to put in their savings from these years, but they might also face imprisonment. It can be said that the current Xinjianglong Securities Center is like a huge black hole. Anyone who wants to take over must seriously consider whether they have the ability to do so. Of course, with the current global economic situation showing an upward trend, as long as the securities trading center is operated properly, turning losses into profits in the future is not impossible. However, the premise is that the company must have a large amount of funds injected, otherwise, turning the situation around would be extremely difficult. The best outcome would be to restructure the company based on good reputation and relist it. Chuchen was unaware that the system had such a significant impact, instantly revitalizing a securities trading center on the brink of collapse. At this moment, he only knew that he now owned a new industry. So, he turned to Tang He beside him. "Xiao Tang, come out with me for a moment." Tang He was taken aback by Chuchen's words, a bit puzzled, but obediently followed Chuchen outside the private room. "Shu, what do you need me for?" Tang He's face blushed slightly, her heart beating fast. She had just had some red wine, and her flushed face looked quite attractive. Seeing Tang He's adorable appearance, Chuchen was momentarily distracted. However, when he thought about what he had to do next, he set aside these personal feelings and showed Tang He a number on his phone. "Xiao Tang, you should know about the Xinjianglong Securities Center, right?" Tang He nodded, recalling, "I know about this securities trading center. I heard that it caused quite a stir in the financial world recently due to a private equity fund. It's said that this private equity fund might become the hottest one in Daxia." Chuchen smiled and asked, "What do you think if this private equity fund goes bust?" Tang He, a bit puzzled, replied, "Goes bust? What do you mean? I don't quite understand." Chuchen knew Tang He wouldn't expect that the initiator of the private equity fund, Louis Wei, had absconded with the funds. He chuckled and said, "According to my reliable sources, the founder of the private equity fund, Louis Wei, has absconded with the funds." Tang He was speechless upon hearing Chuchen's words. Louis Wei has absconded with the funds? If this is true, it will have a huge impact on the private equity funds in Modu, possibly involving hundreds of thousands, even millions of shareholders. Chuchen smiled and said, "These are not big issues. I have already bought the Xinjianglong Securities Center. Now, this private equity fund is also one of my assets. But that's not my main point. Now, call the Xinjianglong Securities Center and have them allow traders to open accounts to buy shares of the Song pharmaceutical industry as much as possible. I want to create the illusion of a rise in Song pharmaceutical industry's stock, then buy in large quantities, and finally." Tang He was stunned upon hearing Chuchen's words. Although she knew Chuchen was always bold, she never dreamed that Chuchen would buy a securities trading center with a funding gap of at least tens of billions just for revenge. But thinking of the many miracles that had happened around Chuchen, she nodded immediately and said, "Shu, I understand what you mean. I will do whatever you ask me to do." Chuchen nodded, looking at Tang He. "You saw what happened just now. The second young master of the Song family insulted my parents with money, thinking he could get away with it because he's from the main branch of the Song family. This time, I will make sure the Song family pays a sufficient price." After speaking, Chuchen took Tang He back to the private room. Once Tang He returned to the room, he called Li Weibo. "Hello, is this General Li? I am Chu General's personal secretary. Who is Chu Chen? I don't know him." Li Weibo was about to go see Chu Chen when he received Tang He's call. At first, he thought it was a scam call. But after verifying the information several times and confirming that Tang He's call was not a mistake, he breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Miss Tang, I apologize sincerely. I just didn't remember for a moment. Chu General is now our new boss. If there was any neglect, please forgive me. I don't know if you called for something specific, or if General Chu has some work matters to discuss." Tang He smiled and said, "It's actually not a big deal. General Chu has already injected a large sum of money into the company, have you seen it?" Tang He glanced at Chu Chen holding his phone, seemingly transferring money, but she wasn't sure how much. Just then, Li Weibo's phone suddenly rang. "General Li, there's suddenly 50 billion funds transferred into our company account. Do you know which company it's from?" Li Weibo was dumbfounded instantly. If 50 billion funds were all injected into the company's account, not only would the issue of private equity funds be completely resolved, but even the future development of the securities center would be bright. My goodness, this General Chu is truly a top tycoon. To someone else, 100 billion is like a drop in the bucket. Thinking of this, Li Weibo quickly said, Secretary Tang, General Chu's funds have come in, totaling 50 billion. Tang He was also stunned to hear this number. 50 billion? Is this General Chu's strength? Owning 50 billion in assets would already make someone a wealthy person, but General Chu seems to not even bat an eye at 50 billion, and he seems to be seeking justice for his parents. Could General Chu be the kind of person who sees money as dirt? Tang He was also lost in thought. She had seen many wealthy people in this world, but someone who was wealthy and so deeply sentimental and righteous, Tang He had never encountered before. Just then, Li Weibo's voice came through the phone again. Secretary Tang, are we targeting Song Pharmaceutical stocks? Is all 50 billion going in, or how should we proceed? Did General Chu give any instructions? Tang He looked at Chu Chen, who nodded and said, buy up all the scattered stocks of Song Pharmaceutical on the market, wait for the stocks to rise to the highest point, then sell them off, and repeat. Hearing Chu Chen's words, Tang He was so surprised that she couldn't close her mouth, but she relayed Chu Chen's words to Li Weibo as instructed. Manager Li, bring us another plate of tuna sashimi. Chu Chen didn't expect a plate of tuna sashimi to be devoured by the two elderly so quickly, which made him very happy. It seemed that this restaurant was indeed exceptional. Soon, the Japanese chef came over to handle the tuna sashimi and placed it on the table. Seeing another plate of tuna sashimi, Luo Honying hesitated a bit. Xiaofei, although this tuna sashimi is delicious, it costs tens of thousands for a plate, let's not order it. Chu Chen quickly reassured her, Mom, don't worry, someone will come to pay for us later. Dad, what else would you like to eat? Feel free to order, don't be shy. Xu Tong was also in a good mood today. Although there were some minor hiccups along the way, for Xu Tong, these little surprises were negligible. Upon hearing Chu Chen's words, he immediately picked up the menu and seemed to have found something he liked. Xiaofei, since you're treating us today, I won't hold back. Manager Li, bring us another. Xu Tong wasn't sure if he was startled, but his appetite was good, and soon several seafood dishes were ordered. As they were eating, the door was kicked open again, and 7 or 8 aggressive young men stormed into the room. Leading them was the young man from the Song family who had been injured by Chu Chen before. Brother, this kid just injured me, you have to help me get justice, the eldest from the Song family said coldly as he looked at Chu Chen. I heard that you don't respect our Song family. So, what's your background? How dare you even touch someone from our Song family? Ha! Aren't you Tang, the secretary from the Getian restaurant? The eldest from the Song family looked at Tang He beside him, seeming to recall something, and blinked in surprise. Getian restaurant? Isn't that one of the best restaurants in our city? Hearing his brother's words, the second son from the Song family also looked puzzled. He glanced at Chu Chen and seemed to have guessed his identity. The eldest from the Song family spoke with interest. I've heard about the very young owner of the Getian restaurant. Now that I see you, I believe the rumors. But what puzzles me is that the Getian restaurant and our Song Pharmaceutical have never crossed paths. Isn't it unfair for you to injure my brother like this? Chu Chen smirked and said, unfair? Ask your brother how he used money to harm my parents. Did he think he could do whatever he wanted just because he had some dirty money? The eldest from the Song family looked at his brother with annoyance. Seeing his brother looking embarrassed, he immediately understood the situation. He had heard about his brother's actions outside, and he had even handled some matters for the second son from the Song family personally. However, he never expected his brother to pick a fight just by going out for a meal. What terrible luck! Shu, I didn't expect my brother to do something so despicable. But since it's already done, how do you suggest we resolve this today? Shu Chen smiled and said, it's simple. Your brother needs to apologize to my parents and compensate for today's meal. Upon hearing Chu Chen's words, the second son from the Song family hesitated. Looking at the table full of seafood and 2 bottles of wine, it would cost at least 50 to 60,000. He had only used money to harm 2 elderly people, who were unharmed, and he himself had been beaten up. Now he had to pay tens of thousands to settle the matter. He felt reluctant. Brother, did you see that? I accidentally touched their faces with money when giving them a tip. It was unintentional. But he hit my face so hard that it turned blue and swollen like a pig's head. I can't swallow my pride and pay them, the second son from the Song family said disdainfully, with a hint of provocation in his tone as he looked at Chu Chen. The eldest from the Song family looked at Chu Chen and sighed. Chu, you've heard my brother's thoughts. Both you and my brother are at fault in this matter. I suggest we compromise. Here's 100,000 yuan as compensation for you. Let's settle this matter. Chu Chen felt greatly insulted by the eldest from the Song family's words. He took out 200,000 yuan in cash from his bag and placed it on the table. You want to compare money with me? Here's 200,000. Let your brother come over and let my parents slap this money on his face. If he doesn't dodge, we'll consider the matter settled. Otherwise, today, I will make your Song family pay 100 or 1,000 times over. The eldest from the Song family had already taken out 100,000 yuan. Now, upon hearing Chu Chen's words, he became furious. Pointing at Chu Chen, he said, Chu, I believe this old woman is your mother. But this old man doesn't look like you. He's probably your mother's lover outside. Your mother is really in a good mood, enjoying this at her age? Let's not make a big deal out of it today, or your reputation will be damaged. The young master of the Song family pointed at Zhu Tong, making his intentions clear. When Zhu Tong heard the words of the young master of the Song family, he jumped up from his chair in anger, and a plate flew out of his hand, hitting the young master of the Song family on the head with a loud smack, immediately creating a bloody hole from which blood freely flowed. Damn it, how dare you hit my big brother? Let's all go and deal with them together. I want to see who dares to mess with our Song family today. Following the young master of the Song family, 7 or 8 youths immediately rushed towards Zhu Tong. However, before they could get close, they saw several white lights shooting out from Chu Chen's hands. Soon after, cries of pain were heard from inside the room. 5 or 6 youths had their heads smashed into bloody messes. One of the uninjured youths held his head in his hands. Although his head was unharmed, his arms were dripping with blood from being hit by the plate. The young master of the Song family jumped up from the ground, pointing at Chu Chen and cursing, Kid, how dare you hit me with a plate? I will make sure your whole family suffers in the city. With that, the 7 or 8 youths helped each other up in a sorry state and left the room. Not long after they left, a strange call came to Chu Chen's phone. Hello, are you Chu Chen, the general manager? I am the chairman of the Song Pharmaceutical Group, the father of those 2 good-for-nothing sons of mine. Since your Gu Tian restaurant wants to go to war with our Song Pharmaceutical Group, we will accompany you to the end. Smack! The chairman of the Song Group hung up the phone. Chu Chen listened to the beeping sound on the phone, a hint of mockery on his face. Chairman of the Song Group? You do have some guts, but what difference does it make? You are still destined to be swallowed up. I want to see who is more ruthless, you or my wealth. Just as the chairman of the Song Pharmaceutical Group, Song Shirun, hung up the phone, his secretary walked in. Song Shirun looked somewhat displeased as he glanced at the secretary. Xiao Su, what's the matter? If it's good news, you can share it, but if it's bad news, you don't need to tell me for now. Song Shirun's face darkened, his mood not so pleasant. Chairman, I have some good news to tell you. By noon today, before the market closed, our company's stock rose by $5, a 20% increase from the opening price. Song Shirun's expression improved slightly, and he said with some joy, Oh, that's good news. It means that our company's stock has been recognized by the outside world. Just as Song Shirun set down his tea, his eldest son hurriedly entered from outside. Song Shirun looked at his eldest son with displeasure, saying angrily, Eldest, why are you acting like your younger brother now, becoming more and more unstable? The young master of the Song family looked somewhat aggrieved and said, Dad, I have some bad news to tell you. Take a look at today's newspaper. I don't know who posted some false statements online, even in major media outlets, claiming that our Song Group was in a loss in the first half of this year. To recover the economic losses, the company is preparing to sell off a batch of stocks. Song Shirun furrowed his brow, saying angrily, It seems that someone really wants to bring down our Song Pharmaceutical Group. Investigate the status and background of the guy your younger brother offended today at the Gu Tian restaurant, find out his position and background there. If he's just a worker, find a way to get rid of him quickly. If he has some status, then get rid of him along with the people behind him. The young master of the Song family did not expect his father to be so decisive this time. Dad, my little brother and I have caused you trouble again. The eldest son of the Song family looked guilty. At that moment, the second son of the Song family, with a swollen face, walked in from outside. Seeing his father sitting in the office, he said angrily, Brother, you were there too. Why did you stop me from having them wiped out? Do you want to let them live carefree forever? The eldest son of the Song family said with some frustration, Brother, do you not know where that is? It's the Dragon Sky Seafood Restaurant. You caused trouble there, and the restaurant owner already gave us face by not interfering, knowing it was our private matter. But if you want to kill someone in there, that's pushing it too far. Do you think those people you hired can beat that kid? The second son of the Song family snorted coldly and said, Brother, are you afraid? Are you scared by a nobody's threat, bringing shame to our Song family? Song Shirun watched his 2 brothers arguing and immediately frowned, shouting, What do you want to do? I'm not dead yet. I'm still alive, and you 2 are here arguing in front of me? And you, the second son, your brother is right. In a place like the Dragon Sky Seafood Restaurant, Barging into fight is already a disgrace. You want to kill someone, do you not value your life? The second son of the Song family couldn't help but snort and say, Dad, that kid is too despicable. He doesn't give our family any face. I think he's deliberately opposing our family. Dad, we can't let such a person live. Song Shiren, upon hearing his son's words, fell into deep thought. Indeed, according to his son's description in today's events, he had reason to suspect that the Song Pharmaceutical Group had been targeted by someone. In this situation, avoiding misfortune seemed impossible. Do I still need you to teach me how to handle this? Song Shiren looked coldly at his son, displeased. Father. The eldest son of the Song family broke into a cold sweat under his father's reprimand. Father, I don't quite understand. Please enlighten me. The eldest son of the Song family stood before his father, feeling extremely guilty. On the other hand, the second son of the Song family sat nonchalantly on the sofa, as if all these matters had nothing to do with him. Song Shiren looked at his eldest son and then at his second son, sighed helplessly. Look at your brother. When will you be half as good as him? The second son of the Song family casually replied, Dad, that's not fair. Is my brother really that great? He went to help me that day, but ended up in trouble himself. It would have been better if he hadn't gone at all. Song Shiren stared at his son. How dare you speak to your brother like that? He is your brother. Although he is a bastard, he is still my son. The second son of the Song family looked at his brother and coldly smiled. Dad, you know he's a bastard. You wouldn't let him inherit the family fortune, would you? If you let him inherit, you know how others will view our Song family. I think it's better for me to reluctantly accept all your inheritance. Song Shiren chuckled. Don't worry, second son. You will definitely inherit the Song group in the future. But before that, it's best for you two brothers to unite, like in this matter. Didn't your brother help you without a second thought? Song Shiren looked at the second son of the Song family, feeling a sense of nostalgia. The second son of the Song family grew impatient and said directly, Dad, just say what you have to say. Don't beat around the bush. Song Shiren really couldn't do anything about his second son. He had to say, Second, it's obvious that someone outside has hired ghostwriters to smear our Song's pharmaceutical industry. At this time, stocks should be falling, but instead, they are rising. This is not normal. If I'm not mistaken, someone is secretly buying a large amount of stocks in our Song's pharmaceutical industry. Song's second son couldn't help but burst into laughter. Dad, are you kidding? The market value of our Song's pharmaceutical industry is about 14.5 billion. Who would buy a large amount of our stocks for no reason, buy them and then sell them to lose money? Chairman, our company's stock has risen again. It has hit the limit today. Just as they were discussing, the secretary outside walked in again. Song's second son looked at the chairman's secretary with a provocative figure and couldn't help but swallow hard, jokingly saying, Dad, your secretary is not bad. When there's work, find the secretary, and when there's nothing to do, you can also find Secretary Zhao. Song Shiren looked at his disappointing son and couldn't help but frown. Second, you're focusing on the wrong thing. Our stock has hit the limit now, and that's not a good thing. Song's second son looked at his father and coldly smiled. Dad, if the stock price rises, isn't it good for our family? Isn't Song's group our family business? If the price goes up, our Song family will definitely benefit. Song Shiren couldn't help but shake his head and said, You'll see. They're about to sell a large amount of stocks soon. Xiao Su, how much main capital has been injected into our Song's pharmaceutical industry group today? Xiao Su looked at the report in his hand and couldn't help but sigh. There is probably more than 300 million in capital, with over 30 million from retail investors and 260 million from major players. Song's second son couldn't help but smile and say, Isn't this a good thing? You're all nervous for just 300 million. For our family, it's just a drop in the bucket. Just as Song's second son finished speaking, Xiao Su's phone suddenly rang. Xiao Su answered the call, her face immediately turning pale. She quickly looked at Song Shiren. Chairman, the major players have started to sell a large amount of stocks. The stock of our Song's pharmaceutical industry has started to plummet. Almost 300 million shares are being sold off. What's going on? Song Shiren was starting to panic. Quickly have the finance department start absorbing stocks, as many as possible. I don't know who's behind this, but they seem to want to bring down our Song family. I don't believe that with just a few billion, they can bring down our Song family. It's impossible. Song's second son still looked indifferent and said with a smile, Dad, you're so nervous. The market value of Song's pharmaceutical industry is over 15 billion, and now only 300 million yuan has been injected. It's just a drop in the bucket. Song Shiren looked coldly at his second son and couldn't help but snort unhappily. How are you going to survive if it really hits rock bottom? It will be too late to save the market. Song Shurun was regretting deeply at this moment. If he had a chance to choose now, he would rather shoot his second son against the wall. What sin have I committed to have such a useless son like you? Song Shurun adjusted the funds through the finance department while opening his computer to watch the stock market. At this point, the stocks had started to fall, with more and more investors believing the rumors and starting to sell off Song's pharmaceutical industry stocks. And now, there were still major players continuously selling off Song's pharmaceutical industry stocks. The stock of Song's pharmaceutical industry was about to hit the limit. Chairman, there are still major players absorbing stocks from our Song's group, and it seems like our Song's group stocks are rising steadily. Song Shurun's face turned pale, and he looked angrily at Xiao Su. Damn it, my son is an idiot, are you one too? I didn't see that they were taking advantage of this opportunity to replenish their positions in Ma. When the stock rises again, they might sell off. Sure enough, as the stock slowly returned to its high position, the market makers began selling stocks again. The first time the stock was about to hit the limit up, the market makers started selling, catching many retail investors off guard. However, this time the stock only rose by less than 10%, and these retail investors began selling stocks in large quantities, causing the stock of the Song's pharmaceutical group to almost hit the limit down in less than 10 minutes. Dad, many forums and websites are now spreading news about our Song's pharmaceutical group's loss of performance, especially those big V accounts of these stocks. They are spreading rumors that our Song's group's stock is going to collapse. If we don't sell now, we might get trapped. The eldest son of the Song family took out his phone, pointed to some stock news on the phone, and said in a very distressed tone. Song Shurun looked at many news articles defaming Song's pharmaceutical group and suddenly felt his vision darken, almost fainting. Xiao Su, quickly find a lawyer and have them send a legal letter. I want to sue these big verses. I will sue them for everything they have. Let's see who dares to tarnish our Song's group. Xiao Su looked at Song Shurun somewhat awkwardly and said, Chairman, even if we send a legal letter, it will take a few days to sue them. But by the time those days pass, our Song's pharmaceutical stock will have already fallen. Song Shurun couldn't help but sigh heavily and shouted, hurry up and buy all the stocks. Xiao Su's phone rang again. She looked at Song Shurun somewhat awkwardly and said, Chairman, our group's accounts are out of funds now. The finance department suggests that our group sell some more stocks of the group companies so that we can recover funds. If the stock falls again, we can buy back at a lower price. Song Shurun looked at Xiao Su somewhat awkwardly and finally said weakly, alright, let's sell 10 billion worth of stocks for now. I don't believe the market makers have the audacity to come up with 15 billion in funds. Xiao Su nodded and immediately called the finance department. At that moment, Chu Chen was also sitting in the private room, watching the fluctuations of the stock on the laptop screen with great interest. Chairman, we have already acquired 15 billion worth of stocks. The stock of Song's pharmaceutical group is about to hit the limit down. Should we sell the stocks? Chu Chen nodded and said, continue selling. Also, call the CEO of New Vision Media and ask them to intensify their efforts. As long as we can keep the stock of Song's pharmaceutical group falling, regardless of the cost, our Chu group will fully support it. Chu Chen now had the confidence to mention the Chu group. In fact, even without this incident, he was planning to consolidate his industries under one group. Except for some special industries, all other industries could form a group company. This would facilitate management and also be beneficial for the future listing of the company. Got it, General Chu. Tang He was participating in such a large financial activity for the first time. According to Chu Chen's estimate, this attack on Song's pharmaceutical group would cost at least 50 billion Huaxia coins. Coupled with the operations on the new Changlong side, even if Song's group doesn't die, it will probably be left with only half a life. If you want to blame someone, blame those who offended General Chu too harshly. Even Tang He felt that the Song family's actions were too extreme. As the saying goes, you shouldn't hit someone in the face, but the Song family not only hit Chu Chen in the face but also slapped his parents in front of him with money. This enmity was now deeply rooted. Originally, after Song Shurun, the chairman of Song's group, learned about this matter, he should have actively negotiated a solution. However, he actually called to threaten Chu Chen, which was clearly showing a reckless and daring attitude. Chu Zong, rest assured, even if it's to seek justice for uncle and aunt, I will expose some of the illegal activities of the Song pharmaceutical group to the media. Tang He seemed confident. At this moment, inside the Song pharmaceutical group, Song Shurun was already feeling overwhelmed. The main funds of the Zhuang family had flowed into the stock market, at least 30 billion, and the retail investors outside were going crazy. It could be said that today the stock market of the Song pharmaceutical group was truly thrilling, like riding a roller coaster, with constant ups and downs. Some investors had already guessed that there must be big players behind the scenes selling off Song Group's stocks. So many retail investors had started secretly selling their shares of Song Pharmaceutical Group, even staging scenes of buying high and selling low. This made Song Shiren couldn't help but feel a headache. Damn it, these people are really outrageous, actually wanting our Song Group to foot the bill for them. Since you want to play with me, then I'll play along to the end. Xiaosu, how many shares of Song Pharmaceutical Group do we have on the group's books? Xiaosu looked at the tablet in his hand and confidently said, Chairman, we have a total of over 50 billion on the group's books, with over 30 billion belonging to you personally. In addition, there are around 20 billion that belong to the two young masters, but the second young master has slightly more. Looking at the data on the computer, Song Jia's eldest son held 5 billion in shares, while the second son held 17 billion. This was not just slightly more, but several times the amount. Sell off the shares of the eldest son first. Song Shiren quickly made a decision. Hearing his father's arrangement, Song Jia's eldest son felt a bit embarrassed and said, Dad, why are you only selling my shares? Shouldn't my brother's shares also be sold off a bit? Song Shiren coldly smiled and said, Eldest son, your mother is just a mate of our Song family. It's already good enough that I'm giving you shares. Your brother is different, he is the grandson of the Jin family, it's reasonable for him to have shares. But rest assured, Dad always evens things out. I will reimburse all your losses this time. Although Song Shiren said this, in reality, he didn't show any indication, not even a word of unnecessary comfort. Song Jia's eldest son looked at his father, his face immediately turning much paler. The second son of Song Jia looked at his elder brother disdainfully and mocked, I say, eldest brother, aren't you always boasting about how great you are, even Dad looks at you differently? Why aren't you prioritizing the bigger picture today? The eldest son of Song Jia was instantly darker in complexion at his brother's words. The second son of Song Jia was unfazed at the moment, continuing to taunt, a bastard is a bastard. Looks all shiny on the surface, but when it comes to using him, he's a coward. Don't you think so, my dear elder brother? The eldest son of Song Jia was also getting irritated at his brother's words. Second brother, what do you mean by that? When you called me today, didn't I come to help you? I even specifically called 7 or 8 wild friends I usually hang out with. The eldest son of Song Jia also felt wronged, as this time, those friends of his were all injured, and the hospital bills were not a small amount. The second son of Song Jia burst into laughter, pointing at his elder brother, are you an idiot? You sent a bunch of idiots over, got beaten up, and still claim to save me? I think you're just sending me to be humiliated again. Fine, from now on, don't call yourself my elder brother, I don't have a brother like you. Song Shiren, on the side, looked at his eldest son with some helplessness. Eldest son, you usually handle things quite steadily, right? If it weren't for your capabilities, I wouldn't have treated you so well. But now your brother has suffered such a big grievance, how come you, as his elder brother, are not being supportive at all? Are you feeling resentful towards your younger brother for always indulging himself and not contributing anything? Song Jia's eldest son never expected the conversation to take such a turn, with all the blame suddenly shifting to him. Looking at his mischievous and arrogant younger brother, who was both incompetent and arrogant, Song Jia's eldest son felt a chill in his heart. Just then, bad news kept coming from the stock market. Chairman, the stocks we sold have been eaten up by the other party to the tune of 30 billion, and the prices are still falling. The dream-making Song Pharmaceutical stocks are on the verge of hitting rock bottom in the market. Song Shiren gritted his teeth and said, keep selling. I want to see how much they can swallow, 30 billion, or maybe 50 billion. Although Song Shiren said this confidently, deep down he was already on the verge of tears. At that moment, the phone in the chairman's office suddenly rang. Song Shiren glanced at Xiaosu, somewhat angrily saying, didn't I say not to transfer any calls to my office today? What's going on? Xiaosu was taken aback, looking at Song Shiren, she said somewhat puzzled, Chairman, I already told them not to transfer any calls to your office today. Unless. Song Shiren seemed to have realized something and quickly answered the call. Before he could speak, a noisy voice came from the other end of the line. Hey, third brother, why has our Song Pharmaceutical stocks plummeted so much? Is this chairman of yours even doing anything? If you can't handle it, let me take over the chairman's position, so you and your father stop hogging the limelight. Song Shiren immediately recognized the voice of his cousin. Although he was angry, his cousin owned nearly 10% of Song Pharmaceutical shares. To maintain stability, he had to put on a smile and reassure, second brother, fluctuations in the stock market are common, right? Don't worry, I'll stabilize our group stocks soon and ensure you don't lose a penny. After a few curses from the other end, without giving Song Shiren a chance to respond, the call was abruptly ended. Song Shiren had never been so humiliated before. Just as he hung up, the phone in his office rang again. As soon as he answered, he was met with more insults. In less than an hour, Song Shiren received 7 to 8 calls, all filled with insults. He slammed the phone down, feeling like he was about to explode. Damn it, who is sabotaging our Song Pharmaceutical? 50 billion has already flowed out of the stock market. Song Shiren stared coldly at his disappointing son, unable to hold back his anger. You brat, didn't you say you only beat up the manager of the Get-In restaurant? What's happening now? Our family fortune is being drained by him. Song Jia's second son looked at his frustrated father and said, Dad, don't worry. The stocks have hit the limit down today, and the manipulators have already lost 50 billion. If the stocks drop further tomorrow, won't they suffer more losses than us? Then we can buy back and leave them bankrupt. Song Shiren was surprised by his son's bold plan. Could it be that his son had turned over a new leaf and unlocked his business potential? Smiling contentedly, Song Shiren looked at his son and said, Well said. The Song Pharmaceutical family business is resilient and won't be brought down by a mere 50 billion. Inside the Dragon Seafood restaurant, Chuchen poured another glass of red wine for Zhu Tong. Finally satisfied, Zhu Tong nodded and placed the last piece of tuna sashimi down, letting out a satisfied burp. Xiaofei, your mom and I are very pleased with today's lunch, but this meal must have cost a lot of money. Next time, let's not eat such expensive food. Your mother and I are already satisfied. To be blunt, even if I won't have much time left, I can say that my life has been worth it. At this moment, Luo Hongying looked at her son with some guilt. She knew that Chu Chen worked hard to earn money. Today, she and Zhu Tong had spent at least a few million, maybe even close to 2 million. If it weren't for her son's successful business, she wouldn't have been able to spend so freely. Now looking at her son again, she seemed to find that he had become more and more perfect. Son, let's just forget about what happened today. Although they tried to buy us off with money, your father and I are unharmed. There's no need for our family to get into a fight with them. I think it's better to let things go. Luo Hongying could sense that Chu Chen was constantly looking for ways to deal with the Song family during the meal. She was worried that her son would suffer losses, so she deliberately said these words to Chu Chen. Chu Chen nodded affectionately and said, Mom, don't worry. I won't dwell on this matter. Besides, I was just conducting some ordinary business transactions earlier. Although I came out with you today for fun, there are still things I need to take care of in the company. Luo Hongying didn't expect her son to be so dedicated to his work, which put her mind at ease. She smiled and said, Son, since you say so, I'll rest assured. By the way, when will your girlfriend be free? Your father and I would like to meet her. Chu Chen nodded and said, Don't worry, Sushi will be able to come out tonight. I'll have her take you out for a nice meal then. Luo Hongying quickly shook her head to stop Chu Chen. That won't do. You two are just dating. Don't take it too seriously. Besides, this is our first meeting. I think it's better to invite her to our home for dinner. That way, I can cook myself and it will help strengthen our bond. Chu Chen furrowed his brows, then smiled and said, Mom, I'll follow your lead. But after we finish eating, I still want to take you around the city for the whole afternoon. Luo Hongying nodded. She had wanted to visit the City of Magic for a long time, but she had always been short on time, and even when she had time, money was tight. She never expected that one day she would come to the City of Magic for fun, led by her son. The ways of the world are truly unpredictable. Mom, are you full? If you are, let's go somewhere else for afternoon tea. Luo Hongying suddenly felt uncomfortable all over. She opened her mouth to refuse. Son, we just finished eating. Why are we going to eat again? We'll end up overeating. Chu Chen immediately smiled and said, Mom and Dad, let's go for afternoon tea. It's the favorite pastime of Southerners. Having tea doesn't necessarily mean just drinking tea. We can have some snacks after the meal, or sit in the tea house and chat. It's all about taking a break. Zhu Tong looked at Luo Hongying and with an air of educating her, said, Hongying, Xiaofei is right, we're just going to the tea house for tea and a little rest. Otherwise, if we drive back now, the money wasted on gas could cover several rounds of afternoon tea, not to mention we'll be back in the evening and won't have time to enjoy ourselves. Chu Chen looked at his stepfather in surprise. He never expected that his usually honest-looking stepfather would come up with so many twisted arguments. But overall, what Zhu Tong said was right. At least it would make his mother willingly go with them for afternoon tea. Tang He, book a table at the best tea house in our City of Magic. Tang He nodded, and after they finished eating, they all got into the car and headed straight to the tea house. In the tea house of the bustling city in the afternoon, many wealthy individuals were seated, engaging in conversations and discussions. Some even visited high-end tea houses specifically to discuss business matters. They claimed it was for relaxation, but in reality, they were discussing business dealings amidst casual chatter, all revolving around profit interests. Today, however, their topic of discussion was all about the stocks of the Song Pharmaceutical Company. Old Wang, you must have made a hefty profit on Song Pharmaceutical Company today. Ha, it's just a little over $1 million. A plump man with prominent features was seated, speaking confidently. The middle-aged robust man across from him nodded and said, I wonder who is trying to bring down Song Pharmaceutical Company. Billions of funds were injected in a single day, and now the Song family is scrambling to raise money to stabilize the market. Ha, Song Pharmaceutical Company is indeed an established pharmaceutical group. However, Song Shuren's second son is truly causing unrest. Either he's caught sleeping with a minor celebrity today, or engaging in inappropriate relationships with several internet celebrities in private. I believe Song Pharmaceutical Company will eventually crumble under his hands. Son, don't you still have millions worth of Song Pharmaceutical Company shares in your hands? Have you sold them? If not, I suggest you do it quickly, or else you might end up with nothing left. Son, at this moment, remained silent, sipping his tea. The price of the stocks he held was already close to what he had acquired them for. However, he had just received a call from Song Shuren, advising him to hold on as the stocks would rise tomorrow. This left Son feeling uncertain. At this moment, Shu Chen arrived at the tea house with his parents. This tea house was considered one of the best in the entire city, with 4 private rooms and over a dozen booths in the main hall. The booths here were different from those in other restaurants. They were spaced at least 4 to 5 meters apart, ensuring the tea house's tranquility and maintaining individual privacy. Additionally, each booth was surrounded by bamboo curtains, creating a small private space. Most importantly, the main hall was well ventilated, providing a more comfortable environment compared to direct air conditioning in private rooms. Shu Chen rarely had the time to sit and relax in tea houses. If it weren't for today, he wouldn't have known that the city had such a luxurious tea house. Look at these tables made of redwood, with contemporary paintings hanging on the walls. Although not very expensive, each painting has great potential for appreciation. Take, for example, the ink landscape painting of a small bridge and flowing water by contemporary artist Liu Shiji. It was sold at an auction for 200,000 last time, making Liu Shiji quite renowned. As Zhu Tong entered the tea house, he admired the layout while boasting. Shu Chen was surprised to see his unremarkable stepfather showing interest in art. Dad, do you usually study antiques and calligraphy paintings? Shu Tong awkwardly smiled and said, it's not really studying, just a hobby. I tend to pay attention to these things because I like them. Hearing this, Luo Hongying became displeased. Son, your dad spends his free time flipping through old magazines endlessly, watching TV, and browsing the internet for these things. In my opinion, he might as well live with those landscape paintings. Shu Tong nodded and said, you don't understand. In paintings, there is beauty and wealth. Seeing Zhu Tong getting carried away again, Luo Hongying immediately turned cold and ignored him. Shu Chen, on the other hand, looked at Zhu Tong in surprise and asked, Dad, do you only look online? Have you ever visited specialty stores? Shu Tong shook his head and said, working every day is exhausting, no time for that. By the way, Xiaofei, you're so wealthy now. If you ever want to buy things in this area, I can help you with that. Shu Chen nodded in agreement. Although he was wealthy now, he couldn't guarantee the system would exist forever. To ensure a high-quality life in the future, he felt it necessary to start collecting. Besides, collecting also represented a man's taste. He didn't want others to call him a nouveau riche. Just then, a few people walked in, including Song Shuren. Obviously, Song Shuren came for Sunzong. Son, Lao Wang, Laoli, you're all here. Song Shuren, now without the demeanor of a chairman of a listed company, sat down with a few people and chatted happily. Song's eldest and second son stood behind Song Shuren, each with their own thoughts. Lao Wang, a robust man, could tell Song Shuren had ill intentions and sneered, Song, what's the purpose of your visit today? Do you have some big cooperation project to discuss with us brothers? Lao Li chuckled and said, I've noticed the recent fluctuations in Song Pharmaceutical stock. Could it be insider trading information? Song Shuren nodded mysteriously and said, you're right. I'll be frank with you. Today's stock plunge was manipulated by our Song group behind the scenes, aiming to absorb some retail investors' shares. Lao Li looked coldly at Song Shuren and said, somewhat displeased, Lao Song, don't you know that this kind of clandestine operation harms many investors' interests? Be careful, those investors might take you to court. Take us to court? I don't think so. I'm just here to tell you not to sell your stocks. Even if it's clandestine, it's bringing benefits to those investors. Sunzong furrowed his brow, looking displeased at Song Shuren. Even a fool could see that there must be big players behind the scenes ready to deal with the Song group in this situation. Yet, Song Shuren still spoke so casually, which made Sunzong somewhat unhappy. Uncles, if I'm not mistaken, both Lao Wang and Lao Li among you have sold some of our Song Pharmaceutical shares, earning at least 1 or 2 million, right? Lao Wang smiled and looked at Song's second son strangely. I say, young man, your son seems a bit rude. When adults are talking, he shouldn't be interfering like this. Isn't he afraid of being called impolite? Song Shiren awkwardly smiled and said, Lao Wang, my son is grown up now and has the right to speak. How could I always have him stand behind and watch? Children can only grow up by experiencing things. Shu Chen sat at his seat, faintly hearing the voice of Song's second son. It wasn't that his hearing had reached such terrifying levels, but their private rooms were less than 4 meters apart. Coupled with the distinctive voice of Song's second son, it was easy to recognize. Oh, didn't expect to meet enemies on a narrow road. Shu Chen sipped his tea, listening to the voices nearby. Hee, the Song family really spoils their son. But spoiling a child is like killing him. Lao Song, I advise you to be more vigilant. Song's second son couldn't help but sneer a few times and said, Lao Wang, this is a private matter of our Song family. I hope you won't interfere too much. This time, my father came to ask you to try to keep the stocks in your hands. When the stocks rise tomorrow, you'll be able to taste the sweetness. Sun Zong looked at Song Jia Shao with a feigned surprise and said, Xiao Song, are you joking with us? Song Pharmaceutical has already hit the limit down. If we don't sell tomorrow, are we supposed to hold on to it and suffer losses? Or are you asking us to sell it to you at a loss? Uncles, today's situation is purely coincidental. And our Song family is absolutely confident that not only can we ensure that the 3 uncles don't lose money, but we can also make a big profit. However, this requires the cooperation of the 3 uncles, Song Jia Ershao said confidently. Shu Chen beside him was stunned. The stock of Song Pharmaceutical has hit the limit down after several fluctuations today, yet Song Jia Ershao remains so optimistic. It's hard to say if he is bold or lacking intelligence. Song Pharmaceutical has reached this point, and he still talks about making a big profit. Song Jia Ershao is quite audacious. Upon hearing Song Jia Ershao's words, everyone present showed disdainful expressions. The reputation of Song Jia Ershao in the circle is exceptionally bad. But out of respect for Song Shiren, everyone refrained from speaking. Wang Zong curiously asked, Nephew, if you are so confident, then tell us how we can make money. And if I'm not mistaken, the Song group may also suffer losses this time. Song Jia Ershao looked at Wang Zong, smiled, and said, Wang Zong, you are mistaken. Today, the Song group sold a lot of stocks, but in reality, we still made money. After all, when the stock of Song Pharmaceutical was at its peak this year, it almost fluctuated. The real losers are the retail investors. Wang Zong was momentarily stunned but then nodded. If the Song group was manipulating the stock market behind the scenes this year, then what Song Jia Ershao said might not be impossible. Wang Zong seemed to be slightly interested. And then? Song Jia Ershao smiled and said, Tomorrow, our Song family will invest a large amount of money and speculate again. Initially, the stock will drop significantly, but with our aggressive acquisition, the stock will experience a crazy surge. At that time, if you sell some shares of the Song group, you will definitely make another profit. Wang Zong seemed to understand something and immediately said with a smile, Nephew, you are quite ruthless. In this way, won't all the retail investors' money end up in your hands? Song Jia Ershao nodded and said, In fact, the fluctuations in the stock market these days are related to our Song family. So, don't rush to sell your stocks, or you will definitely suffer heavy losses in the end. Isn't sacrificing the interests of retail investors what it's all about? Song Shiren, sitting in his chair, was very pleased at this moment. He always thought highly of his eldest son, but now it seems that his eldest son lacks courage. On the other hand, Sun Zong's face turned somewhat grim. Wang Zong looked at Sun Zong, knowing that Sun Zong hadn't said much all day. Sun Zong, listen to what Song Jia Ershao said. You haven't sold your stocks today, so you've taken advantage. Shu Chen, sitting on the chair next to him, almost burst out laughing. Wang Zong really knows how to rub salt in the wound. Wang Zong, what do you mean? Do you think I'm a fool? There are negative news about Song Pharmaceutical all over the internet now. In this situation, will Song Pharmaceutical shares rise tomorrow? Song Jia Ershao, if your father hadn't called me today, asking me to give your Song family a way out, I would have sold the stocks long ago. And now you're here talking nonsense. Song Jia Ershao's face immediately darkened after being spoken to by Sun Zong like that. Seeing the situation, Song Jia Deshao quickly said, Sun Zong, my brother is not good with words. Please don't argue with him. Sun always been a good friend of our Song family, and we will try to make up for Sun's losses. Upon hearing the words of the eldest son of the Song family, Sun's mood improved slightly. However, when these words reached the ears of the second son of the Song family, it was clear that the eldest son of the Song family was blatantly disrespecting him, even implying a sense of overshadowing. Big brother, what do you mean by this? Are you trying to undermine me? Have you forgotten your own status? A bastard child, what qualifications do you have to make decisions for the Song family here? The eldest son of the Song family's face turned ashen, and he was so angry that he couldn't speak for a moment. At this moment, Sun also furrowed his brows and said somewhat displeased, "Second son of the Song family, what do you mean by this?" The second son of the Song family chuckled and said, "Today is clearly a feast. When the stock market started to rise, you didn't sell, and when it fell, you didn't buy more. Whose fault is it? Mine? Son, I see you've been loafing around in the market for decades. But rest assured, as long as you listen to me tomorrow and refrain from selling at the opening, the stocks will rise quickly. Then I'll let my nephew help you make some money." After hearing the words of the second son of the Song family, Sun's expression became even more grim. "Gentlemen, I have something else to attend to. Let's gather another day." Sun was the first to stand up, looking very frustrated. Wang Yanli followed suit and left. It wasn't until everyone had left that the second son of the Song family sat down, slammed his teacup hard, and kept cursing angrily. "Dad, look at the faces of these people today. Our Song Pharmaceuticals stock just dropped slightly. Do they need to be so cold?" Although Song Shuren's face was also a bit unpleasant, he didn't show it as blatantly as the second son of the Song family. He smiled at his son and said, "These people only see the upside, not the downside. They forget how much money they made when I advised them in the past. Let's go. If they don't listen to us tomorrow, they will definitely suffer losses." Then the second son of the Song family looked at his elder brother and smirked mockingly, "Big brother, you really have a lot of patience today. Normally, you do whatever I say. At best you're just a dog raised by my dad. Even a dog can be trained. But you, today in front of so many people, you're really not taking me seriously. Dad, let's go. We don't need this dog." The second son of the Song family gave a fierce look at the eldest son of the Song family and then left the private room. Song Shuren looked helplessly at his eldest son, shook his head, and said, "Elder brother, as I've told you before, you are after all a bastard child. Just listen to what your younger brother says. Why do you have to take matters into your own hands? Have you forgotten what I told you?" The eldest son of the Song family said somewhat frustratedly, "Dad, didn't you see that my brother and some elders were about to fall out?" Before the eldest son of the Song family could finish his sentence, Song Shuren turned and left the private room. At this moment, the eldest son of the Song family felt utterly helpless. Just as he was about to leave, he saw a figure appear in front of him. Seeing this person, the eldest son of the Song family was so surprised that he couldn't close his mouth. How could it be you?" He, the esteemed eldest son of the Song family, unexpectedly being treated like a dog, called upon and dismissed at will. "Your situation in the Song family is truly pitiful." Chu Chen looked at the eldest son of the Song family, unable to contain his emotions. Upon hearing Chu Chen's words, Song Qingqing's face changed, and he said somewhat angrily, "Mr. Chu, it seems you've misunderstood. Just now, our family was still having a good time here. It seems like you've lost quite a bit of money, haven't you?" Chu Chen smiled and said, "Lost money? Not at all. I had someone spread the news yesterday, and the Song family stock rose significantly. I immediately bought billions worth. Although I only made a few cents per share, in reality, I bought over 100 million shares. How much do you think I've earned?" Song Qingchang was suddenly stunned, somewhat incredulously saying, "Even if our Song's pharmaceutical industry is not doing well, each share is worth over 10 yuan. Today it hit the limit down, nearly 18. You have over a billion shares. Do you have that much money?" Chu Chen sighed helplessly and said, "Alright, bring me your phone, I'll show you my stock account. You operate it on your phone, you won't think it's fake, right?" Song Qingcheng coldly smiled, very disdainfully saying, "Do you really think I'm a 3-year-old? I wouldn't know about stock trading software? Come on, I do want to see how many stocks you actually have. Over a billion shares, are you dreaming?" Although Song Qingcheng said so, he was still considering it in his heart. After all, Chu Chun had brought him a tremendous impact. XX stock trading software. Are you talking about this software? Chu Chen nodded and said, "Take a look. This is a legitimate software. I haven't tampered with it." Song Qingcheng coldly smiled. "Chu, stop the nonsense with me, let's continue. Can't you do something else with your time? Why waste all this talk? It's really brainless." Upon hearing Song Qingcheng's words, Chu Chen almost spat out blood in anger. Damn, this jerk is really despicable. Indeed, there is a saying that goes right, the most despicable person is invincible. Although Chu Chen was extremely unhappy, he still pretended to be nonchalant and said to Song Qingcheng, "You continue, you'll have nothing to say in a moment." While manipulating his phone, Song Qingcheng said to Chu Chen, "Chu, what's your intention in showing me these? Do you want to recruit me to your Chu group?" Chu Chen smiled and said, "Now Song's pharmaceutical industry can't accommodate you. Do you want to work for the Song group for a lifetime? Be a dog for a lifetime?" Song Qingqing's face turned livid with anger. He looked at Chu Chen, his eyes seemed to be spitting fire. Chu Fei, being stared at by Song Qingqing like that, for some reason, felt a chill deep down inside. Damn, is this kid really so angry? Song Qingqing coldly smiled and said, Chu, I hope you don't disappoint me. Although he skillfully opened the mobile app, he then saw the stocks of their Song's pharmaceutical industry. 110,096 shares. Damn, really that many? Song Qingqing was truly dumbfounded. How about it? Tomorrow I will sell the stocks of your Song's pharmaceutical industry. Starting in the morning, the stock will plummet. Listening to Chu Chen's words, Song Qingqing was almost dumbfounded. Finally, he only heard Chu Chen say to him, now I'm giving you a chance. As long as you follow me, in the future, I will let you take over the Song group, and everything in the Song family will be under your control. Before Chu Chen finished speaking, Song Qingqing immediately waved his hand towards him and said, Stop, what did you say in the previous sentence? Chu Chen was suddenly stunned. He looked at Song Qingqing, not knowing what the other party was thinking, but he continued, in the future, I will let you take over the Song group? Song Qingqing's breathing suddenly became rapid, but he still shook his head and said, No, the sentence before, the content of the previous sentence is more important. Chu Chen was puzzled. Is the attraction of the Song group not strong enough? Is there something more attractive than the Song group? Although he was somewhat surprised, he still opened his mouth, as long as you follow me? Just as Chu Chen finished speaking, he saw Song Qingyun suddenly stand up from his chair and pounce directly towards Chu Chen. Damn, is he going to fight me? Chu Chen slapped Song Qingqing's face, and Song Qingqing's face immediately swelled up. However, Song Qingqing not only did not retreat, but also hugged Chu Chen's arm and kissed him. Chu, from now on, I'll follow you, not as the boss, but as a brother. As long as you take down the Song Pharmaceutical Company, even if you don't want a salary, I will follow you. Chu Chen was dumbfounded. Damn, working for me for free? Damn it, get out of here. Don't you know that the most expensive labor in this world is free labor? Chu Chen looked at Song Qingqing still clinging to him, then kicked him out and ruthlessly kicked him a few times. Damn, you dead gay, I'm going to kill you. You really don't want to live, do you? After kicking him, Chu Chen felt much relieved. Boss, I'm not gay, I'm just too excited. I never thought that Song Qingqing would actually care. Boss, rest assured, I will work hard to help you in the future, okay? This time it was Chu Chen's turn to be dumbfounded. Since he got the system, he had always been in control, but this time he was truly indecisive. Even though he could crush the Song Pharmaceutical Company under his feet, he was somewhat at a loss at the moment. Alright, let's talk about the Song Pharmaceutical Company now. Since you want to help me take over the Song Pharmaceutical Company, do you have any better ideas? Song Qingqing smirked and immediately laid out his plan. Although Chu Chen also hated the Song Pharmaceutical Company to the core, he never expected that Song Qingqing's plan was even more malicious than his. Now I understand, I'm not going to destroy the Song Pharmaceutical Company for my own satisfaction, but to help you. Alright, I'll leave the rest to you. Chu Chen knew that now that Song Qingqing was willing to help him, it was only a matter of time before the Song Pharmaceutical Company was acquired. Here's my phone number, contact me directly if you need anything. Remember, act convincingly, don't expose yourself. If I find out that you're colluding with the Song Pharmaceutical Company to deceive me, I will make you wish you were dead. Chu Chen couldn't be sure if Song Qingqing was in cahoots with Song Shiren, but from the current situation, it seemed highly likely. After arranging things with Song Qingqing, Chu Chen returned to his seat. He glanced at the teapots on his table. There were at least 6 or 7 of them. Looking at Zhu Tong, his belly had visibly expanded. When Chu Chen finally settled down, Zhu Tong went to the restroom and returned after a while. Xiaofei, where did you go just now? Seeing Chu Chen returning after a while, Luo Hongying asked with some concern. They had offended the Song family in the Magic City, and the elderly couple were worried that the Song family might not play by the rules and might kidnap Chu Chen. Mom, Dad, I just met a few friends over there and chatted for a bit. Chu Chen explained with a smile. Luo Hongying and Zhu Tong couldn't help but pat their chests and say, thank goodness you weren't abducted, otherwise your dad and I would have called the police. Tang Yi, on the side, chuckled and said, Uncle and Aunt, you really know how to joke. Shu is a lively person, even if you called the police, it would take 24 hours. Chu Chen also laughed and said, alright, we've rested enough. Mom, Dad, I'll take you to the zoo today. Zhu Tong nodded, feeling a bit emotional. In the past, let alone the best Maotian Longjing tea, we couldn't even afford the ordinary ones. Today, ha ha. Zhu Tong almost got carried away, but seeing Luo Hongying's displeased expression, he quickly grabbed Chu Chen and ran out. Xiaofei, I drank a lot of tea just now, it might cost quite a bit, so you pay for it first today, and I'll pay you back when we get home. Zhu Tong blushed, feeling a bit embarrassed. Chu Chen waved his hand and said, "How much could it be? I can afford it." Chu Chen placed his credit card on the counter. The waiter at the bank card smiled and said, "Sir, you have spent a total of 115,000 this time. Welcome to visit next time." 115,000? Wow, are you drinking liquid gold here? Chu Chen quickly picked up the bill and glanced at it. Wow, did you just order every premium tea in the tea house? Shu Tong couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed and said, "Xiaofei, please don't tell your mom about this. I often brag to people, saying that my son is doing great outside, taking me to the big city to taste all the best teas. To avoid lying, I decided to try it this time. Surprisingly, I drank 2 to 3 liters of water in one go. If it weren't for your dad's good kidney function, I might have been water poisoned by now." Shu Chen didn't know how to respond to Zhu Tong. "Alright, Dad. Take it easy next time. Now, give me your bank card number. I'll give you 1,000,000 pocket money. Just don't tell Mom." Upon hearing Chu Chen's words, Zhu Tong immediately took out his bank card. Chu Chen scanned the card and cautiously advised, "Dad, I'm transferring 1,000,000 to you now. Consider this money as your pocket money from me. But let me make it clear in advance, you can buy daily necessities, luxury items, but you must not spend it on other women or do anything that would upset Mom. Do you understand?" Shu Tong smiled and said, "Xiaofei, rest assured. Your mom and I have been through thick and thin for decades. We've weathered all sorts of storms, so you can trust me with this small matter." With a tap of his finger, Shu Chen instantly transferred 1,000,000 to Zhu Tong's bank account. Shu Tong looked at the text message notification on his phone, and his heart raced. He had never seen so much money in his life. "Shu Tong, Xiaofei, what are you two up to?" Shu Tong smiled and said, "Nothing, we're just chatting here, waiting for you guys. Let's go, let's visit the zoo." "Mom, didn't you say you love going to the zoo to see the animals?" Luo Hongying looked at Zhu Tong somewhat reproachfully and said, "What animals are we going to see at the zoo when we already have a terrapin at home? Just now, I don't know what got into you, ordering pot after pot of tea. This is a tea house, don't they charge for water here?" Chu Chen immediately understood. It seemed like Mom treated this place as her hometown tea house where water was free. "Ahem, Mom, it's just a bit of tea. Let's go to the zoo, it'll be crowded soon." Luo Hongying looked a bit annoyed, glanced at the cute girl at the counter, and ultimately didn't bother asking about the prices. Anyway, they must have spent thousands on tea this time. "Xiao Tang, I have something for you to do. I'll drive, you make a call and help me check on this person." Chu Chen handed Song Qingqing's business card to Tang He. Tang He nodded, took the card, and left the tea house. It was Chu Chen's turn to drive. In no time, they arrived at the zoo. Although it wasn't the weekend, the big city was not only a first-tier city in Daxia but also a famous tourist city in Daxia. Even in the off-peak tourist season, there were still quite a number of visitors each month. However, during the off-peak season and not on weekends, the zoo was noticeably less crowded. Chu Chen bought a few tickets and they entered. "Mom, since you've come all the way to the big city, just tell me what you want to eat or do, and I'll make sure you have a great time, enjoying yourself." Luo Hongying nodded in satisfaction and said, "Xiaofei, you've really made something of yourself. It's not in vain that I raised you with so much hardship all these years." Chu Chen was drinking mineral water and sprayed it out in surprise. "Mom, have a little conscience. Since Dad passed away, I've been living at Grandpa and Grandma's house." Although Chu Chen was complaining in his heart, he didn't dare say such things in front of his mom, to avoid hurting her feelings. "Let's go, let's see the gorillas. I had heard that the Magic City had the largest zoo in the world. Today, I finally came here to take a look. I must go see my favorite animals." Chu Chen knew that his mother had a strong taste, but he never expected her to like gorillas. "Mom, why do you like gorillas so much?" Luo Hongying looked at Chu Chen somewhat annoyed and said, "Don't you think gorillas are great?" Chu Chen was puzzled and looked at Zhu Tong beside him. He didn't quite understand what his mother meant. At this time, the situation by the Tang River had been resolved, and she handed her phone to Chu Chen. "Boss, I've found out the information you asked me to. These are some private information about Song Qingqing." Tang He pointed to the text message sent on the phone. "Okay, let me see." Chu Fei was most concerned about the conflict between Song Qingqing and the Song family. Initially, he was somewhat worried, but after seeing this information, Chu Chen was shocked by Song Qingqing's tragic experience. Chu Chen's mother was originally a maid in the Song family. Later, when Song Shiren fell ill, the maid took care of him closely, and they ended up having a relationship. It was said that Song Shiren used force, and later Song Qingqing was born. Shortly after Song Qingqing was born, his mother died of depression. Over the years, Song Qingqing was nominally Song Shiren's son, but in reality, he was not treated as well as an ordinary illegitimate child. He worked at the Song family pharmaceutical company after graduating from college, starting from the bottom. but his treatment was worse than that of ordinary employees. It wasn't until later when Song Ching-cheng used his connections to help Song Ching-hyun solve some unspeakable matters that he gradually rose in status. In short, in the Song family, Song Ching-cheng was like a dog specialized in doing dirty work. My goodness, this Song Ching-cheng can really endure. It seems that Song Ching-cheng is trustworthy. Thinking about the situation, they arrived at the artificial mountain where the gorillas were kept and saw a dozen gorillas sitting inside, boredly looking at the scenery outside. The gorillas lived in a large pit that had been dug out, with several trees planted inside. However, these trees were planted near the center, some distance away from the high platform where they were. Among the gorillas, the largest one was holding a bucket filled with bananas. The other gorillas nearby were eagerly watching their leader. It seemed that if their leader didn't speak, they wouldn't dare to go and eat the bananas. Son, look at that big gorilla. It's really powerful to be able to control the other gorillas. But it's also pitiful for the other gorillas, not being able to eat the bananas. Maybe the zookeepers don't give them enough bananas? Speaking, Luo Hongying's gaze shifted to the fruit-selling area nearby, where there were many large and colorful bananas that looked very delicious. However, these bananas were probably meant for humans, and it would be a waste to give them to the gorillas. Son, let's go buy some bananas to feed these gorillas. Luo Hongying seemed very interested in feeding the gorillas. Luo Hongying didn't bother with Chu Chen and went straight to the fruit stall, where she saw a large pile of bananas and other fruits. How much are these bananas? The vendor, seeing Luo Hongying inquiring about the fruits, immediately became excited. These bananas are all imported from abroad. They are said to be a premium type called solid gold bananas, with a great taste and containing various minerals that are very good for the body. Have you seen those gorillas in the zoo? They eat the same bananas that I sell. Luo Hongying was thrilled to hear this. Oh, then it's fine for me to buy these bananas to feed the gorillas, right? The vendor was puzzled, not quite understanding Luo Hongying's intention. Elder sister, could you repeat that? You want to buy these bananas that cost tens of yuan per kilogram to feed the gorillas? Isn't that a bit extravagant? Luo Hongying furrowed her brow and said, my son is paying for it. It's none of your business. The vendor glanced at Chu Chen, awkwardly smiled, and said, all right, sir, the bananas we have here are imported from abroad, rich in. They cost 69 yuan per kilogram, clearly marked, and comply with the standards set by the Price Bureau. Look on certain online platforms, they all have this price. I am definitely not overcharging. Worried that Chu Chen might report him, the vendor took out his phone and showed Chu Chen the online prices. Indeed, these bananas are quite expensive. Chu Chen knew that fruits were not cheap nowadays, especially good ones that could cost 300 to 400 yuan per kilogram. Looking at it now, 69 yuan per kilogram for these bananas didn't seem unreasonable. Alright, 69 it is. Mom, how many do you want? Luo Hongying pointed to the largest bunch of bananas and said, I'll take this one. The vendor immediately smiled and lifted the bananas to weigh them. This is 25 kilograms, totaling 1,725 yuan. Would you like to pay by card or cash? I'll give you 500 yuan as a deposit first. Help me move them over there, and I'll pay you right away. Chu Chen scanned the code, and 500 yuan was transferred. After you deliver them, I'll settle the balance. Chu Chen said to the vendor. That's fine. Let me tell you, I make good money at this stall. Selling this kind of bananas every day, I can easily sell over 100 kilograms. What you're buying is not even enough to floss my teeth. Although the vendor boasted, his eyes were fixed on Chu Chen, afraid he might run off without paying. In reality, his banana sales were not as high as he claimed. Selling a dozen kilograms a day was already good. If it weren't for the zoo's gorillas liking these bananas, buying some at cost price, he would probably be at a loss. Elder sister, the bananas are here for you. Young man, you can make the payment now. The vendor quickly presented a QR code, fearing Chu Chen might flee. Chu Chen smiled and said, young man, you seem really afraid of being poor. With over 1,000 yuan, how could I not pay you? Chu Chen took out his phone and transferred the remaining money directly. The vendor couldn't help but snort. I say, buddy, you're rich enough to feed gorillas. Look at your girlfriend, all tanned, yet you dare to say you're rich. You're probably a mama's boy, right? Whatever your mom tells you to do, you do it? Would you agree if your mom wanted to bring the gorillas home? Chu Chen glanced at Tang He, who had been standing nearby all along, feeling a sense of injustice. Today was scorching hot, and she stood there helping Luo Hongying carry the bananas, her eyes almost unable to open due to the sun. With her petite frame and height of 1.70 meters, weighing less than 100 pounds, she was now carrying over 20 kilograms of bananas, feeling as if she could be blown away by the wind. Son, come help me with the bananas, I can't throw them that far. Luo Hongying finally saw her son returning and immediately handed the bananas to Chu Chen. Shu Chen was dumbfounded. He was holding a large bunch of bananas, resembling a zookeeper. At this moment, not only a dozen gorillas surrounded him, but all the surrounding visitors also looked at him with strange eyes. After satisfactorily feeding the gorillas, Shu Chen accompanied his parents around the zoo, then they visited places like the underwater world and Happy Valley. In short, Shu Chen treated his parents like children, taking them on a tour of the amusement parks in the bustling city until it was almost evening. Originally, Shu Chen wanted to take his parents out for a nice meal, but unexpectedly, Luo Hongying insisted on not dining out. Shu Chen had Tang He drive the elderly couple home. Despite spending a lot of money, seeing his parents so happy made Shu Chen not regret the expense at all. As long as his parents were happy, it was enough for him. Just as Shu Chen arrived home, he received a call from Song Qingcheng. It was surprising to Shu Chen that Song Qingcheng was so efficient. He had already gathered information from the Song Pharmaceutical Company. "Boss, I've contacted some shareholders of Song Pharmaceutical Company. They want to sell their stocks early, and I think our Chu group could take over early. So, I want you to meet with them." Song Qingcheng spoke frankly. "The people from Song Pharmaceutical Company want to meet with me? This doesn't seem like a bad thing. The key is whether Song Qingcheng can be trusted. Xiao Tang, come with me. I have some business to discuss tonight." Seeing Tang He getting along so well with his parents, Shu Chen also felt very happy. "But why am I so happy? Shouldn't Sushi be handling all these things?" Shu Chen immediately felt a bit conflicted. "Son, it's late. If you're going out for business, remember to come back early," Luo Hongying said as she came out to give Shu Chen a bunch of instructions. Xu Fei always greeted her with a smile. About 10 minutes later, he and Tang He left the villa. Although this villa was not as good as the Jingdu Tang city, it was enough for the elderly couple to stay. Besides, he had given Zhu Tong $1 million in cash, enough for them to live on for a while. "Shu, did Song Qingcheng call?" Tang He asked as she drove, looking at Shu Chen. "Yes, Song Qingcheng has already contacted the shareholders for negotiations," Shu Chen replied. Tang He was surprised at Song Qingcheng's speed and nodded, expressing some concern. "Shu, I know that Song Qingcheng coming to you at this time is a great help, but I think he has endured at Song Pharmaceutical Company for so long. Even if he has no feelings for the company has been kind to him. He brought the shareholders of Song Pharmaceutical Company so quickly. Don't you think we should be a bit cautious with him?" Shu Chen nodded and said, "You're right. Song Qingcheng does have a rebellious streak, but we need to observe his character in the future. For now, we should give him enough trust. Moreover, he does have enough reason to want to bring down Song Pharmaceutical Company." Tang He nodded and didn't say anything more. The car soon arrived at a private club in the suburbs of the Magic City. This private club was in a secluded location and looked like an ordinary restaurant from the outside. However, once inside, it revealed a luxurious decoration. As Shu Chen and Tang He entered the restaurant, they saw a figure coming out of the private room. When the figure saw Shu Chen, he immediately approached. "Shu, you're finally here. We've been waiting for you for a while," Song Qingcheng said and led Shu Chen into the private room. Soon, 5 or 6 middle-aged people stood up from their chairs inside the room. "Shu, these are all shareholders of our Song Pharmaceutical Company. This is Song Jiangyun, and this is..." Shu Chen introduced several people who were shareholders of Song Pharmaceutical Company. After everyone sat down, Shu Chen spoke first. "You all seem to be from the Song family, but I don't understand why you want to sell your shares in Song Pharmaceutical Company. Wouldn't it be better to keep these shares and let the money grow in your hands, accumulating interest?" Upon hearing Shu Chen's words, Song Jiangyun's face immediately showed a bitter smile. "Shu, you may not know. If the Song pharmaceutical industry could always be managed by Song Shirun, the future might not be bright, but it could be smooth sailing. But what about now? It seems that Song Qingyun will soon take over the Song pharmaceutical industry. This second-generation rich kid is completely incompetent. If he takes over the Song pharmaceutical industry, the group company will soon go from profit to loss." Another shareholder named Song Jiangshan also complained, "Shu, during this time, Song Shirun has been indulging in women and rarely managing the company. So, after the turnover of the Song pharmaceutical industry continued to rise for more than 20 months, performance declined for the first time. This can be seen as a signal that the Song pharmaceutical industry is starting to decline." Shu Chen did not expect that there were already internal problems within the Song pharmaceutical industry. It seems that Song Shirun is really confused. Instead of supporting his capable eldest son, he is supporting this useless second son. It's obvious that he thinks he has too much money and nowhere to spend it. Letting Song Qingyun take over the Song pharmaceutical industry is more harmful than beneficial to your Song pharmaceutical industry, and even to the Song family. Haven't you thought about discussing this matter with Song Shirun? These shareholders nodded and said, "We have discussed these matters with the Song Group a long time ago, but there has been no result." Many people in the Song pharmaceutical industry still believe that Song Shuren can manage the Song Group well, which is completely unfounded. So, we don't want to continue sitting on this ship and die with them. Hearing these words, Chu Chen couldn't help but nod. What they said was almost in line with his investigation. It seems that what they are saying is probably not a lie. Alright, how many Song pharmaceutical industry shares do you shareholders currently hold? These shareholders looked at each other and said, "Each of us doesn't have many shares, but together we have at least 8%, totaling around 1 billion. These people placed the share transfer agreement in front of Chu Chen. "Chu, we also know that the Song pharmaceutical industry shares will definitely plummet in the future, but we still want to cooperate with you. We want to offer you these shares at today's closing price. This way, it will be fair for both you and us." These shareholders all looked at Chu Chen, waiting for his decision. Chu Chen looked at these shareholders, smiled, and said, "You all seem to be quite sincere. I am satisfied with this price, but it won't be the closing price. I will reduce it by 5% and pay the remaining amount in one go. If you can accept it, we will sign the contract first. Regardless of how the stock moves tomorrow, I will transfer this part of the money to your account in advance, and then you can follow my instructions." Chu Chen immediately had Tang He bring out the contract and placed it on the table. These shareholders looked at the contract and appeared somewhat embarrassed. "Chu, what you are doing seems a bit unethical. It seems a bit like taking advantage of others." Chu Chen looked at these shareholders and said with a smile, "Don't worry, these contracts are just superficial. Once we complete the acquisition of the Song pharmaceutical industry, the compensation I give you will be considered a benefit. After that, we will return these shares to you." Upon hearing Chu Chen's words, these shareholders were also stunned. "You will return the shares to us? Are you trying to completely short the Song pharmaceutical industry and then bankrupt the entire company? By then, the entire Song pharmaceutical industry will be forcibly delisted, and we will lose everything." Chu Chen smiled and said, "You are overthinking it. My idea is actually quite simple. This time we targeted the Song pharmaceutical mainly because the chairman and his second son of Song pharmaceutical have offended me greatly. I want to give them a profound lesson, that's why I want to completely bring down Song pharmaceutical." Chu Chen spoke while observing the reactions of these shareholders. Seeing their eyes full of surprise and disbelief, these shareholders couldn't help but gasp, as if Chu Chen's next words were crucial to their future. "However, if I gain absolute control of Song pharmaceutical, I definitely won't personally manage it. My first thought is all of you present here. I just checked your information on my phone, and I believe you all have shown remarkable performance within Song pharmaceutical. If you continue to stay with Song pharmaceutical in the future, it will certainly greatly benefit the entire group. As for Song Qingchang, he will be the future general manager of Song pharmaceutical. I believe this is truly for the good of Song pharmaceutical." Upon hearing Chu Chen's words, although these shareholders found his words somewhat hollow and hard to believe, they couldn't deny that if Chu Chen could indeed implement these plans, the future development of Song Group would be on a bright path. At least they recognized Song Qingchang's abilities, even surpassing Song Shuren in certain aspects. "Ah, if it's really like this, that would be great. Chairman, rest assured, as long as you treat us well, we will wholeheartedly serve you." Each of these shareholders reassured Chu Chen, patting their chests. "Alright, then it's settled. Here is the contract. When the time comes, follow my instructions to sell the stocks. Even if there are losses, I will cover for you. If we can successfully take over Song pharmaceutical this time, you will all be part of the senior management of Song pharmaceutical in the future. As long as you wholeheartedly serve Song pharmaceutical in the future, I guarantee that no one will dare to touch you within Song pharmaceutical." These shareholders couldn't help but nod, showing unconditional support for Chu Chen's decision. Soon, the contracts were signed, and they awaited their next steps. After a simple late-night snack, they went their separate ways. Song Qingchang was left behind by Chu Chen for more important matters to discuss. "Qingcheng, you are no longer an outsider. You did well this time, but in order to successfully target Song pharmaceutical in the stock market tomorrow, I have other things to discuss with you, including the current structure and composition of Song pharmaceutical." While Chu Chen and Song Qingchang were having a private conversation, in a private room of a large restaurant operated by the Song Group, Song Shuren had gathered most of the major shareholders of the Song family, including some senior members who had met Chu Chen at the club before. The dinner was supposed to start at 8 p.m., but most of them were late, and some Song family members had not even arrived yet. Song Jianyun and others arrived relatively early. At this moment, Song Shuren was sitting in his chair, frowning uncontrollably. "Humph, these people are becoming more and more outrageous. When the Song family was in decline, with just a word from me, none of them dared to be disrespectful. But now, each and every one of them is late. It's truly unacceptable. Song Shiren sat in his chair, visibly upset, his mood extremely unpleasant. Dad, please don't get yourself worked up. After all, the entire Song family still needs you to oversee the situation, Song Qingyun said with some concern. Although Song Qingyun was a troublemaker and lacked skills, his care for his father was genuine. After all, in this world, only his father could wholeheartedly care for him. My good son, with so many people in this room, I'm afraid only you genuinely care for your father. Alright, no need to wait for the others. I have something to announce to everyone today. Upon hearing Song Qingyun's words, the senior members of the Song family couldn't help but crane their necks, eager to hear what Song Shiren had to say clearly. Clearing his throat, Song Shiren continued, our Song Pharmaceutical Company has been targeted in the stock market by someone insignificant. However, this nobody has managed to gather a large amount of funds, indicating that there is a powerful force backing him. There might even be a traitor among you. Song Shiren's gaze swept over the people in the room, as if trying to discern their thoughts. But it doesn't matter. Our Song Pharmaceutical Company is a century-old family business. It has stood strong for the past 100 years, and it will continue to do so for the next 100 years. Song Shiren's words flowed with fervor, but some of the dozen or so people in the room were on the verge of falling asleep. Seeing the desolate state of the Song family, Song Shiren's expression immediately turned fierce. Alright, enough talk. I will now take charge of all your stocks. This means that all your future stock transactions must be within my monitoring range. As soon as Song Shiren spoke, the room erupted in chaos. Song Shiren, what are you thinking? It seems like you want to stabilize the stock price of Song Pharmaceutical Company, but it feels more like you want to drag us down with you. Upon hearing Song Shiren's words, some of the elders in the room immediately stood up in opposition. Haha, what do you mean? Do you think I want you to lose money on purpose? How does it benefit me if you lose money in the stock market? Song Shichang couldn't help but sneer disdainfully at Song Shiren's words. Song Shiren, what have you been up to all these years? Do you think we are unaware? Let's not talk about the past. Just a few years ago, the stock of Song Pharmaceutical Company suddenly plummeted. Many of us here didn't know the reason, but I do. It's all manipulation behind the scenes, siphoning off some of the stocks from us old folks, increasing your stake in Song Pharmaceutical Company from 2.5% to the current 4%. During this stock market turmoil, you've probably sold off a lot of stocks. Do you still hold over 30% now? Song Shiren furrowed his brow upon hearing Song Shichang's words. Currently, the Song Group's stocks in the market accounted for less than 30%, with the majority held by the Song family members. Adding the slightly over 30% he held, the Song family collectively owned over 60% of the stocks. This meant that there were still around 30 to 40% of stocks outside. How many stocks did Zhuang Jia hold now? Less than 20%? Probably even less. Song Shiren was contemplating his next move, but the room was already in an uproar. Song Shiren, what do you mean? If the Song Group is in trouble, do you want to drag us down with you? Song Shiren coldly glanced at the senior Song family member who spoke, and disdainfully said, Song Sinan, I've always been good to you. Why do you keep undermining me? Do you really think I can't do anything to you? Let me tell you, Song Pharmaceutical Company is doing well now, and it will only get better in the future. I hope you don't sabotage morale here. Song Sinan had always been at odds with Song Shiren. Not because their relationship was bad, but because their worldviews differed greatly. So, whenever Song Shiren made a misstep, he would immediately face strong opposition from Song Sinan, and this situation was no exception. It could be said that within the Song Pharmaceutical Company, Song Sinan was Song Shiren's biggest opponent. Song Shin, I'm not exaggerating when I talk about you today. Just think about it yourself. Let's go. Song Shinan left directly, taking several cousins and brothers with him, all of whom acted around Song Shinan. In one go, they took away at least 70% of the shares of the Song Pharmaceutical Company. You can leave. I have bigger plans next. Once they leave, unaware of my plans, they will definitely end up losing everything. You are different. Just as Song Shin was about to speak, he saw Song Jiangyun stand up awkwardly and say, Sorry, I drank too much beer just now. I need to go to the restroom. As Song Shin stood up, several shareholders followed suit to the restroom. This led to 7 or 8 shareholders leaving with about 10% of the Song Pharmaceutical Company's shares each. It can be said that the people left in the room are either relatively loyal to the Song family or Song Shin's staunch supporters. Those who can stay have a good relationship with Song Shin. Song Shin looked at these people, smiled, and said, Don't worry, I have prepared sufficient funds here. The stocks will go public tomorrow, and I will make a big move. I will make the Zhuang family lose everything, while we will make a fortune. Song Shin smirked and stopped talking. However, at that moment, a recording suddenly surfaced online from a stock forum. Second young master Song, what do you mean by this? Today is clearly a meat platter. When the stock market started to rise, you didn't sell, and when it fell, you didn't buy more. Who do you blame? Blame me? I think, Mr. Son, you've been fooling around in the market for decades. But rest assured, as long as you listen to me tomorrow, try not to sell at the opening, the stock will rise quickly. Then let my nephew help you make some money. This was a mysterious figure's post on the forum. After this recording was uploaded, it immediately caused a stir in the stock market. They thought someone was sniping at the Song Pharmaceutical Company from behind, but from this recording, it seemed that the sudden drop in the stock today was a ploy by the Song Pharmaceutical Company to swallow all the retail investors' money. The person who uploaded the audio also posted pictures of Song Shin and his group dining at a tea house on the forum. Although the pictures were taken by surveillance cameras and not very clear, they could still make out a rough outline. Yes, this person is Song Shin, and the one standing next to him is second young master Song Ching Yun. With the intense discussion online, many netizens criticized the behavior of the Song Pharmaceutical Company, with some even believing that the Song family would manipulate the stock's sudden drop to reclaim the stocks and swallow the funds held by retail investors. While many forums were still discussing the insider information of the Song Pharmaceutical Company online, the discussion between Chu Chen and Song Qingcheng had also ended. General Chu, my father actually did a lot of unethical things in his early years, and he even engaged in drug trafficking behind the scenes. Although he didn't directly participate in drug manufacturing, he secretly provided raw materials to several well-known drug factories in Daxia. If I hadn't seen some core information, I wouldn't have believed that my father would be involved in illegal transactions. These words from Song Qingcheng further strengthened Chu Chen's determination to bring down the Song Pharmaceutical Company. Initially, he had no conflicts with Song Shin, and if he had to blame someone, it would be his irresponsible son. But now that Song Shin was involved in drug manufacturing, the nature of the situation changed immediately. Oh, if we want to bring down Song Shin, how do we start with his involvement in drugs? Song Qingcheng thought for a moment and said, Chu, you probably don't know that our Song pharmaceutical industry hasn't been very profitable in recent years. So Song Shiren used this aspect of business to fill the gaps in Song pharmaceutical industry's operations. If Song pharmaceutical industry owes too much money on the stock market this time, my father will definitely contact the drug trafficking group to move a batch of goods. So, does Song Shirun want to take a risk? Chu Chen looked at Song Qingcheng and asked tentatively. Song Qingcheng nodded. My father has always had a gambler's personality. Sometimes he prefers to gamble. In his view, the greater the risk, the greater the profit. Especially tonight, he has gathered all the shareholders of the Song Group at the restaurant. They probably will demand shares from the Song family at the dinner table. But unfortunately, he seems to have overlooked his influence. The current Song family is no longer the all-powerful Song family it used to be. Chu Chen nodded, understanding Song Qingcheng's meaning. So, has Song Shirun lost control of the Song family now? What is the Song family's attitude towards Song Shirun now? Do they support him or will they sell off their shares? Song Qingcheng shook his head and said, although some opposition factions look down on Song Shirun at the meeting, they are actually very loyal to the Song family. The representatives of Song pharmaceutical industry do not represent Song Shirun, but the interests of the entire Song family. Unless the stocks plummet to the point of bankruptcy, they will not sell their shares. As Song Qingcheng spoke, he suddenly saw dozens of text messages coming in on his phone, and the number of messages was still increasing. What's going on? Why do I suddenly have so many messages on my phone? Although the vast majority of these messages are from family, relatives, and friends, there are also some from strangers. Chu, did you send the recording I gave you to someone? Song Qingcheng suddenly understood the reason. During dinner today, Song Qingcheng had been preparing on two fronts. One was to continue to deceive Song Shiren and stay in the Song family, and the other was to collect evidence against Song Shiren as much as possible. What he didn't expect was that Chu Chen's efficiency was so high. He had just given Chu Chen the recording material at noon, and by tonight, this topic was already very hot on the internet. It seemed that Chu Chen had definitely paid a high price to bring down Song pharmaceutical industry. The recording you gave me is just an auxiliary means, and we are still building momentum. If Song pharmaceutical industry continues to maintain its current stable state, although the stock market will have a certain buffer on the Song family in the short term, it will not shake the foundation of Song Shiren. So, to completely bring down Song Shiren, we need some substantial actions. Chu Chen's intention is very clear. He wants to take this opportunity to completely defeat Song Shiren. By then, in order to protect himself, Song Shiren is very likely to deal with the unique group again. In fact, even if the stocks really drop significantly this time, it won't have a big impact on Song pharmaceutical industry, or even on Song Shiren. But when rich people are really rich, they don't think about living a frugal life like before. They want to live a high-quality life with abundant food, luxurious clothing, and the admiration of thousands. Song Shiren is in this state now. As the saying goes, it's easy to go from frugality to luxury, but difficult to go from luxury to frugality. Alright, you will monitor the situation at Song pharmaceutical industry. I will be in charge of contacting the drug enforcement team. It would be best to catch Song Shiren and Song Qingyun red-handed. Even if they confess and cooperate, if the quantity of drugs is huge, it will be enough to keep them in prison for the rest of their lives. Song Qingcheng felt relieved at the thought of avenging his big grudge. Shu Chen looked at the time and realized it was already late, so he immediately asked Song Qingcheng to hurry back. Now Song Qingcheng couldn't get any news about Song Shiren's injury within the Song group. If Song Qingyun reveals any flaws, his plan will become even more dangerous. So Chu Chen hurriedly sent Song Qingcheng to the Song family to deploy, while he himself was preparing to continue sniping Song pharmaceutical stocks in the stock market the next day. Xiao Tang, drive! Chu Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief as he left the club. Everything that needed to be arranged on Song Qingcheng's side had been taken care of, and next, he needed to find more people to continue releasing negative information about Song Pharmaceutical. Hey, is this Lone Wolf of the Wilderness? Did Miss Tang transfer the money to you? Have you received it? Lone Wolf of the Wilderness immediately nodded and said, Shu, we've worked together before, so I trust you. Although Lone Wolf of the Wilderness said so, his hand quickly tapped on the keyboard, and soon he saw a commission of several 100,000 added to his account. Hee, Shu, you are really generous. The money you give me is always more than agreed upon. Shu Chen sneered inwardly at Lone Wolf of the Wilderness. He knew how money-hungry Lone Wolf of the Wilderness was, always seizing any opportunity to make a profit. So, in order to cooperate better with Lone Wolf of the Wilderness, Shu Chen would always transfer a few 100,000 more to him after each collaboration, even buying some nutritional supplements for him. This collaboration was no exception, making Lone Wolf of the Wilderness anticipate each collaboration with Shu Chen, sometimes even exerting extra effort to complete the tasks quickly within the specified time frame, eager to receive the commission sooner and feel a bit more rewarded than usual. As usual, I'll send you some information via email later. Follow these instructions to continue tarnishing Song Pharmaceutical's reputation online. You don't need to do anything else, just wait for my message. Lone Wolf of the Wilderness readily agreed to the slightly troublesome task. Shu, where should we go now? Back home or find a place to sit for a while? Tang Yi saw Chu Chen looking exhausted and immediately stopped the car, expressing concern. Despite Chu Chen possessing the most powerful mind now, excessive use of his brain would strain his body. He had only realized this recently. It's nothing, find me a bar. A few drinks might make me feel better. Chu Chen rubbed his temples, sighed, and said, okay. Tang Yi, still worried, drove Chu Chen to a bar. Chu, this bar is called Home Hotel. It's quite a decent place. I used to come here to drink when I was feeling down, and it's the same now. Tang Yi led Chu Chen to a private booth in the bar, and they sat down. Tang Yi gestured for 2 pre-made cocktails. This cocktail is called Woyo, it's the signature cocktail here. Woyo? Chu Chen had never heard of such a strange name. He rarely visited bars, so he had no feelings towards these peculiar cocktails. Is this your first time at a bar? Tang He looked at Chu Chen, feeling puzzled. Normally, wealthy people like Chu Chen would frequent bars and nightclubs, but Chu Chen seemed almost unfamiliar with many things, which surprised Tang He. Could this be the legendary perfect man? Tang He blinked and looked at Chu Chen, feeling a strange emotion towards him. Chu Chen was indeed trying Woyo for the first time, knowing that cocktails needed to be savored to appreciate their flavors, especially Woyo. The alcohol first felt a bit dry in his throat, like the taste of red wine. Then it slowly flowed down his esophagus into his throat. Finally, the alcohol entered his stomach, slowly melting into his body. When Chu Chen took the first sip of Woyo, he didn't feel anything special. But as Woyo went down his throat, Chu Chen could actually taste a distinct floral scent. It reminded him of a flower, the Wuyo flower. He had picked this flower on the mountain when he was young, and its fragrance was just like this, very subtle and charming. Unconsciously, Chu Chen finished the glass in one go. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Taste Life reward and receiving a special draw, one time. Open the special draw. Alright, host. Opening the special draw. Company host, awarded the title of Wine God, henceforth embarking on a different life. Wine God title? Just as Chu Chen was surprised, a large amount of memories kept flooding into his mind. Soon, various information about different types of wine, their characteristics, origins, and more appeared in his mind. This glass of woyo was made with lemon juice, woyo flower petals, and a 2-year-old dry red from the French fall manor. Although the ingredients of this glass of wine were ordinary, its taste was extraordinary, making it stand out among cocktails. How about it, does drinking this glass of woyo make you feel better? Shu Chen nodded and said, the taste of this cocktail is indeed very special, and the texture is very refreshing. After drinking it, I feel like I'm intoxicated with memories of the past, but alas, the person is gone and cannot be pursued. Tang He did not expect Shu Chen to say such profound and philosophical words. His eyes sparkled as he looked at Shu Chen as if he were a fan. Shu, you are truly amazing, even more so than the members of our wine tasting association. Oh, wine tasting association? Are you a member of the wine tasting association? Shu Chen smiled awkwardly. If he hadn't accidentally obtained the title of wine god, how could he have tasted so many flavors? Shouhu, I think he's just seeking fame and reputation. He's just a rich tycoon, how could he possibly understand the myriad expressions in wine? As they spoke, a fair-skinned young man with a sharp tongue walked out of the bar. He was accompanied by 2 men and a woman. Seeing these people, Tang He stood up excitedly and looked at the young woman who led them. President, why are you here today? The fair-skinned man next to her glanced at Tang He, somewhat displeased, and said, I spoke to you first, Tang He, why don't you even look at me, but instead sit with this big liar? Oh, by the way, your family is waiting for money now. Are you planning to sell yourself to this tycoon to pay for medical expenses? Tang He's face turned pale. She looked at the fair-skinned man and coldly snorted, Songji, what are you saying? Mr. Shu is my boss, I only have respect for him, there is no ulterior motive. Songji glanced at Shu Chen and coughed dryly, oh, is that so? I wonder who was just staring so infatuatedly. I think you're either infatuated or eyeing Mr. Shu's money. Mr. Shu, how much do you think Tang He is worth? Shu Chen felt annoyed just looking at this fair-skinned man. Tang He? Ha, do you know what? I detest people like you the most. Full of righteousness and morality in words, but behaving worse than beasts in reality. Let me make it clear, I and Xiao Tang are good friends, there is no transaction as you think. The people from the Song family immediately showed a surprised expression. One of them looked at Tang He and said in amazement, Xiao He, you are truly pitiful, giving yourself away like this. He still doesn't admit it, wanting to wipe his hands clean and leave. Xiao He, I advise you to give me your first time. I'll buy it for 1 million. This price is something you might never earn in your whole life. Shu Chen glanced at Tang He and asked with some surprise, Xiao Tang, do you have any difficulties? Don't worry, just tell me, a few million is just a piece of cake for me. Tang He was hesitating whether to speak about his situation when he heard the female president on the opposite side chuckle and say, Tang He, after all, you are an old member of our Magic City Wine Tasting Association. Rest assured about your family situation, the association will help you handle it. You don't need to worry about other things for now. By the way, I have something to discuss with you, come over, let's talk. While the female president was talking to Tang He, she also gestured to the people from the Song family beside her. Although Tang He was too nervous to notice, Shu Chen saw it clearly. If he wasn't mistaken, even if Tang He followed the female president, the final outcome would still fall into the hands of the Song family. Shu Chen looked at the person from the Song family and suddenly remembered something. Song person, are you from the Song family of Song Pharmaceutical? The Song person was exposed by Shu Chen but felt no embarrassment. Instead, he proudly said, our Song Pharmaceutical is a leading pharmaceutical group in Magic City. Now you know my identity. I am the young master of Song Pharmaceutical. This made Shu Chen burst into laughter. I have never heard such a ridiculous joke. Let me ask you, what is your father's name? The Song person awkwardly glanced at Shu Chen. Although he didn't understand why Shu Chen asked, he still replied, my father's name is Song Jianyun. Shu Chen looked at the Song person, puzzled, and continued to ask, then what is the name of the current chairman of Song Pharmaceutical? The Song person suddenly realized, but it was too late to change his words. However, he still brazenly said, although my father is Song Jianyun, the chairman, Song Shiren, is my godfather. I may not be wrong to say I am the young master of Song Pharmaceutical. Let me tell you, my godfather dotes on me. If you offend me now, aren't you afraid of retaliation from the entire Song Pharmaceutical? The female president on the side also joined in. Behind Song person is the Song Pharmaceutical, a prominent family in the industry. Dealing with a nouveau riche like you is a piece of cake. I suggest you better not oppose young Master Song. Shu Chen couldn't fathom where the Song person's mysterious confidence came from. He looked at the Song person and said with a smile, if you are the young master of Song Pharmaceutical, then who is Song Qingyun? Who is he? Do you believe me if I call Song Qing-yun and tell him what you just said? Let's see how he responds. The Song person was instantly pale with fear. Others might not know about Song Qing-yun's temper. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Song Qing-yun was a bit of a lunatic. He was unpredictable and liked to act on impulse. Not only were many outsiders afraid of him, even his own cousin was often teased and tormented by Song Qing-yun. If Song Qing-yun found out that he was flaunting his relationship with him outside, he would probably face severe consequences. Sir, let's have a good conversation. There's no need to escalate things like this. The female president didn't expect the Song person to back down so quickly and said somewhat annoyed, Young Master Song, don't you often boast about how powerful the Song family is in Magic City? Why did you give in so easily today? It seems like your situation doesn't match the severity of what you claimed. The Song person's face turned extremely embarrassed, but he continued, President, actually, when I said I was the young master of Song Pharmaceutical, it was just a joke. But I'm good buddies with the heir of the Song Pharmaceutical Group, Song Qing-yun. Even Song Qing-chun gives me a lot of face. Whenever I have something going on, I just need to make a call, and he'll come over to support me. Don't believe me? I'll call him right now. Chu-chen glanced at the woman president beside him and said, Madam President, do you still believe the words of this clown? The woman president looked somewhat helpless as she glanced at Song and awkwardly said, Sir, I don't know what position you hold in the Magic City, but for now, our wine tasting association is still being taken care of by Mr. Song. So, under similar circumstances, I naturally prefer to trust Mr. Song. Chu-chen looked at Tang He beside him, smiled, and said, What kind of conditions did Mr. Song promise the president, I wonder? The woman president suddenly smiled awkwardly, as if she hadn't expected Mr. Song to offer any benefits to their association. The woman president immediately realized. She seemed to have been too naive about Mr. Song's words, overlooking his ability to deliver. If Mr. Song is really nothing in the Song Pharmaceutical Group, then wouldn't his previous promises be just empty words? Mr. Song's face turned cold, seemingly very displeased with Chu Chen's words. Chu, do you know it's not nice to speak ill of others behind their backs? Chu Chen shook his head and said, I don't understand what you mean. I just know that if I don't speak the truth today, I'll feel very uncomfortable. At least in my opinion, you, Mr. Song, haven't shown me any qualities that impress me, and have even made me feel a bit ashamed. Seeing the woman president deep in thought at this moment, it seemed that she was starting to doubt his previous words. Before Mr. Song could retort, the woman president looked at him with a puzzled expression. Mr. Song, you claimed to be the heir of the Song Pharmaceutical Group before, but now that lie has been exposed. I wonder what other grand promises you will make to deceive me. Although I am just a woman of no significance, I still know right from wrong in many matters. How about this, Mr. Song, tell me the truth. Can you really help us promote the Wine Tasting Association? Mr. Song patted his chest and said, Madam President, I have already sponsored so many red wines for the association and provided you with venues. Don't we have any trust between us? The woman president shook her head and said, All those you mentioned come with conditions. How can I believe you? Moreover, you deceived me. You made me believe you were truly the heir of the Song Pharmaceutical Group. If this gentleman hadn't exposed your lie, I might still be in the dark. It seems that our wine tasting association lacks depth and foundation. Hearing Mr. Song and the woman president exchanging words, Chu Chen became interested and said with a smile, Madam President, you don't need to cooperate with this unreliable Mr. Song anymore. He's totally unreliable. It's easier to work with me. Jiang Yanji was stunned for a moment. She looked at Chu Chen and froze. Work with you? Sorry, I don't know you. At this moment, Tang Yi stood up and introduced, Madam President, this is the owner of our Gyutan restaurant that I mentioned to you before, Mr. Chu. Don't be fooled by his young age, he's a real second-generation rich, with assets of at least several billion, and he also has some knowledge in wine tasting. Tang Yi didn't know that Chu Chen had already been dubbed the wine god. She just instinctively wanted to say something good about Chu Chen. He's just a nouveau riche. What does he know about wine tasting? Madam President, I won't say anything else, but the wine master I introduced to you before should be fine. If you bring this person into the Wine Tasting Association now, I'll immediately withdraw with my friend. By then, your association will probably lose more than just a little money. Jiang Yanji was stunned. Indeed, the conditions at her home were quite good. The reason for establishing this wine tasting association was mainly to expand her social network and help the family business grow. Therefore, when it came to money, the Wine Tasting Association was not in a hurry. However, in terms of social connections, it was different. A wine master was a rare find, something that couldn't be measured by money. Song Xiao, Why would you say that? You are an important member of our wine tasting association. How could I possibly kick you out of the association? Mr. Chu, I'm sorry, I can't agree to your request at the moment. Chu Chen smiled and glanced playfully at Jiang Yanji. So, if I prove that my value is greater than Song's, can you kick him out? Jiang Yanji nodded and said, the wine tasting association is divided by levels. Higher level members have the right to dismiss lower level members. It's a privilege of the association. Did you hear that? You nouveau riche, I bet you'll be drinking wine and water about the same for the rest of your life. When my friend arrives later, you'll know what a real wine master is. Song sneered at Chu Chen. At this moment, several young people stood by Song, looking disdainfully at Chu Chen, saying, Song Xiao, who is this guy? Thinks he can join our wine tasting association just because he has some dirty money? Let me tell you, our wine tasting association is made up of people with taste. Not just anyone can join. Song nodded and said, bro, you get me. Unlike this brainless bumpkin, he probably doesn't even know the difference between dry red and semi-dry. Such a bumpkin. Chu Chen chuckled and said, dry red wine has a sugar content less than or equal to 4.0 g/L, while semi-dry wine refers to a sugar content of 4.1 to 12.0 g/L. After Chu Chen finished speaking, he looked at Song with a mocking gaze. Song Xiao, am I right? Song was speechless for a moment. He didn't expect Chu Chen to respond so straightforwardly, almost blurting out how thorough his knowledge of wine was. You really lucked out this time. But when my friend arrives, you might be in for some bad luck. Song looked at his watch and said, perfect timing, my friend is here. With that, he led the way outside with his entourage. Soon, a German man walked in from outside. Joseph, you're finally here. We have a braggart here who wants to learn about wine from you. Joseph looked at Chu Chen and said seriously, wine tasting is a very serious matter. You Chinese don't respect wine tasting. Some people drink like cattle, thinking that drinking a lot makes them impressive. This is the biggest insult to the wine world. Mr. Joseph, you're right. How long will you be staying in our city this time? Jiang Yanji couldn't help but try to please him. Joseph raised an eyebrow, glanced at Jiang Yanji's chest, and couldn't help but swallow before saying, how long I stay in the city depends on the chairman's arrangements. As you know, I have my own winery in Germany. Our family business is also quite large. As long as your wine tasting association cooperates with us, the future is boundless. I came mainly because of Song Xiao's reputation. I heard you want to kick Song Xiao out of the association, is that true? Jiang Yanji immediately shook her head, almost begging for mercy. Mr. Joseph, that's not true at all. In fact, our wine tasting association values both Song Xiao and Mr. Joseph, and also respects your family's wishes. Jiang Yanji kept bowing incessantly, almost burying her head between her legs, especially the white front of her chest, almost completely caught Joseph's eye. He nodded satisfactorily and said, Miss Jiang, you are quite capable. Rest assured. I will fulfill what I promised you before. By the way, wasn't there supposed to be a private banquet here today? Why are these two here? We don't need some other guests either. Joseph coldly glanced at Chu Chen, looking displeased and ready to dismiss them. Chu Chen, however, was not buying it. Although Chu Chen didn't know the true strength of Joseph's family behind him, from his interactions with Song's people, Chu Chen couldn't shake the feeling that Joseph might be even more cunning than the Song family, and even his family background could be fabricated. Of course, it was also possible that he was indeed part of that family, but his status within the family might be insignificant. He was just throwing his weight around here. Tang He, I'm sorry. Today is Master Joseph's first wine tasting event at our association, but your friend is not a member of our association, so he must leave. Song's man waved his hand towards Chu Chen and said, Country bumpkin, you are not welcome here. Just because you have money doesn't mean you can do as you please here. The situation now is that you are not welcome here. Several young men nearby burst into laughter. You think you can do as you please here just because you have a few bucks? Let me tell you, no way. Tang He stood up awkwardly and said, Chu, I'm really sorry. I brought you here today and made you suffer with me. Let's go. Jiang Yanji standing next to Song's man looked somewhat embarrassed. She apologized, Chu, I'm really sorry. Song's man and Mr. Joseph are senior members of our association, and you are not yet a member. We cannot admit you temporarily. Chu Chen glanced at Tang He, waved his hand, and said, Wait a moment, I'll have a chat with this beautiful president first, and then we'll see clearly. Then Chu Chen turned to Jiang Yanji and said, Beautiful president, I don't like being taken advantage of. I usually settle scores on the spot. How about this, you tell me how many levels of members your association has in total, maybe I have a chance to become a senior member too. Song's man sneered at Chu Chen and said, You want to become our senior member? Dream on. Our senior members not only need connections and money but also need to understand wine. Do you understand wine? Upon hearing Song's man's words, Jiang Yenji also smiled and said, Chu, Song is right. Although I don't think you have what it takes to become our senior member, I'll give you a brief introduction anyway. Despite Jiang Yenji's efforts to please Joseph, she was only interested in his abilities and the power of his family behind him. As for Joseph himself, she didn't care much about his thoughts. Our wine tasting association is divided into 5 levels of membership. The lowest level is ordinary member, followed by intermediate member, senior member, platinum member, and diamond member. To become an ordinary member, you only need a certain level of wine knowledge and pay an annual membership fee of 100,000. As for intermediate members, besides an annual fee of 500,000, higher wine knowledge is required. Moreover, you need to have a certain network. To become a senior member, you need to pay an annual membership fee of 1 million. In addition, you must have the ability and qualifications of a professional sommelier to some extent. So our Joseph will become the first platinum member of our wine tasting association today. Our association doesn't have any membership fees for platinum members. Instead, we provide various free benefits to platinum members every year, along with the privileges enjoyed by high-level members. As for diamond members, the requirements are even higher. To become a platinum member, besides having professional wine tasting skills, you also need to be able to create a legendary cocktail, like the legendary drinks in the wine tasting world of our city, such as the flower from the other shore and flaming rose. Of course, Mr. Chu, being able to create other legendary drinks is also acceptable. If you can become our diamond member, not only can you enjoy an annual salary of 1 million yuan, but you can also benefit from all the services provided by the association, with the only requirement being to host at least one major event for the association every year. Jiang Yenji said excitedly. In fact, for their wine tasting association, it was already very rare to recruit a platinum member. As for becoming a diamond member, it was even more out of reach. If I say I can create the flower from the other shore and flaming rose, would you believe me? Upon hearing Chu Chen's words, Song Jiren burst into laughter. Do you really think we are fools? Each legendary drink has been carefully crafted and improved by predecessors for generations, even dozens of generations. These legendary cocktails, not to mention you and me, even the creators may not be able to create their best form every time. And now these 2 cocktails are almost on the verge of being lost. You don't even know the recipes, yet you dare to say you can create drinks. That's just talking big. Tang He, upon hearing Song Jiren's words, became furious. Song Jiren had been bothering her continuously, which she could tolerate, but now he was provoking Chu Chen because of her, making it unbearable for her. Song Jiren, don't assume everyone is as foolish and low-level as you. Some things would not be mentioned if you didn't provoke me. Now that you've provoked me, I have no choice but to reveal your deeds. Song Jiren looked at Tang He, sneered disdainfully, and said, Xiao He, what shameful thing could I possibly have? If you know, just say it. Otherwise, I might think you're slandering me. Tang He looked at Song Jiren with anger in her eyes. Then she turned her gaze to Jiang Yenji. President, do you remember the incident where our association was reported for selling a batch of red wine in the live broadcast room? Song Jiren was the one behind the scenes planning it. He made our association show 20,000 orders during the live broadcast, then cancelled more than 10,000 orders, and even had many people complain to the Consumer Association, almost causing our association to be fined. Jiang Yenji looked at Song Jiren, somewhat incredulous, and said, Young Master Song, that incident wasn't resolved by someone you found for us. Could it be that you orchestrated all this and then used it to bribe us? Song Jiren hurriedly explained, President, please don't believe this little bitch's words. How could I do such crazy things? It's all just rumors. Song Jiren then looked angrily at Tang He and scolded, You little bitch, stop spreading lies. If you keep this up, I will definitely sue you with a lawyer, and you'll be ruined. Tang He, seeing Song Jiren's furious expression, smiled and said, I didn't want to bring this up. After all, the association didn't suffer any substantial losses, just a failed online event. But what about you? You keep bullying me over and over again. I can't just sit back and do nothing. Tang He glanced at Chu Chen and continued, Chu, this person named Song joined the Wine Tasting Association just to pursue me. When he realized I was ignoring him, he tried to increase his influence within the association by any means necessary. The last time our association was complained about by the Consumer Association, it was just one of the bad things he did. It can be said that this person will stop at nothing to achieve his goals. Jiang Yenji's face immediately darkened, clearly thinking of something. Song suddenly felt a bit flustered. At this moment, Joseph beside them couldn't help but chuckle. President Jiang, I admit that my good friend Song's actions were indeed a bit hasty for personal gain, but it's because he is too young and eager to make achievements. However, compared to the benefits he brings to the association, these losses are just a drop in the bucket. I think our focus today should not be on these trivial matters, but on promoting my platinum membership. Jiang Yanji also realized this and quickly smiled, saying, "You're right. Today, we must establish the platinum membership. With platinum members in our association, we won't have to worry about staffing for any large wine events in the future." Jiang Yanji then picked up the phone and called a few people over. These few are senior members of our wine tasting association, and they are all professionals with relevant qualifications. With Song and Mr. Joseph, we now have a total of 10 professional members in our wine tasting association. So, I announce that today's wine tasting appraisal meeting officially begins. Jiang Yanji led everyone to a specially arranged venue. By now, the room was filled with over 30 guests, mostly regular members, some mid-level members bought with money, and the remaining were high-level members. Today, we witnessed the birth of the first platinum member of our wine tasting association. Now, let me announce the rating criteria for our platinum members, Jiang Yanji said, and an elderly man walked in from outside. Many were surprised to see him. He was not someone a small private association like theirs could easily invite. Frankly speaking, with his status, not to mention these rich second-generation members, even their fathers would address him respectfully as teacher he. Yes, today we have invited Mr. He Zhong, the president of the Magic City Wine Appraisal Association, to be the judge. In addition, 3 senior technicians from the Wine Appraisal Association will also serve as members of the judging panel. Our senior members also have the right to vote. Jiang Yanji finished speaking and handed the microphone to He Zhong. He Zhong cleared his throat and said, "Dear friends and guests, I am delighted to participate in this wine tasting event today. Now, let me announce the promotion criteria and assessment items for the platinum members of the Phoenix Wine Tasting Association. First of all, let us warmly welcome our first platinum member. I believe you have all heard of his name. Let's welcome Joseph." He Zhong finished speaking, looking appreciatively at Joseph in the audience, waiting for him to come on stage. Joseph proudly raised his head, adjusted his suit, and confidently took the microphone from the staff. "Thank you all. In the words of Huagua, it is a great honor, and I will continue to serve the association in the future." After he finished speaking, thunderous applause erupted in the audience. I believe no one doubts Joseph's abilities. Next, let me explain the main purpose of our assessment today. In order to discover talents, the association holds such assessment and promotion ceremonies every year. Those who believe they have the ability to be promoted can participate in the assessment. Today, the senior technicians who came with me will evaluate your abilities. After he finished speaking, the gatekeeper let in a number of people, all of whom stood respectfully at the back of the hall, looking like prospective members eager to join the association. Glancing around, Chu Qin noticed that these people were all well-dressed, some appearing to be rebellious rich second generations, but it was evident that they all came from affluent backgrounds. The fact that such individuals were clamoring to join the association indicated that its development was not to be underestimated. There was definitely something substantial about it. The assessment consists of several rounds. The first round is about knowledge of alcoholic beverages, the second round involves blind tasting, and the third round requires you to mix drinks freely. I hope you all achieve good results. He Zhong concluded, then stepped down from the stage, and applause erupted once again. Xu Chen listened attentively, lost in his own thoughts. Tang Yi glanced at him, knowing that the boss was deep in contemplation, so she didn't dare interrupt him, simply staying quietly by his side. In reality, Tang Yi was currently browsing through the system mall. With every 350,000 popularity points, the mall could be upgraded once. It had now reached the second level, offering more items for sale. Interestingly, the system mall now featured a comprehensive guide to alcoholic beverages, providing all the necessary knowledge. This was truly a godsend. Xu Qin immediately brightened up and spent 100,000 popularity points to purchase the guide. In an instant, a warm stream of information flowed into his mind, expanding his knowledge of alcoholic beverages significantly. Now, he didn't need to worry about the first round, but the second round of blind tasting posed a challenge. Having been impoverished before, he had hardly tasted any good wines, let alone discern their flavors blindfolded. "Why are you still here? Are you planning to participate in the assessment as well?" A member of the Song family, seeing the two still lingering, rolled his eyes disdainfully and said, "With your level of skill, participating in the competition would be a disgrace. If you don't want to be ridiculed by everyone here, you better leave now." With that, he floated past the two, heading to chat with some senior members. "Xiaoyi, go inform the president that I also want to sign up for the assessment," Xu Chen instructed Tang He. But Tang He seemed hesitant. She was well aware of the strict rules for joining the association, which were incredibly challenging. Those who were not dedicated to the art of drinking would not be taken seriously by the association. She had noticed this during their previous meal together. Chu Chen was someone who enjoyed fine wines due to his wealth, but he lacked in-depth knowledge of alcoholic beverages. Would it not be embarrassing for him to participate in the assessment? The boss asked you to make the call. Why haven't you done it yet? Seeing her hesitation, Chu Chen's tone grew slightly firmer. Yes, I'll do it right away. Tang He turned and left, and shortly after, Zhang Yanji approached with graceful steps. Mr. Chu, I'm sorry, but our assessments require advance booking. As you can see, those who wish to join have been booking their slots months in advance, and now all spots are filled. Joining at the last minute wouldn't be fair to them, she explained, casting a brief glance at Chu Chen. In truth, she didn't hold him in high regard either. Not following entertainment news and not being part of social circles, she had never heard of Chu Chen before. Moreover, the attitude of the Song family member towards him, along with the disparaging remarks, had subtly influenced her perception of him as a nouveau riche rich second generation, leaving a less than favorable impression. Didn't Mr. He mention before that membership and promotion are based on merit? Those without the skills will be eliminated, which is only fair. Besides, does your association really let go of talented individuals like this? Having been a boss for so long and conducting business for so many years, Chu Chen felt he had honed a silver tongue. Indeed, Zhang Yanji appeared somewhat hesitant. After pondering for a moment, she contemplated how to politely dismiss him without causing offense. The thing is, of course, we welcome talents, but we're afraid Mr. Chu might be eliminated in the first round. Wouldn't that be embarrassing for you? Thinking that Chu Chen would understand the difficulty of the assessment and retreat, he unexpectedly laughed heartily twice. President Zhang, you're worrying too much. There's no need to look down on people. I assure you here, if I get eliminated in the first round, I will never set foot in your association again. In addition, I will donate 50 million as your activity fund. Indeed, the power of money is strong, and Chu Chen watched as Zhang Yanji swallowed nervously. Alright, it's a deal. I didn't expect Mr. Chu to be so generous. She immediately agreed and arranged for Chu Chen to fill out the form. The first round of assessments had begun, everyone took their seats, and the assessors began asking questions, scoring based on correct and incorrect answers. When it was Chu Chen's turn, he answered fluently, his thoughts clear, earning nods of approval from the assessors. After the first round of assessments, the results were announced on the big screen, but anonymously, using participant numbers instead. Almost everyone was shocked after seeing the results because contestant number 6 ranked first, scoring full marks. In all these years, it's the first time I've seen a perfect score. Even Zhang Yanji was astonished, her mouth agape. To be honest, the questions in this round were extremely difficult, designed to eliminate those the association did not approve of in the first round to avoid embarrassment in the following 2 rounds. After all, they were all wealthy individuals, and it wouldn't be beneficial to offend them. But today, someone actually scored full marks. At that moment, the judges walked over to Yi Zhong and whispered a few words to him. He smiled, nodded repeatedly, showing a joyful expression. Wow, it's truly amazing. Is it Joseph? I think so. He said he participated in the assessment to show equality. Truly stunning. Joseph is forever a legend. I wish I could join the association this time. A group of young people eager to join the association immediately started discussing. Joseph's reputation had long been elevated to a godlike status in their minds. Chu Chen stood among them, his expression indifferent. Suddenly, He Zhong stepped forward, whispered something to Chu Chen, young man, perform well. After saying that, he kindly smiled and returned to the front of the hall. The young people were stunned, their faces showing jealousy and disdain. Hey, are you a privileged person? How much did you pay to even get He Lao's approval? Exactly, they were preaching about fairness and justice, but when I gave the president a gift, she rejected it all. I told you, where's fairness and justice in today's society? Let's speak based on merit. We've got our eyes on you. We'll check all your results later. That's right. Chu Chen suddenly became the center of attention, surrounded by people confronting him. He remained calm, shrugged, do as you wish. Song Ji, witnessing this scene, was delighted. He couldn't stand Chu Chen no matter how he looked at him. The woman he had been pursuing for so long had become his secretary, and he didn't even know what she was up to behind his back. Especially just now, she almost embarrassed him and nearly revealed all his secrets. He was filled with hatred and vowed to find an opportunity to deal with her in the future. With these thoughts in mind, he walked a few steps towards Chu Chen. How dare you still have the face to participate in the competition? We all seek fairness, but someone like you, a nouveau riche, what qualifications do you have to enter our refined hall? Even if the president agrees, we won't accept you, he deliberately said. The people around him, upon hearing this, felt their anger burning even more fiercely. So, he's a filthy nouveau riche. I hate these kinds of people the most, empty-headed and pretentious. Yes, I don't know how someone like him got approved to participate in the assessment. It's a disgrace to the association. Probably just solved it with money. What does a nouveau riche know besides throwing money around? Discussions buzzed around, and Chu Chen was surrounded by a crowd, enduring highly insulting remarks. This was exactly what Song wanted to see. His mind was extremely twisted. The more indifferent Chu Chen appeared, the more he wanted to see his dignity trampled upon. How about it? Did you hear that? If you're smart, you better leave quickly. Don't think that knowing a few people in the business world can make me look bad. Let me tell you, I have weight in this association. I don't want to be with someone like you, a barbaric nouveau riche. Song finished speaking, sneering. Tang Yi stood by, gritting her teeth in anger. If her boss hadn't instructed her earlier not to intervene no matter what happened, she would have wanted to give Song a big slap in the face right now. You always boast about your abilities, why not participate in the assessment? Chu Chen suddenly said to him. This hit the nail on the head, leaving Song speechless for a moment. He had climbed up in the association through means. His purpose here was to win over Tang He and to curry favor with the powerful members, actually knowing little about alcohol. It was precisely such a guilty person who was most afraid of being questioned about his abilities. Before he could say anything, Chu Chen turned and left. See, he finally backed down and left. At least he has some self-awareness. Probably couldn't bear the thought of losing face after the first round scores, so he ran away. Watching Chu Chen's back, Song sneered, and the surrounding voices immediately echoed in agreement. Chu Chen strolled to the backstage preparation area. Jiang Yanji was nervously organizing people for the second round's required wines. As these wines were of considerable value, she had to personally oversee them. President Zhang, Chu Chen called out to her, and Jiang Yanji turned around. I didn't expect you to not be eliminated in the first round. Although I don't know your score, it seems I underestimated you, she said, a slight smile playing on her lips. To be honest, I was quite lucky in the first round, but the second round is uncertain. I want to join the association because I'm genuinely interested in wine now and hope to learn from the masters. But I don't know if I'll have that chance. So I'd like to ask for your help. Let me taste all the wines here. It's also a way for me to make up for my lack of knowledge, Chu Chen said, and Jiang Yanji narrowed her phoenix eyes, wanting to know what this man was up to. Technically, this couldn't be considered cheating. There were 20 types of wines used in the assessment, with extremely subtle taste differences. These wines were believed to have been tasted by all the participants, and the challenge wasn't about whether they had tasted them before, as most people wouldn't be able to discern the subtle differences even after 100 tastings. Moreover, this man in front of her was going to invest 50 million in the association without asking for anything in return, so it wouldn't hurt to let this nouveau riche broaden his horizons a bit. Alright, I can let you taste each one. Jiang Yanji finished speaking, poured a stack of small cups, poured a small amount of each wine, and handed them to Chu Chen one by one, explaining a few words along the way. Chu Chen nodded repeatedly and tasted each one. I guess you can't tell the difference, right? These wines all have their unique characteristics, but even if an ordinary person drinks them many times, they won't be able to distinguish the reasons behind them. That's why I advised you not to compete, Jiang Yanji said after they had all been tasted. After tasting 20 kinds of wines, from red wine to champagne, Chu Chen was already feeling a bit tipsy, his face flushed with a slight intoxication, feeling particularly comfortable. Good wine was indeed exceptional. Actually, Jiang Yanji's description just now, along with the smell of alcohol, was firmly imprinted in his mind. Due to his highly developed brain, his 5 senses were much more acute than ordinary people's. He could discern subtle smells instantly. To put it simply, if he were to search for drugs, he would definitely outperform police dogs. Outside, there was already a commotion as the second round of the competition was about to begin. Chu Chen walked out from backstage and silently returned to the assessment area. Why haven't you left yet? The participant standing next to him at the assessment spot rolled his eyes at him. He was now mistakenly seen as a nouveau riche, which greatly affected their interests, so naturally, these people didn't like him. Chu Chen ignored them, and the staff immediately came over to put blindfolds on them. I announce, the wine tasting begins now. Tasting one wine after another, Chu Chen understood clearly in his heart. While these wines might not show much difference to ordinary people, for someone with senses 100 times sharper than normal, each one had distinct characteristics, making it a piece of cake for him. He told the names of the tasted wines to the assessment officer in front of him, who kept nodding. As the second round ended, everyone removed their blindfolds. The young man beside him seemed confident, discussing the assessment just now with pride, appearing to be someone knowledgeable about wine. Songji saw that Chu Chen hadn't left yet, and his eyes were practically rolling to the sky. This Chu Chen was really causing trouble. If it weren't for him, he would have had Tang He in his hands today no matter what. However, just one small business owner like Chu Chen couldn't stop him. While the results were being tallied, he immediately walked over to Tang He's side, gazing at her full and slender figure, as well as the curves accentuated by her tight skirt, with a lecherous expression. I say, Xia, don't misunderstand what happened just now. Brother Song wasn't targeting you. It's mainly because I feel heartbroken seeing you with that lecherous Chu Chen. It's truly a waste of beauty. He was trying to save face for himself. Tang He didn't pay much attention to him, just rolled her eyes and turned her head the other way. Humph, who's the lecherous one here? She coldly snorted. Songji suppressed his anger and leaned in closer to her. Why are you defending him so much? Did he drug you with some love potion? Why not teach me too? Get lost. I'm just Mr. Chu's secretary. Stop spouting nonsense. Tang He was both embarrassed and annoyed by his words, whispering back. Oh, you're quite the feisty little pepper. I was attracted to that about you in the first place. Let me tell you, nouveau riches like him are just playing around with you. It's better to come to me, I hold no grudges. I'll make sure you live a life of luxury and excitement. It's not too late now. As he spoke, his restless greasy hand had already reached towards Tang He's buttocks. Ah! Tang He finally couldn't help but scream, but a large hand covered her mouth. Song Ji had anticipated her scream and quickly covered her mouth tightly. Since everyone was waiting for the assessment results, no one paid attention to the rest area. It was a perfect opportunity now. Song Ji gestured, and his two lackeys immediately understood and hurried over, their eyes scanning Tang He with a greasy and evil look. You don't know what's good for you. I'll ruin you. Who do you think you are? Let me tell you, there are plenty of cheap goods like you everywhere, all trying to cling on to me. What are you pretending to be innocent for? Aren't you secretly acting like a bitch for that Chu Chun? Songji said, and the two lackeys had already come forward to hold Tang He's hands and feet, dragging her to a corner. There was a hidden door there, and usually, Songji would open it, leading the way. The two men then forcefully pulled Tang He inside. Tang He was now in despair. She knew no one could save her. Facing three big men, even if she was usually strong-willed, she couldn't muster any strength now. After safeguarding her chastity for so long, it was going to be destroyed by these beasts today. Song, the guy who thought he could have anyone he wanted, was determined to ruin him. At this moment, Song had no idea what Tang He was thinking, all he could see was her beautiful body. When they were struggling just now, Tang He's shirt got pulled up, revealing a large piece of snowy white skin. This sight made his blood boil, his eyes turning red. Tie her up, Song ordered. The two lackeys glanced around, seeming a bit worried. Song, is it safe here? Don't worry, we're still in the assessment period, no one will come in. Song smirked, revealing a twisted smile. You guys can have some fun for a few days, consider it a bonus for you. Don't say I'm not good to you in the future. After Song finished speaking, the two men nodded repeatedly, stuffing a rag into Tang He's mouth and then tying her hands and feet with a rope they found. Come on, let me make you comfortable first. With red eyes, Song pounced on Tang He, tearing at her clothes. Tang He whimpered, tears streaming down her face. She never expected Song to be so audacious in broad daylight. Although he wasn't a real prince of the Song family, dealing with someone like her, who had no backing, was a piece of cake for him. She had no room to struggle, only able to watch helplessly as Song tore open her shirt and reached for her bra. Completely disregarding the woman's pain in front of him, Song couldn't help but salivate at the sight of the large expanse of snowy white skin before him, becoming even more excited. Just as he was about to press down again, a loud bang sounded from above, followed by darkness. Who is it? Song roared, turning his head to see liquid flowing down, touching it and realizing it was blood, making him furious. Who dares to hit me? I'm right here. Chu Chen stood in front of him, holding a bottle of red wine that she had just smashed on Song's head, the expensive wine spilling all over the floor. Chu Chen. Believe me, I'll kill you. Song had never been hit before, and now he looked like he was about to explode, like a ridiculous beast roaring on the ground. Chu Chen was much calmer than him, taking out her phone and snapping a few pictures, carefully avoiding capturing Tang He's exposed body. Fine, I'll wait for you. Before you kill me, I'll make sure your reputation is ruined. After saying that, the sound of footsteps outside grew chaotic. Chu Chen stepped forward, took off her coat, and covered Tang He with it. What's going on? Zhang Yanji rushed in first, taking in the mess inside and feeling a sense of foreboding. He tried to assault me. Tang He pointed at Song, crying out in distress. It's not that simple. Song had calmed down by now, reverting to his shameless self. I just invited Miss Tang in to clear up a misunderstanding, but this Chu Chun unexpectedly barged in and attacked me. When can our association tolerate such vulgar people who resort to violence at the drop of a hat? After speaking, he glanced at Jiang Yanji, a hint of threat in his eyes. Jiang Yanji pursed her lips, her only concern being the smooth running of the association's activities. After Chu Chen's sudden visit today, causing trouble non-stop, she was already very displeased. Mr. Chu, I respect your generosity towards the association, but you have seriously disrupted the event. We don't want your money anymore, please leave immediately. She turned to Chu Chen abruptly. It was quite amusing, after all the shameless things Song had done, he was the one being asked to leave in the end. This was truly the funniest joke he had heard all year. Indeed, he must have bought his way in. I knew it. How could a nouveau riche like him participate in our high-class association's assessment? Yes, I don't know how much money to promise to the association. Having such people come in is simply lowering our standards. President, let's kick this kind of person out quickly. Always resorting to violence, what if after we join, he throws a bottle at our heads just because he's not happy? A group of young people wanting to join the association seemed to have finally found evidence and started cursing incessantly. Chu Chen finally understood that everyone here was normal. With a clueless president like Jiang Yanji, the association that could have thrived was being led step by step towards destruction. Settling scores with the Song family could wait for another day. The most important thing now was to send Tanghe, who had been crying all along, back home. He didn't want to stay a moment longer in this place. Seeing the sinister smile on Song's face, Chu Chen's anger surged, and he grabbed his collar. Song, remember this, I don't like to argue with dogs. I can endure it once, maybe even twice, but I won't tolerate it a third time. You better watch out in the future. After saying that, he forcefully threw him, and Song crashed to the ground, getting up and spewing a string of obscenities. Ignoring him, Chu Chen went straight to pick up Tanghe and walked out. Get out, go far away. You nouveau riche, don't let us see you again. People like you shouldn't even think about joining this high-class association. Ignorant and pretending to be knowledgeable, just a bunch of trash. As Chu Chen walked out, a chorus of insults erupted. Mocking the weak when gathered together seemed to be everyone's nature. Especially for those desperately seeking validation, they feared being at the bottom of the group and tried hard to find someone to scapegoat. Today, Chu Chen was the perfect choice. Chu Chen found it amusing, ready to leave, but was suddenly stopped by a voice. Hold on, young man. Turning back, he was surprised to see it was He Zhong calling him. Mr. He, is there something you need? Chu Chen held great respect for this old man, who not only treated others kindly but also encouraged him earlier. He Zhong walked slowly to Chu Chen and said something that shocked everyone present. Your name is Chu Chen, right? I admire your talent very much. On behalf of the Wine Appraisal Association, I sincerely invite you to join. As he finished speaking, a strange silence fell over the room, followed by a burst of commotion. Did I hear correctly? This kind of person was actually invited by Mr. He is Mr. He getting senile in his old age, mistaking people? This is outrageous. Is there nothing that money can't solve nowadays? No one believed that Chu Chen had the ability to earn Mr. He's appreciation. They all thought it was a mistake. Chu Chen smiled faintly. Mr. He, thank you very much for your appreciation, but I need to consider it. This statement caused another uproar in the room. Are we mistaken? Is this person out of his mind? Mr. He personally extended the invitation, and he, without showing gratitude to Mr. He, dares to say he needs to consider it? This person must be crazy. Mr. He, I object. Just then, the young man who had stood beside Chu Chen during the assessment stepped forward from the crowd. If someone like him can enter the Wine Appraisal Association, why can't I, who can perform even better than him? He said, casting a disdainful glance at Chu Chen. He Zhong smiled slightly. If I'm not mistaken, you are the eldest son of the Su family, the largest red wine distributor. I have also observed your performance, not bad, but compared to this young Chu, you still have a long way to go. With these words, Su Lian's features twisted in frustration. I can't compare to him? Mr. He, are you joking? I feel there's something fishy about today's competition. Aren't they treating us like fools? After he spoke, a group of people behind him echoed his sentiments, demanding justice. Alright, I'll show you what justice means. He Zhong's face reddened slightly with anger, the first time in many years that he had been so openly challenged. Stepping onto the stage, he instructed the staff to display the assessment results on the big screen. What? Number 6 is actually Chu Chen? Click click, two sneaky individuals hurriedly raised their phones to take pictures, already planning the headline in their minds. Leveraging Chu Chen this time would surely stir up some buzz. This can't be. Joseph didn't get a perfect score? Everyone was in shock, even the senior members of the association were amazed. In all these years, I've never seen anyone get a perfect score. Yes, it's true. Looks can be deceiving. I thought this person knew nothing about wine, but turns out he can get a perfect score. He's truly a rare talent. President Jian almost drove him away. The discussions filled the air, and under Mr. He's guidance, the second round of scores was released. Chu Chen got another perfect score. He accurately identified all 20 wines, which was almost impossible to achieve. Incredible, truly incredible. The arrogance on the faces of the young people vanished, replaced by a sense of uncontrollable admiration. Su Lian suddenly walked up to Chu Chen and bowed deeply. Mr. Chu, I apologize for my earlier ignorance and the things I said to you. Chu Chen glanced at Su Lian's scores. The kid was doing well, ranking first among the young participants. His daring and outspoken spirit was something Chu Chen admired. Seeing Su Lian hesitating to rise, Chu Chen gently patted his shoulder, signaling him to stand up. You did nothing wrong. You're also talented. It's just that this association is chaotic and not worth your stay. Mr. Chu, it's impolite of you to speak ill of our association. Zhang Yanji was immediately provoked by his words. Did I say anything wrong? You should be well aware of the despicable things that man, Songji, has done, right? As the president, you should clean house for the association's betterment. But just to keep Joseph, you turned a blind eye to his actions. With a president like you, the association will eventually be ruined. After speaking, Chu Chen's sharp eagle-like eyes stared at Zhang Yanji, leaving her speechless. The senior members had long noticed Songji's actions and now nodded in agreement. And Joseph, whom you've always cherished, his illustrious background and titles are all fake. He was just a lazy French youth before, did you know that? What? What are you saying? Upon hearing this, Zhang Yanji almost stumbled to the ground in shock. Before the assessment, Chu Chen had sent Joseph's name and photo to Lone Wolf, instructing him to investigate the man. Lone Wolf had just replied, and the results were indeed fascinating to Chu Chen. Joseph used to be a troublemaker in France, with a low education level, dropping out early to engage in fraudulent activities on the streets, and long-term abuse of his parents, forcing them to support him financially. However, he had one skill, an exceptional sense of smell. When Songji encountered him, a plan was immediately hatched. Given some money and a bit of polishing, Joseph, who had learned a few Chinese phrases, transformed into a wine master. He had no real talent, but his excellent sense of smell and identifying wines more accurately than others, coupled with Songji's boasting, turned him into a wine master without anyone questioning his identity. You fraud! Zhang Yanji was extremely agitated at this moment. She had always protected Joseph carefully because he was her only prized possession. Now that Joseph had finally become the association's first platinum member as expected, she was overjoyed, only to realize it was all a scam. As the president, you can't even distinguish between truth and lies. It's truly disappointing. I'm quitting the association. Me too. I'm out too. Refund our membership fees for this year. Yes, refund the money, you fraud. Upon hearing this news, the 30 or so members were all stirred up. They came here just to show their faces, learn something, and make connections with some upper-class individuals. It's crucial in the business circle, and in such a high-end association, as long as there are attractive aspects, more influential and prestigious people will continue to join. Most of them joined because of this appeal, but now hearing that even the platinum members are fake, and the news will be exposed by journalists, this association has lost all meaning in their eyes. Stop spreading rumors. Joseph has his own special cocktail recipes. If it's not real, how could he create such unique cocktails? Just because of Chu Chen's instigation, you all believe it? Song, unable to contain himself any longer, burst out in anger, baring his teeth and claws in front of everyone. Yes, Joseph has his own special cocktail recipes. Jiang, who had been feeling hopeless, saw a glimmer of hope. Ha, wasn't that special cocktail made by a bartender at a tavern that you paid for? Have you forgotten? Or should I show you the transaction records? Oh no, more accurately, you coerced and threatened, even used family members to snatch it. Shu scolded, thinking that this guy had some nerve. After all these years of maintaining a false identity undetected, he had uncovered everything in just over an hour, but now this guy was asking for 2 million, treating him like an ATM. This can't be. I had everything covered up. Song couldn't believe it, shaking his head in disbelief. Despicable. Truly despicable. A middle-aged senior member pointed at Song, cursing. He had endured Song's arrogance for too long, but this time, the truth was too much to bear. You should be exposed. Yes, you're worse than animals. We've tolerated you enough over the years, it's time for you to leave. Before they knew it, the crowd had surrounded Song, spitting with anger, almost drowning him. The two journalists were getting more and more excited as they filmed. They had only planned to cover an event, but unexpectedly stumbled upon such a big story, hitting the jackpot. Brother Chu, why don't you start your own association? With your abilities, I'm sure it will be successful. We're willing to pay membership fees to join. Suddenly, a young senior member suggested. Everyone seemed to have an epiphany and echoed the sentiment, urging Chu to establish his own association. Scratching his head, Chu was indecisive. You've seen it too, we've known each other for so many years here. It would be a shame to lose this organization. The middle-aged man who had scolded Song before also advised. But Chu remembered how Jong had invited him to join the Wine Appraisal Association before. If he agreed to establish a new association now, wouldn't that be a slap in the face to him? Unexpectedly, Jong smiled kindly and nodded. The threshold for the Wine Appraisal Association is too high. For ordinary enthusiasts, they don't need such a professional gathering place, just a regular tasting association where like-minded people can come together. If you establish a new association now, I fully support it. With Jong's words, Chu had no reason to refuse and nodded in agreement. Alright, I'll take the liberty to accept this title. In the future, I will clear out the hall at the Gutian Grand Hotel as a dedicated activity center for everyone. Anyone capable of joining the association will not be charged a penny. After he finished, cheers erupted on the scene. Only Song's face turned pale as he, accompanied by two lackeys, slinked away from the wall, and Joseph, sensing the situation, hurriedly escaped through the back door. Jiang, on the other hand, stood there with empty eyes, her body slowly sliding down as if losing all strength. She was a bastard child. Despite her family's wealth, she was always looked down upon. Finally, she gained respect through this association, which was her all-out effort, but now it all turned out to be in vain. Tears streamed down her face, but then a tall figure appeared in front of her. President Jiang, I know you've dedicated yourself to the association all these years. Who can live without making mistakes? You were also deceived by bad people. After that incident, my Liquor Industry Association still welcomes you. I'm willing to pay you to be the managing president of the association. What do you think? Chu Chen asked with a smile. Me? Be the managing president? Zhang Yinji could hardly believe her ears. After making such a huge mistake before, disappointing everyone, Chu Chen was still willing to offer her a job without holding a grudge. She nodded vigorously. President Chu, thank you so much. Zhang Yinji grabbed Chu Chen's trouser leg, choked with emotion. Everyone present was touched by Chu Chen's broad-mindedness, applauding and cheering. President Chu is truly worthy of his reputation. President Chu, whatever the association needs in the future, just tell us and we'll do it. Not just for the association, if President Chu encounters any trouble in the future, just let us know. The crowd cheered, and Chu Chen's system kept making notification sounds in his mind. Congratulations to the host for gaining admiration from 2 outstanding individuals. Congratulations to the host for gaining admiration from 9 outstanding individuals. Congratulations to the host for gaining admiration from 22 outstanding individuals. Congratulations to the host for gaining admiration from 38 outstanding individuals. Received 42 special attentions, gained 550,000 popularity points. Congratulations to the host for receiving 5 special draws, popularity mall upgraded to level 3. Wow, just the people present gave Chu Chen 550,000 popularity points, exceeding his expectations by far. Special draw, use it now, he exclaimed excitedly in his mind. Alright, host, I will now initiate the special draw for you. Ding, draw successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring ownership of Dongming Pharmaceutical Factory. Ding, congratulations to the host for acquiring a giant cruise ship, Royal Maidley. Indeed, the special draw was extraordinary. Despite Chu Chen being a poor loser in the past, he had always dreamed of owning a cruise ship. He had saved up a year's worth of living expenses, planning to take Li Chanxian on a cruise during his vacation, but she heartlessly abandoned him in the end. He could never forget the disdainful look Li Chanxian gave him while clinging to Lu Yuan's arm, devoid of any pity. With your meager savings, you'd probably spend it all just on the ticket, right? People on cruises are wealthy and love to gamble. With your little money, you won't even afford a meal there. It's just a pipe dream. I won't embarrass myself by going with you, she said, burying her head in Lu Yuan's chest. My brother Lu Yuan is much better. Next month, we're planning a trip to Sanya, booking the best seaside hotel. Lu Yuan stared at Chu Chen intensely, gripping Li Chanxian's waist tightly. You'll pay for this, you little vixen. At that moment, Chu Chen felt a mix of sorrow and anger, enduring the biggest humiliation of his life. Even now, the memory made his head ache. Wait a minute. The name of the cruise ship the system just mentioned sounded familiar. He checked his phone and discovered that the ticket he bought with his savings back then was for this Royal Madeley cruise ship. He had boarded the ship alone in a daze to clear his mind. As Li Chanxian had said, the ship was filled with wealthy people, with most areas being casinos where millionaires gambled away. There were also many foreigners on board, and most of the waiters were foreigners too. At that time, Chu Chen struggled with English and faced many difficulties on board. This time, he unexpectedly became the owner of this multi-billion-dollar cruise ship. He felt like he was floating on air, ignoring the curious gazes of others as he turned the corner and dialed Sushi's number. Do you have time next week?" he hurriedly asked as she answered the phone. The beauty on the other end of the line hesitated slightly, seeming a bit puzzled. "Time? If you want to see me, just let me know a day in advance." "No, what I need is a week of your time," Chu Chen stated, causing Sushi to furrow her delicate brows. As a CEO, especially now that the company had just overcome a crisis, it was unreasonable for her to be away from the company for a whole week. Well, she was about to refuse when Chu Chen spoke again. "You've been under too much pressure lately. I want to take you away for a break. I've just bought a new cruise ship, the Royal Majesty. We can spend a week on it. Don't worry, you can still handle work remotely on board. I'll make sure everything is arranged for you." After he finished, he eagerly awaited her response. She was torn at this moment. Truth be told, she was a rational and practical person. Although she had her own boundaries, it didn't mean she wouldn't pursue things she considered valuable. And right now, Chu Chen was that valuable thing. Even though she couldn't quite understand if Chu Chen truly loved her, or fully grasp her own feelings for him, being with Chu Chen was undoubtedly her best choice at the moment. Besides, he was like a treasure, coveted by many women, and she wasn't foolish enough to let go of such an outstanding man. "All right, I agree," she replied softly. "Fantastic." Chu Chen cheered quietly and then hung up the phone. He briefly explained the matters of the Wine Tasting Association to Jiang Yanji and then took Tang He back to the Gutian Grand Hotel. "You got injured today, so rest here at Gutian for now. I'll have someone arrange a VIP suite for you shortly." After getting off the car, Chu Chen said gently. Tang He's face instantly blushed. Instead of sending her home, the boss insisted on arranging a room for her at Gutian. Could it be that? But as it turned out, she had indeed overthought it. Chu Chen escorted her to the room, instructed someone to prepare a new set of clothes for her, and then turned to leave with peace of mind. "Mr. Chu," Tang He suddenly called out to him from behind. "Is there anything else?" Chu Chen asked in confusion. Why are you being so kind to me?" Tang He held her breath for a moment, finally asking the question. Well, Chu Chen was truly caught off guard this time. He hadn't done anything out of the ordinary, just showing some care and spending some money to take care of her. Was that considered being very kind to her? No wonder rich people found it so easy to woo women. No wonder all his efforts in love this year were in vain, as Lu Yuan managed to steal his girl in less than a month. "You always work diligently for me, as a boss, isn't that what I should do? Just consider it as an employee benefit." After saying that, he left without looking back. His status was different now, and it wouldn't be appropriate for a man and a woman to spend too much time alone in a hotel. Back at home, he checked his WeChat messages. The number of unread messages was still over 99. Most of the association members had added him on WeChat today, and many of them sent greetings. Chu Chen thought about it and decided to create a group chat. "Chu Chen, feel free to speak your mind here in the future, and I will also use this platform to inform everyone of any activities." "Xiadeo, thank you, President Chu, we await your arrangements." Lin Yaofan, President Chu is wise. Wang Jipeng, forever supporting President Chu. After glancing through the messages filled with compliments, Chu Chen was about to exit the chat interface when a photo caught his attention. Liin, image, Liin, Mr. Chu, I heard that you invested in a movie. I happen to be filming in Hengdian right now, and I just heard that there's a commotion here. It seems like Zhao's crew got into a dispute with your team, and I heard that some actors got injured. I thought I should inform you promptly. Chu Chen quickly opened the image, revealing a scene of chaos. Several crew members were sitting on the ground looking dejected, and a few actors in costume had minor injuries, sitting in distress in a corner. He enlarged the picture and suddenly saw something that made his eyes blaze with anger. In the photo, Chu Yuyu sat desolately in the corner. Despite being an actress, her face was covered in bruises. How dare someone touch his sister? Chu Chen was instantly furious. In his world, family and loved ones were more important than himself, and now seeing his beloved sister with such a bruised face pained him. Moreover, Chu Yuyu was currently the leading actress, and an actress's face was precious, let alone a leading actress. Now she had been hit by someone, it was as if they had hit Chu Chen's face. He immediately called Tang He. "Tang He, are you still awake?" Book me the next flight to the film and television city. After saying this, without waiting for Tang He's response, he hung up and added the director named Lee In on WeChat, who promptly accepted the request. Lee In, hello, Mr. Chu, I've heard of your great reputation. I couldn't make it to today's assessment meeting, but I've heard all about your heroic deeds. I look forward to your guidance in the future. Perhaps due to his long experience as a director, Lee In spoke in a very official manner, using various terms as if following a template. Chu Chen, no need to be polite, brotherly. Please tell me in detail about what you posted in the group. Lee In, oh, it's like this. I just finished work today and heard that someone had caused trouble on set. I initially thought it was just a minor scuffle between crews, but it turned out to be more serious than I expected. Lee In, I've known the assistant director of your crew for a long time, so I had already heard that Chu Yu is your sister. However, many people in this circle are unaware of this, and even if they knew, they might not necessarily show you face. I advise you to handle this matter properly. It will not only uphold Chu Yu's prestige but also help her establish herself firmly. Chu Chen didn't read his message carefully, but he sensed an underlying meaning. Lee In must have more to say than what was written. Chu Chen, Director Lee, can we talk on the phone now? After asking, Lee In immediately initiated a voice call. Director Lee, I understand your implication, but Chu Yu is my sister, and I must know the truth of this matter. Rest assured, I will remember your help, he said directly after answering the call. Lee In on the other end hesitated for a while before finally speaking up. Mr. Chu, I really shouldn't meddle in this matter, but since it concerns you, I'll tell you. He cleared his throat. Actually, the original female lead for this script was Yuan Shi. When you invested, Chu Yu was pushed into the spotlight. Many in the industry believe that Chu Yu is just a vase propped up by a big shot, and many look down on her. Yuan Shi is not someone to be trifled with, relying on her A-list status. She often bullies other celebrities. This time, feeling that Chu Yu had taken her role, she had long held a grudge. So, she found a flimsy excuse to cause trouble on set. Lee In vividly recounted the story, and Chu Chen understood it clearly. After hanging up, he received a message from Tang He, informing him that the plane ticket had been booked. Chu Chen quickly showered, changed his clothes, and left the house. When he arrived at the film and television city, it was already 10 o'clock at night, but he wasted no time and went straight to the set of the TV drama Can't Live Without You. Since it was late, the main actors had already gone back to rest, leaving only a few stand-ins and supporting actors on set. Are you incapable? If you can't do it, I'll find someone else. Don't you know what you look like? Being able to participate this time is a blessing from your ancestors. Stop causing trouble for me. A director-like person was loudly scolding a supporting actor. The young girl's eyes turned red instantly, and she looked ashamed. Chu Chen saw that the supporting actress, although not a great beauty, had a pure and lovely look. She seemed untouched by cosmetic procedures, which made her more pleasing to the eye than those stars and internet celebrities who visit cosmetic clinics hundreds of times a year. The director's scolding was really excessive. Hey, are you the director? He walked straight up, kicked the person's chair, and said. The man was swaying the chair back and forth when Chu Chen kicked it, almost causing him to fall. When he realized what happened, he became furious. Who the hell are you? How dare you talk to me like that? Facing his red-faced anger, Chu Chen remained calm. I'm asking you, are you the director? He asked again. What's it to you? Who the hell are you? The man roared, trying to grab Chu Chen's collar. However, Chu Chen was quicker and grabbed his neck, exerting a force that made him feel helpless. Li Guohua felt like he was suffocating under the immense and irresistible force. Chu Chen finally let go. Huff, huff, he gasped for air for a long time before calming down. His face clearly showed fear. I warn you, if you ever attack an actor again, I won't let you off the hook. Do you understand? He threatened in a low voice. I understand, I won't forget. Chu Chen knew he couldn't do much today, so he decided to stay at a nearby 5-star hotel and deal with it tomorrow. Unexpectedly, as he approached his room with the keycard, he witnessed a scene that shattered his expectations. A fat man stood at the end of the corridor, embracing a slender woman, laughing loudly. The woman was coquettish, pushing him away playfully. You naughty boy, I haven't showered yet. Chu Chen was speechless. Just as he was about to return to his room, the woman suddenly turned around. It was Yuan Shi? You little vixen, still pretending, huh? Haven't seen you in over a month, missed you so much, love filming your scenes. The bald man said with a smile, then began to tear at Yuan Shi's clothes. This was too audacious. Wasn't he afraid of paparazzi? Oh my, what if someone sees us? Yuan Shi twisted her body in the oversized silk robe, which only encouraged the man to undress her faster. What's there to fear? No one is staying on this floor today. Aren't we seeking excitement? The bald man said as he stripped off the robe. Just as Yuan-shi was about to respond, she caught a glimpse of a figure out of the corner of her eye. She turned around and saw Chu-chin standing there. Ah! Her scream echoed through the entire floor. Who are you? Yuan-shi's scream rang out, and the bald man also became alert, pulling up his robe. Who are you? A paparazzo? The man charged towards Chu-chen, his fat belly shaking. He didn't expect Chu-chen to stand his ground, his face a mix of anger and confusion. What did you see, punk? Speak up, he shouted at Chu-chen. Chu-chen just shrugged. I saw what I needed to see. What? The man was infuriated by Chu-chen's attitude and grabbed his collar. You scum, are you a paparazzo? You've got some nerve, spying on me. Do you know the consequences of being caught by me? He said, then suddenly raised his hand and slapped Chu-chen hard across the face. You dog, looking like a person but acting like a dog. What's wrong with being a paparazzo? Yuan-shi, wearing high heels, also walked over, looking down at Chu-chen with disdain, as if staring at a pile of dog poop. Chu-chen was stunned, anger rising in his heart, his tightly clenched fists trembling uncontrollably. What, not so arrogant now? Weren't you just being cocky earlier? How come you're backing down now? I think you're just asking for trouble, daring to provoke me. Today, I'll teach you a lesson. The bald man stepped forward again, lifting his foot to kick him in the face. Unexpectedly, his chubby foot in slippers was still in the air when a shadow flashed by, suddenly changing direction. Xiao Lichuan felt his foot that was kicked out suddenly out of control, turning in a different direction. Ouch! A crisp tearing sound, followed by Xiao Lichuan's screams. Yuan-shi was also startled, quickly looking over to see Xiao Lichuan writhing on the ground, doing a split. Brilliant, truly brilliant. Chu-chen clapped his hands twice, enjoying the rare sight before him. I never expected director Xiao not only makes bad movies but also has such profound dancing skills. After saying that, he took out his phone and snapped a few photos, capturing every angle from the front to the side. Xiao Lichuan, in pain, gritted his teeth and began to scream without caring about his image. Quick! Call someone! Beat this little brat to death! Yuan-shi was also frightened, disregarding her dignity. She immediately dialed the hotel front desk. Soon, a team of security guards rushed over, clearly struggling to hold back their laughter when they saw the scene before them. Director Xiao, are you practicing martial arts? The head of security asked, barely concealing his amusement. Practicing my ass. This guy is a paparazzo. He hit me, why aren't you arresting him and calling the police? Xiao Lichuan shouted, and the security guards turned to look at Chu-chen, feeling awkward. He was clearly a guest in the luxury suite, as the front desk had specifically instructed to protect him, mentioning he was a VIP. What are you waiting for? Why aren't you arresting him? Xiao Lichuan, seeing no action from them, became frustrated. Director Xiao, is there a misunderstanding? This gentleman is also our guest, staying in room 2005. The head of security explained, leaving Xiao Lichuan dumbfounded, not expecting this guy to not be a paparazzo. He had checked, and no one had booked this floor today. Could it be a sudden arrival? This was troublesome, as those who could stay here were either rich or powerful, difficult to handle if they were poor. But this man just hit me, shouldn't we involve the police? Xiao Lichuan immediately shouted without shame. Since he was wealthy, he must have some pride, and if he didn't want a criminal record, he had to beg. However, Chu-chen remained calm. I hit you? Security comrades, here's what happened. I was about to enter my room when Director Xiao pulled a stunt in front of me, maybe trying to show off a split. If you insist I hit you, why not check the surveillance footage or do an injury assessment? You can't make baseless accusations without evidence. He said each word deliberately, squinting at Xiao Lichuan. Xiao Lichuan suddenly felt a chill, having turned off the surveillance on this floor for safety. Moreover, besides a pulled muscle, there was no evidence of being hit. This man was calm under pressure, with extremely logical thinking, possibly planning everything. Forget it, I won't pursue this, he suddenly exclaimed. Chu-chen smiled faintly, looking at him as if watching a clown. Since Director Xiao won't pursue it, then I will. Today, the set of Future Home was vandalized. You wouldn't happen to be unaware of it, right? After he finished speaking, Xiao Lichuan immediately revealed a strange expression. He never expected himself to suddenly say this. WH. What do you mean? It means nothing. I am Chu-chen, the investor of Future Home. Simply put, this crew is all under my industry. Now, Director Xiao wants people to smash our crew without saying a word. Is it unreasonable for me to seek justice? After saying this, Xiao Lichuan sneered. He had long heard that the Future Home crew was a low-tier crew. Even the lead actors were barely known, yet they dared to compete for studios and time slots with them, even snatching the script that Yuan-shi was supposed to act in. Xiao Lichuan sent people to smash the studio to please a beauty. He never expected someone would come looking for trouble now. What are you all standing here for? Hurry up and leave. He first shouted loudly at the security guards, scaring the group into immediate retreat. Seeing that everyone had almost left, Xiao Lichuan struggled to get up from the ground, looking mischievously at Chu Chen. Mr. Chu, how much compensation do you want? With just that lousy crew, I, Xiao Lichuan, can afford it. Xiao Lichuan said smugly, raising his chin high, showing no sign of apology. In that case, I'll play with Director Xiao. Chu Chen smiled slightly. You smashed my crew, right? Then I'll completely ruin Can't Be Without You. After saying this, he waved the room card to open the door, and without looking back, walked in. Xiao Lichuan stood outside the door, sneering. In the entertainment industry, Xiao Lichuan dared to call himself second in command, and no one dared to call themselves the boss. Regardless of where the big shots were from, as long as they wanted to work in entertainment, who wouldn't show him some respect? Just based on some nouveau riche who thought they were the best after investing a bit of money in a film. Xiao Lichuan could easily take care of such people. Isn't this kid arrogant? Yuan Shi, you gather some people, we'll go smash them again tomorrow. Xiao Lichuan said with a sinister smile. Early the next morning, Chu Chen arrived at the crew. The staff had not gathered yet, the crew was still cleaning up, and when they saw Chu Chen, they quickly stood up in surprise. Boss Chu, you're here. Chu Chen nodded, looked around, and found the situation worse than he had imagined. The newly set up studio had all been destroyed. It seemed like a significant loss. Several cameras were damaged, and the crew was struggling to fix them. These people are shameless. Before they left, they threatened us, saying if we reported to the police, we wouldn't be able to work in the film and television city. The director knows Xiao Lichuan's ways and doesn't dare to confront him, so he kept quiet. The crew followed Chu Chen, reporting the situation to him. Why didn't you inform me if it's this serious? Chu Chen frowned. The director wanted to tell you at the time, but Miss Chuyu stopped him, saying you were too busy with work and not to disturb you, just make up for the budget first. Chu Chen gritted his teeth. His sister was really something, enduring such a big incident and still swallowing her grievances. It seemed that she had developed a habit of accepting things as they come since childhood. Where is the assistant director? Tell him to come find me immediately. Also, contact the director and have him gather all the lead actors and key crew members for a meeting. After saying this, Chu Chen entered the meeting room. Soon, the assistant director rushed over panting. He thought the boss had come to hold him accountable, trembling and unable to speak. Anyone who could invest in such a film in one go was definitely not someone easy to mess with. Now that such a mess had occurred, he was afraid he might lose his job. Little did he know that Chu Chen received him calmly, handing him a list. I heard you have good working abilities and get along well with the supporting actors here. This is a list of supporting actors. Replace all the unused supporting actors with those on this list. We must negotiate with them no matter what. Dang Xiao widened his eyes after reading it. These are all. Before he could finish his sentence, Chu Chen interrupted him. I'll give you 3 days. After saying that, he got up and walked out quickly. Almost everyone had arrived. Chu Yuyu stood in the crowd with a dim expression. As soon as Chu Chen walked out, a bright smile crossed her face. Brother! She ran over excitedly. Chu Chen checked the injuries on her face, feeling uneasy, his anger flaring up even more. I called everyone here today to tell you that I'm planning to add 50 billion in investment. As soon as this was said, the scene exploded. Almost everyone was stunned, only after confirming they hadn't misheard. 50 billion? Heavens, Mr. Chu is so generous. I didn't mishear. 50 billion. Chu Chen looked at everyone's reactions, showing a satisfied smile. Not only will I increase the investment, I will also raise your salaries. Everyone, as long as you work diligently and meet the standards, your salaries will double. He continued. The scene fell silent for several seconds before erupting into cheers. Mr. Chu is wise. We will work hard. We will serve Mr. Chu. Money truly was the most effective. The previously gloomy group of people immediately showed joy on their faces. With such a generous benefactor around, even if Xiao Lichuan caused trouble, he could always make up for it with money. Moreover, Chu Chen made them feel the solid support, boosting their morale. Chu Chen was very satisfied, walking down amidst the cheers, handing out prepared red envelopes to them one by one. To unite, one must first learn to win people's hearts. Especially in such a moment when everyone is feeling low, if you want them to immediately return to their best state, scolding won't work, you can only give them a shot of adrenaline. The morning quickly passed, and at noon, Chu Chen hosted a feast at a nearby restaurant for everyone in the group. Even the extras and temporary workers were invited. Chu Yuyu had been sticking close to her brother, ever since entering the entertainment industry, Despite having her brother's support, she had still suffered a lot. After all, this place was different from the small town before, where all kinds of people existed. She thought that since her brother invested in this drama, life would be better, but she never expected to be beaten as the female lead. She had deeply felt the hardships of this industry. Don't be afraid, brother will handle it. After filming this drama, you will definitely become famous. Chu Chen comforted her. Chu Yu nodded fiercely. The banquet was held in the most luxurious venue, with 5 tables full of colorful dishes. Boss Chu, rest assured, I will definitely manage the crew well in the future. Director Zhang Ziqian raised his glass, his eyes moist. Zhang Ziqian was a director recommended to Chu Chen by a friend, saying there was no need to worry about his character. Although they hadn't known each other for long, Chu Chen could feel that this person's character was indeed good. He wouldn't lose his temper with actors and did things properly. Director Zhang, you have done well. The previous incident was not your fault. I will trouble you more in the future. Chu Chen clinked glasses with him and downed his drink in one gulp. Everyone ate happily, and several actresses came over to add Chu Chen on WeChat, and Chu Chen didn't mind adding them all. Only Zhang Ziqiang seemed to have something on his mind, constantly checking his watch, looking worried. Director Zhang, is there something on your mind? Chu Chen asked. Mr. Shu, we still have the newly built studio over there, with valuable things inside. It wouldn't be good if someone caused trouble again. I should go back and check. Zhang Ziqiang said as he tried to get up, but Chu Chen smiled slightly and pressed him back into his seat. Director Zhang, rest assured, I have everything arranged. Nothing will happen, just enjoy your meal and drinks here, he said, laughing, raising his glass to clink with Zhang Ziqiang. Zhang Ziqiang looked at him silently, feeling somewhat helpless. He had seen many rich second generations like him, with plenty of money and generosity, but just not willing to deal with things. This is not an inspection at all, it's just a waste of time. Just as he was thinking this, his phone suddenly rang. Zhang Ziqiang answered, hearing the urgent voice of the stage manager. Director, we caught them. What should we do now? Caught them? What did we catch? Zhang Ziqiang looked puzzled, not understanding what was being said. Chu Chen calmly took the phone from his hand and gave instructions in a calm tone. Call the police first, we'll be back soon. After saying this, he hung up, stood up, and glanced at the director and assistant director beside him. Let's go, it's time for us to go back. Open the door now. If I go out, I'll make sure you regret it. I'll ing find you after I go out. Do you believe me? Do you not have any family? As long as I want to find your home, I can find it, and by then, I'll. The insulting words that were unbearable to hear continued, and the stage manager was close to tears, enduring it while filming with his phone. Why hasn't Director Chu arrived yet? If these people break out of the warehouse and see that he's the one who locked them up, they will definitely kill him. Just as he was thinking this, Chu Chen and his group finally arrived in a grand manner. Boss Chu, you finally came. The stage manager rushed towards him as if seeing a savior. It's done. Chu Chen gave an order and went to open the warehouse door. The people inside didn't expect the door to be suddenly opened, still maintaining their previous ugly faces from cursing, especially Xiao Lichuan. His chubby fingers pointed into the air, not able to finish his curse as he stared wide-eyed at Chu Chen. Oh, Director Xiao? What are you doing here? I rushed back only after the stage manager said there was a thief. Could it be you guys? Chu Chen pretended to be shocked. Xiao Lichuan was speechless for a moment, his face turning red as he gasped for breath. You. Seeing him stuttering and unable to speak, Chu Chen couldn't help but smile. You still have weapons in your hands. It seems like you really intended to cause trouble? Or is there something Director Xiao fancies and wants to claim as his own? With Chu Chen's words, everyone in the warehouse felt extremely embarrassed and quickly hid what they were holding behind their backs. This was a new film studio built by the crew in a newly rented large warehouse. Chu Chen had anticipated that these people would take action today, so he had the stage manager stay behind to watch over things, open the warehouse door, and as soon as these people entered, he would close the door immediately, playing a game of cat and mouse. Unexpectedly, things went smoothly. I'm here to cause trouble for you. What are you going to do about it? Do you really think you're invincible and want to challenge me? Let me tell you, no one dares to touch me in the entire film and television city, let alone you in this small set. After Xiao Lichuan finished speaking, Chu Chen's satisfied smile became even more apparent. This was the effect he wanted. Director Chu, it's all recorded. The stage manager approached and handed the phone to Chu Chen. Xiao Lichuan suddenly realized that he had been tricked by this kid. Chu, do you really think that releasing this information will tarnish my reputation? I have my own film and television company. I can easily handle the public relations. You're just a joke trying to challenge me. Chu Chen didn't take it seriously at all. Alright, Let's give it a try then. Let's see how countless viewers react when they discover that the usually dignified director Xiao is actually like this. What kind of expression will they have? With these words, Xiao Lichuan couldn't sit still anymore. All those threats he made to Chu Chen were just bluffs, and in reality, he was scared. He rushed forward with his fat body, trying to snatch the phone from Chu Chen's hand. However, before he could reach him, Chu Chen pushed him away with a palm strike. Director Xiao. Yuan Shi hurriedly ran forward, supporting Xiao Lichuan as she squatted down. She looked up at Chu Chen, but his bloodshot eyes frightened her, so she quickly turned her head away. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't hit a woman, he would have beaten this disgusting woman today. Get them all. Today, I must get hold of that phone no matter what. You'll regret it otherwise. Xiao Lichuan yelled from the ground. A group of men in black immediately moved forward to snatch the phone from Chu Chen's hand. Chu, be careful. Someone behind him was about to step forward to help, but Chu Chen, with eyes as deep as a lake of sorrow, without hesitation, grabbed the iron rod from the hand of the man in black and flung him away. A big man was thrown out like a rag doll, landing on the grass nearby. The onlookers gasped in shock, especially a few actresses who were all starry-eyed. This was more thrilling than a TV drama. Chu Chen effortlessly tossed one black-clad man after another, as if disposing of trash. In no time, he had a pile of iron rods snatched from them, which he then threw beside Xiao Lichuan, who was lying on the ground. Xiao, if you plan on doing this kind of thing again, at least find some reliable people, he said, then turned and walked away with the others. Chu Yuyu took a step back, glancing back to catch a glimpse of Yuan Shi's incredulous expression. Bro, you're so cool. Chu Yuyu patted his shoulder excitedly. Chu Chen smiled, ruffled her hair, and instructed the assistant director to use his connections to contact the media. The renowned director Xiao Lichuan had turned into a robber, and Chu Chen believed no platform would miss such a headline. Indeed, within an hour, 5 media outlets were willing to pay for the news and all the photos, with one entertainment news app paying $1 million for the front-page headline. Many other media outlets also approached, hoping to get a piece of the action. By the afternoon, Chu Chen had sold the zero-cost photos for $3 million and many media outlets were eager to publish the news. $3 million should be enough to repair the studio and fix the equipment. Take care of it. Chu Chen transferred the $3 million to Zhang Ziqiang's work card on the spot as part of the production expenses. Zhang Ziqiang was still amazed, unable to understand how Chu Chen's move had gone so smoothly, getting the repair funds without spending a penny and giving Xiao Lichuan a good beating. He had thought Chu Chen was just a simple-minded second-generation rich kid, but now he realized there was more to him than met the eye. Chu, you were amazing this time, he said admiringly as he looked at the amount transferred to his card. It's not over yet. I've already told him that can't be without you won't be able to continue filming. Since the words have been spoken, we have to follow through, Chu Chen said with a smile, patting his shoulder before leaving. After a nap at the hotel, he grabbed his phone and found it buzzing with notifications. The hot search had reached 370 million views, all condemning Xiao Lichuan, showing his immense influence. Just as he was about to check the details, Li Yin's call came in. Excitedly, Li Yin said, Chu, I saw the news. Xiao Lichuan has completely messed up. Thanks to you, right? You're amazing. Chu Chen didn't give a direct answer, just chuckled softly. He wasn't very familiar with Li Yin, and even though he had helped him, they had never met in person, so he couldn't fully trust him. I heard you're also at the film and television city now? My brother and I are free today. How about we meet up, since we're practically friends now, even though we haven't met? Let's have a meal together. Unexpectedly, Li Yin proposed a meeting. Chu Chen didn't mind, especially since Li Yin had been in the industry for so long. He must know a lot and could possibly learn something from him. Sure, I'm not familiar with this place. You guys pick the location, and I'll treat you to a meal. The two exchanged pleasantries before hanging up the phone. Chu Chen was thinking about contacting Sushi when suddenly there was a knock on the door. Who is it? He asked, but there was no response, just a continuous knocking. He had no choice but to get out of bed, feeling somewhat alert as he opened the door. There was no one outside. What kind of prank was this? Chu Chen was about to close the door in annoyance when suddenly a cascade of long hair floated in, followed by a delicate face. He quickly opened the door again. Xiao Shi? Chu Chen looked at the woman in front of him in disbelief, his eyes filled with joy. His wife had actually found her way here. Could it be that she missed him so much? But this didn't seem like something Sushi would do. Wife, why are you here? Chu Chen immediately put on a spoiled look. Men were like this, no matter how stern and dominant they were outside, in front of their loved ones, they were like little boys. Sushi smiled gently. I couldn't find you, heard you were on a business trip here, so I wanted to surprise you. After saying that, she brought in a big bag full of fruits and snacks. Wife, you've worked hard. Come in, We can just order takeout. Why did you bring such a big bag? Don't tire yourself out. He quickly let Sushi in, taking the bag from her hands. Sushi shook her head slightly, smiling, I'm not tired. The two shared a tender moment before Chu Chen remembered about a dinner appointment. There's a dinner later with director Lee. Would you like to come with me? He said to Sushi. She immediately agreed, looking obedient with her long eyelashes casting a reflection, very endearing. Just as the atmosphere was getting warm, there was another knock on the door. Who is it? So rude. Chu Chen joked as he went to open the door, and a figure quickly darted in. Shugu, please, just help me this once. A strong scent of perfume quickly filled the room, leaving both of them stunned. Chu Chen looked closely at the heavily made-up woman in front of him. It was Yuanqi. What are you doing here? He asked coldly. Yuanqi was about to speak when she caught sight of Sushi beside him, and a look of realization crossed her face. Fei, can you help me once again this time? Don't ignore me, please. She suddenly rushed over, grabbing Chu Chen's arm, tears streaming down her face as she leaned on him. Chu Chen frowned, trying to push her away, but she clung to him like a leech. He glanced at Sushi, who was standing nearby with a pale face. Don't ignore me, do you remember all the good times we had together? Yuanqi was shameless, her acting skills top-notch. Normally pouting and glaring while acting, she was now incredibly convincing. We have no past together. Get lost. Chu Chen tried to break free from her grip, but she wouldn't let go. You two have fun, I'm leaving. Sushi's face turned as cold as ice. She turned to leave but Chu Chen grabbed her arm. Wait, Xiaoxi, it's not what she's saying, you have to believe me. After saying that, Sushi shook off his hand, her eyes red as she headed straight for the door. Chu Chen wanted to follow, but Yuanqi held him back. In a voice only they could hear, she whispered in his ear, if you agree to cooperate with me, I'll explain everything to her. Chu Chen knew exactly what she was up to. This woman was shameless to the extreme, using any means necessary to achieve her goals. Now that she saw Xiaoli Chun's plan backfiring, she had to secure her own way out, and the only way left was to beg Chu Chen. But the moment she saw Sushi at the door, her pleading turned into a threat. Chu Chen wouldn't fall for her tricks. Being threatened by a woman like her was humiliating. Besides, he and Sushi were now a normal couple, with love and trust between them. She would surely choose to believe him. He shook off Yuanqi's hand and caught up with Sushi in the corridor, grabbing her. Sushi, she's doing this on purpose, just to threaten me. Believe me, he said earnestly, reaching for his phone. She's acting like this because I filmed her having an affair with the director. I'll show you the video. Before he could pull out the video, Sushi slapped him across the face. Get lost. I won't believe you or anyone else ever again. Sushi gritted her teeth at him. The slap from Sushi hit him hard, leaving him stunned as he looked at her, the face of the woman he loved now seeming somewhat unfamiliar. You don't believe me at all, do you? Am I someone you can't trust in your eyes? He asked, his voice trembling. Yes, Sushi shouted, then turned and walked away, her high heels making a rhythmic sound on the floor. Chu Chen stood there for a long time, unable to react. Was the love he had always believed in just a delusion? How does it feel? But someone like you, breaking up should be even more enjoyable, right? Handsome and wealthy, with plenty of girls throwing themselves at you? Yuanqi's triumphant laughter echoed from behind, her gloating after success making Chu Chen clench his fists. Sushi had long seen that Chu Chen wouldn't lay a hand on her, so she escalated the situation, boldly approaching him. Why don't we just make our act real? I quite like you, Yuanqi said, fluttering her exaggerated false eyelashes and placing a hand on Chu Chen's shoulder. Chu Chen almost vomited in disgust, swatting her hand away. Yuanqi, if you dare come near me again, Xiao Lichuan will be your cautionary tale, he said, slamming the door shut with a bang, leaving Yuanqi outside sneering. Oh, Yuanqi was not an easy woman to deal with. If she wanted to play, then let's play thoroughly. Chu Chen, let's see how this unfolds. With that thought, she turned and walked into the elevator, heading to another man's room. No matter how many times he called, Sushi did not respond. Chu Chen felt despondent and temporarily turned off his phone. He realized that much of their relationship was built on money. Since the first night, if Chu Chen couldn't produce the 2 billion, Sushi wouldn't have paid him any attention, and she might have even led others to attack him. They had come this far because Chu Chen had spent money. Did Sushi really love him? He couldn't be sure. Feeling desolate, he decided to set aside these matters for now. He arrived at the agreed restaurant and met Li Yin. He had seen Li Yin on TV before, not as famous as Xiao Lichuan, but still a well-known figure. Chu Chen had seen him at an awards ceremony before. President Chu, hello, hello. Li Yin warmly greeted him, shaking Chu Chen's hand. Chu Chen politely returned the greeting but suddenly couldn't smile when he saw the person standing next to Li Yin. It was the assistant director Lee Guohua he had seen on the set of Can't Be Without You that day. "Oh, this is my brother," Lean quickly introduced. "He used to work on Xiao Lichuan's set, but President Chu, rest assured, my brother is nothing like Xiao Lichuan," Lean said, but both men's expressions seemed off. Lee Guohua dared not look at Chu Chen, while Chu Chen stared at him disdainfully. "Mr. Chu, I really am not with Xiao Lichuan's group. I've never been involved in causing trouble for you. The Can't Be Without You set was shut down, and I had the chance to come out for a meal. I apologize to you here. I was rude that day," Lee Guohua said, bowing deeply, his round belly making his movements seem quite awkward. Chu Chen smiled. "Lee Guohua, right? I know. When it comes to work, it has to be done no matter where. Don't worry, I don't blame you." As he spoke, he helped Lee Guohua up. Lee Guohua looked at him in utter shock. This person's attitude changed too quickly. Considering their previous conflict, it was reasonable to expect a big shot like him to hold a grudge. So why was he suddenly all smiles? "I heard you have a wide network here in the film and television city," Chu Chen asked him. Upon hearing this, Li Yin immediately chimed in. "Yes, President Chu, don't underestimate my brother. He's been a deputy director for over a decade and still holds sway in this film and television city." After he finished, Chu Chen immediately showed an interested expression. "So, Deputy Director Li must know quite a few supporting actors, right?" he asked Lee Guohua with a smile. Of course, President Chu, I know almost all the somewhat famous supporting actors in this film and television city, and I can get them if needed. Although I'm currently under contract with Can't Be Without You, if you need help in contacting anyone, I can definitely arrange it for you." Lee Guohua seized the opportunity to boast, eager to please the big shot. "Good, I want all the important supporting actors from the Can't Be Without You crew." Chu Chen was straightforward. "What?" Lee Guohua was dumbfounded this time, feeling like he had dug a hole for himself. "Mr. Chu, this Can't Be Without You is already halfway through filming, and the supporting actors have contracts. It's too difficult to poach them now," he said, shaking his head repeatedly. Chu Chen didn't take it seriously. He knew it was a challenge, and precisely because of that, he wanted to find a way to make it happen. "But what if I tell you I can pay them a breach of contract fee and triple their salary? How do you think they would consider it? Would they still stay in the uncertain future of the Can't Be Without You crew?" After Chu Chen said this, Lee Guohua's eyes widened. He had long known that Chu Chen was wealthy, and his younger brother had repeatedly warned him that this man was a rare big shot and a talent, advising him to show respect and not argue with him. But Chu Chen's request indeed exceeded his imagination. "Mr. Chu, there's no need for this. You don't need to worry about that. Just tell me if you can do it. By the way, if you can bring these people over, you can also come to work here. As a manager, I'll pay you 5 times your current salary." After saying this, Chu Chen looked at Lee Guohua with unwavering confidence, believing that under such conditions, he couldn't resist. "Well, since Mr. Chu appreciates it, I will gladly comply." Lee Guohua quickly stood up and bowed repeatedly. "But let me make it clear, once you come over, your attitude towards the actors must change. If I see you disrespecting them again, your pay will be deducted," Chu Chen said with a smile. Yes, I will definitely pay attention." Lee Guohua bowed again and again, expressing his gratitude. Li Yin, on the other hand, frowned imperceptibly. Although his brother had a bad temper and a simple mind, he was sure he hadn't thought this through. However, he could see that Chu Chen intended to ruin Can't Be Without You, and the chain reaction it would cause could be terrifying. After all, this show wasn't just about Xiao Lichuan, there was a huge financial chain behind it, with major capital forces from the cooperating product merchants, coupled with the backers of the other main actors. All of them would target Chu Chen. In the end, he might not only fail in the entertainment industry but also struggle in the business world. However, Chu Chen had made up his mind, and since their relationship wasn't close enough for him to directly warn him, Li Yin could only wait and see how things unfolded. With a full stomach and a decision made about work, Chu Chen bid farewell to the others and returned to the set. The set and equipment were basically repaired, and several leading actors were filming. Chu Chen watched a scene of Wang Xiaocheng's performance. This kid's acting skills were really good, hundreds of times better than other newcomers. Zhang Ziqiang saw Chu Chen and quickly greeted him. "Boss Chu, everything is basically fixed. Everyone's spirits are high. Today, everyone is working hard, and we've already caught up on half of the scenes we missed before. At this rate, we might even finish ahead of schedule." Chu Chen nodded. "Very good, keep up the good work. Contact me if you need anything." He turned and headed back to the hotel, not for anything else, but because the system in his mind had beeped several times. "Host, your popularity has exceeded 1 million. You have won a chance to draw a mysterious skill. Please use it promptly." 1 million? When did his popularity soar so much again? Well, with a mysterious grand prize, he had to open it first. With that in mind, he lay down on the hotel bed and started the draw. Special draw begins. Congratulations, host, you have won a private island and a choice of 3 skills. After the draw, 3 skills appeared in front of Chu Chen. He opened them one by one: immunity to poison, capacity to hold liquor, and superb dancing skills. This result left him speechless. Although a private island was an asset, it seemed somewhat redundant for him now. In the end, he chose immunity to poison. Chu Chen lay on the bed for a while, opened his phone, and received numerous notifications. He clicked on the hot search and saw his own name. Renowned director Xiao Lichuan has a major accident, smashing other crew's set and angering the backstage big shot Chu Chen, exposing a 33-page document of his misdeeds. He clicked on it and saw that the media not only exposed Xiao Lichuan's despicable actions but also praised him. Xiao Lichuan used to be powerful, with a strong public relations team. Perhaps no one dared to expose him before. Now that he had messed up, the media were scrambling to dig up his dirt. Chu Chen found himself trending, with many people speculating about his identity. The heat was approaching 1 billion. No wonder his popularity had risen so fast. These media outlets had helped him. This was also a good thing for him. More exposure meant more popularity. Meanwhile, Sushi, reading the articles praising Chu Chen, angrily threw her phone on the sofa. Sis, why are you so angry? Why hasn't brother-in-law come back yet? I'm still waiting for him to take me out. Su Tong, seeing Sushi's bad mood, hurried over. He's not your brother-in-law. Don't ever mention that person to me again. Sushi seemed even angrier, grabbed her purse, and stormed out. Su Tong was puzzled, not understanding her sister's sudden outburst. But she knew Sushi's temper. It was best not to provoke her when she was in a bad mood. After some thought, she decided to call Chu Chen. Hey, Chu Chen, what did you do to my sister to make her so angry? Admit your mistake and come back now. Su Tong scolded confidently, expecting Chu Chen to rush back to appease her sister as before. However, his response was extremely cold. It's none of your business. Don't call me about her again. He hung up. You, Chu Chen, I didn't expect you to be so fickle. You were so enthusiastic when pursuing my sister, and now you're so indifferent after getting tired of her. Fine, if my sister won't care, I'll teach you a lesson myself. She stomped her foot in anger, packed a few clothes, and headed to the film and television city. On the other hand, Chu Chen was unaware of these events. Irritated, he hung up the phone and fell into a deep sleep, exhausted from the past few days. Early in the morning, Li Guohua called to inform Chu Chen that he had already handled the matter of the actors himself. Chu Chen felt excited as he saw a dozen male and female actors standing in a row, waiting for him on the set. Boss Chu, these are all the supporting actors from over there. As long as you pay a penalty of 3 million, they can immediately terminate their contracts with the other side. Li Guohua stepped forward as if seeking credit. Good job. Chu Chen immediately handed over 300 to Li Guohua. These people will be under your management from now on. You will cooperate with Deng Xiao and assist him in his work. Yes. While one side was harmonious, the set of Can't Be Without You was desolate. After a few days of detention, Xiao Lichuan finally managed to get himself out by spending money and headed straight to the set with great momentum. He now wished he could tear Chu Chen to pieces. Where are the people? Did filming stop just because I wasn't here? What kind of useless people are you all? Seeing that the set was not even rolling, he shouted inside. Director, you're back. The production assistant hurriedly greeted him. These days the funds have been insufficient. You have been managing the money, and we have no money to continue filming. Useless. Li Guohua gave him a slap. Immediately gather all the people needed for today's shoot and start filming today. I don't believe that Chu Chen can outshine me in this primetime slot with just a little cleverness. After saying that, the production assistant quickly went out to call people. 10 minutes later, Xiao Lichuan, looking at the few staff and lead actors in front of him, became even more furious. Where are the supporting actors? Have they all disappeared? Are these lowly things too shameless to show their faces? None of the lead actors have come even though they are here. He grabbed the production assistant and said, quickly get Li Guohua here for me. Director, Li. Li Guohua seems to have taken all the supporting actors to the set of Future Home. The production assistant trembled in fear. What? Xiao Lichuan almost fainted, immediately calling his assistant. A tall man over 6 feet appeared next to Xiao Lichuan a few minutes later. After whispering a few words, the man immediately left. Chu Chen, today I will make you taste the bitterness of losing everything. This was Su Tong's first time visiting the film and television city, and everything seemed incredibly fresh to her. She had already inquired about the location of the set for Future Home and rushed over. Before she could find Chu Chen, she was first attracted by a scene being shot with a wire rig. Several crew members were preparing the wire rig equipment, while a chubby man was giving instructions. "What's this? It looks so fun." Soo-tong looked up at the wire rig being adjusted, finding it more interesting than roller coasters. "Where did this little girl come from? Move aside, this is a filming location." Lee Guohua saw her approaching and quickly waved her away. "What? This whole crew is invested by my brother-in-law. Believe it or not, I can have my brother-in-law fire you." Soo-tong stood with her hands on her hips, shouting confidently at Lee Guohua. Lee Guohua was a smooth operator, and upon hearing Soo-tong's words, he immediately softened his expression. "Little girl, who is your brother-in-law?" "I'm Soo-tong, my brother-in-law is Chu Chen, your big boss," Soo-tong said proudly. Lee Guohua suddenly realized that his younger brother had told him before that Chu Chen's girlfriend was the heiress of the Su family enterprise, so this little girl must be her sister. "Oh, so you're Miss Su, my apologies. Your brother-in-law hasn't arrived yet, feel free to watch as much as you want." He quickly put on a pleasing smile. "I don't want to watch." Soo-tong pointed to the wire rig. "I want to play with that." Lee Guohua couldn't refuse, and since Chu Yuyu, who was supposed to film this scene, hadn't arrived yet, he let Soo-tong play with it first. Soo-tong eagerly got ready with the equipment and, with the help of the crew, experienced her first wire rig stunt. So much fun! This race is even more thrilling. She landed excitedly, just as Lee Guohua was about to approach, but two men in black swept past like the wind. Before he could see clearly, he heard a girl scream, and the two men quickly got into the car parked in front and sped away. "Where's Miss Su?" Lee Guohua rubbed his eyes, unable to believe that Soo-tong, who had been standing in front of him smiling just a moment ago, had disappeared like this. Oh no, she's the boss's niece. Now she's been taken right in front of him. Wouldn't Chu Chen want to kill him? He quickly took out his phone and called Chu Chen to inform him. A few minutes later, Chu Chen rushed over from the hotel, still somewhat incredulous. Wasn't this Soo-tong girl supposed to be in the Magic City attending classes? How did she suddenly end up at the Film and Television City? Just as he was about to call the police, he received a call from an unknown number. "Chu Chen, your sister is in my hands now. If you don't want her to die, you better do everything I say," came the creepy voice of a man on the other end. Xiao Lichuan? Chu Chen was burning with anger. This person must have mistaken the identity. Hee, I warned you earlier, don't be too arrogant in life. Chu Chen, I'll give you a day, hold a press conference and announce that everything before was a misunderstanding. Admit that I'm innocent. Also, return all my supporting actors, or I can't guarantee your sister will see the sun tomorrow. Oh, and a reminder, if you call the police, I can tear up the ticket on the spot. Xiao Lichuan taunted on the phone before hanging up, leaving Chu Chen rubbing his temples, feeling a headache coming on. "Brother? What's going on?" Chu Yuyu had come over to film, not expecting to find a crowd gathered here, with Chu Chen standing there looking worried. Chu Chen glanced at his sister, unsure whether to be relieved that she was late for something. "Lee Guohua, inform everyone to stop work for the afternoon, stay in the hotel and wait for my message." Chu Chen patted his sister's head, quickly gave instructions, and then left. He tried calling Sushi, only to find his number blocked, WeChat deleted, and even text messages set to reject. Damn, this woman is really heartless. After some thought, Chu Chen had to call Li Junming and ask him to pass on the message to Sushi. "What? Soo-tong has been kidnapped? Faye, wait for me, I'm coming over right now, I'll bring Sushi with me too." Li Junming was more anxious upon hearing the news than anyone else, and immediately set off for the Film and Television City. While waiting for the two of them, Chu Chen paced back and forth in his office. Soo-tong's life was the most important thing now, but holding a press conference would render all previous efforts useless, tarnishing his credibility and losing a lot of popularity. Bowing down to Xiao Lichuan, he was unwilling. If everyone could win using such despicable means, where would justice be in this world? After some thought, he handed the phone number to a lone wolf in the wilderness, asking if he could track down the person. Unexpectedly, even he couldn't do it this time. "This phone number is a temporary one, it must have been discarded after use, and the current location is in the lake 2 kilometers away from you." After hearing this, Chu Chen cursed inwardly. Xiao Lichuan was indeed cunning. In his desperation, he suddenly thought of a group of people. Chu Chen took out his phone, found the WeChat group of the Qingyun Club. These people were usually very quiet, rarely engaging in idle chatter, and any issues were discussed directly at the club. After some thought, he composed a message. "Chu Chen, brothers, I apologize for the urgent matter. Sushi's sister Soo-tong was kidnapped by Xiao Lichuan when she came to see me. He's threatening not to report it. Is there any way to help?" To his surprise, as soon as the message was sent, there were immediate responses. "Lin Fan, do you need assistance? Su Tsong Tsong, Is it that little beauty race car driver? Chu, if you need manpower, we can bring people over at any time. Zhang Ligua, what conditions did he mention to you? Money? Chu Chen, he threatened me to hold a press conference to clarify that he is innocent. Zhang Ligua, in my opinion, it's better to organize a press conference ourselves and turn the tables. Chu Chen looked at the message sent by a person named Zhang Ligua, and his mind quickly started working. Chu Chen, your suggestion is not bad, but we need more people. I hope all the brothers can lend a hand. Chu Chen, will definitely repay the favor in the future. When the Qingyun Club was first established, there were only 5 people, all of whom were the top business tycoons in the Magic City. Due to the ever-changing business landscape, in order to secure their own future paths without conflicts of interest, they decided to unite and form an organization. Whenever someone encountered difficulties, as long as they spoke up, others would definitely lend a helping hand. Later, the Qingyun Club gradually expanded, with 5 wealthy descendants and up-and-coming talents in the business world joining. The membership criteria were extremely high, and many wealthy individuals couldn't even get in despite their efforts. Not only did they need to have a prominent status in China, but they also had to consider knowledge and character from all angles. Any slight flaw would result in a firm rejection. Of course, the club's membership fee was exorbitant, requiring each person to pay 1 million in annual fees and make many other donations. Due to these high barriers, the club's current situation was very good, and everyone was extremely united. In the eyes of ordinary people, the Qingyun Club was like a fantasy existence, akin to a colorful urban legend, its existence unknown. As soon as Chu Chen requested help, Zhang Ligua immediately conducted a group vote. There were a total of 33 people in the group, with as many as 14 expressing their willingness to help, while the rest couldn't come due to work commitments but promised to send additional manpower. Chu Chen felt a weight lifted off his shoulders temporarily. With the help of these people, there was a glimmer of hope in this matter. An hour later, a helicopter landed grandly at the private airport of the film and television city. Several impeccably dressed individuals disembarked, followed by a small group of men in black. Chu Chen sent the entire fleet to pick them up, and a large group of people from the crew rushed over. After settling everyone in, Chu Chen exchanged greetings with each of them, getting to know them superficially. Just as they were chatting, Sushi suddenly burst in wearing professional attire, and without a word, she slapped Chu Chen across the face. "You bastard! Give me back my sister!" Sushi shouted, tears streaming down her face. Her sister was her only reliance in this world, the only person she needed to protect. She never imagined that one day her sister would be kidnapped. And it was all because of Chu Chen. Chu Chen felt a pang of heartache, wanting to wipe her tears away, but she forcefully pushed him away. "Don't touch me, bastard!" She cursed, her gaze sharp and icy, directed at him. Chu Chen suddenly felt that everything he had done seemed meaningless. Sushi was like a rusted spring, you had to exert immense force to push it, and only then would it give you a slight response. But if you relaxed and let go, it would spring back entirely, leaving you battered and bruised, showing no mercy. His gaze towards Sushi no longer held the same tenderness as before. "I had no idea why Su Tong appeared here. If I had known, I wouldn't have let her come," Chu Chen said calmly. Sushi was on the verge of collapse and became furious upon hearing this. "Are you trying to shift the blame? If you hadn't indulged her, she wouldn't have been so willful. Besides, she was kidnapped here, it must be because you offended someone." The two were at odds, and Li Junming on the side was very distressed. "Stop arguing for now. Finding Su Tong is the most important thing." He quickly pulled them apart, maintaining a certain distance. "Sushi, please understand that I will do my best to rescue Su Tong, but taking care of your sister is your responsibility." Chu Chen spoke in a low voice, then turned and walked away, followed by the club members. Sushi was a bit stunned. She couldn't recall Chu Chen ever speaking to her like that before. Although she hadn't been very friendly towards him, he seemed genuinely infatuated with her, always around her, showering her with tenderness. This man seemed to have changed in an instant. "Sushi, don't get so worked up. There are so many people here, you're really not giving Brother Buffet face." "If I were him, I wouldn't be able to stand it either," Li Junming said on the side. "Why are you speaking up for him too, Junming? Su Tong's life is at stake, and he's here socializing as if nothing's wrong. Is this something a decent person would do?" Sushi argued loudly. Li Junming shook his head helplessly. "You're really blaming Brother Buffet wrongly. Those people are all members of the Qingyun Club. They are all here today to help Brother Buffet. You're not giving him face in front of these people. It's really not acceptable." After he finished, Sushi was visibly stunned. "The Qingyun Club? Chu Chen was actually from the Qingyun Club?" This man seemed even more mysterious and profound than she had imagined. Who exactly was he, and how much did she not know about him? After all, saving Su Tong was the most important thing right now, and only Chu Chen had the ability to do so. She decided to put aside her pride and follow Chu Chen to see how things would unfold. With that in mind, she walked out in her high heels. In the meeting room of the crew's office area, Chu Chen was discussing the press conference with the members. From my experience as a former detective, the suspect will personally oversee the scene in order to control the situation. If we hold a fake press conference, he will definitely send someone to investigate. Once we catch this person, we can find a breakthrough and extract their whereabouts from him, Zhang Ligua said confidently. He started as a detective, but due to career setbacks, he ventured into business and unexpectedly became very successful, becoming a leading wardrobe king in the country. But with so many people on site, how do we find that person? A wealthy second-generation man asked. It's simple. Everyone here is our own people, so it's easy to arrange. We will mark a symbol on our hands, and then instruct everyone to check for this mark. If anyone is found without the mark, report immediately, Jian Ligui explained. Chu Chen's eyes lit up with approval. Good, let's do it this way. Everyone immediately sprang into action, mobilizing manpower to prepare for the press conference, aiming for maximum authenticity. Chu Chen rented the most luxurious hotel banquet hall in the film and television city as the venue for the press conference. Everything proceeded smoothly, waiting for the meeting to begin. To enhance authenticity, they even announced online that a press conference would be held, privately inviting journalists and relevant personnel without specifying the exact location. An hour later, Chu Chen received a call from Xiao Lichuan, inquiring about the specific address of the press conference. With everything ready, by 4 o'clock in the afternoon, everyone had arrived at the banquet hall. As it was a film and television city, cameras and various props were readily available, providing them with invisible assistance. The venue was crowded, appearing lively, but in reality, it was all members bringing extra people. They had been warned to keep a close eye on each other's wrists. The press conference deliberately started half an hour late. The staff sealed the doors, and Chu Chen made a show of speaking a few words on stage before the earpiece crackled with a signal. We found him. Hearing this, he straightened up excitedly. Zhang Ligua and two others swiftly moved towards a man in the audience. The people around them instinctively made way, and Zhang Ligua acted swiftly, grabbing the man and silencing him. The man looked at them in terror, realizing that the game was up. Chu Chen stepped forward and pulled off the man's hidden earpiece, through which Xiao Lichuan's voice could be heard. What's going on? Why no response? He smirked coldly, leaned close to the man's ear, and removed the receiver from his collar, speaking in a barely audible voice. Tell him everything is going smoothly. If you don't cooperate, I'll skin you alive right here. The man knew he had no way out, so he nervously nodded and followed Chu Chen's instructions to report. They conducted a thorough search and indeed found that Xiao Lichuan had only sent this one man, as the rest of the team members were marked. Taking the man to a small dark room backstage, Zhang Lichuan used threats and persuasion, and he quickly spilled the information. They are in a small cabin on the back hill. The group immediately headed up the mountain and soon located the cabin. Xiao Lichuan was indeed inside, surrounded by several men in black. They rushed in, but the opposition was weak, offering little resistance. Brother-in-law, I'm here. Su Tong's voice came from the inner room, and Chu Chen hurried in to untie her. You scared me. I thought I'd never see you again. Sob, sob, sob. Su Tong hugged Chu Chen's shoulders and wept. Chu Chen sighed, patting her back sympathetically. Congratulations to the host for completing the rescue mission and receiving 3 chances for lucky draws. Congratulations to the host for winning a set of Stuart Hughes Diamond Bespoke suits. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a piece of wasteland. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a luxury apartment. Chu Chen listened to each announcement without much interest. Zhang Ligua quickly called some old acquaintances from the police department to take Xiao Lichuan into custody. Please, spare me. Don't press charges against me. Xiao Lichuan pleaded with a mournful face, his former arrogance gone, replaced by a pitiful begging expression as he knelt before Chu Chen. Chu Chen gave him a cold glance, as if looking at trash. With people like you around, the whole industry is led astray. With a wave of his hand, the police swiftly took the wailing Xiao Lichuan away. Sushi also arrived, seeing her sister unharmed, her pent-up emotions finally bursting out as she hugged Su Tong in pain. Sis, don't cry. I'm fine, aren't I? Besides, with my brother-in-law here, they wouldn't dare touch me, she said, smiling and pointing at Chu Chen. He won't be your brother-in-law anymore. Sushi stopped crying, her voice slightly choked. What? Su Tong looked at her sister in surprise. Sis, don't talk nonsense. Have you two had a fight? As the saying goes, there's no lasting grudge between husband and wife. Don't act impulsively. Sushi remained silent, casting a sidelong glance at Chu Chen. She had always believed she wouldn't fall in love with any man, and Chu Chen was no exception. Being with him was merely a practical choice, far from any romantic involvement. But now, why was she feeling so uneasy? Looks like Fei Guo is back on the market, huh? It just so happens we're all together today. Why don't we have a big night out? A wealthy member of the group suggested with a grin. The others chimed in. They all knew Su Shi and her past relationship with Chu Chen. However, today Su Shi showed them no respect at all, and they harbored some grievances against her. Now, hearing her say she had broken up with Chu Chen, they were eager to take him away. Su Tong immediately grabbed Chu Chen's arm. What big night out? Brother-in-law, you can't betray my sister. She pouted, looking at Chu Chen. Before, Su Tong had been accustomed to being proud of her status as Chu Chen's younger sister-in-law. She had long been used to having such an extraordinary brother-in-law. Now that they were suddenly breaking up, Su Tong simply couldn't accept it. Su Tong, are you mistaken? Chu Chen is no longer with your sister, so it seems like you have no say in this, right? The rich second generation who spoke earlier took off his sunglasses and said with a playful tone. That's not true. My brother-in-law is not interested in those at all. Isn't that right, brother-in-law? She turned to look at Chu Chen, hoping he would speak up for her. Su Shi also glanced quietly in that direction, feeling that Chu Chen couldn't possibly move on so quickly. Su Tong, I invited them here today, so I should accompany them properly. You've been startled today, so go home and rest well. After saying this, he actually turned around and left with the group of laughing rich people. Bastard! You bastard! Su Tong cursed at Chu Chen's retreating figure, then turned to her sister with frustration. Sis, what's going on? How could you let go of someone like Chu Chen? Are you out of your mind? She said, stomping her foot in anger. Su Shi didn't say anything, she just took her sister's hand and walked out, getting into the car that Li Junming had already driven over. That night, Chu Chen's side was extremely lively, beyond words like colorful and vibrant. To thank Jiang Ligua, Chu Chen bought the flagship product of the luxury hotel, a bottle of 1.2 million worth of century-old red wine. Jiang Ligua was originally a connoisseur of fine wines, and now he was overjoyed to receive this gift, happily accepting it. The youngest member among them was Su Tsong. Relying on his father's successful businesses both domestically and internationally, he became the youngest player on the domestic rich list after taking over the company. Despite his love for fun, the companies he managed were running smoothly, making him a low-profile person. Today, he brought several beautiful women with him, saying he wanted to liven up the atmosphere. How can we have a breakup party for Brother Chu without beautiful ladies to accompany us? Don't you agree? Su Tsong said, waving his hand, and immediately 8 or 9 bikini-clad beauties walked out from behind. These are all the hottest young models right now. Let Brother Chu pick first today. After Su Tsong finished speaking, a line of beauties stood side by side in front of Chu Chen. It must be said that these women were indeed carefully selected, with tofu-like smooth and tender skin, rosy cheeks, and slender waists that made Chu Chen's blood boil. But to be honest, none of these women were as beautiful as Su Shi. Although he had given up hope for Su Shi, he had just broken up and wasn't in the mood to interact with other women. No, you guys go ahead and have fun. I'm not really interested. Chu Chen shook his head. Could it be that these don't meet Brother Chu's standards? Su Tsong turned and asked, should I find some better ones for you? No. Chu Chen shook his head repeatedly, eager to decline this offer. Watching everyone happily playing around, he still had a heavy heart. He was now considered part of this circle of wealthy people, so why couldn't he be as carefree as them? After 3 rounds of drinks, Chu Chen watched as each of them was escorted away by his beautiful secretary, and he quietly returned to his room alone. Just as he reached the door, he caught a familiar scent of perfume. A woman stood in front of him, and he thought it was Su Shi, but when he looked up, he saw Yuan Shi. What are you doing here? Chu Chen frowned. Seeing this woman made him feel disgusted, as he always felt that beneath her delicate appearance lay a rotten and foul interior. It was because of her that he had broken up with Su Shi, and yet she dared to come looking for him. Of course, I'm waiting for you, General Chu. Yuan Shi smiled slightly, her glamorous red lips forming a seductive curve. According to her logic, men who were drunk were the easiest to seduce. Although they had some grievances between them, she believed that with her seductive figure, Chu Chen would definitely be hers tonight. She said, as she approached, she hooked Chu Chen's neck, and the scent of perfume rushed into his nostrils. Yuan Shi unexpectedly lifted her thigh and groped on him. Chu Chen lowered his head and saw that cleavage at a glance. To be honest, his body had already reacted instinctively. Chu, I heard you broke up. You should thank me for letting you leave that woman who didn't understand you. Yuan Shi said coquettishly, reaching out to take the room card from Chu Chen's hand, and with a beep, she swiped open the door. Chu Chen frowned at her, but his body was somewhat powerless due to alcohol. He wished he had chosen the skill of not getting drunk after 1,000 cups earlier. What do you want? He looked at the woman in front of him, his eyes somewhat blurred, only to see her body swaying in front of him. What do I want to do? Just come to cultivate feelings with Chu. Yuan. She smiled and hooked Chu Chen's neck with one hand. Chu Chen felt something soft in front of his chest and instinctively dodged. He lowered his head, but his eyes fell into a deep cleavage and quickly looked away. Yuan. She pushed him forward and pushed him onto the bed. Her daughter's soft body immediately pressed down on him, making Chu Chen feel a bit breathless. If there was anything that could keep him rational, it was the strong scent of perfume. The smell rushed into his nostrils, indicating an expensive perfume, but it made Chu Chen feel a bit nauseous. Get away! He suddenly exerted a great force and pushed Yuan Shi away. The woman staggered a few steps, leaning against the opposite wall, looking somewhat aggrieved. Chu Chen was the first man to reject her. Are you so indifferent to beauty? Yuan Shi looked at him, frowning. Hee, it depends on the type of woman. Chu Chen deliberately said, poured a full glass of water from the tea cabinet, gulped it down, and instantly became more sober. Okay, since we can't talk about feelings, let's do business. Yuan Shi said with a sly smile. Business? What kind of business can we do? Chu, do you really think that Xiao Lichuan is the only one behind me? Yuan Shi laughed even more, appearing like an overblown morning glory in Chu Chen's eyes. What do you mean? He asked, frowning. To tell you the truth, even if you hadn't defeated Xiao Lichuan before, he would have been destroyed by us after a while. Everything is planned, and I am just a pawn. Yuan, she said, pouring herself a glass of water and drank it against the wall in an extremely seductive posture. So, you mean there are others behind you? Chu Chen realized. Of course, and they are a powerful presence that neither you nor I can imagine. She looked at Chu Chen, her eyes seemingly soul-stirring. A powerful presence beyond imagination? Chu Chen had already met most of the prominent figures in this city, thinking that the people in the Green Cloud Club were the top of the business world, but it seemed that there were even more powerful and unimaginable existences. In that case, what do they want to use me for? He asked. Don't speak so harshly, Chu. I've said it, this is just business. Yuan Shi approached again. Actually, you have attracted their attention a long time ago, Chu. You have risen too fast recently, it seems you haven't learned to be low-key. It's normal to be targeted. Now we should be glad that it's our boss who has targeted you, not someone else. Oh, Miss Yuan, just say it. Let's put it this way, because our boss doesn't show his face easily, he wants to use you to destroy another person. Yuan, she finally said it, then pulled out a USB drive from somewhere. After watching these, you should have a decision. She handed the USB drive to Chu Chen, swaying her body as she left. He hesitated for a moment before plugging the USB drive into the computer. Inside, there was information about everyone in the Qingyun Club. The information was not just data, it included the actions of each person, both good and bad. As he went through it one by one, he felt a sense of shock and fear. One of them, named Zhang Jin, was a big shot in the catering industry, but behind the scenes, he was involved in many shady dealings. Not only did he establish a top-notch brand in the hot pot industry, but he was also the largest producer of recycled cooking oil, collaborating with inspection agencies to repackage the oil as regular cooking oil and sell it to many restaurants. Moreover, this Zhang Jin used despicable means to force the acquisition of another hot pot brand, leading the owner of that brand to jump off a building. However, he managed to suppress the incident. While he appeared charitable on the surface, he actually made a lot of money by exploiting the donations meant for mountain children, pocketing all the funds. Chu Chen was filled with indignation after reading all this, but what he couldn't understand was why Yuan Shi's superior had told him all this. It was beyond his comprehension. He decided to sleep on it and deal with these matters the next day. Early the next morning, Chu Chen was awakened by the ringing of the phone. Mr. Chu, your Royal Majesty cruise ship is about to set sail. Since you had previously booked to board the ship, I am calling to remind you. It turned out that the cruise he had booked earlier was about to depart. Chu Chen nodded, casually responded, and hung up the phone. He found Zhang Zicheng, arranged everything for the crew, and then returned to the Magic City to pack his things for boarding. Just as he arrived at the port, Yuan Shi called. President Chu, have you made a decision? She asked in a sweet and charming voice. Chu Chen was indeed their newly chosen pawn, but he was somewhat different from the others. They had carefully observed his past experiences, unable to determine the source of his wealth or understand him. You said it was a transaction before, right? If it's a transaction, what benefits can I get? Chu Chen asked leisurely. You don't need to worry about that. Our boss said that as long as you can find a way to bring down Zhang Jin, we will smoothly acquire all his companies and stores, and you will receive 1/3 of the total value as your share, Yuan, she said confidently, though she was also somewhat anxious. Chu Qin was indeed a wealthy man, and even the wealthiest would desire money, but he seemed indifferent to it. It was widely known in the circle that he had given Sushi 2 billion without blinking an eye. Later, he engaged in costly charity work without any publicity, appearing to be someone who lavishly spent money. Sure enough, Chu Chen showed no interest. If I understand correctly, your boss wants to use me as a weapon to destroy Zhang Jin's business. He doesn't have to do anything himself and can reap the benefits, taking most of the money? Yuan Shi, you are underestimating me, aren't you? He said, laughing heartily. Even if you give me all your money, I wouldn't care, let alone 1/3. Find another way. With that, he hung up, leaving Yuan Shi seething on the other end. Chu Chen was indeed a tough nut to crack. Since luring him with benefits didn't work, they had to resort to coercion. After some thought, she decisively made another call. Hey, you said you found out that Chu Chen's parents are in the Magic City, right? Go to his house immediately and keep a close eye on them. The Royal Majesty cruise ship was truly extraordinary. Chu Chen's eyes widened as soon as it docked. Although he had been on board once before, this time was different. A dedicated driver came to pick him up, and a group of people respectfully guided him onto the ship. Mr. Chu, we just finished renovating the entire ship 3 months ago. Almost everything has been redone. This is a perfect opportunity for you to inspect and let us know if there are any issues we need to address immediately, the man who claimed to be the dedicated steward said, bowing respectfully. He was a foreigner, a man with golden hair and blue eyes, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s, yet he spoke Chinese fluently. Alright, let's go up and take a look first, Chu Chen said, leading the way onto the cruise ship. It was already July, and the weather was unusually hot. Chu Chen was sweating profusely outside, but as soon as he stepped into the air-conditioned room, his pores closed up, and he sneezed. Mr. Chu, please don't catch a cold, a sweet voice sounded, followed by an incredibly soft blanket being draped over Chu Chen. He turned to see a stunning mixed-race woman standing in front of him, dressed in a high-end tailored uniform. Her short skirt revealed a pair of snow-white long legs, smooth and delicate like porcelain, making him involuntarily swallow. He couldn't embarrass himself. Chu Chen forced himself to remain composed as he scrutinized the woman's face. Her eyes were deep, with thick and long eyelashes that looked natural, probably not fake. Although her makeup was not heavy, her facial features were incredibly three-dimensional, her skin flawless and fair, bearing a resemblance to Doraba Dilmarat. Mr. Chu, I'm mixed race, the woman said as she noticed Chu Chen's continuous gaze. Chu Chen immediately nodded in agreement. He had thought so. This didn't look like the typical appearance of a Chinese person. Nowadays, many women try to achieve this mixed race look through cosmetic procedures, but end up looking more and more peculiar. Among the women Su Tsong called in yesterday, several had eyes as round as steamed buns, which was quite unappealing. I am your personal assistant for this journey. My name is Hailey. I hope to meet your expectations, and if not, please feel free to let me know, and I will arrange for a replacement immediately, Hailey said, handing him a cup of rose tea. The fragrance of the tea quickly filled the room, indicating its high value. Chu Chen nodded. With such a beautiful woman around, it wouldn't hurt to keep her for the view. How could he bear to replace her? You must be tired from your journey. How about taking a bath first? I have prepared a bath for you, Hailey said, showing great understanding as she noticed Chu Chen sweating profusely. The weather indeed made one eager to take a bath quickly. Failing to wash off the sweat might lead to catching a cold. Alright, please prepare it for me. Of course, Hailey said before turning and heading into the bathroom. Chu Chen looked around his room, which could be described as extremely luxurious. He had heard that the Royal Materly had 3 diamond VIP rooms, reserved only for the most distinguished guests. Even if one had the money, it was not easy to book one. Indeed, the reputation was well-deserved. The place was more exquisite and luxurious than a presidential suite in a high-end hotel. Mr. Chu, the water is ready. You can come in for your bath now. Hailey smiled as she emerged from the bathroom 10 minutes later, holding a bathrobe. Chu Chen nodded, took off his shirt, and then turned to find Hailey still standing behind him. Why are you still here? He asked, puzzled. Hailey blushed suddenly. Mr. Chu, according to the procedure, I am supposed to assist you with your bath. Chu Chen cursed inwardly. The wealthy were indeed different. They needed someone to attend to them even while bathing. But since he now had the means, why not enjoy it? He nodded, took the bathrobe from Hailey, put it on, and followed her into the bathroom. The water temperature was just right as he stepped into the bathtub, but then he realized a problem. Was he supposed to undress in front of this mixed-race beauty for his bath? Just as he was about to ask, Hailey pulled out something and handed it to him, blushing. Mr. Chu, you You can wear these swim trunks. Chuchen looked at the swim trunks in her hand and almost burst out laughing. I mean, have you ever seen anyone bathe while wearing swim trunks? He asked the woman. But Hailey was caught off guard by his question, hesitating on how to respond. According to the rules, personal assistants were supposed to accompany VIP clients throughout, and only Diamond VIP clients could enjoy such a service. Of course, they had to attend to their bathing needs as well. She had prepared this swimsuit herself, never having seen a man's naked body at her age, so she had secretly brought this swimsuit just in case. But she never expected the client to end up unhappy in the end. She lowered her head, biting her lip tightly, afraid that Chuchen would make some unreasonable demands. She knew that this job might sound glamorous, but it was far from honorable. Personal assistants couldn't refuse clients' requests, and if they encountered lecherous clients, they would inevitably be taken advantage of. If it weren't for her mother threatening to jump off a building due to bankruptcy at home, she would never have taken on this job. Alright, you wait outside for me, I can handle it myself, Chuchen said with a smile, seeing her looking uneasy. Hailey was astonished to hear this, raising her head in disbelief, her big eyes shining as she looked at Chuchen. Really? Mr. Chu, you won't complain about me, will you? Chuchen was taken aback, amused by her words. Don't worry, I won't complain about you, he said, waving her off to reassure her. Mr. Chu, you are truly kind. Hailey beamed a bright smile, about to bow forward, but to her surprise, the bubbles in the fish tank had already overflowed onto the floor, making it slippery. Oh no! With a crisp exclamation, she lost her balance, swaying back and forth for a while before falling forward. Chuchen reached out to catch her, but unexpectedly, the weight came crashing down, and both of them fell into the bathtub. Gurgle, gurgle, Hailey splashed around in the water, swallowing a few mouthfuls before Chuchen finally pulled her out. The bathtub was too big, and Hailey's slender body fell in like she was swimming. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Before catching her breath, she hurriedly apologized, spitting out a mouthful of water. Just as Chuchen was about to speak, his hand slipped, and the beauty fell again, this time directly on top of Chuchen, who instinctively held her, feeling the soft touch quickly spreading. Hailey's long eyelashes fluttered in front of Chuchen's eyes, and after a long standoff, she finally realized that Chuchen's hand was around her waist, her cheeks instantly flushing. She had thought that a Diamond VIP would surely be an old, wealthy man, but to her surprise, he was a young and handsome man. With these ambiguous interactions, which woman could resist? Hailey's heart was pounding. Chuchen was also a bit embarrassed, coughing lightly twice, and with a gentle push, he helped Hailey up. Her white shirt was completely soaked, clinging to her body, accentuating her figure. The round and perky breasts, the rare slim waist, and the exquisite curves were all captured in Chuchen's eyes. He quickly pulled out a towel from the side and handed it to Hailey. Hurry and dry yourself, don't catch a cold, he said. Seeing her not taking it, he directly wrapped her up himself. Hailey's heart was in turmoil, but she had almost regained her composure at this point. She quickly grabbed the towel, wrapping it around herself, blinking her eyes at Chuchen. Mr. Chu, I'm really sorry. Can you not tell my supervisor, please? If he finds out, he will definitely fire me, she said, her eyes welling up with tears. She had trained for a month just to get this job. Only the best trainees could become personal assistants. Not only did they have to have good looks, but also a perfect figure. For the money, she had worked hard to secure this position, and she didn't want to be fired after just one day. Chuchen smiled and looked at her, thinking, Tang, he is even dumber than you, why would I let you go? Alright, you go wash up quickly, I want to take a good bath, he said, waving his hand towards her. Hailey felt like she had been granted a pardon, sweetly replied and hurriedly walked out. After finishing his bath, Chuchen thought of going to soak in the hot springs, so he simply put on the hot spring clothes and left. Hailey was already waiting for him outside the door, and as he stepped out, she quickly bowed slightly. Mr. Chu, where are you going? Do you need me to accompany you? She asked with a sweet smile. Chuchen nodded, thinking it wouldn't be bad to have a beautiful woman with him. As he walked forward, he noticed that the cruise ship was even more luxurious than before, with a grand and magnificent lobby, resembling a royal palace, especially the entertainment hall in the center, which had always been the liveliest place on the entire ship, now filled with bustling voices. He was excited. Everyone has a gambling side. Back when he had no money, he couldn't afford to lose, but now he could, so why not play a little? He entered the entertainment hall, where lively music was playing, and many people were mingling, holding their chips. This was a place he had never dared to step into before. Last year, he mustered up the courage to come in and take a look, but as soon as he stood by a table, the dealer mocked him, leaving him embarrassed and wanting to leave, even stumbling at the door like a fool. History wouldn't repeat itself this time. He was going to regain his confidence. He walked straight to a gambling table where people were playing cards, quietly observing. The man in front seemed to be having a bad streak, losing several rounds to the opponent, getting angry. When he saw Chuchen standing beside him in his hot spring attire, he immediately flared up. "Hey, are you playing or not? Standing next to me in that ridiculous outfit, you're ruining my luck." He scolded Chuchen, his tone full of disdain. Laughter erupted around them. Everyone could see that this man was just looking for an outlet for his anger and happened to pick on Chuchen. "I'll play, if you don't mind, let me join in for a round," Chuchen said calmly. "Alright, let's see if you're any good." The man gave up his seat to Chuchen, partly to test if the opponent was cheating, and partly to see him make a fool of himself. Chuchen sat down at the table, looking completely unfamiliar with the game, not even understanding the rules, which made everyone burst into laughter. "Can you play? If not, get lost." The man opposite him sneered. "Sir, please place your bet first," the dealer said, seeing Chuchen fumbling around, afraid he didn't have any money to play. They didn't want to waste their time on such people. "Bro, can you lend me some money? I haven't had a chance to exchange mine yet." Chuchen unexpectedly turned to the man next to him. The man looked at him incredulously, almost laughing out loud. "How much do you want to borrow?" "My name is Ahu, and I charge interest on loans." "You might run off after losing," he said, as the men around him looked at Chuchen with disdainful amusement. "What's the minimum bet for a round?" Chuchen asked the dealer. 5,000 points, he calculated, realizing that 5,000 points equated to 50,000 yuan. The stakes were indeed high here. "Alright, I'll borrow 5,000 points first. If I lose, I'll pay you back double," Chuchen said confidently, but everyone around him treated it as a joke. The man standing opposite him was none other than the recently famous gambling god Zhang Yao. Although many suspected him of cheating, no one could catch him in the act, and with his powerful background, hardly anyone dared to provoke him. "Alright, it's a deal. If you can't pay up, it's simple, I'm not a petty person, you can just take off your clothes and run a lap for us to see," Ahu said, laughing heartily. The people around them started to cheer and mock, all wearing mocking expressions. This place was always filled with wealthy people, so it was rare to see a poor guy like him, who couldn't afford to lose. Who else could they laugh at if not him? Chuchen took the 5,000 chips and casually tossed them onto the gambling table. "He put in 50,000, so we'll put in 10,000. Zhang Yao's henchman next to him said, not daring to delay, quickly throwing a handful of chips out. The atmosphere was instantly ignited, the two locked eyes, tension rising. "System, activate the X-ray vision function," Chuchen said in his mind. He just remembered that he had this seemingly useless skill. He hadn't thought much about it before, but now it seemed like this function was specifically designed for gambling, right? Sure enough, as the system activated the X-ray vision, he could see all the suits of the cards in the dealer's hand clearly. Not only that, he could also see through Zhang Yao's actions under the table. This guy was indeed cheating. His ring must have been specially customized, filled with mechanisms, coupled with his lightning-fast movements. Card switching was almost instantaneous. "I'm done drawing." Zhang Yao drew 3 cards, smiling as he sat back in his seat. Chuchen took a look and, after his hormone-induced card switch, he had the best 5 cards in this round. If he wanted to beat him, he had to create a special card combination. Looking at the remaining cards on the table, he waved his hand and drew 5 cards. "Watch closely, see how this guy will be exposed later," Zhang Yao said, revealing the cards in his hand one by one. "Wow, truly a gambling god, every hand is so good. His luck is unbelievable, no wonder there were suspicions of him cheating. Yeah, I've been watching from the side, he didn't make any moves, just drew the cards himself, truly envious." The people around, seeing the cards in Zhang Yao's hand, shook their heads in admiration, some even clapping. Ahu also saw it and sneered coldly at Chuchen. "You might as well just strip naked, save yourself from embarrassment later. I've never seen someone so overconfident." He snorted, looking at Chuchen as if he were crazy. "How do you know I'll lose?" Chuchen turned his head and asked. "Ha ha, you're really funny, don't you have eyes? Didn't you see that Zhang Yao has the best cards in his hand? Unless you get a straight flush, you're bound to lose. What a foolish pig." Ahu was very annoyed, having lost a lot of money to Zhang Yao before. Now he vented all his anger on Chuchen. "Fine, let's see," Chuchen said lightly, finishing his sentence with a smile, reaching out to reveal the cards in front of him one by one. As his hand moved, the people beside him took a deep breath, holding it in. The first 3 cards were revealed, all of the same suit. "Hee, your luck is really good, but it's just a fluke. Do you really think you can get a straight flush?" Ahu mocked from the side. "Is that so?" Chuchen provocatively glanced at him, reaching out to reveal the 4th card. Another heart. Ahu felt a bit uneasy, perhaps finding Chuchen's slow actions suspenseful. He reached out his fat hand to reveal the 5th card. Smack! Shu Chen suddenly reached out and slapped his hand away. Are you crazy? How dare you hit me? Ahu gritted his teeth, slapping back in anger. Shu Chen remained calm, lightly lifting 2 fingers, directly gripping his thick arm, immobilizing it in mid-air, unable to move no matter how hard he struggled. You! Ahu struggled desperately, his bulky body writhing frantically, his face turning red, but he couldn't escape Shu Chen's 2 fingers. With X-ray vision still in his eyes, Shu Chen noticed the surgical gauze on Ahu's buttocks had just been torn open, blood immediately seeping out. Stop twisting, take care of the hemorrhoids on your butt. He suddenly retracted his fingers, causing Ahu to lose his balance for a moment, almost falling to the ground, but luckily being supported by 2 henchmen beside him. What? He wiped his butt and indeed saw blood on his hand. Many people around were already stifling their laughter. What are you laughing at? Do you all want to die? Ahu roared at the crowd, his eyes fixed on Shu Chen's cards. He wanted to see if this mysterious kid could really get a straight flush. Shu Chen calmly flipped over the 5th card. The room fell silent, only the faint hum of the air conditioning and the gasps of the onlookers could be heard. The last hard 5 card was blown by a sudden gust of wind, landing right by Ahu's feet, as bright as the blood on his buttocks. This can't be, he exclaimed. The others finally snapped out of their daze, whispering in disbelief as they looked at Shu Chen. Where did this kid come from? Just learned and already hit a straight flush? Honestly, this is the first time I've seen Zhang Yao lose. Heavens, it's unbelievable. Zhang Yao sat across, his face a mix of shock and disbelief. It couldn't be true. The odds of getting a straight flush here were almost 1 in 50,000. Even if he cheated, Zhang Yao had never managed to get a straight flush, yet this kid. Impossible. He must be cheating. Zhang Yao stood up, pointing at Shu Chen. I'm cheating? Everyone, you can check the surveillance. If you find me cheating, I'll jump into the sea naked in front of you all, he said confidently, more convincing than ever. Everyone knew there was surveillance here, and with so many people around just now, and Ahu sticking close to Shu Chen, it would take extraordinary cheating skills not to get caught. But Zhang Yao was different, surrounded by his henchmen forming a tight circle, blocking the onlookers. It's you, Zhang Yao, our renowned gambling god, relying on deceit to be undefeated, he said, his eyes piercing Zhang Yao. The crowd erupted in discussions. How dare you say that? Zhang Yao retorted immediately. Yeah, how dare you? Our boss wins by skill. Exactly, dare you insult me, you little brat? Zhang Yao's 2 lackeys also stood up, glaring menacingly, as if they were about to pounce on Shu Chen. If you have a clear conscience, let's play another round, Shu Chen said with a smile, avoiding further argument. Fine. I'll play another round with you today, Zhang Yao said, sitting back down, his mouth twitching in anger. Shu Chen also sat down, casually grabbing a handful of chips he had won and tossing them to Ahu. I promised to double your money back, but I think this should be more than double. Yes. Ahu, no longer angry, quickly picked up the fallen chips. Gambling was his greatest passion, having spent many years in the casino. Despite building a business over the years, he had lost more than half of his family fortune due to gambling. Now, Shu Chen had unexpectedly won against the gambling god Zhang Yao. Even though he looked like a loser without money or power, Ahu admired him a bit more. But let's make it clear, your men can't stand beside you this round, they all have to stand by the wall, and you have to take off your ring, Shu Chen said, pointing at his ring. At this, Zhang Yao's face turned green, frowning at Shu Chen with an indescribable expression in his eyes. Could this kid really have figured it out? What, not happy? Seems like the great gambling god Zhang has something to hide? Shu Chen chuckled. The room buzzed with chatter. I never expected it. Zhang Yao really was cheating. Yeah, I've always suspected if he colluded with his men, how else could he keep winning non-stop? The ring could also be a possibility. I've never seen him take it off. The people around started gossiping, making Zhang Yao's face turn even greener, sounding nice like jade, but not so nice, more like a wilted cabbage leaf. Shu Chen found it amusing, seeing Zhang Yao, who had just been pretending, now showing his true colors. You're talking nonsense. Who dares not? He slammed the table fiercely, as if finally making up his mind. All of you, get lost. He shouted at his men behind him. But what? Get lost. Zhang Yao yelled, pushing one of them to the ground. The others dared not speak further, all standing against the wall. And the ring. Suddenly, a young man in the crowd shouted. What are you shouting about? I know. Zhang Yao, feeling embarrassed and angry, took off the ring, carefully wrapped it and put it in his pocket. He glanced at Shu Chen, who didn't seem like a swindler at all, looking straight forward. If he was just lucky, then there was nothing to worry about. After all, one person couldn't be lucky all the time. In this game of theirs, where the outcome was predetermined, he still had a 50% chance of winning. As long as he seized that half chance, he could continue to thrive, and no one would dare to question him again. With this in mind, he relaxed a bit, nervously watching the dealer shuffling the cards in front of him. Swish, 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 the dealer skillfully placed the cards in front of the two players. The rules of the game here were simple, based on luck, to see who had better luck. Without any tricks, Zhang Yao appeared somewhat uneasy, his hands trembling slightly as he hesitated before selecting a few cards. Chu Chen, on the other hand, casually picked a few cards, and the dealer immediately drew them out and placed them in front of him. Gulp. Zhang Yao swallowed nervously. If he lost this round, he would completely ruin the title of the gambling god he had worked so hard to maintain. Not only that, these people might dig deeper into his tricks, and he might end up infamous. The money he had won before might even be demanded back. This couldn't happen. He had to win this round. Zhang Yao silently prayed in his heart, staring intently at the cards in his hand. Show your cards, the dealer called out. Zhang Yao nervously flipped over the first 3 cards. Not bad, the points are quite high. It seems Zhang Yao's luck is really good. Did we misunderstand him? Let's see the last 2 cards. 1 point? Laughter echoed around. In this setting, the chances of drawing a 1-point card were very low. Usually, if someone drew one, they would be ridiculed, saying they had bad luck. Zhang Yao's heart was in his throat, his mind suddenly blank, not knowing how he flipped over the second card. Another 1 point. Wow! Everyone around covered their mouths and laughed, surprised that the renowned gambling god Zhang Yao could have such a day. Drawing 2 1-point cards in a row was a sign of extremely bad luck, showing a high level of skill in losing. Zhang Yao, it's not easy for you to draw these cards, Chu Chen said with a smile. Zhang Yao felt embarrassed and angry, wishing he could tear this kid in front of him apart right now. Hurry up and show your cards. The crowd started to clamor, everyone wanting to see Chu Chen's cards. He smirked and began to reveal his cards, and to everyone's surprise, the first 3 cards were all spades. Damn, could it be a straight flush again? Impossible. Getting a straight flush every hand, either he's cheating or he's a god. Hurry up and reveal. The people who were just chattering fell silent, holding their breath. Not to mention a straight flush, drawing 4 cards of the same suit was already very rare. And the last card was also a spade. Oh my god. Unbelievable, truly unbelievable. Who said it was impossible just now? The crowd erupted in astonishment, and Zhang Yao across from them was also dumbfounded. He shook his head vigorously, reaching out to touch Chu Chen's nose. Source text, impossible. You must be cheating, kid. I'm going to check the surveillance footage right now. He stood up and headed towards the control room, with everyone following suit. How could they miss out on such a good show? Zhang Yao's men came over, grabbed Chu Chen, and tried to drag him along, as if he would slip away if they weren't careful. I can walk by myself. Chu Chen broke free in one go and followed aggressively. Show me the surveillance footage of table 78 from earlier. As soon as he entered the room, he shouted at the security guard in the control room. But we need the manager's permission for that. Before the security guard could finish his sentence, Zhang Yao slapped him hard, sending him staggering to the side with blood quickly seeping from the corner of his mouth. Don't you know who my father is? All the managers should kneel before me. Hurry up and show me. After his outburst, the security guard was terrified but shook his head due to professional ethics. Sir, please go directly to our manager. Before he could finish, Zhang Yao kicked him, knocking him to the ground. He was about to stomp on him in anger, but Chu Chen stopped him. You resort to violence when you lose? Zhang Yao, is that all the maturity you have? After speaking, he provocatively stared at Zhang Yao. You loser! Who do you think you are to control me? You win a few rounds by sheer luck and suddenly think you're something special, huh? Let me tell you, besides the casino, you're nothing. I could make you call me ancestor and you wouldn't dare call me father. Zhang Yao seemed to have lost his temper, shouting furiously in the control room. Show me! He waved his hand, and his men rushed to open the surveillance computer. The security guard on the floor was too weak to resist, so they proceeded. They found the footage of table 78 and zoomed in on Chu Chen. It had to be said, the camera quality was excellent, capturing even the sweat on Ahu's hand clearly. However, Chu Chen's hands remained on the table, leaving no room for suspicion. He really didn't cheat, surrounded by so many people, he had no chance to cheat. Yeah, it's all luck that he got 2 straight flushes, it's unbelievable. He's extraordinary, definitely not ordinary. Could he be some kind of immortal in disguise? Everyone looked at Chu Chen with admiration, except for Zhang Yao, of course. Since we're all here, why don't we take a look at Zhang Yao's previous surveillance footage? Chu Chen suddenly suggested. My surveillance? Who allowed you to watch my surveillance? Zhang Yao was visibly agitated, a stark contrast to his earlier demand to see Chu Chen's surveillance. Oh, Mr. Zhang is so nervous, Is there something in the footage you don't want us to see? Chu Chen smiled and said. Stop making baseless accusations. Zhang Yao pointed at him and shouted loudly, as if he was about to rush forward and hit someone the next second. Then why not let us watch it? You've watched others' surveillance, so it's only fair we watch yours too. Yeah, if you refuse, it's suspicious, isn't it? The title of gambling god was probably earned through some tricks behind the scenes. The crowd became agitated, all moving towards the surveillance computer, with his men struggling to hold them back. Just then, a flustered man pushed the door open, wearing a black professional suit, seemingly startled by the scene before him. What? What are you all doing? You can't just barge in here like this. The man looked at the timid security guard beside him and hurriedly went to inquire about the situation. Manager, they rushed in to watch the surveillance. I couldn't stop them. The security guard spoke, still fearful as he glanced at Zhang Yao. Gentlemen, I'm sorry, but our surveillance is not for public viewing. If you have any doubts, you can ask the staff to check the footage for you. The man addressed as the manager spoke respectfully to the crowd. See, the manager is here. He said we can't watch, so let's all leave. Zhang Yao seemed to have found an excuse. His expression relaxed a bit, and he looked at Chu Chen with a wicked smile on his face. As long as he wasn't embarrassed himself, it would be others who felt embarrassed. As long as he wasn't exposed today, he would leave the ship tomorrow. He didn't mind not playing in the country in the future. Let's see what they could do to him. Well, everyone quieted down. Since they were going to play here, they had to abide by the rules. Since the manager had spoken, they couldn't say much. People started murmuring and preparing to leave, but Chu Chen stopped them from behind. Everyone, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Rules are made by people and can be changed. Isn't that right? After he finished speaking, everyone turned to look at him in surprise. You speak lightly. This is a big cruise ship. Can rules be changed so easily? Is there any order? Yeah, you're not the boss here. Can you change the rules just like that? Having a lucky streak and then overestimating oneself. If it were me, I wouldn't show my face like this. I'd go win some money first. Everyone scoffed and crossed their arms, showing doubt towards Chu Chen's words. Manager Gao, open all the surveillance cameras and let them see. Chu Chen completely ignored them and suddenly turned to the manager. What? The manager was a bit slow to react, looking at Chu Chen for a few seconds, still uncertain. You are. I am Chu Chen, he replied casually. Oh, so you're Mr. Chu. I've only seen your photos before. I didn't recognize you dressed like this. I'm truly sorry. He quickly bowed deeply, bowing several times before standing up straight, afraid that Chu Chen would blame him. Ignorance is not a crime. It's not your fault. Go and open the surveillance cameras. Chu Chen's words seemed to be directed at him, yet it felt like he was addressing everyone. The surroundings fell silent, everyone staring wide-eyed at the scene, unable to imagine what was happening. Yes. The manager quickly instructed the security to open the surveillance. Chu Chen sat down, pulled up all the records about Zhang Yao, enlarged them, slowed down the playback, and displayed them on the big screen for everyone to see. They watched as Zhang Yao swiftly manipulated the ring's mechanism, quickly switching cards from the folds of his shirt. The series of actions were so fast that it was no wonder they hadn't been discovered earlier. Wow! So it was really the ring. Cheating is cheating, such people don't deserve to be here. We used to call him the gambling god, and he's playing us for fools? Pay up! The last one to react was Ahu, his bulky figure stepping in front of Zhang Yao, reaching out to demand money. Get lost. You lost to me yourself, and now you want it back? Zhang Yao's attitude was arrogant as he pushed him. Although he didn't move him, it still made Ahu tremble, making everyone sweat nervously. Ahu might seem careless, but he was not someone to mess with. Half black and half white, he never left any evidence on the surface, but his business dealings were shady and his underground influence was significant. Although not a commercial giant, no one had ever dared to touch him. However, Zhang Yao seemed unconcerned. He was used to being domineering and would not bow to anyone. You dare push me? Ahu's face darkened. So what if I push you? What can you do to me? Do you believe I can have my dad bring people to disrupt all your shady dealings? Zhang Yao was confident this person wouldn't dare touch him easily, so he continued to boast. Ahu clenched his teeth, probably out of respect for his father. He didn't throw a punch, but he reluctantly took a few steps back. Let me tell you, none of you should come looking for trouble with me, or I'll make sure none of you leave unscathed. My dad is Zhang Jin. Zhang Yao shouted at everyone. Zhang Jin? Chu Chen's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't expected this person to be Zhang Jin's son. It seemed that the incidents involving them were not the doings of good people after all. You are the manager on this ship, aren't you? This person is cheating, don't you need to take care of it? Suddenly, a man next to Chu Chen whispered. The manager looked at them, then at Chu Chen. He is our boss, the owner of this cruise ship. What? Everyone's eyes widened. They had thought Chu Chen was just a small leader on the cruise, not expecting this young man with wet hair and a spa robe to be the owner of the cruise ship. Congratulations, host, one special attention added. Congratulations, host, one special attention added. Congratulations, host, one special attention added. The system's voice kept ringing one after another. It seemed that today, Chu Chen had deeply caught the attention of these people. His popularity would surely rise significantly tonight. Thinking of this, Chu Chen couldn't help but smile. Since he's the boss, take care of him. This person cannot stay on the ship. Exactly, just because he's a dad, does that make him so great? Keeping such a violent person on board is simply unsafe. Kick him out. All of you shut up. Do you believe I can make you regret it? Zhang Yao shouted like a madman. What's so great about a yacht owner? Let me tell you, I can buy your yacht in minutes. Chu Chen looked at him, his face turning red with anger, glaring at him. Is that so? He smiled. 50 billion, bring it now, and I'll sell you the yacht, or else get out. After saying this, cheers erupted around. Zhang Yao looked at him in disbelief. In all his life, no one had dared to speak to him like this. He couldn't figure out who this person was, daring to insult him like this. I won't leave. What can you do to me? I'll have you know, I came here with money. If you kick me out now, I can sue you. After saying this, Zhang Yao snorted and called his men to leave. Watching their backs, no one tried to stop them. Indeed, as he said, he came here with money. Even though Chu Chen was the yacht owner, he couldn't just kick him out directly. Besides, the Zhang family was influential, and they only dared to vent a few words because of the crowd. If it came down to a one-on-one confrontation, no one would dare to oppose the Zhang family. Chu Chen didn't stop them, straightened his clothes, and turned to the security guard with blood on his lips. You're a good employee, not willing to break the rules even when threatened. Your salary and bonus for this month will be doubled. Noted down, Manager Gao. Manager Gao quickly nodded, and Chu Chen walked out without looking back. He had only intended to stroll around, check on his business, and see if the dealer who had humiliated him before was still working on the ship. He didn't expect Zhang Yao to delay him for so long. Outside the door, Hailey was anxiously waiting. The boss had instructed her not to speak too much outside, not to reveal his identity as the boss, so she had been quiet, afraid of making a mistake. Later, Chu Chen found a reason to send her away. Hearing that he had a dispute in the control room with someone, Hailey hurried over but didn't dare to go in, waiting silently at the door. Mr. Chu, are you? Hailey opened her mouth but realized she hadn't thought about what to ask. Are you okay? It ended up being just this sentence. Chu Chen shook his head, looking relaxed. Let's go, soak in the hot spring. The two arrived at the hot spring pool. Hailey seemed accustomed to it, but Chu Chen couldn't help but sigh. This place was like a paradise on earth. Even though it was just a hot spring on a cruise ship, the decoration was extremely luxurious. He also realized he had been impulsive. No one here was wearing so-called spa robes. The women were in bikinis or sexy swimsuits, while the men were draped in expensive bathrobes, showing off their branded watches on their wrists. Clearly, it was a playground for the wealthy. In contrast, Chu Chen's yellow hot spring suit seemed somewhat out of place. Sure enough, shortly after he entered, a man hurried over and grabbed him. Sir, only VIP customers are allowed here. The man, dressed in a suit and looking like a butler with a floral badge on his chest, seemed to be in a managerial position. Chu Chen looked at the man and couldn't help but smile. It was truly a small world. He hadn't expected to run into him here. Aren't you a dealer? How come you're now working as a waiter? He asked mockingly. What? The man didn't react at first, but after a closer look, it seemed like he suddenly remembered something. You're the one from last year, he whispered, pointing at Chu Chen. Chu Chen just smiled, neither confirming nor denying. The disdain in the man's eyes intensified instantly, as if he had seen something unclean. He knew Chu Chen very well. In his eyes, this ship was meant to serve those with high status, and he despised ordinary people who saved up to buy a ticket just to experience it. Ordinary folks were one thing, at least they had some savings to cover basic expenses, but Chu Chen was a complete loser who couldn't even afford a drink. It was unclear why he had come aboard in the first place. Last year, he had sneaked away looking embarrassed, which had amused him for quite a while. The video of his embarrassing escape had even been uploaded online, attracting quite a bit of attention. Back again this year? In my opinion, poor working stiffs like you shouldn't dream of this. Save up some money, buy a massage chair at home, and enjoy yourself. Why bother coming here to join the fun? Sun Ji, knowing that the man in front of him couldn't do anything to him, spoke without restraint. Also, this hot spring pool isn't for people like you. Don't dirty our pool, he said, scanning Chu Chen's hot spring outfit with disdain and clicking his tongue. Hailey felt nervous watching his behavior. This was the boss, the big boss. Had Sunji gone crazy after his promotion? Hailey was about to speak but was stopped by Chu Chen. Oh, Hailey, what are you doing here? Not busy at work? He's just a loser, you don't need to bother. I'll handle it, don't dirty your pretty hands, Sunji said, looking at Hailey with a lecherous gaze. Clearly annoyed by his gaze, Hailey moved aside. What are you standing there for? Why don't you leave? Sunji thought Hailey was disgusted by Chu Chen and turned to shout at him. Chu Chen gave Hailey a look, and she immediately understood and left. He found it amusing, regardless of his status, he had paid for his ticket and deserved the appropriate service. The service attitude here was enough to be criticized online for 100 years. Did these people really believe that only the wealthy had the right to enjoy everything? This man was so disdainful of the poor and fond of the rich, he would surely be complained about by guests sooner or later. I've recorded all your services. You better wait for the year-end service evaluation meeting. Oh, by the way, with such complaints, you probably won't even be able to work until then, right? Unlike last year's awkwardness, Chu Chun remained unusually calm this time. Are you threatening me? Sun Ji sneered. You're not even a VIP. It's my duty not to let you in. Do you think you have the right to complain about me? Of course, Chu Chen responded quickly. This time, I am a VIP customer. He took out a wristband with a VIP mark on it. Sun Ji looked at him strangely for a moment, then quickly reverted to his previous expression. Heh, what's this? You've gone all out this year. Even if you've spent all your fortune on this VIP ticket, I can still smell the stench of a lowly person on you.